rebirth in Douluo, signing in for 10,000 years, becoming a Peerless Douluo of level 99. With the divine dragon in my left hand and the 7-killing sword in my right. Possessing a 100,000-year soul ring and a divine-grade soul bone set. Shocking the world. Pope Bibi Dong personally arrives, kneeling to implore my emergence. Hunting the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python. Conquering Bibi Dong, becoming the new pope, slaying Tang Sect, incapacitating Tang Hao, seizing the 7-treasure glazed tile school, and exterminating the blue lightning tyrant dragon. Slaughtering the heavenly doe and battling the star Luo, unifying the Douluo Continent and ushering in an era of martial souls. Chapter 001. Signing in for 10,000 years, Bibi Dong kneels to implore my emergence. In the southwest of Douluo Continent, in the holy Soul Village. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the divine grade sign-in system. Does the host wish to sign in? Sign in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in, obtaining the first martial soul, Huaxia Divine Dragon. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in, obtaining the second martial soul, 7-killing sword. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in, obtaining innate soul power, level 99. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in, obtaining the first soul skill of Huaxia Divine Dragon, Divine Dragon's Tail Sweep. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in, obtaining the second soul skill of Huaxia Divine Dragon, Divine Dragon's Radiant Armor. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in, obtaining the Divine Grade Technique, 9 Yang Divine Art *1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in, obtaining the Divine Grade Technique, Sunflower Scripture *1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in, obtaining the Fire Qilin Right Arm Bone, colloquially known as the Qilin Arm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in, obtaining Tang Sect's Hidden Weapons, 100 Solutions *1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in, obtaining 999 Cold Medicine *1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in for 100,000 years, a total of 5,256,000,000 times, now invincible in the world. Sign-in space unlocked. Countdown 10 seconds. In a dim and profound space, Chun Long slightly opened his eyes, deeply exhaling a breath of turbid air, inwardly cursing, damn it, 10,000 years. Finally, I can go out. Chun Long was initially a high school student in the city. Having just completed the college entrance examination, he was expected to at least enroll in a vocational college. Just as he exited the school gates, he was struck by a speeding Geely car. Upon awakening, he found himself reborn in the Douluo Continent. Before he could even get comfortable, he was trapped in a sealed space, endowed with a divine grade sign-in system. Signing in for a millennium in the space while only a year passed outside. Compulsively signing in every day, needing to complete 10,000 sign-ins to break free. With no TikTok, no Honor of Kings, no League of Legends, Chun Long was on the brink of a breakdown. What a useless system. It was simply exploitation of cheap labor. Chun Long was a devoted reader of Douluo Continent. He had not only read all the novels and fanfics, but never missed an episode of the Douluo Continent anime, watching it diligently every Saturday. The Douluo Continent drama had also begun airing, but it was filled with too many flaws. He only managed to watch one episode before exiting. It was simply unbearable. Roar! A thunderous sound erupted, the sky fracturing, the might of the dragon reverberating through the heavens. Powerful soul power surged outward, enveloping an area of nearly 1,000 miles. Chun Long descended from the skies, cloaked in the shadow of the Huaxia Divine Dragon, radiating golden brilliance, exuding an extraordinary presence. Around him were 9 circles of varying colors, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red. It was undoubtedly the pinnacle soul ring configuration of a title Douluo, with the last soul ring being an immensely powerful 100,000-year soul ring. The villagers surrounding this spectacle were utterly dumbfounded. Douluo, it's actually a title Douluo? They all knelt to the ground in reverence. Not far away, an elderly man leaned on a cane, stroking his long beard, his tone solemn as he remarked, It has been a long time since I've seen such a powerful title Douluo. Simultaneously, news of Chun Long spread rapidly across the Douluo Continent. The emergence of a title Douluo with a 100,000-year soul ring was certainly no ordinary title Douluo. Chun Long dispersed his soul power, feeling a surge of excitement within. His astonishment. He was indeed so powerful. A level 99 Peerless Douluo, capable of dominating the entire Douluo Continent. What a thrill! Gazing at the signpost at the village entrance. Holy Soul Village. Chun Long's brow twitched. It turned out to be Holy Soul Village. This must also be a checkpoint for otherworld travelers. Not far away stood a dilapidated blacksmith shop with forging tools displayed at the entrance. According to the storyline of Douluo Continent, Tang Sect should currently be at Shrek Academy. Hif hif hif. Tang Sect, Master, you best thank the heavens for not encountering me. Otherwise, I shall slay one if I see one, and slay two if I see two. Chun Long lingered at the entrance for a moment, just as he intended to depart. His expression involuntarily shifted. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, dozens of figures appeared before Chun Long. Leading them was surprisingly a woman, dressed in a splendid golden gown from head to toe. It fit her perfectly, the dazzling gown adorned with over 100 red, blue, and golden gemstones. The 9-curved purple gold crown atop her head shimmered brilliantly, as she held a staff about 2 meters long, embedded with countless gems. With her fair skin and nearly flawless features, she appeared strikingly different from the rest, especially the intangible aura of nobility and divinity emanating from her, inciting an irresistible urge for reverence and worship. This must be the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong. She slightly bowed, her tone amiable as she said, Pope Bibi Dong of the Spirit Hall pays respects to your highness. Chun Long felt a surge of excitement within. Indeed, in the Douluo Continent, power was revered. Even the lofty Pope Bibi Dong from the novels personally came to pay homage. This sense of achievement was simply beyond description. Chun Long puffed out his chest slightly, standing with hands clasped behind his back, striving to present himself as a formidable presence. Bibi Dong and the 10 were so titled Douluo displayed astonishment on their faces. They hadn't anticipated that the newly emerged titled Douluo would be so young. He appeared more like a young lad whose body had yet to fully mature. Yet, the aura emanating from him conveyed his undeniable strength. Chun Long raised his head slightly, his tone grave as he inquired, "Is there something you need?" Bibi Dong replied respectfully, "The Spirit Hall has come to invite your highness to join us, offering the position of elder, to collaborate on great matters." Chun Long's brows furrowed. It turned out they sought to recruit him. Joining the Spirit Hall? This was indeed a commendable choice, a grand platform with assurances. Unlike some hapless authors, a level 99 Peerless Douluo still seeking to join Shrek, groveling to Tang Sect, bowing to the master, and winning over goddesses. How absurd of them to think of such things. Having attained invincibility, wouldn't it be more delightful to eliminate Tang Sect and the master, capturing those goddesses to serve as maids? Seeing Chun Long remain silent, Bibi Dong presumed he was dissatisfied with her proposal and was about to elevate the terms. Chun Long chuckled lightly. "I do not even regard your title of Pope with any esteem. You think I would serve you for the meager position of elder? Not a chance." Bibi Dong's lips involuntarily revealed a faint smile. This young titled Douluo certainly had quite the appetite. "If your highness is unsatisfied with my offer, you may propose your own terms." Chun Long's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Is it truly possible to set my own conditions?" Bibi Dong, wielding her scepter, gently nodded in affirmation that a surge of excitement coursed through Chun Long's heart. With Bibi Dong herself giving the nod, he felt emboldened to speak freely. To traverse the world is a task befitting a man. It is rather unseemly for the illustrious Spirit Hall to have a woman as its pope, which inevitably invites dissent. Why not marry me instead? Allow me to assume the role of pope and fulfill the grand ambitions of the Spirit Hall on your behalf. Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback. She could scarcely fathom that Chun Long would utter such audacious words. No one across the continent would dare speak to her in such a manner. Nearby, Zhu Huaguan's face darkened with menace, his fingers twitching as a palpable aura of hostility enveloped him. In a frigid tone, he declared, "You seek death. How dare you blaspheme the esteemed pope?" Without hesitation, he lunged towards Chun Long. Bibi Dong did not intervene, allowing this insolent youth to understand that there are layers to power, and that even a titled Douluo is not above reproach. Her personal invitation had already signified her regard for him. Chun Long's lips curled into a sly smile, eager to demonstrate the might of his unparalleled 99th level titled Douluo. "A mere flower dares to be audacious. When I'm speaking with Dong, when did it become your place to interject?" Bang! All present, including Pope Bibi Dong, were rendered speechless. Zhu Huaguan, the second elder of the Spirit Hall and a 95th level titled Douluo, was considered Bibi Dong's right hand. Yet he could not even withstand a single kick from this young man. Bibi Dong's expression grew increasingly grave. It appeared that this youth was far more formidable than she had anticipated. Indeed, a titled Douluo with a 100,000-year soul ring could not simply be an ordinary titled Douluo. Should he take offense, she might find herself in peril. Bibi Dong bowed once more and implored, "I, Bibi Dong, humbly beseech your excellency to emerge from seclusion and lend your strength to the Spirit Hall." "If you were to kneel and beg, I might consider your request," Chun Long replied, his voice low and resonant. His words sent shockwaves through the assembly. This young man possessed an audacity that was utterly staggering, daring to speak thus to the Pope. Should the Pope's wrath be provoked, countless would perish, and even a titled Douluo would meet their demise. Moreover, how could the illustrious Pope of the Spirit Hall, ruler over multitudes, Ever kneel before title Douluo? Chapter 002. Shrek Academy. As Xiao Wu, a soul beast, stood amidst the hesitation of Bibi Dong, Chun Long declared, "Very well, I consent to join the Spirit Hall." The Spirit Hall is, after all, a grand platform, offering security and a perfect stepping stone for my ambitions. A look of delight spread across Bibi Dong's face. While the other titled Douluo appeared somewhat apprehensive, his inclusion rendered their positions uncertain. Bibi Dong spoke, "Please, Your Excellency, accompany us to the Spirit Hall." With a serene expression, Chun Long replied, "Since I have agreed to join the Spirit Hall, I shall present a grand gift today." A gift? Before Bibi Dong could process his words, Chun Long had already soared into the distance. The Pope's brow furrowed, swiftly following Chun Long's swoosh. Swoosh, swoosh. In no time, over a dozen figures arrived at the kingdom of Barak, specifically in the city of Nodding. The demon bear Douluo asked, somewhat puzzled, "Where are we headed?" "Surely he isn't taking us to pacify the kingdom of Barak." The ghost leopard Douluo remarked, "You might be right. It's quite possible. This kid just joined the Spirit Hall and must be eager to earn his merits and solidify his standing." Bibi Dong's eyes glinted with a fierce light, silencing their conversation. After a while, Chun Long finally came to a halt. Bibi Dong's expression shifted. Shrek Academy? She felt a twinge of confusion, questioning why Chun Long had brought them to such a lowly institution. Did it harbor some treasure? Or perhaps concealed powerful soul masters? Sensing several potent auras, Flander, the headmaster of Shrek Academy, was the first to appear at the entrance, respectfully stating, "I am Flander, headmaster of Shrek Academy, a level 78 agility-type battle soul saint. It is an honor to meet your excellency. I apologize for not welcoming you sooner." Chun Long's brow twitched slightly. So this was Flander, the four-eyed cat eagle. Fascinating. No need for formalities. Let Xiao Wu come out. Flander paused, a look of confusion crossing his face. How does he know Xiao Wu? She is one of our students. But may I inquire as to the reason for your excellency's visit? Chun Long, growing impatient, retorted, "Spare me the pleasantries. Hurry it up." What audacity! Who dares to act recklessly in our Shrek Academy? A robust middle-aged man stepped forward, accompanied by several young students. Having read the entirety of the Douluo Continent novels and watched the animations, Chun Long recognized him immediately. This must be the simple-minded, brawny figure known as Zhao Wujia, the unmovable king. How amusing that he dared to speak to him in such a manner. Behind Zhao Wujia stood the Shrek 7 monsters, led by Dai Mubai, the white tiger with evil eyes. Indeed, as the prince of the Star Luo Empire, he was remarkably handsome, tall, and imposing, almost rivaling Chun Long himself. Next to Dai Mubai were Zhu Zhuqing, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Oscar, Ning Rongrong, and Ma Hongjun. The dust dragon fixed his gaze upon Ning Rongrong, the cherished gem of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, radiating an aura of nobility. However, due to her youth, her physique was rather unremarkable. In contrast, Xiao Wu exhibited remarkable development. Nevertheless, a woman would merely hinder my swiftness in drawing my sword. At that moment, Xiao Wu sensed the presence of a titled Douluo. Lowering her head and hiding behind Tang San, Bibi Dong also detected the aura of a soul beast and, upon a closer look, instantly discerned Xiao Wu's true nature. To her astonishment, she realized it was a 100,000-year soul beast. A look of excitement crossed her face as she exclaimed, "Surround that little girl." In an instant, the 7 titled Douluos moved to encircle the group from Shrek Academy. The Shrek 7 displayed expressions of sheer terror. Flinder, flustered, exclaimed, "Your Majesty, Xiao Wu is a student of our Shrek Academy. We are unaware of how she has offended the Spirit Hall." A sinister smile crept across the Pope's lips, her face alight with exhilaration. What a fortuitous find. To think there is a 100,000-year soul beast here, and in its juvenile stage no less. Bibi Dong remarked with delight. "You should ask her yourself." Flinder cast a worried glance at Xiao Wu, who kept her head bowed low, trembling with fear. Memories of her mother being hunted by the Spirit Hall flooded her mind. She had aspired to train diligently to avenge her mother. Yet, she never anticipated she would soon follow in her mother's footsteps. Her heart brimmed with resentment. However, before a titled Douluo, even a 100,000-year soul beast could not conceal its essence, even in human form. Flinder felt a growing unease. If it were merely one titled Douluo, they might manage to withstand the threat, but there were 9 present. How had Xiao Wu offended the Spirit Hall so gravely? Not only had the Pope come personally, but 8 titled Douluos had also been dispatched. In the entirety of Douluo Continent, it seemed only the Spirit Hall could orchestrate such a grand display. Flinder's expression turned solemn as he bowed again, imploring, "What exactly did Xiao Wu do to provoke the Spirit Hall?" "It is because she is a 100,000-year soul beast." A wave of shock washed over everyone. Flinder, Zhao Wujin, Dai Mubai, and Tang San were left utterly dumbfounded. Tang San quickly interjected, "Impossible. Xiao Wu has studied with me since childhood at the Noting City Junior Soul Master Academy. How could she possibly be a soul beast?" "Humph. Once a 100,000-year soul beast takes human form, it is indistinguishable from a human. Ordinary people cannot tell the difference. However, before a titled Douluo, the essence of a soul beast can never be concealed." Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and the others turned their gazes toward Xiao Wu. Before they could speak, Xiao Wu's eyes glistened with tears as she confessed, "Indeed, I am a 100,000-year soft-bone rabbit." Initially, there was a sense of disbelief among the crowd. However, upon hearing Xiao Wu speak personally, everyone was momentarily stunned. Ma Hongjun and Oscar instinctively stepped back. For in their minds, 100,000-year spirit beast was synonymous with ferocity and brutality. Bibi Dong exclaimed, "What are you still dawdling for? Seize her." Zhu Huaguan and Gui Mei exchanged glances filled with delight and rushed toward Xiao Wu from both sides. To hunt a 100,000-year spirit beast was a dream come true for countless spirit masters. Flinder, Zhao Wuji, and the others stood frozen, contemplating the implications. If Xiao Wu truly was a 100,000-year spirit beast, the actions of the spirit hall would be justifiable. Had they known this beforehand, they likely would have acted even without the spirit hall's involvement. After all, it was a 100,000-year spirit beast, and furthermore, in its juvenile phase. The potential for acquiring a 100,000-year spirit bone was tantalizing. Even Flinder and Zhao Wuji felt a flicker of temptation at the thought. However, Tang Sect and Xiao Wu had grown up together, their bond deep and unwavering. As Zhu Huaguan and Gui Mei lunged toward Xiao Wu, Tang Sect immediately positioned himself in front of her, resolutely declaring, "No matter what Xiao Wu is, she is my sister. As long as I am here, no one shall lay a finger on her." Zhu Huaguan's lips curled into a sinister smile, deeming him a fool. In his right hand, a chrysanthemum materialized, each petal akin to a golden blade. Tang Sect's eyes widened in shock as a blue-silver grass appeared in his hand, enveloped in 3 spirit rings. His first spirit ability, Bind. Countless strands of blue-silver grass erupted from the ground, ensnaring Zhu Huaguan's feet. Zhu Huaguan smirked mockingly. "Oh, when did the worthless blue-silver grass spirit learn to cultivate?" With a slight movement, Tang Sect's blue-silver grass was effortlessly severed. Without hesitation, he unleashed his third spirit ability, Web Binding. Before the title Douluo, his spirit abilities and talents seemed utterly insignificant, rendering him powerless. Chapter 003, The Entrance of Tang Hao. Shocking everyone, Zhu Huaguan's lips twisted into a sinister grin as his sharp claws swept toward Tang Sect. Flinder and Zhao Wuji were ready to intervene. Regardless of Xiao Wu being a spirit beast, Tang Sect was still their student. As mentors, they could not stand by and watch their student fall to the spirit hall. Moreover, Tang Sect's father was Boom. Before Flinder and Zhao Wuji could act, Chun Long retaliated with a swift dragon capture technique, sending Zhu Huaguan flying and rolling across the ground for several meters. The crowd was instantly left in astonishment. Even Bibi Dong wore a puzzled expression, uncertain of Chun Long's intentions. Flinder, Zhao Wuji, and the others finally focused their attention on Chun Long. After all, he had only just emerged, lacking any notoriety, and being young, naturally did not attract much attention. They had assumed he was merely a minor minion of the spirit hall. Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and others fixed their gaze upon Chun Long. The infamous Chrysanthemum Pass was well known throughout the realm of soul masters. To their astonishment, this young man had actually sent it flying with a single strike. This was ample proof that Chun Long's prowess far surpassed that of the Chrysanthemum Pass. The group from Shrek Academy was immediately filled with respect for Chun Long. Ning Rongrong couldn't help but steal a few glances at him. How handsome and formidable he was. Chun Long stood with his hands clasped behind his back, attempting to project an even more imposing presence. He addressed the members of the Spirit Hall, declaring, "This boy is mine. It is not your place to intervene." The thrill of traversing the Douluo Continent and overpowering the tyrant Tang Sect filled Chun Long with excitement. This was something billions of Douluo fans dreamed of but could never achieve. And yet here he was, living that dream. The onlookers were bewildered. How could this title Douluo engage with a mere child? Tang Sect was equally perplexed, having no recollection of this formidable figure and wondering when he had offended him. Chun Long continued, "Come on, are you not hailed as a genius? Here I stand, regardless of your methods. If you can force me back a single step, I shall let you go." Tang Sect's brow furrowed slightly as he replied, "And my partner Xiao Wu." Chun Long paused, momentarily captivated by Xiao Wu's beauty. Excitement welling within him as he remembered she was a soul beast. He nodded lightly. "Very well, I accept your challenge." Tang Sect assessed the other title Douluo behind Chun Long, deep in thought. He pondered, even if this powerful individual agreed, there were still 8 more title Douluo behind him. Regardless of what Xiao Wu was, she had to be saved. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes. Even if Chun Long acquiesced, what if the others did not? Having lived 2 lives, Tang Sect's cunning surpassed that of most. Chun Long noticed Tang Sect's doubt, and said, "What? You do not trust me? You all heard me. I have stated clearly, I stand here. No matter what methods Tang Sect employs, if he can force me back a step, I will release him and that rabbit. Anyone who dares to strike openly shall be my enemy." As soon as Chun Long finished speaking, he shifted slightly, unleashing a tremendous pressure that swept through the surroundings. The Shrek 7 could hardly bear the weight of this overwhelming force and nearly collapsed to the ground. The 7 elders of the Spirit Hall trembled involuntarily. Such a powerful aura. Dai Mubai spoke up, "Little San, the disparity in strength is too great. How can we fight? Perhaps we should all attack together while you take Xiao Wu away?" Tang Sect shook his head gently. "There is no escaping. For Xiao Wu, I must take this risk." After all, he still possessed hidden weapons and tactics. Xiao Wu stood by, her small hands clasped tightly together, tears glistening in the corners of her eyes, nearly moving Chun Long to compassion. Tang Sect's eyes flickered with intensity, igniting a fierce determination within him. He unleashed his first soul skill, Entanglement. Countless blue-silver grasses surged toward Chun Long with remarkable speed. A faint smile graced Chun Long's lips as he dismissed the uselessness of Tang Sect's pitiful martial soul, taunting him to resort to his hidden weapons. With a slight tremor, Chun Long effortlessly broke each blue-silver grass that approached him. Tang Sect was momentarily taken aback. How did Chun Long know about his proficiency with hidden weapons? Pushing aside his thoughts for the sake of Xiao Wu, he resolved to fight with all his might. He executed the misty steps, swiftly maneuvering his form. With a flick of his right hand, 10 dragon whisker needles shot towards Chun Long. Xiao Wu's mouth fell agape, his heart trembling as he recalled the devastating power of the dragon whisker needles he had experienced firsthand. Yet, Chun Long regarded them with utter indifference. In an instant, he deftly caught all 10 needles in his right hand, moving with such speed that others scarcely perceived it. Only Chun Long recognized the astonishing velocity. Seizing the moment as Chun Long lowered his gaze at the needles, Tang Sect launched a silent sleeve arrow aimed directly at Chun Long's brow. Chun Long, however, remained unfazed. With a gentle flick of his hand, the silent arrow rebounded back towards Tang Sect. Tang Sect's expression shifted in surprise as he leaped to evade the returning arrow. He swiftly released 6 more penetrating needles, all of which were again caught by Chun Long. Frustration etched across Tang Sect's face as he clenched his jaw tightly. With a relentless onslaught, he unleashed a barrage of hidden weapons, each one targeting Chun Long's vital points. The onlookers were astonished, never expecting hidden weapons to be wielded in such a manner. The 7-titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall stood frozen, witnessing the prowess of Tang Sect's hidden weapons. Even they, if caught off guard, could fall victim to his strikes. They were astounded to discover that Shrek Academy harbored such a remarkably young and formidable soul master, whose talent rivaled that of the golden generation of the Spirit Hall. Alas, Tang Sect had encountered the millennia-old Chun Long, who effortlessly absorbed every hidden weapon launched at him. After half an hour of relentless assault, Tang Sect had failed to make Chun Long retreat even a single step, instead offering up hundreds of hidden weapons for free. Yet, Tang Sect refused to concede. For Xiao Wu's sake, glancing at his left hand, he resolved to resort to his second martial soul, if necessary. Tang Sect had previously tapped into this second soul, and although it lacked additional soul rings, its power was astonishing. Just as he prepared to unleash a powerful strike, Chun Long interjected, "I have stood idle for half an hour. Isn't it time for me to return the favor?" Without further ado or the use of soul power, Chun Long leaped forward, delivering a punch aimed directly at Tang Sect. A single punch from a titled Douluo could leave one either dead or severely crippled. Xiao Wu's expression turned anxious. Tang Sect was akin to a half-disciple to him, and he could not simply stand by as his student faced such imminent peril. With a slight tremor in his eyes, he pondered, "It seems there is no other way." Xiao Wu swiftly stepped forward, exclaiming, "Halt! Do you know who his father is?" Chun Long's lips curled into a faint smile. "I don't care who his father is. After all, Tang Hao is not present. Let's first torment his son. Is it amusing for a dignified titled Douluo to bully a soul master?" A deep voice resonated from a distance, startling everyone into a momentary freeze. Chun Long's expression shifted to one of excitement. "Oh my! Speaking of Tang Hao, here he comes. It appears he has been lurking in the shadows, enjoying the spectacle." Ju Pass and Gue Mei displayed expressions of sheer terror. Tang Hao! Suddenly, a hammer radiating with electric light soared through the air, crashing heavily towards Chun Long. Chun Long's face revealed a hint of surprise as he recognized the formidable Chao Chao Battle Soul Hammer, a testament to the might of the Haotian sect. Truly, the Haotian Douluo Tang Hao is no ordinary opponent. Bang! Chun Long, unarmed, braced himself against Tang Hao's strike, only to be forced back 3 steps. Tang Hao, equally astonished, thought to himself that even a titled Douluo, without the aid of their martial soul, would either perish or be gravely injured from such a blow. To his astonishment, this fellow merely staggered back 3 steps. If he were to unleash his martial soul, how formidable would he be? Chun Long gazed at the approaching figure, who appeared to be nearly 50 years old, yet possessed an imposing and robust stature. However, his attire was far from commendable, as he donned a tattered robe lacking even patches, revealing bronze-hued skin beneath, and his once handsome features were now obscured by a layer of waxy yellow. "Dad!" Tang Sect was equally bewildered. "Isn't Dad a useless blacksmith? How has he suddenly become so powerful? That hammer resembles my second martial soul." Tang Hao spoke little, clad in coarse fabric, his voice deep and resolute. "If you wish to harm my son, you must first contend with me." Tang Hao's imposing entrance shocked everyone present. Chapter 004. Haotian True Form vs. Golden Sacred Dragon. Chun Long cast a glance at Tang Hao, a faint smile gracing his lips, showing no respect for the renowned Haotian Douluo. "Since the Haotian Douluo has arrived, I shall take on both father and son together." Tang Hao stood tall and still, filled with curiosity towards the figure before him. When did the Spirit Hall come to possess such a titled Douluo? In a low tone, he remarked, "Youngster, though you are young, your bravado is quite remarkable. In the past battle within the Star Do Forest, even the former Pope Qin Shuanji was no match for me. What do you amount to?" Chun Long chuckled softly. "That waste Qin Shuanji cannot be compared to me." Chun Long. Upon hearing Chun Long's words, the titled Douluo from the Spirit Hall couldn't help but feel a twinge of shock. Ju Pass stifled a cough, attempting to caution Chun Long against his reckless words. Although Qiang Sunji has passed away, he was once the esteemed Pope of the Spirit Hall. However, Bibi Dong remained silent, her demeanor as frigid as ever. Chun Long's words were profoundly insightful, To Bibi Dong, King Sunji was not merely a failure, but a disgraceful figure who could not even triumph over Tang Hao. Moreover, he was a despicable wretch, having drugged his own soup, thus robbing himself of his daughter's virtue. He was nothing short of a beast. Father, Tang Sect exclaimed, astonished. Tang Hao did not turn around, but spoke in a low, somber tone, step back. Then, with a slight movement, 9 soul rings illuminated around him. 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red. A formidable aura surged outward, enveloping the surroundings. The members of Shrek Academy displayed expressions of excitement and reverence. 100,000-year soul rings. Chun Long chuckled softly, as if no one possesses 100,000-year soul ring. With a thought, 9 soul rings flared to life around him as well. 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red. Gazing at the soul rings adorning the 2, the Shrek Academy members were utterly stupefied. Another 100,000-year soul ring. Tang Hao's expression shifted slightly. A 100,000-year soul ring was something rare and coveted. He himself had acquired his through the sacrifice of Ayin. He could hardly believe that someone so young could possess such a remarkable soul ring. Tang Hao, a rank 95 titled Douluo, known as Haoyin, wielded the Haoyin hammer. Under normal circumstances, he would not reveal his name, as one swift strike would suffice to conclude the matter. Chun Long also spoke courteously. I am Chun Long, possessing formidable soul power, indeed surpassing yours. Title, Dragon God. Martial Spirit, Huaxia Divine Dragon. The crowd displayed expressions of bewilderment. As soul masters, they had learned the fundamental theories of martial spirits, having heard of earth dragons, golden sacred dragons, blue electric tyrannosaurus, and white armored dragons, yet the Huaxia Divine Dragon was entirely unfamiliar to them. It sounded impressive, but they were uncertain of its authenticity. Though Tang Hao felt a twinge of astonishment, his countenance remained composed. As a renowned figure in the Douluo Continent, he had witnessed countless remarkable scenes. In the past, he had faced a dozen titled Douluos from the Spirit Hall without a hint of fear, let alone a mere young titled Douluo. Enough of the chatter. Unveil your martial spirit. Tang Hao commanded in a grave tone. Under Flander's guidance, the members of Shrek Academy retreated several hundred meters. When titled Douluos engage in battle, it is wise to keep as much distance as possible. A moment's carelessness could lead to dire consequences. Boom. With a mere thought, a colossal hammer materialized in Tang Hao's right hand. It was entirely black, adorned with peculiar runes that flickered with electric light. A formidable aura suddenly emanated, rendering the scene increasingly powerful. Tang Sect inquired, Dean, why does my father's martial soul appear so formidable? Flander's gaze fixated on the Haoyin hammer, its sparks dancing like lightning, stirring a deep excitement within him. That was a martial soul, an authentic martial soul, one that had forged countless glories throughout the realm of soul masters. It stood as the pinnacle among weapon martial souls, symbolizing a sect, embodying innumerable strong warriors, and representing the most overwhelming power and might. The Haoyin hammer, the foremost among the world's assault-type weapon martial souls. Listening to the dean's words, Tang Sect felt a surge of astonishment. He had not anticipated that his hammer martial soul could be so potent. He lowered his gaze to behold the hammer martial soul resting in his left palm. Glancing at Xiao Wu, he silently vowed, Xiao Wu, do not worry. Regardless of what beast you are, I shall protect you with unwavering resolve. Chun Long did not yield either. A resounding dragon roar erupted forth. A golden dragon ascended, enveloping Chun Long's form, exuding an overwhelming dragon might that left Shrek's group breathless. Tang Hao's face reflected astonishment at the formidable aura. Is this the Chinese divine dragon martial soul? It bore similarities to the blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul, yet it felt exponentially more powerful. How do you find my Chinese divine dragon martial soul? Is it satisfactory? Tang Hao's brow furrowed slightly, his tone somber. Only through experience can one discern its true capabilities. Without further ado, Tang Hao leaped into the air, his massive hammer striking down towards Chun Long. Chun Long's eyes narrowed as he sensed the powerful aura emanating from the Haoyin hammer. However, as a 99th level Peerless Douluo, he was no mere novice. A man must never admit defeat. With a subtle motion of his mind, the colossal dragon claw rose to meet Tang Hao's Haoyin hammer. Boom. This marked the inaugural clash between the Haoyin hammer martial soul and the Chinese divine dragon martial soul. The two immense forces collided, unleashing a powerful wave that swept outward like a tremendous storm. Trees in the vicinity were uprooted, and Shrek Academy's group gasped in shock, grateful for their timely retreat. Otherwise, their lives would have been in jeopardy. Thud. With a gentle exertion, Chun Long's massive dragon claw sent Tang Hao hurtling back. A look of astonishment crossed Tang Hao's face. This was the first time he had felt such shock throughout his travels across the continent. The Haoyin hammer, reputed as the strongest assault-type martial soul, had been met head-on and rebuffed. This demonstrated the formidable strength and defensive capability of the Chinese divine dragon martial soul. Tang Hao's heart quivered. It had been a long time since he encountered such a powerful titled Douluo. Interesting. Come, receive another strike from me, he declared. Invoking his first soul skill, Charge Strike, Tang Hao took a deep breath, channeling his soul power into the Haoyin hammer. Instantly, the hammer in his grasp magnified several times, its dark form crackling with electric sparks, as though it possessed earth-shattering might. He swung the hammer down upon Chun Long, who regarded the attack with indifference. They were both titled Douluo, and using a first soul skill seemed a sheer waste of time. Although it was merely a first soul skill, It still wielded the power of 10,000 pounds, capable of reducing a small mountain to rubble. Yet, Chun Long remained unfazed, shaking his head slightly, deeming the attack too feeble. The massive dragon claw met the descending Haotian hammer with a resounding crash. To Tang Hao's astonishment, he was once again sent flying, landing on the ground and staggering back several steps. Chun Long stood calmly on the ground, though his right hand felt somewhat numb. Truly, the Haotian hammer was formidable, possessing considerable strength. Chapter 005, The Divine Dragon of China versus Haotian Hammer. Standing firm, Chun Long exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Is there not a more powerful attack?" Tang Hao's face reflected his unwillingness to concede, and he roared, unleashing his fifth soul skill, Radiant Explosion. The Haotian hammer erupted with dazzling arcs of lightning, radiating immense power, far surpassing the previous first soul skill in ferocity. Zhu Huaguan's lips twitched as he murmured, "It was indeed his fifth soul skill that sent me flying in the past." With that, Tang Hao swung the Haotian hammer towards Chun Long once more, the thunderous sound of its explosive force resonating through the air. Realizing the overwhelming might emanating from the Haotian hammer, Chun Long did not dare to underestimate it. Fully aware that he could not ascertain the true strength of this strike, he could not afford to be careless and risk being struck down by Tang Hao's hammer. Utilizing his seventh soul skill, Golden Sacred Dragon Transformation, Chun Long transformed into a magnificent Chinese dragon, with features reminiscent of various creatures: a head like a bull, antlers like a deer, eyes like a shrimp, ears like an elephant, a neck like a snake, and scales resembling fish. Towering at 100 feet, he radiated a blinding golden light, his imposing dragon head exuding boundless majesty, while his sharp claws seemed capable of crushing anything in their grasp. His scales, resembling gilded armor, melded seamlessly together. The onlookers stood frozen, overwhelmed by a sense of submission, particularly those with beast martial spirits, who could distinctly feel their own spirits being utterly suppressed before Chun Long, unable to emit even a hint of soul power. With a thunderous clash, the Haotian hammer swung towards Chun Long, only to be effortlessly caught in his claw. With a slight exertion of his formidable grip, the Haotian hammer in Tang Hao's hand shattered with a resounding explosion. Silence enveloped the scene, leaving everyone, including Bibi Dong, in stunned disbelief. The legendary Haotian hammer, the foremost weapon martial spirit, had been crushed before their very eyes. Tang Hao's soul power recoiled violently, sending him sprawling to the ground, where he knelt on one knee. A surge of blood erupted from his mouth, and though it filled his throat, he resolutely swallowed it back. Not far away, Bibi Dong's gaze fixated on Xiao Wu, her heart racing with fervor. That was a soul beast of 100,000 years. She could not allow her to escape. It was the perfect opportunity to capture her and bestow a soul ring upon her second martial soul. With 2 soul rings of such caliber, even the formidable Chun Long would not stand a chance against her. The more Bibi Dong contemplated, the more exhilarated she became. However, the immediate priority was to eliminate Tang Hao. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly become a significant threat to the Spirit Hall in the future. Seizing the moment, they must take his life. Now was the time for a full-scale assault on Tang Hao. Yes, the 7-titled Douluo immediately surged forward to besiege Tang Hao. A fierce glint flashed across Chun Long's face as he bellowed, "You are not worthy to be my opponent. Stand aside." With a mighty shake of his dragon body, he unleashed a sweeping tail strike towards the 7 elders. Terror gripped their faces as they attempted to evade, but Chun Long's speed was unfathomable, leaving them no chance to escape. One by one, the 7-titled Douluo were sent flying, each sustaining varying degrees of injury. Such a singular force was capable of overwhelming the 7-titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall. Perhaps there would never be another like him across the continent. Rising to his feet, Tang Hao regarded Chun Long with newfound respect, though his words remained defiant. "I, Tang Hao, do not require your pity." With a resolute expression, he summoned the 7th soul skill, the true body of Haotian. His soul power coalesced once more, and he unleashed the 7th soul skill of the Haotian hammer. Instantly, his physique expanded 100-fold, resembling a celestial deity descending from the heavens, the Haotian hammer radiating an aura of unparalleled might. He struck once more at Chun Long. The air crackled with electricity as the overwhelming force left the onlookers breathless. Yet, Chun Long showed no fear. This was a true clash between the Haotian hammer and the divine dragon martial soul. With a roar, he met Tang Hao's hammer with a powerful dragon tail strike. Boom! Both combatants staggered back a step, their immense forces colliding to create a massive crater over 100 meters in diameter. The sheer power of the impact reduced Shrek Academy to ruins in an instant. Flinder gritted his teeth in fury. The academy he had painstakingly built had vanished in a heartbeat. For the first time, Chun Long felt the true strength of the Haotian hammer. As a 99th level titled Douluo, he was astonished to find his entire soul power suppressed in that moment. Tang Hao, too, was taken aback. He had expended 80% of his soul power in that last strike, and he could distinctly sense that his opponent had yet to reveal his full capability. To my astonishment, there exists such a formidable young titled Douluo in the Douluo Continent. Indeed, the waves of the Yangtze River pushed the front waves, each stronger than the last. Chun Long quelled the surging blood within him and spoke. "All right, let us cease our battle for today. If we continue, the surroundings may well be reduced to rubble." Tang Hao nodded solemnly. "Then you may leave." A hint of joy illuminated Tang San's face. "Xiao Wu, we can depart now." Bibidong's expression shifted slightly, but that is a 100,000-year soul beast. Chun Long interjected, "Let them go. It would be a pity to harm such a delightful creature. I can hunt another 100,000-year soul beast for you another day. I've heard there is a 100,000-year Titan giant ape in the Stardow Forest. What do you think?" The mention of the Titan giant ape sent shivers through everyone present, the king of the forest. Chun Long's recent display of power had already left them in awe, and with his words, Bibi Dong could not voice further objections. Moreover, with Tang Hao present, hunting that 100,000-year soul beast would not be an easy task, and it might even cost them several title Douluo. She could only nod slightly in agreement. At this moment, Chun Long turned and walked towards the Shrek group. The members of Shrek felt a tremor of fear within their hearts. Why was he approaching? Tang Sect stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Xiao Wu. This time, Tang Hao did not intervene, sensing that Chun Long bore no murderous intent. Furthermore, a title Douluo of such might, if he wished to harm Xiao Wu. None could stop him. There was no need for pretense. Chun Long approached Tang Sect and gently patted his shoulder, speaking in a friendly tone, "Talented youth Tang Sect. You truly are impressive. Remember to cultivate diligently." This left the group in a state of confusion, wondering what scheme Chun Long was plotting. Surely, he did not come merely to encourage Tang Sect's efforts in cultivation. Chun Long then turned his gaze to Ning Rongrong, chuckling lightly. The little princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School indeed radiates nobility, pure and charming. She would make a perfect wife. I shall visit the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School another day. Ning Rongrong felt a tremor in her heart. His visit could very well turn the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School upside down. She must quickly inform her father, as well as Grandfather Jian and Grandfather Gu. If he dared to come, she would ensure Grandfather Jian taught him a lesson he would not forget. Finally, Chun Long's gaze settled upon Zhu Zhuqing, whose long black hair cascaded over her shoulders. Her fair skin and exceptionally voluptuous figure belied her age. Her expression was cold, emanating a profound chill, devoid of any warmth. In stark contrast to her otherwise beautiful visage, her black eyes held no trace of anger, and her well-proportioned limbs exuded an unsettling, deathly coldness. The enchanting Catwoman Zhu Zhuqing indeed possesses a captivating beauty. If one desires to grow stronger, they may seek my guidance. Achieving the title of Douluo is not merely a dream. Dai Mubai's eyes gleamed with fierce determination as he glared at Chun Long. A faint smile played at the corners of Chun Long's lips. "Heh, with a mere flick of my finger, I could vanquish you 100 times." With that, Chun Long turned to depart. As he left, a tome fell at Tang Sect's feet, inscribed with the 4 characters, Sunflower Scripture. Chapter 006. To master this art, one must first undergo self-castration. Tang Sect intended to alert Chun Long, but as he bent to retrieve the Sunflower Scripture, he noticed a line of small text on the cover. Divine skill, when cultivated to perfection, one can become invincible in the world. He was momentarily taken aback. Having lived 2 lives, Tang Sect understood the significance of such a technique, and his heart began to stir with ambition. Perhaps this young man, seemingly of similar age, had mastered this divine art, which rendered him so formidable, driven by selfish desires and the quest for strength. Tang Sect discreetly placed the Sunflower Scripture into his 24-bridge Mingwen Night. Everything transpired in silence, unnoticed by anyone. Yet, this did not escape Chun Long as keen observation. A sly grin crept across Chun Long's face. It appeared that no one could resist the allure of divine skills, not even the seemingly invincible Tang Sect. Unfortunately for him, upon opening the first page, he would again encounter the line, "To master this art, one must first undergo self-castration." The more Chun Long pondered, the more exhilarated he became, nearly bursting into laughter. "Tang Sect, train diligently. Do not feel overly grateful to me." He cleared his throat twice and slightly bowed to the title Douluo Tang Hao, acknowledging his prowess. Despite being over 50, Tang Hao regarded this young man with admiration and returned the bow, demonstrating respect for Chun Long. As they observed Chun Long's departing figure, Bibi Dong felt a twinge of reluctance, but could only lead the 7 titled Douluos to follow him. Just as they left, Flender and Zhao Wujia exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with excitement, fixating on Xiao Wu. She was a 100,000-year soul beast. A 100,000-year soul ring would inevitably yield a 100,000-year soul bone. However, noticing Tang Sect standing protectively in front of Xiao Wu, Flender and Zhao Wujia restrained their ambitions and immediately bowed, addressing him as Your Majesty, Hao Yan. Tang Sect, filled with emotion, called out, "Father." Initially believing his father to be a mere blacksmith, he was astonished to discover his true strength. Moreover, according to Dean Flender, his father seemingly hailed from the formidable sect. Hao Yan sect. Tang Hao spoke in a solemn tone. Flender, Zhao Wujia. Both men trembled slightly and bowed deeply, acknowledging, Your Majesty, Hao Yan. I entrust Xiao Wu to your protection for the time being. I hope you will not disappoint me, Tang Hao said. Flender and Zhao Wujia nodded silently, their resolve firm. Tang Hao had placed a bowl of twice-cooked pork between 2 famished men, yet forbade them from indulging. This was indeed a torment more profound than death itself. Moreover, the implication of Hotian Douluo's words was clear. Neither Flender nor Zhao Wujin should entertain any thoughts of the 100,000-year soul beast. It seemed that Hotian Douluo had prepared it for his son. Fatten them up, then slay them. What ruthlessness! Tang Hao slowly stepped aside, his voice somber as he beckoned. Xiao San, follow me. MHM. Tang Sect closely trailed behind, his heart fluttering with excitement. Xiao San, I am aware that at this very moment, Your mind is besieged by myriad questions, yet sharing them now serves no purpose and may hinder your cultivation. Just know that your father has always been by your side. A warm sensation surged within Tang San, as memories of the past flooded back. No wonder on the first day he joined Shrek Academy. He was mercilessly tormented by teacher Zhao. The following day, however, Zhao appeared with a pig's head, battered and bruised, treating him with utmost deference, likely a masterpiece of his father's handiwork. With his back turned to Tang San, Tang Hao stood with his hands clasped behind him, his tone grave. You must remember, in your lifetime, to wield your left hand's Haotian hammer to protect your right hand's blue-silver grass. Tang San nodded resolutely. Moreover, the young man you face today is indeed formidable. Should you ever encounter him again, flee at once, and do not engage. His strength is unfathomable. Tang San nodded once more, acknowledging the might of Chun Long. The Huaxia divine dragon martial spirit he possessed was likely among the most elite of beast martial spirits. At this moment, Tang San could still sense the overwhelming dragon might emanating from Chun Long's Huaxia divine dragon martial spirit. He gently caressed the godly technique. The Sunflower Manual, nestled within the moonlit night on the 20 bridges. Such a divine technique, mastered to perfection, could render one invincible in the world. He hoped to grow as powerful as he. Well, it's getting late. You should rest early. With that, Tang Hao leaped into the air. Vanishing in the blink of an eye, Tang San gazed upon the ruins of Shrek Academy, a profound melancholy washing over him. Rest? Tonight. It seemed he would have to sleep in the wilderness. He retraced his steps, finding everyone awaiting his return, observing the somber expressions of his companions. The Dean Flender stepped forward to lighten the mood. Haha, our pitiful Shrek Academy has finally crumbled. Now we can seek a better institution. The atmosphere was heavy, as they grappled with whether to feel joy or sorrow. The mentors of Shrek Academy had not received their salaries for 3 months. Ultimately, it was inevitable that they would face closure. The timing, early or late, seemed inconsequential. Master Yu Xiaojiang had ventured out in search of sponsorship, narrowly escaping disaster. The news of Chun Long's astonishing battle had already spread across the entire continent. In a realm of extraordinary souls, the legendary 10,000-year soul ring and the golden sacred dragon confronted the embodiment of Haotian. The Huaxia divine dragon spirit shattered the Haotian hammer spirit with a powerful sweep of its tail, sending the 7 elders of the spirit hall flying. Each event was nothing short of miraculous. This news reached the ears of Qian Daolu, the judgment elder of the spirit hall, renowned for his claim of being invincible in the skies. Ever since the ground's invincible Tang Chen vanished, he had sought to conquer alone for nearly a century, having heard little of such formidable beings. In the blue lightning tyrant dragon sect, Yu Yuan Zhun sat solemnly in the dragon soul hall, his brow furrowed in contemplation. What manner of spirit was the Huaxia divine dragon? He yearned for the opportunity to battle it, to preserve his position as the foremost beast spirit. Meanwhile, Ning Fengji of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect wore a pensive expression. Ever since the Haotian sect retreated, the influence of the spirit hall had surged to unprecedented heights. No sect could challenge their dominance on the Douluo Continent. The emergence of such a powerful title Douluo was akin to granting a tiger wings. The sword Douluo stood quietly to the side, recalling the familiar name, Chun Long. The bone Douluo scoffed, dismissing the notion of familiarity. Do not presume to forge connections with someone formidable. Their spirit is the Huaxia divine dragon, not your 7-killing sword. Ning Fengji soon realized. Recalling that Feng Ji's son was named Chun Long. If he were still alive, he would be 18 this year. The sword Douluo nodded gravely, acknowledging that Chun Long was indeed a half-groom for Ning Fengji's daughter. The bone Douluo smirked. What era are we in? Advocating for free choice in marriage while you cling to the outdated practice of betrothals? That requires Rong's consent. Under normal circumstances, the sword Douluo would have retorted. Yet today, he remained silent, a hint of melancholy on his face. In old age, with both son and grandson absent and their fates uncertain, such feelings weighed heavily on an elder's heart. Chapter 007, Bibi Dong's Bestowal, the title of Dragon God in the Spirit City, the Spirit Hall. Pope Bibi Dong issued a command. The 9 elders of the Spirit Hall flanked her on either side, while 3,000 soul masters stood outside, all of whom were at least soul zone level. Only the Spirit Hall could boast such grandeur across the Douluo Continent. Clad in an opulent black robe adorned with golden threads, crowned with a 9-curved purple gold tiara, and wielding a 2-meter-long scepter embedded with countless jewels, Bibi Dong exuded an aura of almost ethereal perfection. Her fair skin and striking beauty set her apart, radiating a noble and sacred presence that inspired reverence. Yet, one individual sat calmly to the side, indifferent to the grandeur of Bibi Dong and the 9-titled Douluo. This individual was Chun Long, a Peerless Douluo at level 99, unrivaled across land, sea, and sky. At this moment, Chun Long spoke in an affable tone. Your Holiness the Pope, since I have consented to join the Spirit Hall, should you not show some acknowledgement? Naturally, Bibi Dong was well aware of Chun Long's significance. He possessed the ability to crush the Haotian hammer martial soul of Tang Hao with a single hand, and could single-handedly sweep through the 7-titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall. Such a soul master transcended the realm of humanity and could be regarded as divine. With his inclusion, the unification of the continent under the Spirit Hall was merely a matter of time, and it was imperative to secure him firmly beneath her banner. Bibi Dong lightly tapped her staff, her eyes radiating an aura of authority as she proclaimed in a resounding tone, by the decree of the Pope, henceforth, I bestow upon Chun Long the title of the foremost among the 9 elders of the Spirit Hall, with the title, Dragon God. I grant the Pope's decree. Dragon God Hall. Wherever the Dragon God treads, it is as if the Pope herself is present. Within the Spirit Hall, the Pope stands alone above all others. The crowd displayed expressions of astonishment. Only a handful within the Spirit Hall were ever granted the Pope's decree. With a wave of her right hand, a golden token soared toward Chun Long. The token bore 6 intricate designs: a sword, a hammer, a crown, an incomplete humanoid figure, a dragon, and a chrysanthemum. This was indeed the Pope's decree, of which only 6 existed across the entire continent. Any bearer of this token would wield the esteemed authority of a Spirit Hall elder, akin to the presence of the Pope herself. As Chun Long received the Pope's decree, a flicker of emotion crossed his face, and a hint of delight graced his lips. It seemed that Bibi Dong had indeed spared no effort to retain him, a fitting tribute to his unparalleled prowess that dominated land, sea, and air. The crowd bowed and declared, "We shall comply with the Pope's command." Bibi Dong, utilizing her soul power, spoke with a booming voice that resonated throughout the entirety of Spirit City. Curiosity stirred within the hearts of those present. Who was this individual that garnered such favor from the Pope? The Pope stood alone above all others. The second elder, Yu Guan, and the third elder, Gui Mei, felt a twinge of reluctance, yet they had witnessed Chun Long's strength firsthand. In a world governed by the law of the jungle, the strong reigned supreme. Regardless of their discontent, they could only swallow their pride. However, some began to question Chun Long's abilities. As the crowd dispersed, Chun Long wandered alone through Spirit City. The grand and imposing Spirit City emanated a mysterious and formidable aura, rivaling that of the imperial city of the Heaven Do Empire. Established around a hill at the confluence of 2 great empires, neither claimed dominion over Spirit City. Within its confines lay the Pope's Hall, the Douluo Hall, and the Elder Hall, symbols of the Spirit Hall's highest authority. Strolling leisurely down the streets, Chun Long mused over the remarkable beauty of the women in Douluo Continent, each seemingly capable of eclipsing the internet celebrities of his past life. Yet, his heart remained unmoved. It was solely occupied by the little princess Ning Rongrong and the catwoman Zhu Zhuqing. At this moment, a group of individuals approached from nearby, their presence reeking of alcohol, with the leading man possessing a sharp visage and an unkempt beard, flanked by over a dozen spirit masters. "What is that brat? He looks so young. He probably hasn't even weaned yet he dares to ride on my head," the leading man exclaimed, his eyes ablaze with fury. Indeed, the Firebird Douluo, having fought valiantly for the Spirit Hall and achieved numerous victories, was merely ranked as the 9th elder. What right does this young lad have to ascend to the pinnacle of the 9 elders from the very beginning? The spirit masters behind him began to murmur amongst themselves. The Firebird Douluo's indignation intensified. "Humph, beneath one person, above 10,000. This brat had better pray he doesn't cross paths with me. Otherwise, I'll ensure he comprehends the might of the Firebird Douluo." This man was none other than the Firebird Douluo, one of the esteemed 9 elders of the Spirit Hall, who had just returned from an outing only to learn of the emergence of a Dragon God Douluo, a mere child of 15 or 16 years. He could not help but feel a twinge of resentment. Chun Long sauntered past the group, his tone serene as he advised, "I suggest you temper your words, lest the Firebird Douluo transform into the Dead Bird Douluo. You brat, are you courting death? Do you even know who this is?" Before the nearby spirit master could finish his words, he had already begun to tremble uncontrollably. With a face of sheer terror, he knelt on one knee and proclaimed, "I pay my respects to your excellency, the Dragon God." Chun Long paid them no heed and continued on his way. The crowd turned their gaze toward the Firebird Douluo, whose expression was somewhat awkward. Having just boasted, he felt compelled to demonstrate this young lad's true prowess, lest he lose face in front of the spirit masters. The Firebird Douluo scrutinized Chun Long, who indeed appeared to be merely 15 or 16, without even a hint of soul power fluctuation. He had single-handedly crushed the Haotian Douluo's Haotian hammer and swept through the Spirit Hall's 7-titled Douluo. He had not been present at the time and was uncertain of the truth behind the rumors. Even if one were to boast, who would dare to boast so excessively? The Firebird Douluo paused, contemplating. As a rank 91 title Douluo, even if he could not win, escaping should pose no issue. This would serve as an opportunity to test whether the rumors about this young lad were indeed accurate. Moreover, his own master was the 2nd elder of the Spirit Hall, the rank 98 Golden Crocodile Douluo. Surely, this lad would not dare to act recklessly. He then called out, "Brat, I have heard tales of your might. Do you dare to engage in a contest with me?" Chun Long replied calmly, "Given the prowess of the Firebird Douluo, I am hardly your match." The spirit masters nearby resumed their hushed discussions. "I told you, how could such a young lad possibly contend with the Firebird Douluo?" The Firebird Douluo's brow furrowed slightly, choosing not to speak further. With his years of battle experience, he sensed that this lad was undoubtedly more formidable than he appeared. However, at this moment, the Firebird Douluo also took a clearer look at Chun Long's appearance. With short, ebony hair and black eyes, his features were exquisitely crafted, sharp and defined. Yet his gaze held an icy intensity. He appeared somewhat youthful. Aside from his striking handsomeness, it was difficult to find further descriptors. The Firebird Douluo was increasingly perplexed. Could this truly be the legendary dragon god who single-handedly vanquished the 7 titled Douluos of the Spirit Hall? Chun Long had no intention of engaging with him. Given his meager strength, he could likely crush him with a mere slap. He continued to walk aside, only to witness the boy fleeing in disarray. Just as Chun Long took a step forward, he was intercepted by the Firebird Douluo, who, with a menacing tone, declared, "You will compete today, whether you wish to or not." In the Spirit Hall, when one party issues a challenge, the other must either accept and fight or concede. If you concede voluntarily and kneel to offer me 3 respectful bows, I shall spare you. Chun Long's anger ignited instantly. How audacious! He had heard of individuals courting death, even those reckless enough to disregard their lives, but never had he encountered someone so foolish as to place their head upon the blade. His temper flared. Chapter 008. Crushing the title Douluo, the golden crocodile Douluo makes his move. Chun Long's eyes glinted with a fierce light as he moved his right hand slightly, revealing the ethereal image of a fire unicorn on his arm. This was the result of his absorption of the fire unicorn's right arm bone. With a powerful punch, a fire unicorn surged forth, sending the level 91 Firebird Douluo flying. The onlookers were left in astonishment. It seemed the rumors held truth, for this young man indeed possessed considerable power. The Firebird Douluo staggered back over 10 paces, his face a mask of unwillingness, lamenting the youth's lack of martial ethics in resorting to ambush. With a flicker of thought, the surrounding air rapidly heated, and a colossal flame bird enveloped the Firebird Douluo's form, revealing 9 soul rings of varying colors, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black, marking him as one of the pinnacle title Douluos of the Douluo Continent. The entire spirit city ignited in a blaze, as if even the clouds above were aflame. Truly, as a title Douluo, his presence was formidable. The Firebird Douluo's display of his martial spirit captured the attention of other title Douluos. In the Elder Hall, the Demon Bear Douluo stood on the steps, visibly astonished, remarking, "With whom has the Firebird Douluo engaged in battle? He dares to fight openly in Spirit City." The Ghost Leopard Douluo chimed in. "This fellow is notoriously prideful. Bolstered by his master who is ranked at level 98, he resorts to violence at the slightest provocation. Who knows which soul master will suffer this time?" Chun Long, however, regarded him with indifference. This insignificant Firebird dared to be so arrogant. The Firebird Douluo's eyes widened in fury as he shouted, "What do you mean by Firebird? Open your eyes and see clearly. I am the top-tier beast martial spirit." The Flamebird. A slight smile graced Chun Long's lips as he retorted, "I see no difference from a mere Firebird." The Firebird Douluo's face twisted with malice. "Enough of this chatter. Reveal your martial spirit. I wish to see what grants you the position of the foremost among the 9 elders of the Spirit Hall." Chun Long merely shook his head slightly. There is no need to use a knife to kill a chicken. As the thought stirred, he leaped into the air, his right hand instantly transforming into a massive dragon claw that seized the neck of the Firebird Douluo. Such swiftness! The Firebird Douluo's face was etched with shock. In the moment Chun Long made his move, he felt as though his entire soul power was abruptly sealed, rendering him utterly immobile. Simultaneously, the Pope Bibi Dong had already received the news. After all, the Firebird Douluo was a title Douluo. With one less, the power of the Spirit Hall would diminish. A cold glimmer flashed across her face. Why had this fool chosen to provoke him? Bibi Dong's form flickered and she vanished from the Pope's palace, internally praying that she would arrive in time. If anything were to happen to him, the golden crocodile would not let it rest. With one hand, Chun Long lifted the Firebird Douluo, casting a glance at the surrounding soul masters, his tone grave as he declared, "You have all questioned my strength. So today I shall reveal the truth." As he witnessed the murderous intent igniting in Chun Long's eyes, the Firebird Douluo trembled uncontrollably. It was the aura of death. He could scarcely believe that a dignified title Douluo was being held effortlessly in one hand, utterly unable to move. His voice rasped, "Dragon, spare me." Chun Long chuckled lightly. "It is too late. I must make an example." All the soul masters stood silently, their attention riveted on the scene unfolding before them. They had never imagined a title Douluo could appear so feeble, indicating the overwhelming strength of his opponent. Bibi Dong materialized out of thin air, her voice ringing out, "Dragon God, show mercy." No sooner had her words left her lips than, crack. The Firebird Douluo's neck was instantly crushed by Chun Long's single hand. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as his body collapsed to the ground. The crowd's pupils widened in disbelief. He had, before everyone's eyes, effortlessly slain a title Douluo with one hand. Bibi Dong's fury flared instantly. Chun Long's action not only showed blatant disrespect towards her, but also resulted in the Spirit Hall losing a formidable ally. Chun Long, he was one of our 9 elders. A level 91 title Douluo. Yet, Chun Long remained unfazed, his tone indifferent as he replied, "What of a title Douluo? I can summon another, one even stronger." "Summon another?" "Title Douluos are exceedingly rare. There are only a handful across the entire continent," she protested. Furthermore, his master was the level 98 golden crocodile Douluo of the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong worried for Chun Long's life. Although he was powerful, he likely fell short compared to the golden crocodile Douluo. Unperturbed, Chun Long focused his thoughts, searching through his inventory until he found his sole 3 random summoning cards for title Douluos. With a gentle tap, the system's notification echoed in his mind. Ding! The title Douluo random summoning card, of rare grade, can randomly summon a title Douluo of level 90 or above. With a flicker of thought, one card is instantly detonated. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining title Douluo Zhao Yun. Name, Zhao Yun. Soul power, level 93. Martial soul, Dragon Spear. Title, Spear Soul Douluo. Loyalty, 100. Other items, none. A hint of joy appeared on Chun Long's face. It was indeed the valiant Zhao Zilong of Changshan. The dragon's spear martial soul sounded formidable. With a resounding roar, a silver dragon soared from the heavens, exuding immense power, before transforming into a long spear that plunged fiercely into the ground. A young man in a white robe descended from the sky, kneeling on one knee and declaring, "I pay my respects to my master." Bibi Dong's expression shifted to one of astonishment again. The aura emanating from the young man far surpassed that of the Firebird Douluo. Her shock regarding Chun Long's identity deepened. Who was this individual? That even his guard was a titled Douluo. In a calm tone, Chun Long remarked, "This is my guardian, Zhao Yun. He shall henceforth heed the Pope's commands, serving as compensation for my earlier act of eliminating one of your titled Douluos." Bibi Dong paused, with Chun Long having made amends. It seemed unnecessary to pursue the matter further. Bang! Before Bibi Dong could utter a word, an elder's figure appeared before everyone. The moment the elder manifested, shock enveloped the crowd once more, even causing Bibi Dong's brow to twitch. The golden crocodile Douluo, observing the Firebird Douluo lying in a pool of blood. The corners of the golden crocodile Douluo's mouth twitched, and his gaunt face took on a sinister aspect. Having raised the Firebird Douluo as his own son since childhood, the elder felt a deep sense of betrayal. Should the Firebird have perished in battle, it would have been one thing, but to be slain by an ally was intolerable. A blood-red killing intent enveloped the golden crocodile Douluo as fierce light shot from his eyes. Upon witnessing his fury, Bibi Dong hastily interjected, "Golden crocodile Douluo. The Firebird Douluo is deceased. I suggest we drop this matter." The golden crocodile Douluo roared back, "Get away from me. I hail from the angel lineage, and I have no ties to your spirit hall. Those who obstruct me shall perish." Within the spirit hall, there exist two factions. Only 9 elders hold sway, while the 7 most powerful offerings remain loyal solely to the angel lineage and to Qian Daolu, rendering Bibi Dong powerless in her authority. The 7 offerings, all at least titled Douluo of level 96, had never regarded Bibi Dong with any seriousness. With the death of his disciple at the hands of Chun Long, the golden crocodile Douluo would not simply let the matter rest. He leapt into the air, hurling a fist toward Chun Long. The surrounding air twisted instantaneously as the force unleashed resonated like thunder. Indeed, as a titled Douluo of level 98, his prowess was far beyond that of the weak Firebird Douluo. The onlookers swiftly dispersed, recognizing the imminent clash between 2 titled Douluos. A misstep could lead to their demise, and concern for Chun Long began to grow among the crowd. It appeared that his fate was sealed today. In a world where the extraordinary exists beyond the extraordinary, arrogance demands a price. Chapter 009. Invincible in the Sky. The first encounter with Qian Renshue with a resounding thud. Chun Long caught the punch of the golden crocodile Douluo with one hand, retreating a half-step, a muffled grunt escaping his lips. Truly, the power of a super Douluo at level 98 is formidable. To force him back even slightly is no small feat. But is that all the strength he possesses? It is insufficient. Gods may be slain by gods, and demons by demons. Should one approach, I shall vanquish him. Should 2 appear, I shall dispatch them both. What does it matter if he is a super Douluo? This time, Chun Long did not wait for the golden crocodile Douluo to strike. Instead, he took the initiative. Flames erupted from his right arm, revealing the phantom of a fire qilin, its entire arm adorned with crimson patterns. Both Bibi Dong and the golden crocodile Douluo's expressions shifted. The right arm bearing the bone of a fire qilin? It is known that the fire qilin is a super soul beast, endowed with innate divine strength and exceedingly rare. How could this individual possess the soul bone of such a creature? Before the golden crocodile Douluo could react, Chun Long had already leapt into the air. The illusion of the fire qilin expanding dramatically as it charged towards the golden crocodile Douluo. The golden crocodile Douluo's martial spirit, the golden crocodile king, is renowned for its formidable defense, rivaling that of the diamond mammoth and the Xian turtle. The golden crocodile Douluo felt the overwhelming force surging from Chun Long's right arm. An illusion of the golden crocodile king materialized around him, his right fist enveloped in scales and radiating golden light. With a roar, their fists collided, unleashing a shockwave that swept across the surroundings, shattering the stones beneath their feet. The golden crocodile Douluo's expression darkened, a sense of unease creeping in. This youth possesses extraordinary strength. At such a tender age, he has reached a level of cultivation that is unmatched on the continent. In his own youth, he had only been a mere battle soul sovereign. However, the grudge of a slain disciple is one that cannot be forgiven. I, the golden crocodile Douluo, am not one to be easily trifled with. The golden crocodile Douluo's body sank, his right foot stamping the ground, a domineering aura enveloping the entire spirit city. The tidal Douluos throughout the spirit city stirred in response. In the elder hall, the demon bear Douluo revealed a sinister smile. This is the aura of the golden crocodile Douluo. Could it be that he is teaching his disciple a lesson? The stabbing porcupine Douluo let out a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, this brat has always enjoyed bullying others. It is time he experiences the taste of defeat." The golden crocodile Douluo spoke in a grave tone. "Unleash your martial spirit." With a mere thought, the phantom of the golden crocodile king expanded several times, enveloped in 9 soul rings. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 and red. He is one of the rare soul masters in the Douluo Continent, who possesses a 100,000-year soul ring without the amplification of the divine examination. which indirectly reflects his formidable strength. The overwhelming aura he exudes leaves everyone breathless. However, Chun Long shows no signs of weakness. With a roar, the ethereal image of the Chinese divine dragon manifests around him, its colossal form coiling majestically in the sky, radiating a golden light that outshines even the most towering six-winged angel statue in the city. If the oppressive presence of the golden crocodile king rendered the crowd gasping for air, the essence of the Chinese divine dragon instills a desire for submission among them. The remaining 7 elders of the spirit hall simultaneously display expressions of astonishment. That is the aura of the dragon god. Could it be? In a flurry, 7 figures swiftly soar towards the heart of Spirit City. Concurrently, the indomitable Qian Douluo, who is instructing Qian Rinxue in her training, cannot help but be taken aback. Previously, he had only heard rumors of the newly inducted dragon god Douluo's might, but he never anticipated such a powerful aura emanating from him. For every life taken, a life must be repaid. Today, I shall make you pay in blood, declares the golden crocodile Douluo with a grave expression. Chun Long, however, responds with a playful smile. That depends on whether you possess the strength to do so. A fierce glint flashes in the golden crocodile Douluo's eyes. Boy, you seek death. Bibi Dong had initially intended to intervene, but she was acutely aware that the golden crocodile Douluo, as the second high-ranking elder of the Spirit Hall, is a venerable powerhouse of great seniority. If he were to unleash his wrath, even if she could withstand his attack, she would undoubtedly suffer severe injuries. Thus, she opts to observe from the sidelines. Perhaps it is time to let this young man experience some hardship and temper his arrogance, lest he truly believe that no one in the Spirit Hall can contend with him. The gaunt yet resolute visage of the golden crocodile Douluo ignites with a fierce light as he activates his first soul skill, Tyrant Strike. His right palm descends like a tempest towards Chun Long. A subtle smile plays upon Chun Long's lips. Do you think my dragon claw is merely for show? The immense dragon claw swiftly meets the golden crocodile Douluo's palm. Boom. In just the first exchange, both exhibit extraordinary combat prowess, shattering nearby structures that collapse with a thunderous roar. The golden crocodile Douluo does not pause, unleashing his second soul skill, Golden Crocodile Tail. The phantom of the golden crocodile king behind him whips its long tail, repelling anything in its path and inducing a suffocating sensation. In response, Chun Long employs his own first soul skill, Dragon God's Tail. The powerful and forceful dragon tail, imbued with overwhelming dragon might, collides with the crocodile tail of the golden crocodile Douluo. 2 golden beams of light clash like colossal golden swords, creating an arc-shaped wave of energy that cleaves downward. The ground is severed, revealing a massive chasm. Bibi Dong furrows her brow in surprise, realizing that this young man is even more formidable than she had anticipated, capable of standing toe-to-toe with the golden crocodile Douluo. If this continues, the entire Spirit City will surely be reduced to ruins. Third soul skill, Golden Body. Second soul skill, Dragon God's Radiant Armor. Fourth soul skill, Rampaging Charge. Fourth soul skill, Dragon God Slash. As the two engaged in increasingly fierce combat, the scope of their battle widened, causing buildings nearby to collapse one after another. The surrounding soul masters fled further away, terrified of being obliterated by the aftermath of the two titled Douluo's clash. The voice of Zhu Huaguan echoed with a sinister charm. Your Holiness, at this rate, these two will undoubtedly destroy Spirit City. Bibi Dong furrowed her brows, remaining silent. She too was acutely aware of the situation. However, given the current circumstances, who would dare to intervene? 7th soul skill, Golden Crocodile King's true form. 7th soul skill, Golden Sacred Dragon appearance. At this moment, the Golden Crocodile Douluo had long forgotten his hatred, fully immersed in the battle, for he had not encountered such a formidable opponent in ages. He had once believed that his 98th level soul power made him one of the strongest in the continent. Little did he expect that a mere child could match him blow for blow. Indeed, the student surpasses the teacher. The Firebird's demise at the hands of such a powerful being was not in vain. The two simultaneously unleashed their martial spirit true forms, their colossal figures overshadowing the entire Spirit City, resembling two divine beasts descending from the heavens. Comparatively, Chun Long's Huaxia divine, dragon martial spirit appeared increasingly majestic and sacred, while the golden crocodile Douluo's golden crocodile king martial spirit exuded a more ferocious and brutal aura. A dragon's roar soared into the sky, echoing through the heavens. Just as their martial spirit true forms were about to collide, the force of their impact threatened to affect the nearby six-winged angel statue. Suddenly, golden feathers began to cascade from the sky. Those touched by the golden feathers felt a searing sensation against their skin. The golden crocodile Douluo's eyes widened in shock. Above, a colossal golden sword cleaved through the air, forcefully pushing the two apart by half a step. This sword was the 5th soul skill of the invincible Qian Douluo, the sacred sword. At this moment, two figures appeared in the sky. An elderly man stood suspended in the void, his profound gaze exuding a chilling bloodthirst. Chun Long trembled slightly. He could distinctly sense that although they both possessed the same 99 levels, Qian Douluo's strength far surpassed his own. The system could only provide him with a level, but could not grant him the true power he had comprehended through cultivation. Beside Qian Douluo stood a figure, with wings unfurled, skin as white as snow, adorned in a golden palace gown. Her long black hair was tied with a cerulean ribbon, elegantly cascading down her back. Her golden eyes were calm as still water, exuding an air of regal elegance. It was none other than Qian Renxue. What defines a goddess? This is the essence of divinity. For a fleeting moment, a wave of dizziness washed over Chun Long's mind. The descent of the nine heavens mystic maiden pales in comparison. Chapter 010. The Disguise Plan, fierce protector of his wife. Standing high above, Qian Douluo spoke in a deep voice. Enough, you two. Are you truly intent on destroying the Soul Master City? The Golden Crocodile Douluo, a loyal guardian of the angel lineage, had secluded himself for many years within Douluo Continent. He emerged from seclusion for the battle concerning the survival of the Spirit Empire, only to meet his demise on the battlefield in his old age. Sacrificing himself to save the fallen Qian Renxue. His tale is indeed one of both sorrow and valor. Rest assured, such tragedy shall not occur here again. From now on, I shall protect Qian Renxue. The Golden Crocodile Douluo placed his right hand upon his chest and gently bowed to Qian Douluo, uttering no further words. Ultimately, it was the appearance of Qian Douluo that brought an end to their conflict. This battle also earned the Golden Crocodile Douluo's newfound respect for Chun Long. The addition of such power to the Spirit Hall was equivalent to 10 Firebird Douluos. Bibi Dong also began to regard Chun Long with increasing admiration, developing a certain fondness for him. Had Qian Xuanji possessed such strength back then, he might not have met his tragic end. A short distance away stood several youths. The golden generation of the Spirit Hall, including Hu Laina, Xiaoyu, and Yan. Hu Laina's gaze fixated on Chun Long, her expression revealing astonishment. He appeared to be of similar age to them, yet exuded such formidable strength. Xiaoyu, Yan, and the others remained silent, feeling a sense of embarrassment. They prided themselves on being the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, individuals of exceptional talent, yet before Chun Long, they felt utterly insignificant. Upon returning to the Dragon God Temple, Chun Long reclined alone in the corridor, gazing out at the entirety of Soul Master City. A sense of awe stirred within him. It was merely the second day since his arrival in Douluo Continent, and he had already faced two of its most renowned powerhouses, the 96th level peak Assault type Douluo Tang Hao and the 98th level peak Assault type Douluo Golden Crocodile. Engaging with such strong opponents was exhilarating. As for the lesser foes, Chun Long paid them no mind. He remained uncertain of the true strength of Jian Dao Qinshin, Bon Douluo, Yu Yuanjin, Tang Xiao, Qian Douluo, Tang Chun, and Poseidon. However, Chun Long understood that battling Qian Douluo, Tang Chun, and Poseidon would undoubtedly lead to his defeat. After all, his combat experience and cultivation were still limited. They had fought for centuries while he had only just begun to learn to walk. For the sake of forging his bones with fervent blood, my destiny lies in my own hands. This battle had ensured that the name of the Dragon God resonated throughout Soul Master City. Wherever he went, Soul Masters knelt in reverence, which left Chun Long feeling quite melancholy. He had never been fond of such ostentation. Greetings, Master. At that moment, Zhao Yun appeared silently before Chun Long, startled. Chun Long gazed at Zhao Yun, a wave of inexplicable excitement washing over him. In his previous life, whether through the romance of the Three Kingdoms or the game Honor of Kings, Zhao Yun had always been his favorite character. To my astonishment, I never anticipated that one day I would behold Zhao Yun in person and, even more remarkably, become his master. It is a moment that would thrill anyone. Gazing upon Zhao Yun's noble visage, Chun Long's lips curled into a faint smile. He was as dashing as in the game, nearly eclipsing my own presence. Chun Long couldn't help but recall Zhao Yun's lines from the game. With unwavering determination, we advance. Fearless hearts shall soar to the heavens. Ahem. Chun Long steadied his exhilarated heart and spoke. Little Yun, what brings you here? Zhao Yun replied warmly. I am but the guardian of my master, destined to stand by your side. Chun Long nodded gently. Excellent. Then let us fight side by side from now on. Zhao Yun continued. Indeed, just now, His Holiness the Pope sent word, requesting your presence at the Hall of Spirits. The other elders have already assembled. Chun Long furrowed his brow, sensing there might be urgent matters at hand. It was time to earn merit for the Hall of Spirits and make a name for ourselves. Let us depart. The two proceeded to the Hall of Spirits, where a meeting was already in progress. At the entrance stood nearly 100 golden armored guards, forbidding anyone from approaching. Bibi Dong proclaimed loudly, the Douluo Continent is primarily dominated by the Tiando Empire and the Xinhua Empire. Our Hall of Spirits has flourished for many years, and our strength is at its zenith. However, both empires possess armies numbering in the hundreds of thousands, and we cannot yet contend with them. The Xinhua Empire and the Tiando Empire differ slightly in strength, with the Tiando Empire being somewhat weaker. The Emperor of Tiando, now past 90, has grown frail and lacks ambition. He has 4 sons, the first Prince Xue Luochuan, the second Prince Xue Qinghe, the third Prince Xue Heizang, and the fourth Prince Xue Bian. Among these princes, only the first Prince Xue Luochuan harbors some royal aspirations, while the second Prince Xue Qinghe shows no interest in the throne. The third prince has long been away and exhibits no desire to return, and the youngest, the fourth prince, is still quite young. Currently, we have grasped the movements of Xue Qinghe. I plan to have Qian Renxue disguise herself as Xue Qinghe, and with the support of the Hall of Spirits, secretly eliminate the other princes, thereby aiding Qian Renxue in becoming the crown prince of the Tiando Empire. Once Emperor Xue Yi passes, Qian Renxue will seamlessly ascend as the sovereign of the Tiando Empire. At that point, the Hall of Spirits can smoothly take control of the Tiando Empire, and together, We shall vanquish the Xinghua Empire and unify the Douluo Continent. Qian Rinxue's expression turned pained. Mother, I do not wish to go to the Tiando Empire, nor do I wish to impersonate another. Bibi Dong's tone turned frigid. As the holy son of the Hall of Spirits, you must unify the world on behalf of the Hall, leading the charge. This task is not a matter of your desires. Mother, you can find someone else to impersonate. I only wish to follow grandfather in my training. Bibi Dong retorted angrily. The Empire's dominion cannot rest in the hands of others. This task is yours alone to fulfill. Qian Rinxue stood quietly in the grand hall, her slender figure bowed slightly, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. This matter requires only success. Failure is not an option. It is also the key to whether the Spirit Hall can unify the continent. As long as you accomplish this task, I will no longer interfere in your affairs, allowing you to dedicate yourself to your cultivation with your grandfather. Qian Rinxue lowered her head in silence, appearing profoundly aggrieved. Very well, this decision is made. I will have Ju Douluo provide you with the background and preferences of Shueqinghe. You must practice diligently, for I will conduct an assessment in 7 days. Qian Rinxue spoke once more. Mother, I truly do not wish to go to the Tiando Empire. Bibi Dong's eyes flashed with a fierce light as she roared angrily. Enough! You are the saint child of the Spirit Hall. How can you achieve greatness with such timidity? Bang! At that moment, the grand doors of the Spirit Hall were smashed to pieces by Chun Long's palm, startling everyone present. If little Shui does not wish to go, then she shall not go. Why force her? Chun Long declared with a commanding tone that reverberated throughout the Spirit Hall. If you desire this world, I shall grant it to you. Give me a little time, and I will ensure the banner of the Spirit Hall flies across the entire continent. Wherever the sun and moon shine, there shall be the Spirit Hall. Wherever rivers flow, there shall be the citizens of the Spirit Hall. His voice was authoritative, echoing through the vast hall. Bibi Dong stood in the grand chamber, momentarily stunned by Chun Long's audacious words. The 7 elders were equally taken aback. In the entire Spirit Hall, it seemed only the dragon god Douluo would dare to speak in such a manner. Qian Rinxue turned to look at Chun Long, who at that moment appeared to radiate a dazzling light, embodying a glimmer of hope amidst despair. Chapter 011. Abduction of Qian Rinxue and the uprising of the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong's eyes sparkled with authority as she proclaimed with fervor. The imperial ambition is not to be taken lightly. Chun Long immediately countered. I, Chun Long, speak with utmost sincerity. If I promise you the world, then I shall deliver it. Bibi Dong's brow furrowed slightly. We have schemed for long. We cannot easily alter our plans. Chun Long seated himself aside and asked, What? Does your holiness doubt me? After a moment of contemplation, Bibi Dong replied, Since the dragon god Douluo has spoken, we can proceed. The Tiando Empire must be subdued within 5 years. Within 10 years, the continent shall be unified, assisting the Spirit Hall in achieving unparalleled dominance. Chun Long chuckled softly. 10 years. There is no need for such a duration. Within 5 years, I will unify the Spirit Hall across the realm. When chaos reigns, my demonic blood shall stain the heavens. A look of astonishment spread across the faces of the crowd. Unifying the world within 5 years was no trivial endeavor, especially considering the combined forces of the Tiando Empire and the Xinghua Empire exceeded 1 million troops. Yet, Chun Long's demeanor suggested he had already devised a meticulous plan. Bibi Dong declared, Very well, I shall grant you 5 years. With a wave of her hand, her long gown billowed as she departed the Spirit Hall, staff in hand. The other 7 elders bowed respectfully to Chun Long before making their exit. Qian Rinxue stood quietly in place, feeling a warmth within her heart. She lifted her gaze to Chun Long, filled with gratitude towards him. With a gentle tone, he expressed his gratitude. Thank you for coming to my aid. I merely wish to be myself and have no desire to disguise as someone else. At that moment, Chun Long finally beheld Qian Rinxue up close. She was ethereal and exquisite, adorned in a splendid golden gown that enveloped her figure, with a small 6-winged angel emblem marking her brow. Her golden eyes were as serene as still water, and her long golden hair cascaded gracefully down her back. Chun Long paused momentarily, then spoke. It was merely a trifling effort. Seeing you in tears truly pains my heart. A faint blush appeared on Qian Rinxue's face as she lowered her head slightly. This marked the first occasion he had conversed so closely with anyone other than his grandfather. After a brief pause, Qian Rinxue continued. I witnessed your battle against Grandfather Genie. I had no idea you were so formidable. Chun Long bashfully scratched the back of his head, chuckling. Oh, it's nothing extraordinary. Just average. I have heard that you are the foremost among the 9 elders of the Spirit Hall, known as the Dragon God. And the Pope has bestowed upon you an edict, which attests to your formidable strength. Chun Long replied with steadfast determination. As long as you diligently cultivate, you too can attain such power. Qian Rinxue nodded. Yes, my soul power has reached level 40. I need to acquire the 4th soul ring to continue advancing. Chun Long's eyes brightened. The 4th soul ring? How about I accompany you to obtain it? Qian Rinxue's eyes flickered. Grandfather mentioned that we would go to the Star Do Forest in a few days. What fun is it to accompany that old man? He accomplishes nothing. I shall take you, and we can explore the surroundings. Staying in this spirit city is utterly suffocating. Qian Rinxue contemplated for a moment. She had devoted herself to rigorous training under her grandfather since childhood and rarely ventured outside. Sometimes, she yearned for the world beyond, yet she also feared her grandfather's authority. A sense of excitement stirred within her.
But if grandfather finds out, he will surely punish me. Chun Long replied with a cheerful tone, what is there to fear? I will take responsibility for anything that occurs. If Qian Daolu wishes to punish someone, let it be me. Let us depart swiftly while the Pope is away. The sooner we leave, the sooner we return. Qian Renshue gently nodded in agreement. Chun Long led Qian Renshue past the guards of Spirit City, heading towards the Stardo Forest. Upon exiting Spirit City, Chun Long spent 10 gold soul coins to purchase a luxurious dragon horn carriage. Gazing out the window at the scenery, he exclaimed with delight, what a beautiful day it is. The sun is shining, birds are singing, and flowers are fragrant. Traveling with beauty is truly one of life's greatest pleasures. A blush crept onto Qian Renshue's face, and she inhaled sharply, feeling significantly more relaxed. Unlike the oppressive atmosphere she experienced with her grandfather and mother. By the way, how old are you this year? I just turned 16. 16. Oh, you are now of age. Chun Long continued. At 16, your spirit rank is quite commendable. However, compared to you, I am still lacking. You cannot compare yourself to me. I am simply extraordinary. Qian Renshue's expression revealed a hint of confusion. Extraordinary in what way? Chun Long hastily corrected himself, stating, no, I meant to say that I used to work 10 times harder than you. While others were cultivating, I was cultivating. While others rested, I was cultivating. While others dined, I was cultivating. While others were nestled in their parents' arms, I was already battling soul beasts. It is through countless hardships, trials of ice and fire, and the tests of life and death that I have achieved my current status. One must endure great suffering to rise above others. Qian Renshue felt increasingly respectful towards Chun Long, realizing that the dragon god Douluo was not only exceptionally powerful and handsome, but also eloquent in his speech. Indeed, effort and reward are proportional. Only through diligence can one reap the fruits of labor. My situation is not proportional. Observing the confusion on Qian Renshue's face, Chun Long quickly added, no, I mean, while effort is essential, talent is equally important. My innate talent is somewhat stronger than that of the average person. Qian Renshue nodded. Well, my talent is passable, with innate soul power at level 20. Chun Long furrowed his brow. You consider innate soul power at level 20 to be merely passable? Thankfully, I already knew that Qian Renshue possessed innate level 20. Otherwise, speaking so casually would likely lead to a beating. After chatting for a long while, seeing Chun Long's lively and proactive demeanor, Qian Renshue relaxed considerably, shedding the rigidity she had previously displayed. It seemed she had never spoken so much in her entire life. Can you truly unify the continent under the Spirit Hall within 5 years? Chun Long confidently patted his chest. Of course, I have sworn an oath before the Pope. Moreover, for your sake, I will undoubtedly fulfill this promise. A warm feeling spread within Qian Renshue's heart as she slightly lowered her head, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. Throughout her life, she had never heard such comforting words. For reasons unknown, her cheeks flushed, and her heart raced like a startled deer. It wasn't until evening that Qian Daolu and Bibi Dong realized Qian Renshue was missing. They also discovered that the dragon god Douluo, Chun Long, had vanished at the same time. A fierce glint appeared in Qian Daolu's eyes. What audacity! That dragon god Douluo dares to take away little Shui. Jianjun, Jiangimo. You two must spring into action immediately. Find little Shui without delay. With a swish, the two-peak level 96 Douluo vanished from the Hall of Offerings. Bibi Dong also swiftly mobilized hundreds of soul masters to search for the whereabouts of Chun Long and Qian Renshue. In the end, Chun Long was still too young. Although he evaded the guards of the Spirit City, they had not disguised themselves after leaving the city, leading to their swift discovery by the Spirit Hall, which pursued them relentlessly. Chapter 012, 4th Soul Skill, Celestial Featherblade. The two entered the Stardo Great Forest, gradually venturing deeper within. Along the way, they encountered several low-tier soul beasts, which, sensing Chun Long's immense aura, had already collapsed to the ground. Little Shui, what kind of soul ring do you require for your 4th soul skill? Qian Renshue began to speak, describing the six-winged angel soul, renowned for its formidable offensive capabilities and hailed as invincible in the skies. My first soul skill is Angel Charge, which allows me to envelop myself in the divine energy of the six-winged angel, forming a protective shield as I charge forward, enhancing my dual defense and mobility. My second soul skill is Angel Featherblade, and my third is Whirlwind Wing Slash. For my 4th soul skill, I aspire to acquire one with considerable offensive power. Chun Long nodded in agreement. Indeed, the maximum age for a 4th soul skill is 5,000 years. Let us venture into the heart of the Stardo Forest. For the soul beasts on the periphery are far too weak. Qian Renshue furrowed her brow slightly, recalling her grandfather's words. The deeper one ventured into the Stardo Forest, the higher the level of the soul beasts, and consequently, the greater the danger. Chun Long chuckled lightly. With me by your side, even 100,000-year soul beast poses no threat. I shall protect you with utmost diligence. A warmth enveloped Qian Renshue's heart. Inexplicably, she found herself developing a sense of reliance on Chun Long, a peculiar feeling indeed. The two of them raced through the forest for quite some time. Suddenly, they beheld a saber-toothed tiger, measuring 5 zhang in length and nearing the age of 5,000 years, currently feasting upon a 2-horned deer. Sensing Chun Long's formidable aura, the saber-toothed tiger attempted to flee. A wicked smile crept across Chun Long's lips. You wish to escape? Can you truly run? With a firm stamp of his right foot, an overwhelming pressure surged toward the saber-toothed tiger. A low growl emanated from the beast as its massive frame collapsed to the ground, trembling in fear. In the circle of life, the powerful consume the weak, and the weak become prey for the strong. This is the unyielding law of nature. The saber-toothed tiger, with its considerable age, strength, and attack power, was indeed a fitting target for her. Pierce the dagger into its chest, and its soul ring shall be yours. Qianren Shui hesitated momentarily. Since I acquired my first soul ring, my grandfather has never aided me. I have endured many trials to obtain my soul rings. Chun Long contemplated for a moment before replying with a smile. From your grandfather's perspective, he undoubtedly wishes for you to be self-reliant and resilient. Only through continuous combat and the baptism of blood can your strength truly grow. However, the situation is different when you are with me. With my presence, there is no need for you to act personally. Qianren Shui nodded in understanding. She retrieved a golden dagger adorned with countless gemstones from her storage ring and approached the 5,000-year saber-toothed tiger. No wonder she is the saintess of the spirit hall. Even a casual dagger she wields is worth a fortune. The saber-toothed tiger's face exhibited a look of terror as it struggled to rise. With a mere thought, Chun Long subdued the creature once more, rendering it motionless upon the ground, allowing Qianren Shui to deliver a fatal strike effortlessly. With a resounding hum, blood spurted forth, and a purple 1,000-year soul ring materialized around the saber-toothed tiger. Qianren Shui sat cross-legged on the ground, using her will to draw the soul ring towards herself. Calm and focused, he began to absorb the soul ring. Chun Long sat quietly beside, guarding Xiao Shui. Gurgle. Having gone a day without food, hunger gnawed at his stomach. Had he known he would enter the Stardow forest, he would have prepared some roast chicken or goose. Glancing at the nearby corpse of a 1,000-year-old saber-toothed tiger, Chun Long couldn't help but lick his lips. In his past life, this creature was a first-level protected species, aged between 3 and 5 years. Since it lay here, why not savor the taste of its flesh? Before long, a fire crackled to life in the woods. Sitting by the fire, Chun Long gazed at the sizzling saber-toothed tiger meat, delight blooming within him. He casually sprinkled some cumin and pepper salt, acquired from his sign-in rewards, over it. Instantly, the aroma wafted through the air, intoxicatingly fragrant. In such a moment, if only he could sign in for a chilled bottle of snowflake beer, it would surely embolden him to venture far and wide. Chun Long licked his lips, eagerly anticipating the moment when Xiao Shui would finish absorbing her fourth soul ring so he could feast. He then retrieved a round jade pendant from his system inventory, the double dragons playing with pearls, to conceal his overwhelming aura. Otherwise, a stroll through the Stardow forest might terrify half the soul beasts. A little over an hour later, Qianren Shui slowly opened her eyes, exhaling a deep breath of turbid air. Enveloped by 4 soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, indicating her status as a level 41 Battle Soul Sect member. With a beaming expression, she expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you for bringing me to obtain the 4th soul ring. I am now a level 41 Battle Soul Sect member." Chun Long scratched the back of his head, grinning. "We're all friends here. No need for such formality. What is your 4th soul skill?" "My 4th soul skill is the Heavenly Feather Falling Blade." As she spoke, a golden light enveloped her eyes, wings sprouted from her back, and she ascended into the air, radiating a golden glow. Majestic and divine. As Qianren Shui trembled slightly, 6 wings expanded instantaneously, all energy coalescing in her hands. She unleashed 6 beams of golden sword light, crossing to form 6 wing-like shapes, cleaving into a massive tree, which exploded on impact. The tree, as thick as a person, collapsed with a thunderous crash. Chun Long's expression shifted slightly, awed by the immense destructive power. Qianren Shui's expression fluctuated, clearly satisfied with her prowess. "All right, come and taste the roasted saber-toothed tiger meat I prepared for you," Chun Long called out. As Qianren Shui gracefully descended, she beheld the succulent, oil-dripping roasted saber-toothed tiger meat, a hint of confusion crossing her face. "Can we really eat soul beast meat?" Chun Long chuckled. "Of course. This is a delicacy." He immediately sliced a piece of tiger meat and took a bite, savoring the rich, oily flavor imbued with a hint of soul power. He took another hearty bite, exclaiming, "Delicious." Indeed, high-quality ingredients often require the simplest of cooking methods. Observing the contented expression on Chun Long's face, Qianren Shui could not help but settle down beside the fire. Her eyes fixated intently on the barbecued spirit beast meat, and she gently licked her lips. Chun Long chuckled, swiftly slicing off the most tender piece of roasted meat for her. Initially, Qianren Shui tasted it with a hint of shyness, but as she savored the flavor, her eyes widened in astonishment. She had never anticipated that spirit beast meat could be so delectable. The two of them, encircled by the warmth of the fire, were relishing this exquisite meal, oblivious to the impending danger lurking nearby. Chun Long's cleanup of the saber-toothed tiger's blood had attracted other spirit beasts. Roar! Qianren Shui was the first to react, calling out loudly, "We are in danger." Suddenly, a towering 5-meter-tall strengthened diamond bear, its face contorted in terror, burst forth from the forest, charging directly at Qianren Shui. Without a moment's hesitation, Chun Long leaped into action, his right arm, imbued with the might of the Qilin, struck out with overwhelming force. The powerful blow pierced through the bear's chest. Roar! The strengthened diamond bear emitted a low growl, blood gushing from its chest as it collapsed onto the ground, revealing a 1,000-year spirit ring surrounding its body. Only then did they realize that the bear was grievously wounded, evidently having just survived a fierce battle. Had it not been for the perceived danger to Chun Long might not have dealt such a fatal blow, thus wasting the opportunity to claim the spirit ring of this 3,000-year-old bear. Just as they paused momentarily, shadows darted from the forest, with 8 or 9 figures emerging, clad in muddy yellow attire, emblazoned with the words Tsanghui Academy. At the mention of Tsanghui Academy, a mischievous smile crept onto Chun Long's lips. Though it was considered a prestigious spirit master academy in the Douluo Continent, it was ironically notorious for its tragic fate, always either being bullied or on the brink of being bullied. "Ah, teacher, our spirit beast has been hunted by others." One person stepped forward from the crowd, lean and cold in demeanor, with a pair of transparent glasses perched on his nose. He exuded an air of intimidation. Chun Long mused, if he were not mistaken, this must be Yi Zhiqiu, the head of the External Affairs Department of Tsanghui Academy. Known for being tormented by the unmoved King Zhao Wujia. Martial Soul, Xin Shui Wangba. Chapter 13, Tsanghui Academy. The Fall of 1,000 Tons. Seeing the two young individuals, Yi Zhiqiu spoke with an air of arrogance. "You little brats. This strengthened diamond bear was injured after we from Tsanghui Academy encircled it for several hours." Chun Long retorted, "That merely proves your cowardice. It takes you several hours to hunt a 1,000-year spirit beast." Yi Zhiqiu's eyes suddenly sparked with fury. "Stop the nonsense. Bring your guardians out, lest you accuse me, Yi Zhiqiu, of bullying children." Chun Long could not help but chuckle lightly. Was this fellow implying that Qian Daolu should come forward? That would surely frighten him to death. Chun Long paid no heed to Yi Zhiqiu, lowering his gaze to the formidable Titan bear on the ground. He sighed softly, lamenting the loss of this 3,000-year-old martial spirit. "Xiaoxua, it is time for us to return." He and Rengshu nodded in agreement, and the two turned to leave. However, sensing their indifference, Yi Zhiqiu's temper flared. "Hey, I'm speaking to you." Chun Long remained unfazed, regarding Yi Zhiqiu as inconsequential. Just as they took a couple of steps, 7 students from the Tsanghui Academy sprang forth, encircling them with menacing expressions. Chun Long furrowed his brows slightly and surveyed the group, his tone unperturbed. Does Tsanghui Academy intend to erase itself from the continent? A hush fell over the Tsanghui group, their faces reflecting shock at his words. Yi Zhiqiu stepped forward, adjusting his glasses and declaring loudly, "How audacious! We are a prestigious Soul Master Academy of the Tindo Empire. You cannot simply wish us away. I, Chun Long, can accomplish whatever I set my mind to." "Chun Long, I have not heard of you," one student boldly declared, positioning himself defiantly in front of Chun Long. "Let us see how you intend to erase Tsanghui Academy from the continent." Seeking death. Chun Long's eyes blazed with ferocity as he struck out with a powerful palm. The young man, of similar age to Chun Long, was sent flying, rendered unconscious. The remaining students stood in stunned silence. Yi Zhiqiu's face darkened with fury. "You are the one seeking death." With a subtle shift of his mind, 5 soul rings appeared around him, enveloping a massive tortoise spirit. The surrounding air chilled drastically, emanating a potent ice attribute from the Xian Shui tortoise. "Those who dare harm my students shall pay in blood. Before your demise, let me introduce myself. I am Yi Zhiqiu, Director of External Affairs at Tsanghui Academy. A level 56 Battle Soul King, with the martial spirit of the Xian Turtle." A faint smile graced Chun Long's lips. "If you seek death, then come at me." Yi Zhiqiu's lips curled slightly as his eyes glinted with menace. Second soul skill, Xian Shui Ice Seal. A gust of frigid air erupted from Yi Zhiqiu, hurtling toward Chun Long. He did not evade, instantly becoming encased in ice. A shiver coursed through him. This ice attribute skill was indeed lethal. Yi Zhiqiu's expression hardened. "I expected more from you. To dare claim that we would be erased from the continent, yet you cannot even withstand my first soul skill." He then turned to Qian Rengshu. "Little girl, since you have slain the soul beasts we were hunting, let us discuss your compensation." Gazing at the exquisite beauty of Qian Rushua, Yi Zhiqiu's brows involuntarily lifted. He had not anticipated that such a stunning maiden existed on the continent. Just as Qian Rushua's eyes radiated a glimmer of lethal intent, the voice of Chun Long echoed from within the ice sculpture. "I shall forfeit the entire Star Dough Forest to you. If you possess the audacity, come and claim it." Instantly, the ice sculpture shattered, yet Chun Long stood unfazed, his demeanor unperturbed by the frost. Yi Zhiqiu's expression shifted. It seemed he had underestimated his strength. In a swift motion, seizing the opportunity while Chun Long was distracted, he unleashed his third soul skill, Xin Shui Jidong. A torrent of mystic water surged towards Chun Long, but he merely trembled slightly, causing the incoming stream to evaporate in an instant. This left Yi Zhiqiu in astonishment. After all, he was a level 56 Battle Soul King. His martial spirit, the Xian Turtle, was a rare and supreme ice attribute spirit. It was uncommon for soul masters of the same rank to withstand his third soul skill directly. Could it be? Yet, Yi Zhiqiu quickly dismissed this thought. For this youth appeared no older than 18. How could his soul power possibly exceed level 50? Perhaps his martial spirit just happened to counter Yi Zhiqiu's Xian Turtle. With an indifferent tone, Chun Long remarked, "Is this all the strength you possess? It will be quite challenging for you to enlist my assistance." Yi Zhiqiu's face contorted with unwillingness. It was clear he must teach this young man a lesson. He invoked his fourth soul skill, Xian Gui Zhan. To Yi Zhiqiu's surprise, he removed the turtle shell from his back, evoking the image of a turtle emerging from its shell, which appeared somewhat ludicrous. He then swung his right hand, propelling the green turtle shell at Chun Long with tremendous speed, exuding an overwhelming force that even froze the air in its wake. Yet, Chun Long regarded it with indifference. A cold smile crept across Yi Zhiqiu's lips. This youth seemed oblivious to the perils ahead, attempting to catch his fourth soul skill barehanded, an act tantamount to courting disaster. As the turtle shell was about to cleave through Chun Long, he retreated half a step, clenched his right fist, and, with a slight tremor, golden runes emerged along his arm, while the spectral form of a fire qilin entwined around his right arm. Qilin arm, break for me. He unleashed a punch, releasing a fierce wave of heat. The collision between the qilin arm and Xiangui Zhan resulted in a thunderous explosion, obliterating Yi Zhiqiu's fourth soul skill along with the turtle shell into fragments. The backlash from the soul power struck Yi Zhiqiu, causing him to spit a mouthful of blood. A wicked smile crept across Chun Long's face. Is it not my turn to strike now? With a swift movement, Yi Zhiqiu launched forward, delivering a kick that sent him hurtling away. Then, leaping into the air, he elevated his knee and struck Yi Zhiqiu once more, sending him flying again. The body soared once more, executing a powerful whirlwind kick that sent Yi Zhiqiu flying hundreds of meters into the air, reduced to nothing more than a distant green speck. The students of Tsanhui Academy stood utterly dumbfounded. Their mentor, a figure they idolized, was a level 56 Battle Soul King and one of the few young mentors at the academy. They never anticipated that this youth, seemingly of similar age, could render their esteemed mentor utterly defenseless without even harnessing soul power. They silently rejoiced, relieved they had not overstepped their bounds, lest they find themselves in dire peril. With a thunderous crash, Yi Zhiqiu plummeted for quite some time before hitting the ground with a tremendous thud, creating a deep crater upon impact. Coughing lightly, he rose from the earth, while Chun Long could not help but marvel at the formidable defense of the Xianshui tortoise, surviving such a fall unscathed. Chapter 014, The Peerless Douluo Versus. The Thousand Gene Demon Slayer, you survived that? I am eager to witness just how resilient you, the Xianshui tortoise, truly are. As Chun Long approached, Yi Zhiqiu's face betrayed a look of sheer terror. He never imagined that as a Battle Soul King, he would find himself in such a wretched state. Suddenly, two figures emerged from the forest, clad in the exclusive robes of the Spirit Hall, adorned with the highest-ranking purple gold insignia. Embroidered in gold thread on their backs were the words Thousand Gene and Demon Slayer. They were none other than the 6th and 7th offerings of the Spirit Hall, the 96th ranked Thousand Gene Douluo, and the 96th ranked Demon Slayer Douluo. Upon seeing the two offerings, Yi Zhiqiu's eyes widened in shock, as if he had clutched onto a lifeline, and he scrambled towards them, desperately shouting, "Elders, save me." The Thousand Gene Douluo and Demon Slayer Douluo exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of the events that had transpired. Qian Rinchue's face lit up with joy as she exclaimed, "Grandpa Thousand Gene. Grandpa Demon Slayer, what brings you here?" The Thousand Gene and Demon Slayer looked at each other before bowing respectfully to Chun Long, addressing him with reverence. "We pay our respects to the dragon god Douluo." The revelation left Yi Zhiqiu utterly stunned. Even the esteemed offerings of the Spirit Hall were bowing to this youth, highlighting the nobility of his status and the might of his prowess. The realization sent shivers down his spine, as he pondered how he might meet his end. The Thousand Gene Douluo then turned to Qian Rinxue and stated, "Little Shui, we come on the orders of Elder Kai Ju to take you back." Qian Rinxue replied, "Grandpa Thousand Gene. Grandpa Demon Slayer, the dragon god Douluo, is merely accompanying me to acquire my fourth soul skill. We will return shortly." The Thousand Gene Douluo's demeanor shifted from familiar warmth to icy severity as he retorted, "No, you must return with us at once." Seeing their attitude, Chun Long's displeasure grew. He stepped in front of Qian Rinxue, asserting with conviction, "I brought her here by my own merit. Why should she return with you?" With a frigid expression, Qianjun Douluo declared, "The Elder of Judgment has commanded that we must take Xiaoxue back. I hope the dragon god Douluo will not impede us." Chun Long chuckled lightly. "And what if I choose to obstruct you?" The Demon Slayer Douluo stepped forward, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. "Then do not blame us for being impolite." "Oh, I am most eager to witness how you intend to be impolite." Chun Long's body trembled, emanating an overwhelming aura of dominance. Xiaoxue promptly interjected, "Grandfather Qianjun, Grandfather Demon Slayer, I will return with you." Yet, Chun Long gently pushed Xiaoxue behind him, reassuring her, "Fear not, Xiaoxue. No one can take you away without my consent. Not even Qian Dalu himself. I still wish to take you to Tiando City for some roasted chicken." A look of deep concern spread across Xiaoxue's face. "Dragon god Douluo, we should return. Grandfather Qianjun and Grandfather Demon Slayer are both peak Douluo at level 96. You are not their match." Chun Long chuckled again. "Even the 96th level Haoyan Douluo I could crush with ease, and the 98th level Golden Crocodile Douluo is not a concern either. What are two peak Douluos at level 96 to me?" Nearby, Yi Zhiqiu and the students of Tsanhui Academy stood frozen, paralyzed with fear, wary of provoking the potent energies emanating from the powerful figures. To disregard the might of two 96th level peak Douluos with such audacity, there could be no other like him on the entire continent. Yi Zhiqiu hurriedly committed Chun Long's appearance to memory, vowing that should he survive this encounter, he would inform the other mentors and higher-ups at the academy. To encounter such a person necessitated flattery, even if not to flatter. One must not offend him. Otherwise, he could very well erase Tsanhui Academy from existence. A fierce glint flashed across Qianjun Douluo's face. Very well. I have long heard of the dragon god Douluo's prowess. Today, I shall truly experience it. Chun Long's eyes blazed with intensity. I have always won people over with virtue. All who defy me shall meet their end. Then you must be cautious, for a moment's carelessness could render you among the dead. With a slight tremor, Chun Long launched a powerful attack toward Qianjun Douluo. Flames erupted from his right hand as he struck. Sensing the impending danger, Qianjun Douluo summoned a bronze-colored coiling dragon staff into his grasp and swung it toward Chun Long. Fortunately, Qianjun Douluo was no monkey. Otherwise, Chun Long might have suspected the great sage equal to heaven had also traversed to the Douluo continent. The clash of fist and staff resounded with a thunderous roar. Chun Long's right arm tingled from the impact as a formidable pressure forced the students of Songhui Academy to the ground. Chun Long declared, "If you wish to fight, then let both of you come at me together, so as not to waste my time." A somber expression settled on the faces of Qianjun Douluo and Demon Slayer Douluo. While Xiao Xue stood anxiously at the side, her small hands clenched tightly, worry etched upon her features. To understand that the Qianjun Douluo and the Jiangma Douluo, despite being ranked 6th and 7th among the 7 offerings of the Spirit Hall, do not necessarily possess the weakest strength among them. Individually, they may not seem particularly formidable. Yet together as brothers, even Qian Douluo would find it challenging to defeat them. The Jiangma Douluo spoke. "It has been an eternity since anyone has dared to address us in such a manner. Today, we shall entertain you." As they spoke, 9 soul rings emerged simultaneously around them. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. Armed with their dragon spiral staff, they stood poised on either side of Chun Long. For reasons unknown, a flicker of trepidation began to stir within Chun Long. The bravado they exuded suggested that their combined strength was not as feeble as he had imagined. Chun Long revealed his own Huaxia divine dragon martial soul, its ethereal form radiating a resplendent golden light. Under this formidable pressure, all surrounding soul beasts prostrated themselves upon the ground. Sacred, powerful. The expressions of Qianjun Douluo and Jiangma Douluo subtly shifted. Indeed, there was some merit to Chun Long's prowess. It appeared that the legendary dragon god Douluo was not merely a name of vain glory. Otherwise, he would not have garnered such favor from Bibi Dong. The two bowed respectfully to Chun Long, acknowledging his strength. Qianjun, a peak Douluo of level 96, wielded the dragon spiral staff. Jiangma, also a peak Douluo of level 96, bore the same weapon. Chun Long reciprocated the gesture, adhering to the principles of respect. Chun Long, a Peerless Douluo of level 99, possessed the Huaxia divine dragon as his martial soul. With a gasp, upon hearing Chun Long's declaration, Qianjun and Jiangma exchanged astonished glances, nearly collapsing to the ground. Chun Long had never disclosed to anyone that he had attained the status of a level 99 Peerless Douluo. Qian Renshue's mouth slightly parted, revealing an expression of disbelief. It was astonishing to witness the dragon god Douluo, so young yet already as powerful as a venerable elder. Yi Zhiqiu, overwhelmed, was nearly paralyzed with fear, regretting his ignorance for daring to confront a Peerless Douluo. Fortunately, this esteemed Douluo displayed great magnanimity, or else a mere breath could have obliterated him. A mere battle soul king. Observing the astonished expressions of those around him, Chun Long boldly declared, "If you wish to battle, then let us engage." In Chapter 015, 9 transformations returning to 1, a cataclysmic strike, Qianjun Douluo and Jiangma Douluo exchanged a knowing glance before swinging their dragon spiral staffs in unison. Almost simultaneously, they unleashed their first soul skill, Dragon Spiral Strike. The two staffs surged forth as if animated, cleaving toward Chun Long with fierce intent. Sensing the formidable might emanating from the dragon spiral staffs, Chun Long did not confront the attack head-on. Instead, he invoked his second soul skill, Dragon God Radiant Armor. Each scale of the Huaxia Divine Dragon's ethereal form aligned perfectly, emitting beams of golden light, akin to a colossal shield. This defense was capable of withstanding all physical assaults from opponents of equal or lesser rank, rendering it virtually invincible. The clash resounded with thunderous booms. The once formidable Panlong staff, capable of shaking mountains and rivers, struck the ethereal image of the Huaxia Divine Dragon, producing merely 2 muffled groans. The overwhelming recoil left the Qianjun Douluo and the Jiangma Douluo's hands tingling with numbness. Undeterred, Chun Long was resolute in demonstrating his prowess. With a sweeping tail strike reminiscent of a dragon, he unleashed a powerful attack. The Qianjun Douluo and Jiangma Douluo swiftly raised their Panlong staves in defense. 2 dragon phantoms manifested upon their staves. Yet, in comparison to Chun Long's Huaxia Divine Dragon Martial Spirit, their spectral dragons appeared as mere worms. How could they possibly withstand such might? Bang! The two were sent sprawling several yards by Chun Long's sweeping tail. A profound expression crossed their faces. This was intriguing, and it was evident that they could no longer hold back. With determination, they brandished their Panlong staves, amplifying their might. 4th soul skill, Panlong Storm. The 2 staves spun rapidly, conjuring a tornado that significantly enhanced their lethality as they struck toward Chun Long. In response, Chun Long proclaimed, 4th soul skill, Dragon God Slash. The phantom of the Huaxia Divine Dragon manifested as a colossal golden blade, cleaving toward the Qianjun Douluo and Jiangma Douluo, though both employed their 4th soul skills. The sheer ferocity of the Dragon God Slash was unmistakable, exuding an aura capable of severing mountains and rivers. The two Douluos refrained from taking the blow head-on, swiftly retreating to evade Chun Long's onslaught. Boom! The immense destructive force of the dragon god slash caused the ground to shatter, revealing a vast crevice. Truly, this was a clash of deities, and the residual power alone was enough to unleash formidable destruction. Sixth soul skill, Panlong 9 turns, a final gamble. The Qianjun Douluo and Jiangma Douluo were compelled to summon their sixth soul skills, their hearts racing with exhilaration at encountering such a formidable opponent after so long. The three engaged in fierce combat, their figures darting back and forth. Chun Long, his hands adorned with dragon scales, relied on the Huaxiao divine dragon's extraordinary defense and strength. Engaging the two peaked Douluos in barehanded combat, Qian Rinxue remained stationary, observing the fierce battle. Witnessing the struggle of the strong could elevate her own soul power. In stark contrast, Yi Zhiqiu trembled incessantly. With each strike of their Panlong staves, the Qianjun Douluo and Jiangma Doulo's power surged exponentially. 9 turns to 1, heaven-esque collapse. The might of the two staves had reached its zenith as they charged toward Chun Long once more. Bang! This time, Chun Long found himself at a disadvantage, forcefully propelled backward and crashing heavily to the ground. After all, they were two peaked Douluos at level 96, the Qianjun and Jiangma Doulo. Chun Long's face was etched with frustration. He leapt into the air, unleashing a thunderous roar, sixth soul skill, Dragon God Annihilation Roar. Roar! A majestic roar emanated from the dragon's mouth, forming a series of golden halos that surged towards Qianjun Douluo and Jiangma Doulo. The sound waves concealed an immense power, shattering all obstacles before the dust dragon. Both Qianjun Douluo and Jiangma Doulo were instantly propelled away. Without a moment's pause, the dust dragon intoned gravely. It is time to conclude this. Seventh soul skill, Golden Sacred Dragon Form. The ethereal image of the Chinese dragon materialized instantaneously, its form amplifying 100-fold. Obscuring the sky and sun, it issued another resounding roar, causing the heavens and earth to shift in hue. A colossal dragon claw descended towards Qianjun Douluo and Jiangma Doulo. In response, the two wielded their coiling dragon staffs against the dust dragon, yet he disregarded their assault entirely, unleashing his martial soul's true form. The dust dragon's strength and defenses surged by 100%, rendering him impervious to all physical attacks from opponents of lower rank. With a thunderous crash, he pressed both adversaries into the ground. Under the shadow of the immense dragon claw, the figures of Qianjun and Jiangmo appeared diminutive. Though they sought to unleash their own seventh soul skill, they found themselves utterly immobilized beneath the overwhelming might of the dust dragon. In that moment, they recognized their defeat. Had the duo activated their ninth soul skill, Qinyuan One Stick, in advance, they might have glimpsed a glimmer of hope. However, now they could not even stir, let alone execute their ninth soul skill. Fiercely glaring, the dust dragon proclaimed in a booming voice, "Return and inform Qian Douluo that I harbor no ill intentions towards Xiaoxue. I merely took him to acquire the fourth soul skill, and I shall return when the time is right. Let him come if he dares." With another thunderous dragon roar directed at the two, the powerful sound wave nearly rendered them unconscious. Qian Rinxue, concerned that the dust dragon might truly harm Qianjun Douluo and Jiangma Doulo, disregarded her own safety and rushed forth, pleading, "Dragon God Doulo, please do not harm Grandfather Qianjun and Grandfather Jiangma. They mean no harm." The dust dragon seized Qian Rinxue with one hand and soared into the sky, leaving behind a streak of golden light that quickly vanished from sight. Only then did Qianjun Doulo and Jiangma Doulo manage to rise from the ground, exhaling deeply. They felt as though their aged bones had been shattered by the dust dragon's might. Despite being formidable peak Douluo of level 96, they appeared utterly disheveled. Regardless of their prowess, an insurmountable chasm remained between them and the unparalleled Douluo. Qianjun Douluo coughed lightly and raised his head, only to discover Yi Zhiqiu trembling nearby. A sense of frustration welled within him as he barked, "What are you still doing there? Hurry and leave." Yi Zhiqiu's eyes flickered with shock as he nodded repeatedly, his heart brimming with excitement. He had managed to preserve his life. Yet, under the oppressive aura of the dust dragon, his legs had long since lost their autonomy, rendering him completely immobile. Qianjun Douluo and Jiangma Doulo paid him no further heed. The two individuals leaped into the air and vanished from their original location, retracing their steps back to the Spirit Hall City to report. Qian Rinxue, perched upon the back of Chun Long, surveyed the vast expanse of the Star Do Forest. Initially filled with trepidation, her countenance soon transformed into one of exhilaration. Although the six-winged angel spirit was renowned for its supremacy in the skies, she had never soared to such heights before. The entirety of the Star Do Forest unfolded beneath her, lush and verdant. In the distance lay a small lake, shimmering like a mirror. "How beautiful!" Chun Long chuckled, remarking, "Not bad, right? This is my first time flying at such an altitude. When the opportunity arises, I shall take you swimming in that lake and assist you in obtaining a 100,000-year spirit ring." It dawned on Qian Rinxue that this might be the Lake of Life, the dwelling of the Forest King, the Titan Giant Ape, and the Forest Emperor, the Sky Blue Bull Python. Chun Long nodded gently in affirmation. Qian Rinxue's expression fluctuated slightly. She had only encountered references to the Lake of Life in the Spirit Hall's archives. To her astonishment, it truly existed. Faintly, she could discern a massive bull's head protruding from the lake's surface. After soaring through the air for a while, they descended to the periphery of the Star Do Forest. Preparing to depart, Chapter 016. A reunion with Shrek. Confronting the Master. The Douluo Forest is one of the three major habitats for soul beasts. Its vastness nearly rivals the entire territory of the Barak Kingdom, spanning the borders of the Heaven Do Empire and the Douluo Empire. As Chun Long and Qian Renshue touched down, a subtle smile graced Qian Renshue's face, enhancing her allure. How was our excursion? Are you satisfied? She inquired. Chun Long nodded lightly. Yes, but we should hasten our return. Otherwise, grandfather will truly be displeased. Chun Long scoffed lightly. Let him be angry. We've ventured out infrequently. We must enjoy ourselves before returning. I've heard that Heaven Do City is the most opulent capital of the Heaven Do Empire. Let us spend a few days there before heading back. Observing Chun Long's enthusiasm, Qian Renshue could only acquiesce, especially since she harbored a profound yearning for the outside world. The outskirts of the Douluo Forest were predominantly inhabited by low-tier soul beasts, primarily those of 100 or 1,000 years. Suddenly, the sounds of a skirmish echoed nearby. Initially, Chun Long had no intention of intervening. However, he then heard a deep voice exclaim, "You are students of Shrek Academy. If you cannot even hunt a 1,000-year phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake, how will you triumph in future battles? Remember, teamwork is essential. Mubai, why are you standing there idle? Xiao-san, as a control-type soul master, be mindful of your positioning." Upon hearing this voice, Chun Long's eyes sparkled with recognition. It was indeed a narrow path for foes. As it turned out to be Shrek Academy, Chun Long had always harbored a fondness for the notorious Shrek 7 monsters. He then leapt onto a massive tree trunk, roughly the size of a person, to observe from a distance as the Shrek 7 monsters surrounded and attacked a 1,000-year phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake. Dai Mubai was enveloped by the ethereal shadow of a white tiger, engaging in a direct confrontation with the phoenix-tailed rooster serpent. Zhu Qing darted back and forth like a nimble cat, skillfully diverting the serpent's attention to create an opportunity for a stealthy attack. Ma Hongjun launched an assault from the flank, while Tang Sect utilized his blue-silver emperor spirit to exert control over the serpent. Oscar, as a food-type soul master, could only stand quietly at the side, occasionally tossing out a couple of restorative sausages, seemingly of little use. Surprisingly, Xiaowu was still present, also attacking from the side. However, as a soul beast herself, she appeared somewhat hesitant, her actions noticeably slow. The little princess, Ning Rongrong, was enveloped by the 7 treasures glazed tower, radiating a brilliant glow. Not far off stood 2 individuals. One was the simple-minded and brawny Zhao Wujin, easily recognized by Chun Long from a previous encounter. The other, dressed in a black cloak, was tall and solemn, exuding an aura of remarkable stature. If Chun Long were not mistaken, this must be the so-called waste master Yu Xiaojing, the embodiment of triumph on the Douluo Continent. One could not help but surmise that he must have been quite handsome in his youth, as he managed to capture the affections of both Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong. Of course, he still paled in comparison to Chun Long. Qian Renshue, intrigued, inquired about these individuals. Chun Long chuckled lightly, responding, "They hail from a rather unimpressive academy, Shrek Academy." Qian Renshue nodded. "Oh, an unimpressive academy? Yet, judging by their soul ring configurations and combat coordination, they seem quite formidable, with none possessing a 10-year soul ring. The lowest among them are century-old rings. Is that a white cat spirit or a white tiger spirit? It resembles a white tiger, though not as ferocious. Is that a fire turkey spirit or a phoenix spirit? Its offensive power is quite strong, and its flames exhibit burning capabilities." Chun Long couldn't help but chuckle at this. Qian Renshue displayed a hint of confusion. "Did I say something wrong?" Feigning seriousness, Chun Long replied, "No, you are correct. Those are indeed the white cat spirit and the fire turkey spirit. Where would one find such a plump phoenix?" Qian Renshue nodded in agreement. With a resounding crash, the 7 of them united their efforts, and the Millennium Phoenix-tailed rooster serpent lay defeated upon the ground, barely clinging to life. A decisive blow would yield its soul ring. Tang Sect spoke up, "Fatty, this phoenix-tailed rooster serpent is yours." A gleam of joy appeared on Ma Hongjuan's face as he prepared to deliver a punch to the serpent. Chun Long plucked a green leaf with one hand, and, with a swift motion of his right hand, sent the leaf slicing through the air like a razor-sharp weapon towards the phoenix-tailed rooster serpent. Tang Sect reacted first, calling out loudly, "Be careful, there's an ambush." Before the words had left his lips, the phoenix-tailed rooster serpent had already been severed in 2 by Chun Long's leaf technique. Ma Hongjun, furious, exclaimed, "Which rascal dares to ambush my soul beast?" Chun Long, accompanied by Qian Renshue, gracefully descended to the ground. A sinister smile crept across his face. "Ah, how fortuitous, my friends, that we meet again." Upon catching sight of Chun Long, the expressions of the crowd instantly turned grave. Ma Hongjuan's face was alight with ferocity, as if he yearned to devour Chun Long. The theft of one's soul ring felt akin to the murder of a parent. Zhao Wujia, meanwhile, exhibited a flicker of terror. He had witnessed Chun Long's formidable prowess firsthand. Even the Haotian Douluo had proven no match for him, attesting to the extent of his terrifying strength. Yet, how could he possibly be present here? The master cast a respectful glance at Chun Long, addressing him with reverence. "Your Highness, it is an honor to meet you." Upon his return, the master had heard of this incident and had memorized Chun Long's appearance from the accounts of others. In this regard, the master surpassed the rest. Chun Long, however, regarded the master with indifference. He first scrutinized Tang Sect, noting that he appeared unchanged, likely yet to commence his training of the Sunflower Manual. To master this technique, one must first undergo great sacrifice, as the initial step demands immense resolve. His gaze then shifted to Xiao Wu, taking in her adorable, rosy rabbit ears, which were quite charming. Tang Sect assumed that Chun Long was contemplating ill intentions towards Xiao Wu, positioning himself protectively in front of her. The other members of the Shrek 7 monsters quickly aligned with Tang Sect, forming a united front. After a moment of contemplation, Chun Long seemed unable to conjure any justification for tormenting them. He turned, casting a glance at the master before smirking lightly. Master, I've heard you are well versed in the theory of martial souls, and have even devised the 10 core competencies of martial souls. Yu Xiaozhang's face darkened, and he responded in a somber tone, I am honored by your recognition. Please address me as master. Chun Long let out a soft chuckle, a look of disdain mingling with mockery upon his countenance. The master continued, is it that your highness harbors any misunderstandings regarding my 10 core competencies? I would be happy to elucidate them for you. What nonsense. The 10 core competencies of martial souls are simply preposterous. Tang Sect interjected, his displeasure evident as he exclaimed, you shall not insult my teacher. With a flick of his right hand, Chun Long sent Tang Sect soaring through the air. Go play elsewhere. The master's brow furrowed slightly. Does your highness perhaps misinterpret my 10 core competencies? Chun Long began. Very well, let us discuss the first point. There are no useless martial souls. Only soul masters who cannot cultivate. The master replied, indeed, there are no useless martial souls on the continent. Only soul masters who lack the ability to cultivate them. Take for instance Tang Sect's blue-silver grass martial soul. It was once deemed the epitome of a useless martial soul, yet he has cultivated it remarkably well. Moreover, he has demonstrated extraordinary control talent, rivaling that of high-level control-type martial souls. Unable to contain his derision, Chun Long retorted, with such feeble strength, you dare to call yourself a master? You are merely leading the young astray. Tang Sect's martial soul, after all, was the king among blue-silver grass. The illustrious blue-silver emperor. What nonsense about the blue-silver grass martial spirit. Have you ever encountered a soul master who cultivates using the blue-silver grass martial spirit? The master momentarily fell silent, his face flushed with embarrassment. No wonder he always felt that Tang Sect's blue-silver grass martial spirit was extraordinary. It turned out he had misjudged it. Chapter 017. Identity Implantation. The Sword Path is my grandfather. Tang Sect also lowered his gaze to his palm, observing that his blue-silver grass martial spirit was indeed vastly different from the ordinary version. Not only did the blue-silver grass exhibit a golden hue, but it also bore unique and intricate runes. Chun Long continued, besides, did you not claim that there are no useless martial spirits, only soul masters who cannot cultivate? Then what about your piglet martial spirit? Is that not a useless martial spirit? The master appeared increasingly distressed. My situation is due to a mutation in the martial spirit. Regardless of what caused the mutation, any martial spirit that cannot be cultivated is classified as a useless martial spirit. The master was left speechless by Chun Long's retort. Suddenly, the ground trembled and mighty trees were uprooted, causing the earth to shake violently. Fear spread across the faces of the crowd. Only Xiao Wu's eyes lit up with excitement as she exclaimed, Ming, it's Ming, as a 100,000-year soul beast. She was the first to sense the aura of the forest king, the Titan giant ape. Similarly, the Titan giant ape sensed Xiao Wu's presence, drawing it to the outskirts of the Stardew forest. A colossal Titan giant ape appeared before them, its immense form resembling a mountain. Its dark fur shimmered softly under the faint light of the stars and moon. Visually, it was a creature that resembled both an ape and a gorilla, with eyes as large as lanterns gleaming with a golden radiance, and its entire body cloaked in darkness. Not only was its size formidable, but every part of its physique was adorned with muscles more fearsome than granite, bulging like small hills. The crowd was utterly dumbfounded. The master, with a face full of terror, urged, quickly, retreat. This must be the Titan giant ape, the king of soul beasts from the 100,000-year forest. Xiao Wu, however, did not flee. She gazed intently at Ming. The Titan giant ape extended its massive hand toward Xiao Wu. Tang Sect, fearing for Xiao Wu's safety, leaped forward but was swatted away by the Titan giant ape, sent flying dozens of meters, nearly meeting his demise. Xiao Wu quickly called out, Ming, they are all my friends. Please do not harm them. Ming let out a low growl, his eyes flashing with fierce light, filled with hostility towards the humans before him, having witnessed the relentless slaughter of soul beasts by humankind. Xiao Wu spoke soothingly. Ming, what brings you here? The Titan giant ape replied in a deep voice. I sensed your aura and came immediately. Sister Xiao Wu, come back with me, away from these perilous humans. Xiao Wu spoke. Ming, rest assured, they have treated me with kindness. Sister Xiao Wu, do not be deceived by their appearance. Humans are treacherous and have hunted countless soul beasts. If they discover you are a soul beast, they will not spare you. Xiao Wu continued. Ming, trust me. If they had intended to harm me, they would have acted long ago, not waited until now. Ming replied. That is merely their caution. They may not wish to absorb your soul ring yet, but when the time comes, they will not hesitate. At that moment, Chun Long emerged, a glimmer of delight upon his face. What a stroke of fortune. It seems my quest has borne fruit, as a delivery has come right to my doorstep, saving me another trip, just in time to bestow a 100,000-year soul ring upon my second martial soul. Second martial soul? The master, Zhao Wujia, Qianrenshua, and the Shrek 7 monsters were all taken aback. He possesses a twin martial soul. Heaven above, how is this fair? He has gathered all the brilliance unto himself. Despite his youth, he has already achieved the rank of titled Douluo and possesses a twin martial soul. The master's eyes sparkled with excitement. Chun Long's mind stirred, and a small sword materialized in his right hand, exuding a magnificent aura. Rong Rong was the first to recognize the 7-killing sword, her face filled with astonishment. Though she hesitated, as the 7-killing sword martial soul originates solely from the sword path of Chun Xian. Chun Long felt a tinge of confusion. System. Is not the martial soul supposed to be a matter of bloodline inheritance? Bestowing upon me the 7-killing sword martial soul would clash with the martial soul of Chun Xian. Can you not provide me with another martial soul? Something like the Xinyuan sword, the Zhuxian sword, or any unparalleled sword will suffice. Ding. Host has been reborn in the Douluo Continent, with an identity background implanted in this world. Current implanted background. Grandson of Chun Xian of the sword path, martial soul, 7-killing sword. Chun Long's heart trembled. Damn it. I have already pledged allegiance to the spirit hall, and now you suddenly bestow upon me a grandfather and a father. Moreover, my grandfather's father was slain by Qian Daolu. Isn't this unjust? Ding. The identity background has been confirmed since the host's rebirth in this continent, and cannot be altered. Chun Long paused, resigned to this reality. At least being reborn in the Douluo Continent grants me an identity, otherwise, I would be a mere orphan. The identity of being the renowned 96th level pinnacle Douluo, grandson of Chun Xian, is impressive. Furthermore, the 7-killing sword martial soul is quite remarkable. I have always cherished sword-related tales. With a single sword, I have traversed 3,000 miles, once facing 1,000,000 soldiers. Holding the sun, moon, and stars, there is none in this world like me. The heavens did not give birth to me, Chun Long. The sword path is an eternal night, the sword comes. It seems I can no longer remain in the spirit hall. I must seek an opportunity to defect. The dust dragon, wielding the 7-killing sword, pointed it directly at the Titan giant ape, his voice resounding with fervor. Since you've arrived, allow yourself to become the inaugural soul ring of my second martial soul. The Titan giant ape, its eyes igniting with a fierce glow, retorted, foolish human, I have disregarded more than a dozen titled Douluo. What do you amount to? The dust dragon chuckled lightly. I beg your pardon, but I too hold little regard for more than a dozen titled Douluo. The Titan giant ape, taken aback, unleashed a colossal fist the size of a small hill towards the dust dragon. With a resounding crash, the ground collapsed instantly, creating a vast pit. The onlookers were struck with astonishment. Could it be that a 100,000-year soul beast would crush him with a single blow? As the dust settled, the crowd was left in a state of utter shock. The dust dragon stood serenely within the chasm, one claw gripping the immense fist of the Titan giant ape. With a sudden surge of strength, the dust dragon forced the Titan giant ape to stumble back 2 paces, eliciting a look of disbelief from the beast. Even the titled Douluo could not withstand my punch, yet this lad not only caught it, but also repelled me. The dust dragon's eyes flickered, revealing the ethereal visage of the Huaxia divine dragon around him. The Titan giant ape, momentarily stunned, questioned, is this the dragon god? The dust dragon replied with a smile. Incorrect. This is my martial soul, the Huaxia divine dragon. First soul skill, dragon's tail sweep, with precision and grace. He executed the dragon's tail sweep towards the Titan giant ape. The Titan giant ape hesitated for a moment before erupting into fury, emitting a low growl as it swung a fist towards the dust dragon. The two titanic forces collided, generating a powerful shockwave that swept across the surroundings, toppling mighty trees. The dust dragon proclaimed, truly worthy of a 100,000-year soul beast, this is intriguing. Will you offer yourself as a sacrifice? Or shall I slay you and absorb your soul ring? The Titan giant ape's eyes glinted ominously once more. Foolish human, do you believe you can subdue me with such meager strength? The dust dragon grinned. Certainly not just this. Prepare yourself. Fourth soul skill, Dragon God Slash. The illusion of the Huaxia divine dragon coalesced into a golden giant blade, cleaving towards the Titan giant ape. The Titan giant ape relied primarily on strength and defense, while the dust dragon's fourth soul skill was a pure offensive force. The massive war blade struck the Titan giant ape, instantly carving a deep gash into its body, causing golden blood to flow forth, revealing the creature's agony. The Titan giant ape, enraged, seemed to go berserk, violently smashing everything in its vicinity. Trees the thickness of a man were as flimsy as chopsticks in its grasp, uprooted effortlessly. Chapter 018. Titan Giant Ape, Xiao Wu's Sacrifice. The Titan Giant Ape hurled a fist toward the dust dragon, causing the earth to tremble and stones to scatter. Such overwhelming force made the dust dragon wary of a direct confrontation. One could only swiftly evade, then leap into the air once more, unleashing the first soul skill, Dragon Goddess Tail. The mighty tail of the Huaxia divine dragon struck the Titan Great Ape with a thunderous roar. Under the tremendous force of this impact, the Titan Great Ape's colossal body collapsed, causing the entire Star Dove forest to tremble. Countless towering trees crashed to the ground. The Titan Great Ape rose from the earth, its muscles bulging, and its face etched with fury. It let out a deafening roar that echoed through the air. The Titan Great Ape, with fists as formidable as small mountains, charged at the dust dragon without pause. The dust dragon swiftly dodged to the right. executing a dragon god slash, once again carving a wound into the Titan great ape's back. The fierce battle between man and beast raged on for quite some time. As it stood, neither side had gained the upper hand. Though the Titan great ape relied solely on the immense power and defense of a 100,000-year soul beast in its confrontation with the dust dragon. Yet, the dust dragon had only employed his 4th soul skill thus far. With a slight tremor in his eyes, the dust dragon activated his 7th soul skill. Golden sacred dragon form. As a Huaxia divine dragon soared into the sky, radiance enveloped the surrounding Stardo forest. Having previously battled the formidable Chun Douluo and the demons subduing Douluo, the dust dragon had already expended a significant portion of his soul power. At this moment, the golden sacred dragon form represented only half of its full potential. The instant the Huaxia divine dragon appeared, the Titan great ape involuntarily shuddered. Under the oppressive aura of the Huaxia divine dragon, the Titan great ape felt an inexplicable sense of submission. Dragon god. Yet, upon closer inspection, there were discernible differences from the dragon god, and besides, the dragon god had long since ceased to exist. It was impossible. In that fleeting moment of contemplation, the dust dragon's massive claws descended like a dark cloud upon the Titan great ape. However, this time, the dust dragon had underestimated his opponent. The Titan great ape suddenly seized the body of the Huaxia divine dragon and forcefully slammed it to the ground. A resounding boom echoed once more. It felt as though every bone in the dust dragon's body had shattered upon impact. As the Titan great ape lifted its gigantic foot to stomp down, the dust dragon seized the moment, grasping the Titan great ape's right foot with all his might, instantaneously throwing the Titan great ape to the ground. His palm struck down, and the Titan great ape let out a roar, spewing a spray of blood into the air, forming a mist of crimson. It fell powerless to the ground. The dust dragon chuckled lightly. 100,000-year soul beast is nothing extraordinary. Perish. 9th soul skill, Dragon God's Judgment. A vast dragon's might enveloped the entire Stardo forest, causing all surrounding soul beasts to prostrate themselves in fear. Even the Titan great ape felt an unprecedented sense of majesty and terror. The Huaxia divine dragon emitted a resounding roar, and a colossal sword of golden light materialized, imbued with the power to annihilate all. Yet, as this giant sword swung toward the Titan great ape, it came to an abrupt halt before making contact. At that moment, Xiao Wu suddenly dashed forward, positioning herself before the Titan giant ape. She knelt before the dust dragon, pleading fervently, "Please do not kill Ming." The dust dragon's brow furrowed slightly. "It is a soul beast, and I am a soul master. It is only natural for a soul master to hunt soul beasts for their soul rings. What is wrong with that? If it had remained peacefully in the lake of life, I might have had no reason to pursue it. Now that it has come to me willingly, why should I let it go?" Xiao Wu, in tears, implored. Ming only came out because he sensed my presence. If you must kill, then take my life instead. I beg you, spare Ming. Kill you? Such a beautiful rabbit. I find it difficult to bring myself to do so. The dust dragon replied. Besides, in terms of strength, this Titan giant ape far exceeds you. The soul skills and bones obtained from hunting it would surely be formidable. As the dust dragon remained resolute in his intent to hunt the Titan giant ape, Xiao Wu grew anxious. Her expression darkened, and with unwavering determination, she declared, "If you spare Ming's life, I am willing to offer myself as a sacrifice." Buzz. Upon hearing this, the dust dragon's eyes sparkled with interest. Even Master and Zhao Wujie displayed expressions of astonishment. A soul beast that has reached the age of 100,000 years possesses human-like intelligence and can offer sacrifices to human soul masters, thereby ignoring the age limits for soul rings while simultaneously obtaining both soul rings and bones. However, such a soul beast would inevitably perish. The arduous journey of a soul beast to reach 100,000 years is fraught with challenges, unless faced with extraordinary circumstances. A soul beast would rather self-destruct than choose to sacrifice itself to a human soul master. The dust dragon readily agreed, recognizing the opportunity. Very well. As long as you agree to sacrifice yourself for me, I shall release the Titan giant ape. Ming let out a roar, his face twisted with resentment and fury. He attempted to rise, but was forcibly slammed back to the ground by the dust dragon, rendering him immobile. Xiao Wu gritted her teeth, her heart heavy with reluctance. She had transformed into a human, initially intent on training to avenge her mother. Little did she know that she would end up becoming a soul ring for a human soul master. Yet, Ming had come for her. How could she bear to watch him become another soul ring? Moreover, she was their leader. Clenching her jaw, Xiao Wu stated firmly, "I agree to offer myself as a sacrifice." Tang Sect leaped in front of Xiao Wu, his eyes icy as he declared, "Xiao Wu, you must not." With tears welling in her eyes, she appeared increasingly pitiful. "Sengu, thank you for your care over the years, but Ming came for me. How could I watch him become someone else's soul ring?" Tang Sec's gaze flared with fury, confronting the dust dragon with a dominating tone. "If you wish for Xiao Wu to sacrifice herself, you must first go through me." The dust dragon could not help but chuckle, thinking, "Go through you? What are you? Perhaps you should return and study the Sunflower Manual first." Unbeknownst to the dust dragon, at that moment, the rest of the Shrek team emerged. Standing resolutely in front of Tang Sect, with an elevated tone, he declared, "We, the Shrek 7 monsters, shall fight alongside you, never abandoning nor forsaking you." Tang Sect and Xiao Wu felt a surge of emotion, surprised that everyone would stand up to assist them at such a moment. However, Chun Long merely shook his head slightly, dismissing them as a group of inept individuals who should refrain from embarrassing themselves. With a powerful strike of his colossal dragon claw upon the ground, an overwhelming force surged toward the Shrek 7 monsters. Oscar and Ning Rongrong collapsed instantly. Dai Mubai, Tang San, Ma Hongjun, and Zhu Zhuqing struggled to remain standing, their soul power surging as they unleashed their martial spirits to withstand Chun Long's oppressive might. Seeing their tenacity, Chun Long resolved to utterly shatter their hopes. With renewed vigor, he intensified his pressure. One by one, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and the others succumbed to the ground. Yet Tang San remained steadfast, gritting his teeth. Xiao Wu, fear not. I shall protect you with all my might. Tang San understood that neither his blue-silver grass nor his hidden weapons would be of any use against Chun Long. His eyes ignited with fierce determination as he leapt into the air, unexpectedly invoking his second martial spirit. The Haotian hammer in his left hand surged in size, infused with soul power, and he swung it forcefully toward Chun Long. Chun Long's brow twitched slightly as he coldly remarked, "You overestimate your abilities." With a single hand, he caught Tang San's descending Haotian hammer. Though the Haotian hammer lacked the enhancement of soul rings, it possessed formidable weight. Yet, when it struck Chun Long, it bore no effect. Chun Long grasped the Haotian hammer with a single hand, and, applying a slight pressure, caused it to explode with a thunderous roar. Blood spurted from Tang San's mouth. In a swift motion, Chun Long backhanded Tang San, sending him hurtling away. Xiao Wu clenched her small hands tightly. Worry etched upon her face. Watching Tang San struggle on the ground, her taut heartstrings relaxed somewhat. At least he was still alive. Her eyes grew increasingly moist as crystalline tears trickled down her cheeks. Brother San, farewell. Closing her eyes, Xiao Wu's form suddenly ascended, radiating a gray light. Her voice echoed. Before I make my sacrifice, you must ensure the release of Air Ming and the Shrek group. Should you dare to break your word, I will protect my own body and perish alongside you. You must be aware of the devastation wrought by 100,000-year soul beast's self-detonation. Chun Long, with a hint of impatience, reassured her, rest assured, I, Chun Long, am a being of my word. With a roar, Air Ming attempted once more to rise from the ground, only to be forcefully struck down again by Chun Long struggling to rise. Tang San let out a heart-wrenching cry. Xiao Wu, the scene was poignant, yet Chun Long remained unmoved. If I cannot possess you, at the very least, I shall claim your soul ring. A thunderous rumble ensued. A wave of formidable soul power surged forth, generated by the sacrificial offering of a 100,000-year soul ring, creating a circular vortex that swept across the entirety of the Star Dough forest. At this moment, an elder descended from the skies, prompting a flicker of excitement on Qian Rinxue's face. Grandfather, what brings you here? She exclaimed. Qian Douluo reproached her. If I had not come, would you have chosen not to return? Qian Rinxue timidly replied. We were just about to head back. Chun Long's expression shifted in surprise. He had not anticipated the old man's arrival, indicating how highly he regarded Qian Rinxue. Qian Douluo's demeanor grew serious as he sensed the overwhelming aura of a 100,000-year soul beast. He raised his right hand, forming an energy barrier to shield Qian Rinxue, now viewing the young man before him with newfound respect. Title Douluo, Twin Martial Souls, 200,000-year soul rings. A being who embodies all brilliance. Such an individual is truly a paragon of excellence. He mused. If little Shrek could be with him, it would indeed be a splendid choice. Suddenly, an immense force surged into Chun Long's body, causing him to tremble as he stood frozen in place, the ferocious energy flooding in, mingled with an aura of wrath. He felt as though his entire being was on the verge of exploding. Hastily, he channeled his soul power into his 7 kills sword martial soul. With a hum, a magnificent long sword appeared in Chun Long's right hand, radiating an aura of grandeur. Upon the sword's emergence, Qian Douluo was momentarily taken aback, then exclaimed loudly, Young man, what is your relation to the renowned Wind Sword Master, Chen Sun? What Wind Sword Master? Have you had too much to drink? Chun Long paused. Recalling the narrative of Douluo Continent, the father of the sword Douluo was indeed named Chen Sun. The elder had engaged in battle with Qian Douluo the year he surpassed level 97, ultimately suffering defeat and severe injuries, soon departing from this world. Ning Rongrong, though struggling to breathe, displayed a look of astonishment. If she had harbored doubts moments before, she was now utterly convinced that the sword in Chun Long's hand was the 7 kills sword. There existed no other 7 kills sword martial soul on the continent. Considering his age, could he truly be the long-lost grandson of the sword master? Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled with realization. She vaguely recalled the sword master mentioning that his grandson was named Chun Long and that they had been betrothed in childhood. The sword master had long yearned for news of his grandson. If he were to know that his grandson not only survived but had also grown so powerful, he would surely be overjoyed. As her excitement intensified, Ning Rongrong promptly retrieved a signal flare from her storage ring, launching it into the sky. This flare was unique to the 7-treasure glazed tile school, reserved for the most urgent of situations, capable of revealing one's identity aura. At the sight of the flare, Ning Fengji, Sword Douluo, and Bone Douluo converged on the glazed pavilion almost simultaneously. Ning Fengji, with a grave expression, stated, Rongrong is in danger. Uncle Gu will guard the sect, and I shall accompany Sword Uncle to provide assistance. Gu Douluo nodded solemnly. This matter was of utmost importance concerning Rongrong's safety, and indeed, Sword Douluo's speed far surpassed his own. Without hesitation, Sword Douluo unleashed the fusion of man and sword. A beam of sword light cleaved through the sky, heading straight for the Star Do Forest. Ning Fengji led nearly 100 soul masters closely behind. At that moment, Chun Long was absorbing the soul power sacrificed by Xiao Wu, completely disregarding Qian Daolu. Although Qian Daolu felt a surge of excitement, he recognized the critical nature of the moment and refrained from disturbing Chun Long's absorption of the soul ring, standing quietly aside to await the outcome. Though Xiao Wu had chosen to sacrifice herself, she still harbored some resistance. Under Chun Long's oppressive aura, she was compelled to merge her soul skill. Simultaneously, she bestowed upon him a head soul bone. Chun Long discovered that Xiao Wu's soul was sealed within this head soul bone, allowing him to communicate with her through his spirit. Upon absorbing Xiao Wu's 100,000-year soul ring, a brilliant red soul ring of the same age illuminated Chun Long's body, and the 7-kill sword in his hand radiated with overwhelming brilliance. Chun Long soared into the air, executing a fierce sword slash, its destructive power astonishing. Although it lacked the domineering presence of the Chinese divine dragon martial soul, its lethality was formidable. With a thunderous roar, Chun Long unleashed his first soul skill, Longsword emerges. The 7-kill sword in his grasp transformed into a vivid red hue and cleaved through the air. Despite being merely his first soul skill, it sliced through space, unleashing bolts of lightning from the fissure. Even Qian Daolu's face betrayed his astonishment. Qian Daolu pressed further, "Young man, who is the Wind Sword Master Chen Sun to you?" Chun Long feigned ignorance, responding, "Wind Sword Master Chen Sun? I do not know him. And what of the Sword Master Chen Xin?" He shook his head slightly once more. "Are you aware of the martial soul in your hand?" Qian Daolu inquired, his expression darkening. Chun Long gently waved the 7-kill sword, speaking in a calm tone. "What? Is this not merely an ordinary sword martial soul?" Qian Daolu's brow furrowed, observing Chun Long's seemingly foolish demeanor, which did not come across as an act. A faint smile crept across Chun Long's lips. Having lived 2 lives, he was adept at performance, leaving no trace of flaw for others to detect. A hint of murderous intent began to rise within Qian Daolu as he contemplated that if Chun Long's martial soul was indeed the 7-kill sword, it must be intrinsically linked to Sword Master Chen Xin. He was, after all, the nemesis of his ancestral lineage. If Chun Long were to uncover his true identity one day, he would undoubtedly turn against him, opposing the Spirit Hall. Such a powerful title Douluo, especially one with dual martial souls, posed a grave threat to the Spirit Hall. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Qian Daolu's murderous intent intensified. It was imperative to exploit this opportunity, to take his life. Qian Renshue, too, could not help but glance at Qian Daolu, her heart filled with confusion. Why had her grandfather suddenly exuded such a chilling aura of killing intent? Did he truly intend to hunt down the ancient Titan Great Ape, which had existed for 100,000 years? In Chapter 20, Mad Tang San, the poisoned Chun Long glanced at the elated expression on his face, then turned to observe Qian Renshue beside him, his countenance revealing a profound contemplation. If these two were to unite, what would it matter even if the Sword Master Chen Xin were to arrive? Observing the Titan Great Ape, already on its last legs, he inquired, "Are you truly going to spare this beast?" Chun Long's eyes sparkled with excitement, realizing the formidable nature of this 100,000-year spirit ring. Why not hunt this Titan Great Ape as well? A voice echoed in his mind, belonging to Xiao Wu, urging him to remain true to his word. After a moment's hesitation, Chun Long conceded, "Very well, I shall spare it for now, and later, we shall deal with the sky blue bull python together." Clearing his throat, he raised his head with confidence and declared, "One must prioritize integrity in life. I have already promised the 100,000-year spirit beast that I would release this Titan Great Ape. Thus, I shall indeed set it free." Qian Daolu's brows twitched, and he could not help but regard Chun Long with newfound respect. He was neither arrogant nor impatient, and he honored his commitments, worthy of Renshue's lifelong trust. The Titan Great Ape rose from the ground, its eyes ablaze with fury, as if it longed to rend Chun Long to pieces. "Foolish human, I shall kill you," it bellowed. Chun Long replied, "I am currently honoring my promise. I advise you to leave quickly, otherwise, I shall send you to reunite with Xiao Wu." The Titan Great Ape glared menacingly, its rugged face etched with murderous intent. In Qian Daolu's gaze, it sensed an unprecedented power. It was evident that even the young man before it was not its match. Should the elder beside him decide to intervene, its demise would be inevitable. To avenge Xiao Wu, it had to survive. With a roar filled with wrath, the Titan Great Ape let out a thunderous cry that echoed through the heavens. It turned and trudged deeper into the Star Do Forest. At that moment, Tang Sect crawled up from the ground, his eyes icy and filled with anguish as he cried out, "Xiao Wu!" Suddenly, his eyes turned crimson with rage as he roared, "I will kill you." His first soul skill, entanglement. Countless strands of blue-silver grass, shimmering with golden light, surged towards Chun Long, ensnaring him instantly. With a faint smile, Chun Long remarked, "Have you come to amuse me? A mere 4-ringed spirit master dares to challenge me." With a slight movement of his right foot, Tang Seng's blue-silver grass crumbled away. Yet, consumed by fury, Tang Seng lost his reason and unleashed his third soul skill, web binding. Numerous strands of blue-silver grass intertwined, forming a massive web to ensnare Chun Long. However, this too proved utterly ineffective. With a single punch, Chun Long shattered Tang Seng's third soul skill, For a mere four-ringed spirit master to challenge a Peerless Douluo was akin to an egg striking against granite. Tang Sect was acutely aware that the blue-silver grass could not restrain the dust dragon. In the instant the dust dragon broke free, 7 dragon whisker needles launched toward its vital points from various cunning angles. The dust dragon was enveloped in a layer of dragon scales, and when the 7 needles made contact, they crumpled as if striking a steel plate. A heart-wrenching roar escaped Tang Sec's lips. All his efforts proved futile. At that moment, his garments were entirely torn apart, revealing his well-defined physique. From his back, 8 sharp spider spears swiftly sprouted, unmistakably the external spirit bone he had acquired from the man-faced demon spider. Chun Longl's gaze flickered with astonishment. This was indeed an external spirit bone. Spirit bones are classified into main spirit bones and external spirit bones. The main spirit bones consist of 6 types: the skull, limbs, and torso bones. External spirit bones refer to those that are not part of the 6 main spirit bones, such as a bone from the lower leg or forearm. The likelihood of an ordinary spirit bone manifesting from a spirit beast is a mere 1 in 1,000, while the probability of an external spirit bone is less than 1 in 10,000. The external spirit bone occupies the 2nd position on the list of spirit master's aspirations, surpassed only by the coveted 100,000-year spirit rings. When a 100,000-year spirit beast perishes, it will invariably yield one of the 6 main spirit bones. In contrast, external spirit bones do not appear on 100,000-year beasts. They may only manifest under rare circumstances on 1,000 or 10,000-year spirit beasts. External spirit bones can grow alongside their wielder, enhancing in power as the user's strength increases. The potency of main spirit bones, however, is contingent upon the might of the spirit beast during its life. As Chun Long beheld the external spirit bone on Tang Sec's back, his astonishment deepened. He had thought Chun Long to be exceptionally gifted, yet he now discovered other remarkably talented youths on the continent. Tang Sec's displayed prowess was indeed astonishing. However, against the dust dragon, all efforts were in vain. Tang Sect moved across the ground like a spider, the 8 spider spears resembling blades piercing toward the dust dragon. Each spear was laced with potent venom, exuding a dark miasma. Tang Sect had mastered the use of the spider spears, unleashing them in succession toward the dust dragon. Observing the sharp spear tips, the dust dragon dared not to confront them directly and could only evade swiftly. Seizing the opportunity, it leaped into the air and landed a powerful punch on Tang Sect, sending him flying several paces. Undeterred, Tang Sect struggled to rise once more from the ground, driven by a desire for vengeance for Xiao Wu. His unwavering resolve moved even those around him. As the 8 spider spears surged toward the dust dragon again, the tension in the air heightened. The dust dragon's eyes gleamed with a fierce light. Since you are so intent on seeking death, I shall systematically dismantle your 8 spider lances. He seized one lance with determination, exerting force to forcibly wrench it from Tang Sec's body. The lance, having fused with Tang Sect, had become part of him. In an instant, the lance was snapped, eliciting anguished cries from Tang Sect. A faint smile crept onto the dust dragon's lips. Such arrogance. However, a sudden realization struck the dust dragon. Although he had merely touched the 8 spider lance, his right hand began to darken, the venom swiftly infiltrating his body. Damn! This can poison me. He hastily retrieved an antidote pill and swallowed it. Yet, the potency of the venom was overwhelming, rendering the antidote ineffective at once. The dust dragon had no choice but to channel a considerable amount of soul power to compress the spider venom within his right hand. Tang Sect observed the dust dragon's complexion darkening, a fierce glint appearing in his eyes. I will ensure you accompany Xiao Wu to the grave. He unleashed the sharp 8 spider lances once more towards the dust dragon. Chun Long attempted to rush to his aid, but was intercepted by Chun Long. He contemplated the situation. Dust Dragon's willingness to join the Spirit Hall would be ideal, yet if he chose the sword path, it would plunge the Spirit Hall into nightmares. Ultimately, Chun Long decided to abandon Dust Dragon. Grandfather, why are you stopping me? The dragon god Douluo has been poisoned. Chun Long exclaimed. Chun Long said nothing more, merely watching Tang Sec's advance in silence. The Dust Dragon's eyes shone with intensity. Tang Sect, you seek your own demise. Soul power surged within him, the venom rapidly spreading through his system, such a tyrannical spider poison. As the 8 spider lance was poised to pierce through the dust dragon's body, Tang Sect suddenly halted. Chapter 021, 7 Killing Sword, Sword Path of Heart. Suddenly, Ning Rongrong stepped forward to shield the dust dragon, leaving the onlookers bewildered by her unexpected intervention. What are you doing, Rongrong? Tang Sect growled, his eyes ablaze with fury. Ning Rongrong hesitated. Brother San, could you please wait a moment? I have something to confirm. Tang Sect, his eyes a furious crimson, retorted, he killed Xiao Wu. I must avenge her. Step aside. With a flick of his mind, a strand of blue-silver grass ensnared Ning Rongrong, casting her aside. The sharp 8 spider lances surged towards Tang Sect, and should they strike, even if he survived the piercing, he would succumb to the poison. The dust dragon's face, darkened by venom, radiated a fierce light. Even if I am poisoned, I can still slay you. His eyes quivered slightly as the 7 killing sword materialized in his right hand. As he beheld the incoming 8 spider lances, he cleaved with the 7 killing sword. Bang! The 2 weapons clashed, emitting sparks like lightning, showcasing the formidable hardness of Tang Sec's 8 spider lances. Undeterred, Tang Sect launched 2 more 8 spider lances toward the dust dragon's body. With a thunderous roar, the dust dragon unleashed the 7-kill sword. Activating the first soul skill, sword drawn. Instantly, crimson soul rings, each representing 100,000 years, illuminated his form. He swung the 7-kill sword, cleaving through the 2 8-spider spears with ease, rendering them into mere fragments. Tang Sect let out a piercing scream, writhing on the ground in agony. The dust dragon wiped the blood from the sword and taunted softly. A withered camel is larger than a horse. With your meager strength, you dare to challenge me. The master hastened to attend to Tang Sect's wounds. In the distance, the sword Douluo sensed the aura of the 7-kill sword and quickened his pace. A beam of sword light sliced through the heavens, and a figure stood resolutely in the sky, surveying the ground below. Upon spotting the nearby Chun Long, the sword Douluo nearly plummeted from the air. It was astonishing that even the judgment elder of the spirit hall, Chun Long, had arrived. The memory of his father's death ignited a fierce glint in the sword Douluo's eyes. However, he recalled his father's admonition against seeking vengeance on Chun Long. Then, the sword Douluo's gaze fell upon the 7-kill sword in the dust dragon's right hand, leaving him momentarily stunned. The 7-kill sword. Boy, how do you possess the 7-kill sword martial spirit? The dust dragon feigned ignorance, replying, how should I know? Isn't it common for everyone to have a martial spirit? The sword Douluo continued, do you realize that the martial spirit in your right hand is the 7-kill sword? The dust dragon maintained a calm demeanor, merely responding with an indifferent "oh." A flicker of excitement surged within the sword Douluo. His grandson, the dust dragon, had been taken away at the tender age of 1. And now, 18 years later, he envisioned that his grandson would have grown tall and majestic. He fixed his fervent gaze upon the dust dragon. Having already confirmed that the right hand bore the 7-kill sword martial spirit, an essence he was intimately familiar with. Boy, what is your name? Dust dragon. Upon hearing these 2 words, the sword Douluo's excitement intensified, and his right hand trembled slightly. His eyes brimmed with affection as he gazed at the dust dragon. What is your father's name? The dust dragon hesitated momentarily before responding calmly. I do not know. Since I became aware, I have never seen that deadbeat of a father. The sword Douluo's eyes shone with fervor. You are my grandson, Dust Dragon. The Dust Dragon was at a loss for words, never expecting such a dramatic revelation of kinship to fall upon him, and he felt compelled to play along. Feigning shock, he stammered, Is this truly the case? The sword Douluo, brimming with excitement, replied, Indeed, it is true. My grandson is named Dust Dragon, and more importantly, the martial spirit in your right hand is the 7-kill sword of the Dust lineage. Apart from our family, there shall never be another 7-kill sword martial spirit on the entire continent. The dust dragon softly murmured, Is this real? Are you truly my grandfather? The sword Douluo's expression fluctuated with emotion. He had never dared to dream that he would see his grandson Dust Dragon in this lifetime. Indeed, I am your grandfather. Chun Long continued, What transpired here? Why is your face shrouded in darkness? Ning Rongrong interjected, Grandfather Jian, he has been poisoned. Chun Long's eyes blazed with fury as he demanded, Who administered the poison? His gaze was fixed upon Chun Long, devoid of any trepidation. Ning Rongrong added, It is the spider venom from my 3rd brother. At that moment, Tang Sect was writhing on the ground, appearing to be in excruciating pain. After all, the 8 spider lances had become an integral part of his being. What then is his condition? Chun Long was utterly perplexed, unaware of the unfolding events. Ning Rongrong furrowed her brow. This is indeed a complicated situation. The 8 spider lances on my brother's back were just severed by a single stroke of his sword. Chun Long assessed the surroundings. Xiao Long, I shall take you back to the 7-treasure glazed tile school to alleviate the poison. Chun Long's brow creased slightly. By the time they returned to the 7-treasure glazed tile school, he would likely have succumbed to the poison. At this juncture, he had already concentrated all the toxic gas in his right hand, and with a swift motion of his left, he slashed open his palm. A stream of black poisonous blood gushed forth, causing the surrounding flora to wither instantly, a testament to the ferocity of the spider venom. Chun Long allowed the crimson liquid to flow until it was pure blood, then tore off a piece of his clothing to bind the wound. Observing Chun Long's predicament, Qian Rinxue approached him gently, offering, Let me assist you. She then proceeded to tend to his injury. Ning Rongrong stood by, initially filled with animosity towards Chun Long, yet inexplicably felt a twinge of jealousy, prompting her to retreat slightly. Ning Rongrong inquired, Grandfather Jian, hasn't father arrived? Chun Long replied, Upon receiving your signal, I hastened here. Feng Ji should be on his way and likely nearing our location. Just as he finished speaking, swish, swish, swish. Nearly 100 figures emerged, encircling the entire area. Ning Fengji approached with a solemn expression, filled with concern. Rongrong, are you unharmed? Ning Rongrong gently shook her head. I am fine. Chun Long exclaimed with excitement. Haha. Fengji, I have located Chun Long. Ning Fengji gazed at the young man before him, his eyes widening in astonishment. It must be him. This lad bears a striking resemblance to Brother Feng. Ning Fengji nodded slightly, unable to suppress the thrill and elation within him. At that moment, he noticed Chun Long not far away. His eyes widened in realization. That is, Chun Long spoke in a low tone. That is Chun Long, the Grand Priest and Judgment Elder of the Spirit Hall, a peerless title Douluo of the 99th rank. Ning Fengji's face instantly reflected shock. He had only heard descriptions of Chun Daoliu's appearance and had never seen him in person. To his surprise, he encountered him here. Ning Fengji, promptly bowed to Chien Dalu. Addressing him respectfully, "Your Grace." Chien Dalu nodded slightly, a hint of arrogance gracing his features as he disregarded Ning Fengji. The sword Douluo continued, "Fengji, I intend to take Xiao Long back to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School." Ning Fengji replied, "Of course, that is his home. Under the tutelage of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, his soul power will surely soar to new heights." Chapter 022. The sword Douluo, and Ning Fengji's astonishment. Ning Rongrong cleared her throat a few times, wishing to remind her father that this individual was already extraordinary, and that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School could not possibly teach him anything further. However, Ning Fengji remained oblivious to this. With a concerned expression, he asked, "Rongrong, are you alright? Why are you coughing?" Ning Rongrong furrowed her brows and could only respond, "I'm fine." Qian Renshue gazed directly at Ning Fengji. Her tone elevated as she declared, "The Dragon God Douluo is a grand elder of our spirit hall. How could he possibly accompany you?" The mention of the Dragon God Douluo, the grand elder of the spirit hall, left both Ning Fengji and the sword Douluo bewildered. They had indeed heard of the newly appointed Dragon God Douluo, renowned for his incredible strength, capable of crushing the Haotian hammer with a single hand. It was truly remarkable. The sword Douluo interjected, "What Dragon God Douluo? This is a matter for your spirit hall." He continued, "He is our Dragon God Douluo, the foremost among the 9 grand elders of the spirit hall." Stunned, Ning Fengji and the sword Douluo were left speechless. How can this be? Xiao Long is only 18 years old. How could he possibly be your spirit hall as Dragon God Douluo? Chun Long, somewhat shy, scratched the back of his head, feeling embarrassed. "Grandfather, Sect Master Ning, I am new to the world and have no place to go. The Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong, implored me to join. Thus I became the Dragon God Douluo of the Spirit Hall." "What? You are already a title Douluo?" Chun Long said little more. His prowess was the best testament to his status. With a flicker of intent, a dragon's roar ascended to the heavens, surrounding him with the ethereal image of a divine dragon, revealing 9 circles of varying colors: yellow, purple, black, 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 red. Indeed, it was his mother's divine dragon martial spirit. The sword Douluo stood frozen in place, having cultivated for a century to reach merely level 95 as a title Douluo. He never expected his grandson to have already attained the rank of title Douluo. Ning Fengji's brows furrowed deeply. "Uncle Jian, could there be some mistake? How can his martial spirit be a dragon?" The sword Douluo shook his head gently. "That is not possible. He has inherited his mother's divine dragon martial spirit. Moreover, this is merely his first martial spirit. I have already witnessed his second martial spirit, the 7-killing sword." Chun Long's eyes shimmered, and once more, a crimson 10,000-year soul ring illuminated around him. In his right hand appeared a magnificent long sword, the 7-killing sword. Ning Fengji stood there, utterly astonished. As the sect master of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, he had encountered countless wonders, yet at this moment, Chun Long left him in sheer disbelief. A twin martial spirit, an 18-year-old title Douluo, 200,000 years soul rings. This is nothing short of a miracle. Even boasting would not dare to reach such heights. Looking at the astonished expressions of those around her, Qian Ringshu spoke, "Dragon God Douluo, let us return." Jian Douluo interjected, "Return where?" "He is the grandson of my sword path, Qinshin, and naturally belongs to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School." Ning Fengji added, "The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is indeed his home." Qian Ringshu exclaimed, "Humph. Where have you all been? Now you come out to acknowledge your grandson." A deep expression flickered across Jian Douluo's face, revealing a hint of shame on his gaunt features. Indeed, why had he taken so long to find Chun Long? He couldn't help but wonder how the young man had fared over these 18 years. Ning Fengji remarked, "Who are you to intervene? This is an internal matter of our sect, and it is not for a mere child like you to meddle. I am Qian Ringshu." Upon hearing her name, Ning Fengji's expression slightly tightened. He did not regard Qian Ringshu highly, but he certainly could not afford to provoke the formidable Chien Dalu, ranked 99th among the invincible. After a moment of silence, Jian Douluo spoke, "Little dragon, over the years, I have wronged you. It is only now that I have found you, and I never anticipated your tremendous strength. Whatever you choose to do, your grandfather will support you. But you must never join the spirit hall." Qian Ringshu retorted with dissatisfaction, "Old man, what are you saying? Is our spirit hall not stronger than the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School?" Through their time together, Qian Ringshu had developed a dependency on Chun Long. Jian Douluo continued, "My father, your ancestor, the peak 97th level Douluo, Jifeng Jinhao Chen Sun, fell at the hands of Chien Dalu. Although my father instructed me not to seek revenge, as he pursued the pinnacle of the sword path, the enmity of a father's murder is unforgivable. As his descendant, I absolutely forbid you from joining the spirit hall." Chun Long nodded, understanding the gravity of the matter. He could not acknowledge a thief as a father. Ning Fengji then added, "By the way, you have a prior engagement with Rongrong, one that was established at your birth." Knowing Chun Long's formidable strength, Ning Fengji sought to secure him firmly within their grasp. His generation already boasted the protection of Jian Douluo and Bon Douluo. He must find a powerful ally for Rongrong. Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she lowered her head slightly. Chun Long, however, wore a faint smile. Traversing the Douluo Continent not only brought him to his grandfather, but also gifted him a wife, none other than the 3rd-ranked princess of the Douluo goddess list, Ning Rongrong. Qian Ringshu's face turned pale, her eyes blazing with hostility directed at Ning Rongrong. Clearly, Ning Rongrong's aura did not match Qianrengshi's overwhelming strength, and she could only keep her head bowed. Chun Long furrowed his brow. Joining the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was not without its merits. However, Zhao Yun still lingered within the Spirit Hall, and it was imperative to bring him out. Otherwise, Bibi Dong will surely vent her anger on Zhao Yun, putting his life in jeopardy. Chun Long continued, stating that joining the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was an option, but he needed to return to the Spirit Hall first. The Sword Douluo and Ning Fengji exchanged surprised glances. Why would you do that? Once you enter the Spirit Hall, there is a significant chance you may not return. I have a brother in the Spirit Hall, and I will not abandon him under any circumstances. The Sword Douluo and Ning Fengji furrowed their brows. Such loyalty left them with little to say. Then I shall accompany you to Spirit City. If Bibi Dong dares to obstruct us, we shall carve a path through Spirit City. Upon hearing the Sword Douluo's words, Qian Daoliu's eyes blazed with fierce determination. The overwhelming aura of menace was chilling. The very scenario he dreaded had come to fruition. However, as the Judgment Elder of the Spirit Hall, Qian Daoliu had long ceased to concern himself with its affairs, focusing solely on eliminating the most formidable adversaries of the hall. Upon hearing that Chun Long intended to depart from the Spirit Hall, Qian Renshua's expression turned somewhat desolate. Although she had only spent 2 days with Chun Long, they were the happiest days of her life. She had hoped to remain by his side indefinitely, but was taken aback by how swiftly it came to an end. Qian Daoliu spoke, Xiaoxue, let us return. Ignoring the gazes of others, Qian Renshue stepped forward to Chun Long, her expression grave. Thank you for accompanying me to obtain the 4th Spirit Ring. Though our time together was brief, it was unforgettable, and I will cherish it forever. With that, she turned and left. Ning Rongrong's demeanor shifted instantly upon hearing her words. With a disdainful huff, she exclaimed, Humph, scoundrel. Ning Fengji cleared his throat twice and addressed Chun Long. Little dragon, I do not blame you for your prior ignorance regarding your betrothal to Rongrong. But do refrain from such indiscretions in the future. A series of ellipses flashed across Chun Long's face. After all, he considered himself a pure-hearted virgin. Although Qian Renshue bore no malice, her words rendered Chun Long beyond redemption. Chapter 023, Zhao Yun trapped. Dragon's Dagger Silver Spear vs. Serpent Spear, watching Qian Renshue's departing figure. Chun Long felt a twinge of melancholy. Xiaoxue was the first girl to accompany him in this rebirth on Douluo Continent. One could only hope for a fateful reunion. The onlookers turned their attention back to Tang San, who was encircled by the Shrek Academy group. At this moment, Tang San had succumbed to unconsciousness. His back stained with blood from the 8 spider lances severed by Chun Long's sword. Coupled with the depletion of his spirit power, he would not awaken anytime soon. The master and Zhao Wujie bowed respectfully to Ning Fengji and the Sword Douluo, speaking in a congenial tone. It is an honor to meet you, Your Excellency, Sword Douluo. And you, Master Ning. Both Ning Fengji and the Sword Douluo nodded in acknowledgement. Ning Fengji inquired, what transpired here? The crowd glared at Chun Long with hostility. Rongrong spoke up. Isn't it because he hunted a 100,000-year soul beast, forcing Xiao Wu to sacrifice herself? Third brother suffered the loss of 2 external spirit bones in his quest for vengeance. Sword Douluo and Ning Fengji once again displayed a hint of perplexity on their faces. Wait, what is this about Xiao Wu, the 100,000-year soul beast, and the external spirit bone? Rongrong recounted the events to Sword Douluo and Ning Fengji. Their expressions fluctuated, revealing a profound astonishment. Defeating the Forest King, the Titan Great Ape, by one's own strength was a feat that Sword Douluo believed he could not achieve. He was astonished by his grandson's prowess. Moreover, that young man possessed an external spirit bone, a treasure that is both rare and coveted. Ning Fengji spoke, stating that as human spirit masters, it is only natural for them to hunt soul beasts for soul rings. Yet, that is Xiao Wu, who has accompanied us in our cultivation for a considerable time. Ning Fengji's expression darkened as he remarked, setting aside other matters. I believe Xiao Long acted rightly in this regard. He should not have let that 100,000-year Titan Great Ape go. However, keeping one's word is also a commendable quality, one we should all aspire to. Despite his words, Ning Fengji's heart was filled with regret. After all, it was a 100,000-year soul beast, and he would never have let it escape. With a slight movement of his thoughts, Ning Fengji retrieved a vial of medicine from the ring on his right hand and handed it to the master. It was a solid heart pill, capable of safeguarding his heart vein and preserving his life. The master bowed, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Sect Master Ning. Ning Fengji replied warmly. There is no need for such formality, Xiao Gang. In terms of age, I am but a few years your senior. I must still address the Thunder Douluo as uncle. The master's lips twitched, his expression somewhat awkward and tinged with shame. Once, both Ning Fengji and he were the foremost heirs of 2 great sections. Now, Ning Fengji had become the sect master of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, while he remained but a mere invalid. Reflecting on this only deepened the master's sense of shame. I have heard that the son of the Haotian Douluo Tang Hao is at your Shrek Academy. Which one is he? Zhao Wujie inquired gravely, pointing towards Tang San. It is he, came the reply. Though merely 14 years of age, he indeed possesses some talent. Ning Fengji chuckled lightly. The Haotian Douluo was already a prodigy in his youth. It is surprising that his son seems so weak. Dai Mubai Mahongjun. And the others furrowed their brows. Are you calling third brother weak? Does that not imply we are all useless? As the group engaged in casual conversation, they turned to find that Chun Long had vanished without a trace, and they were unaware of when he had departed. Sword Douluo's brow furrowed. He feared that Chun Long did not wish for them to attract trouble and had ventured alone to the spirit hall. He then addressed Ning Fengji. Fengji, I have finally located Xiao Long, and I shall not lose him again. Please return first. I shall be back shortly. Ning Fengji's brow knitted in concern. The spirit hall was exceedingly powerful, akin to a ferocious tiger, and the seven-treasure glazed tile school, primarily composed of support-type spirit masters, was no match for them. Should they provoke the spirit hall, the seven-treasure glazed tile school might vanish overnight. Ning Fengji lifted his head, only to find that Sword Douluo had already disappeared from sight. The news of Chun Long's defection from the spirit hall swiftly spread throughout the entire organization. Bibi Dong, in a fit of rage, spat out a mouthful of blood. She had painstakingly recruited a top-tier powerhouse, only to have him poached by the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. A fierce glimmer ignited in her eyes as she pondered the whereabouts of the spear soul Douluo. He must not be allowed to return to safety. Both Zhu Huaguan and Gui Mei instantly grasped Bibi Dong's intent and hastened to encircle Zhao Yun. With a resounding crash, a long spear sliced through the air, sending Zhu Huaguan flying. Zhao Yun, a look of confusion etched on his face, questioned their motives. Zhu Douluo, with a sinister tone, retorted, "How dare you question us? The dragon god Douluo has betrayed the spirit hall. By the command of the Pope, we have come to take your life." Though Zhao Yun had been summoned, he had long assimilated into the identity of this world. His face was a mask of shock as he exclaimed, "How is this possible? The Pope has treated my master well. There is no way he would betray the spirit hall. Moreover, my master would never abandon me." Zhu Huaguan scoffed. "Perhaps you are unaware, but that brat is the grandson of Jian Daochen Xian. Do you truly believe he would not defect from the spirit hall?" Zhao Yun's expression revealed further astonishment. Gui Mei's voice turned icy as he declared, "Prepare to meet your end. We shall not allow you to escape the spirit hall as well." With the first soul skill, Shadow Clone, Gui Douluo instantly created 2 clones, each possessing 50% of his battle power, which charged at Zhao Yun. His fourth soul skill, Ghost Shadow, manifested as he extended his palm, conjuring a small black vortex of soul energy that unleashed numerous shadowy attacks upon Zhao Yun. In response, Zhao Yun's eyes flashed with fierce determination. "A chrysanthemum and a little ghost think they can challenge me?" He unleashed his first soul skill, Thunder Dragon, charging towards Gui Mei with his dragon-s spear poised to pierce. The speed was so swift that it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Yet, Gui Mei evaded Zhao Yun's attack effortlessly, vanishing without a trace. With a fierce shout, Zhao Yun activated his second soul skill, Breaking Cloud Dragon. The dragon-s spear pierced through the air, unleashing a flurry of strikes, each one a potential threat, as if he were transforming into a porcupine upon impact. Gui Douluo feigned weakness, invoking his fifth soul skill, Ghost Shadow Earth Hand. Shadows enveloped Zhao Yun's feet, and numerous shadowy hands reached out to seize him. Yet, Zhao Yun countered with a barrage of strikes, his spear dancing through the air, shattering all the encroaching darkness. Zhu Huaguan and Gui Mei exchanged knowing glances, acknowledging their underestimation. Although Zhao Yun was merely a titled Douluo at level 94, his martial spirit was exceptionally formidable. With a menacing roar, Gui Douluo unleashed his sixth soul skill, Dreadful Howl, emitting a sound akin to ghostly wails that momentarily plunged Zhao Yun into terror, freezing his thoughts and rendering his body immobile. Seizing the opportunity, Zhu Huaguan unleashed his own sixth soul skill, Golden Stamen, Flowing Rosy Clouds. In his grasp, the wondrous mushroom chrysanthemum bloomed, resembling a golden flower. The petals whirled rapidly, resembling a multitude of sharp daggers, swiftly darting towards Zhao Yun. A fleeting sensation of dizziness washed over Zhao Yun's mind, followed by a thunderous roar escaping his lips. "Do not squander time." Sixth spirit skill, Dragon's Eruption. The brilliance of his dragon's silver spear intensified, akin to a colossal dragon piercing towards the chrysanthemum. Countless golden petals collided with the spear's tip, igniting bursts of fiery light. At that moment, several figures approached. Leading them were the snake spear Douluo, the demon bear Douluo, and the ghost leopard Douluo. The two elders were engaging a titled Douluo. Yet the battle had reached such a stalemate. Moonlight, with a face full of discontent, remarked, "Do not stand there and criticize. Why not give it a try yourself?" The snake spear Douluo's eyes gleamed with a fierce light, his expression brimming with arrogance. "If you wish to test, then let us." The snake spear Douluo donned golden armor, his visage fearsome, marked by a symbol resembling a golden serpent. With a mere thought, 9 spirit rings illuminated his form. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. In his right hand, a golden snake spear materialized, as he unleashed a thunderous cry. Third spirit skill, Shattered Shadow 9 strikes. Zhao Yun regarded the snake spear Douluo with indifference, countering with his second spirit skill, Dragon of the Breaking Clouds. The two spears clashed, releasing a powerful force. The snake spear Douluo trembled, his hands tingling from the impact. Realizing his underestimation, he roared once more, fifth spirit skill, Thunderous Shattering Kill. Bolts of lightning surged from his eyes, as the snake spear surged forward like a great python, entwined with electric energy, aiming to devour Zhao Yun. Unperturbed, Zhao Yun's right hand shifted slightly, causing his dragon's silver spear to whirl rapidly, its sharp blade emanating a chilling glow. A glimmer of frost struck first, followed by the spear's eruption, sixth spirit skill, Dragon's Eruption. With a roar, Zhao Yun's spear surged with enhanced might, a silver dragon coiling around its shaft, piercing towards the snake spear Douluo with breathtaking speed. With a resounding impact, the two weapons collided, forcing the snake spear Douluo to stumble back 3 steps. Before he could regain his footing, Zhao Yun unleashed his 6th spirit skill once more, Fearless Charge. The dragon's silver spear lunged forward with great haste, while the snake spear Douluo met him head-on, and they immediately engaged in a fierce struggle. The snake spear Douluo, a title Douluo at level 92, faced Zhao Yun, who was at level 93. Furthermore, Zhao Yun's dragon's silver spear was a premier weapon spirit, its power surpassing that of the snake spear. On the surface, it appeared that their battle was evenly matched. However, upon closer inspection, one would discern that the snake spear Douluo was already at a distinct disadvantage, merely defending and lacking the capacity to retaliate. Zhao Yun grew increasingly valiant in battle, wielding his dragon dagger silver spear with an aura of magnificence, amplifying his might. The serpent spear Douluo seized the opportune moment to unleash his 7th spirit, the true body of the martial spirit. Astonishingly, the serpent spear's martial spirit transformed into 2 colossal serpents that lunged towards Zhao Yun. Chun Long vaguely recalled this phenomenon. It was known as the beastification of weapon martial spirits, a rare mutation of martial spirits. It possessed both the enhancement of beast martial spirits and the steadfastness of weapon martial spirits, a true marvel. With a resounding roar, the 2 enormous serpents radiated a verdant glow, opening their gaping maws to swallow Zhao Yun whole. A smirk crept upon the lips of the onlookers. Alas, this lad was doomed. Just as the words left their mouths, an explosive shout erupted, and the serpentine form of the serpent spear detonated instantaneously. Zhao Yun bellowed forth, invoking his 7th soul skill, the true body of the martial spirit. A dragon spear pierced through the serpent spear Douluo's physique, soaring high before landing with a thunderous might. Wherever the spear traversed, it instilled dread. The serpent spear Douluo, struck by the impact, spat forth a mouthful of blood, his complexion paling as he stood weakly in place. Zhao Yun chuckled lightly, declaring, "What of the elders of the martial spirit hall? Their strength is hardly impressive." The serpent spear Douluo, increasingly resentful, unleashed another furious roar, opening his gaping maw once more to devour Zhao Yun. Yet Zhao Yun had long since endured, and with a radiant gleam, he proclaimed, "Break for me." The dragon dagger pierced through the serpent spear Douluo's body once more. The serpent spear Douluo was sent flying several dozen feet, his pallor deepening. Zhu Huaguan taunted softly, "I expected the serpent spear Douluo to be formidable." The serpent spear Douluo, a hint of shame coloring his features, lowered his head slightly. Zhu Huaguan exchanged a glance with Gui Mei, and together they surged towards Zhao Yun once again. 6th soul skill, eerie roar. 6th soul skill, golden petals radiate. The 2 soul skills intertwined, causing a fleeting dizziness to wash over Zhao Yun. Just as the moonblade was about to pierce his form, a thunderous shout echoed from afar. "One chrysanthemum, one little ghost, dare to lay a hand on my brother? Get away from him." A massive dragon claw descended upon Zhu Huaguan and Gui Mei with overwhelming force. The 2 could only evade desperately, knowing that a direct hit would spell certain doom. Boom. The colossal dragon claw struck the ground, sending bricks and stones flying, shaking the very earth. Chun Long leapt before Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun's face lit up with excitement. He had always believed that Chun Long would never abandon him. "Master." Chun Long nodded gently, affirming, "Rest assured, I shall never forsake my companions." Zhao Yun rejoiced, "Master, I heard you have defected from the martial spirit hall and joined the 7 treasures, glazed tile school." Chun Long frowned slightly. Alas, life is complicated. Zhao Yun did not press further, merely following closely behind Chun Long. Before them stood the 4 titled Douluo of the martial spirit hall, Zhu Huaguan, Gui Mei, Serpent Spear, and Demon Bear. They once witnessed the formidable Chun Long effortlessly shatter the Haotian hammer martial soul with a single hand. A swift motion akin to a dragon's tail sent the 7 elders hurtling through the air. Reflecting on that scene, a chill ran down the spines of the 4. Just moments ago, they had spoken of vanquishing Chun Long, yet now, gazing upon him, a tremor of fear gripped their hearts. A subtle smile graced Chun Long's lips as he inquired, "Will you step aside to allow us to leave, or shall we carve our own path?" The 4 exchanged glances, their expressions betraying their unease. Faced with a single soul Douluo, they found the situation daunting. Now, with the dragon god Douluo in their midst, the prospect of halting them seemed utterly impossible. There lingered the ominous thought that they might meet their demise here. Rumor had it that the 92nd ranked Firebird Douluo had met his end at the hands of the dragon god Douluo. His neck snapped without mercy. This recollection only deepened their trepidation. The path of cultivation was arduous, and none among them wished for their journey to end in ruin. As they hesitated, one individual emerged from the crowd, undeterred by Chun Long's presence. "Let them go." The speaker was none other than Qian Rinxue, the saintess. Upon hearing her command, the 4 hastily parted ways. Had they retreated without a fight before, they would have faced the Pope's wrath. With the saintess's orders before them, they had little choice but to comply. Chun Long approached Qian Rinxue, his tone amiable. "Thank you, little Xue." Qian Rinxue's expression remained frosty as she replied, "The next time we meet, it may be with swords drawn." Chun Long's gaze softened, a glimmer of warmth shining through. "What harm is there in slaying all who oppose me? Yet I swear my sword shall never be drawn against you." Qian Rinxue felt a tremor in her heart. This was the first time she had ever heard such heartfelt words. "Humph, just a ploy to deceive a young girl. I shan't be fooled." No sooner had Chun Long spoken than he heard the voice of Xiao Wu in his mind. Although Xiao Wu had sacrificed herself for him, her spirit remained sealed within the head-soul bone. A series of ellipses flashed through Chun Long's mind. How could he, with such pure intentions, deceive a young girl? Let us depart quickly, Qian Renshui urged. If we delay any longer, you may find it impossible to leave. With a subtle shift of thought, a conch shell appeared in Chun Long's right hand. This conch, known as the blessing of the sea god, held the power to summon him to her side regardless of distance. Skeptical yet intrigued, Qian Renshui accepted this first gift of Chun Long. As he turned to leave, she felt her eyes moisten. An ache gripped her heart, as though it were being sliced by a blade. Was this what parting felt like? Just as Chun Long and Zhao Yun had taken a few steps, a thunderous voice echoed from afar. Since you have arrived, you shall not leave. The voice belonged to Pope Bibi Dong. In an instant, thousands of golden-armored soldiers surged forth, spears in hand, encircling the two with a formidable presence. Mother, Qian Renshui exclaimed. Bibi Dong let out a soft huff and commanded, take the saintess away. Two guards forcibly led Qian Renshui away. Standing majestically, Bibi Dong held her scepter, exuding an air of imperial authority with every gesture. Chun Long, I have treated you well, yet you dare to betray the spirit hall. Chun Long chuckled lightly. Donger, to whom have you listened? I have been quite content in the spirit hall, enjoying sustenance and the company of beautiful women. Why would I betray it? Bibi Dong scoffed. That is a question you must answer yourself. Me? I assure you, that is not the case. I merely returned to the spirit hall and witnessed your titled Douluo threatening my guards, engaging in fierce combat, even vowing to dismember me. I only took Xiao Shui out to acquire a fourth spirit ring. You could have expressed gratitude, yet instead, you seek my life. What is the meaning of this? Humph. Cease your frivolous banter. I have received reports about your activities in the Stardow Forest. I never imagined you were the grandson of Sword Douluo Chen Xin. Chun Long nodded. Indeed, I too did not foresee that I would have a free grandfather. Enough of this nonsense. Today, I shall ensure you do not leave the spirit hall alive. A tiger released back into the wild is a future threat. Chun Long chuckled lightly. That depends on whether you possess such strength. Even if you manage to subdue me, you will surely lose 7 or 8 titled Douluo in the process. Bibi Dong's heart quivered slightly. There was some truth in Chun Long's words. After all, he was a twin spirit wielder with 200,000-year spirit rings. She thought that it would be a costly endeavor if it led to the loss of her forces. Form a formation, Bibi Dong commanded, as 3,000 golden-armored soldiers immediately surrounded Chun Long, brandishing their spears with unwavering resolve. Chun Long laughed lightly. Even if all 9 titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall were present today, they could not hinder me. With a subtle shift of his mind, an overwhelming aura enveloped the surroundings. The 3,000 golden-armored warriors had already formed a shield to withstand the pressure emanating from Chun Long. With another mental command, he unleashed a powerful strike, akin to a dragon's tail sweeping towards the golden-armored soldiers. Boom! In an instant, the 3,000 golden-armored soldiers crumbled, abandoning their armor in utter disarray. Chun Long mockingly remarked, show me all your abilities. These few thousand little rascals are merely seeking their demise. Bibi Dong ordered. Surround and eliminate Chun Long. The 4, Juhua Pass, Ghostly Charm, Serpent Spear, and Demon Bear, could only grit their teeth and encircle Chun Long once more. Chun Long chuckled lightly. It seems you cannot escape the fate of demise. With a roar, the Demon Bear Douluo was the first to unleash his martial spirit, instantly enlarging several times. Towering and robust, exuding an aura of immense strength. The 4 exchanged glances, and the Demon Bear Douluo initiated the assault, aiming to tear Chun Long apart with his colossal form. A faint smile graced the corners of Chun Long's mouth, as he seized the opportunity to test the might of the 7 Kills sword. With a flourish, he invoked his first soul skill, the Longsword's Emergence. A radiant 10,000-year soul ring suddenly illuminated Chun Long, causing the 7 Kills sword in his right hand to emanate a formidable aura. He leaped into the air, delivering a powerful slash toward the Demon Bear Douluo. Renowned for its immense defensive capabilities, the Demon Bear Douluo was akin to an impenetrable fortress. Activating its 7th soul skill, the true form of the Demon Bear, its massive body resembled a small mountain, each movement imbued with overwhelming strength, as if it could effortlessly tear Chun Long asunder. With a resounding roar, the Demon Bear Douluo believed itself invulnerable. Even if it could not best Chun Long, it was certain it could endure for a time. However, as Chun Long's 7 Kills sword descended with a seemingly mundane strike, it possessed an uncanny ability to slice through the void itself. In an astonishing turn of events, the formidable true form of the Demon Bear was cleaved in twain by a single strike from Chun Long. Blood sprayed forth as its soul embodiment crumbled in an instant. The onlookers, including the ghostly serpent spear from Juhua Pass, were left utterly astounded. One single strike had vanquished a titled Douluo of level 93. Even Bibi Dong's expression was one of sheer disbelief. The power of that strike was indeed extraordinary. Reflecting on the earlier scene, even Bibi Dong felt a shiver of trepidation. Chun Long calmly wiped the blood from the 7 Kills sword and remarked, "This is my second martial soul, the 7 Kills sword. I never anticipated it to be so formidable. Is there anyone else who wishes to test their mettle?" The remaining 3 titled Douluo stood frozen, momentarily hesitant to act. Bibi Dong, who fancied herself capable of contending with Chun Long, chose to refrain from revealing her full strength just yet. A slight tremor passed through her lips, betraying her unwillingness to yield. just as Bibi Dong contemplated allowing Chun Long to depart. Two more title Douluo emerged on the scene. The Thousand Jun Douluo and the demon-subduing Douluo, both of whom had previously clashed with Chun Long. Bibi Dong inclined her head slightly in respect to the esteemed figures. Juhua Pass, Ghostly Serpent, and Spear bowed respectfully, greeting the Thousand Jun Douluo and the demon-subduing Douluo with deference. Chun Long spoke up. What is it? Do the two of you wish to engage in another contest? According to the regulations of the Spirit Hall, those who betray it are to have all their powers stripped away and be expelled from the organization. With a light laugh, Chun Long added, So, do you intend to strip me of my powers? The Thousand Jun Douluo and the demon-subduing Douluo again bowed to Chun Long. 9 soul rings swiftly ascended around them. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. The Panlong staff in their right hand spun twice with a flourish, generating a fierce wind. They exchanged glances, and with their Panlong staves glowing brightly, they simultaneously struck out toward Chun Long from either side. Chun Long shifted slightly, evading their assault whilst sensing the immense power of the Panlong staves. First soul skill, Panlong strike. With a thunderous crash, the 2 Panlong staves descended upon Chun Long. With a single hand, Dust Dragon grasped a spiral dragon staff, a glimmer of joy illuminating his face. Just as he intended to crush the staff, the intent of 1,000 Jun's demon suppression stirred, causing the spiral dragon staff held by Dust Dragon to vanish in an instant. It reappeared, striking him from both sides with a thunderous force. With 2 resounding thuds, Dust Dragon felt as though his entire body might shatter. Fortunately, the formidable resilience of the Huaxia Divine Dragon Martial Soul saved him from certain death. Chapter 025. The world changes color. The primordial staff Dust Dragon's body ached all over, and his eyes suddenly flashed with ferocity. 1,000 Jun, demon suppression. I see you 2 brothers are courting death. With a 4th soul skill, Dragon God Slash. The Huaxia Divine Dragon manifested as a colossal golden blade, cleaving toward 1,000 Jun and demon suppression. The 2 were immediately sent flying. Dust Dragon unleashed a roar that echoed through the heavens, shaking the very foundations of this martial soul city. In that moment, his rage was palpable, starkly contrasting with his previous playful demeanor. With his 6th soul skill, Dragon God Annihilation Roar, his roar was imbued with potent soul power. Rushing toward 1,000 Jun and demon suppression, nearby glass and street lights shattered instantaneously, creating a cacophony of breaking sounds. As titled Douluos of the 96th rank, 1,000 Jun and demon suppression could contend with titled Douluos of the 98th rank when united. However, at this moment, they found themselves on the receiving end of Dust Dragon's might. 1,000 Jun and demon suppression's feet sank deep into the ground, showcasing Dust Dragon's overwhelming strength. Yu Guan, Gui Mei, Shi Miao, what are you standing there for? Join in, shouted Bibi Dong. Zhao Yun, wielding the dragon's silver spear, directed it at the 3 titled Douluos. His battle aura surging fiercely. Come and fight. At that moment, a cold light descended from the heavens, an imposing sword intent instilling dread. The sword chi stretched across 3,000 miles, a single blade of cold light sweeping through 19 states. An elder appeared, clad in an immaculate snow-white robe, with hair and beard as white as snow. His silver hair was neatly arranged behind him, his countenance ancient yet youthful, his expression notably indifferent. His eyes seemed to perceive nothing around him, standing silently, exuding an aura of supremacy over all creation. The arrival was none other than the Sword Pathmaster, Chun Xin. Sword Douluo hovered in the air, hands clasped behind his back, his voice resonant. The Spirit Hall has such audacity, gathering so many to besiege my grandson. The crowd involuntarily gasped, astonished that the renowned Sword Pathmaster had joined the fray. Bibi Dong's eyes sparked with malevolence as she struck her staff against the ground. Her voice laced with fury. Since you have come, leave none alive. Dust Dragon chuckled lightly. That depends on whether you can handle it. No sooner had Bibi Dong spoken than several figures soared from the Elder Hall, revealing the Spirit Hall's 9 great elders, the Porcupine Douluo and the Ghost Leopard Douluo. Now, the 7 titled Douluos of the Spirit Hall had gathered, though sadly, one had already fallen. Dust Dragon let out a long howl toward the sky. Ha, splendid. I shall unveil the secrets of your Spirit Hall. With my 7th spirit ability, Golden Holy Dragon Manifestation, a colossal dragon tail descended with overwhelming force, and the formidable demon slayer Douluo dared not resist, retreating swiftly. The ground trembled. A nearby structure was once again reduced to ruins. Amidst the swirling dust, the demon slayer Douluo unleashed his 7th spirit ability, True Spirit Manifestation. The 2 coiling dragon staffs, as thick as barrels, shimmered with golden light, entwined by a gigantic dragon, resembling titanic pillars of the heavens. The might of a single strike possessed the power to obliterate worlds. It came crashing down upon the Dust Dragon. Unfazed, the Dust Dragon radiated an immense aura, its majestic Huaxia Divine Dragon silhouette enveloping the entire Spirit City. Some weaker soul masters, unable to withstand the overwhelming presence of the Huaxia Divine Dragon, had already succumbed to the ground. The Dust Dragon shuddered, emitting low growls, and unleashed a torrent of dragon flames towards the assailants. The demon slayer Douluo responded by striking the dragon flames with his coiling staff, shattering them instantly. The staff, resembling a towering pillar, bore down upon the Dust Dragon. The Dust Dragon's eyes flashed with fierce determination. It is time for you 2 old gentlemen to retire. With the 8th spirit ability, Golden Emperor Dragon Seal. A beam of golden light erupted from the center of the Huaxia Divine Dragon's brow, splitting into two and charging towards the Demon Slayer Douluo. The golden radiance, akin to divine beams, emanated an unparalleled essence of dragon power, wielding an indomitable force. It collided with the coiling staff of the Demon Slayer Douluo. The impact resonated, sending forth a powerful shockwave that rippled outward. The ongoing battle nearby, involving Yueguan, Ghostly Charm, and Snake Spear, was abruptly disrupted as they were forcibly repelled. The Demon Slayer Douluo was also sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, creating two deep craters. Meanwhile, the Porcupine and Ghost Leopard Douluo appeared, only to be confronted by the Sword Douluo. The Sword Douluo, a pinnacle of the strength type at level 97, stood as one of the two guardians of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, renowned for his might, in the Douluo Continent. During the surprise attack on the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School by the Spirit Hall, the Sword Douluo single-handedly battled the four titled Douluos of the Spirit Hall, achieving legendary status. The Ghost Leopard Douluo turned out to be a woman, her figure rivaling that of the leather-clad Catwoman Zhu Zhuqing, appearing more mature and enigmatic. Like a phantom, she struck with lethal precision, each blow aimed to kill. The Porcupine Douluo was surrounded by toxic fumes. The Sword Douluo regarded them with disdain, wielding his sword with one hand, effortlessly overpowering both adversaries. On another front, Zhao Yun faced off against Yueguan, Ghostly Charm, and Snake Spear, finding the encounter somewhat arduous. Were he to face any one of them alone, he would prevail with ease. However, with the three titled Douluos joining forces, Zhao Yun was forced to retreat repeatedly, sustaining injuries and bleeding profusely. However, Zhao Yun exhibited no trace of fear. Rather, he became increasingly valiant in the heat of battle. The Dragon Dantian Silver Spear gleamed magnificently in his grasp, far surpassing the prowess of the Serpent Spear. Bibi Dong felt a pang of discontent within her heart. Such elite warriors, if harnessed by the Spirit Hall, could easily unify the Douluo Continent. Alas, they were on the verge of defecting from the Spirit Hall. Better to betray the world than to let the world betray me. Refusing to submit to the Spirit Hall, they could only eradicate the threat entirely. As Chun Long contemplated rushing to Zhao Yun's aid, from the ruins emerged two silhouettes soaring through the air, directly approaching him. The Spirit Fusion Technique, Change of Heaven and Earth, Primordial Staff. The figures of the Thousand June Douluo and the demon-subduing Douluo intertwined, forming a colossal vortex in the sky that spun relentlessly. The black heavens merged with the white clouds, casting a somber shadow across the sky, with thunder rumbling ominously. The two figures fused, and even the dragon-patterned staff in their hands melded into one. A seemingly ordinary strike hurtled toward Chun Long. Although devoid of any fluctuations of soul power, Chun Long sensed an unprecedented strength. It felt as if all his soul power had been siphoned away. The formidable aura of the Huaxia Divine Dragon was unexpectedly subdued. A grave expression crossed Chun Long's face, while Bibi Dong revealed a faint smirk. Humph. To compel the Thousand June Douluo and the demon-subduing Douluo to unleash the primordial staff, you might as well embrace your demise. A flicker of unwillingness flashed across Chun Long's face. How could a dignified 99th level unparalleled Douluo be suppressed by a mere spirit fusion technique? Chapter 026. Dragon God's Prison Shattering Kill. 9 dragons pulling the coffin with a jolt. Chun Long unleashed the full extent of his soul power. A roar escaped his lips. His 9th soul skill, Dragon God's Prison Shattering Kill. Roar. A deep dragon's roar resonated, echoing with a profound and ancient timbre. His eyes momentarily closed, as if he could still hear the distant sounds of drums and horns from ancient battlefields. 9 golden dragons soared from the ground, intertwining like 9 golden chains, ensnaring the Thousand June and demon-subduing Douluo within. Trailing behind the 9 majestic dragons was a golden coffin, a sight so resplendent it awed everyone present. Even Bibi Dong was left utterly astounded. It was no surprise that this was a soul ring of 100,000 years, for his 9th soul skill wielded such immense power. At that moment, the golden coffin slowly opened, reminiscent of an ancient war god awakening. Chun Long emerged from within, gripping a sword forged from the essence of the Huaxia Divine Dragon. With a single, powerful slash, he collided with the spirit fusion technique of the Thousand June and demon-subduing Douluo, the Change of Heaven and Earth, Primordial Staff. All the titled Douluo engaged in battle halted, gazing in awe at the spectacle unfolding before them, their expressions shifting in shock. Boom! Thunder rumbled. The fusion technique of the Soul Master, Heaven and Earth Change Color, collided with the 9th soul skill of Dust Dragon, Dragon God Quake of the Prison. The originally earth-shattering primordial staff was unexpectedly cleaved into two by Dust Dragon's strike. The two wielders of Heaven and Earth Change Color were instantly separated, spitting out blood as if their soul power had been abruptly siphoned away. Their bodies plummeted toward the ground. With a slight motion of her right hand, Bibi Dong enveloped their forms in soul power, gently guiding them to the earth below. Her expression flickered with a hint of resentment, realizing that even the formidable title Douluo of the Spirit Hall was no match for him. It was needless to say that the 7 title Douluo under her command were even less capable. Having exhausted his soul power after executing his 9th soul skill, Dust Dragon stood on the ground, panting heavily, his clothes drenched as if he had been pulled from the depths of water, his complexion pale. Bibi Dong's eyes glinted with a fierce light. Now was the moment to strike, to take his life while he was weakened. The serpent spear Douluo blocked Zhao Yun's path with his weapon. The Chrysanthemum Douluo and the Ghost Douluo swiftly joined forces to besiege Dust Dragon. Zhao Yun let out a thunderous roar, declaring, "Do not harm my master. Step aside." Activating his 7th soul skill, Gunslinger descends. In an instant, a towering figure formed around him, as his dragon-daring silver spear expanded to an immense size. The Serpent Spear Douluo also unleashed his 7th soul skill, revealing his martial soul true form. 2 colossal serpents lunged toward Zhao Yun, who intended to force the Serpent Spear Douluo back, but failed to do so. Meanwhile, the Chrysanthemum and Ghost Douluo had already closed in on Dust Dragon, launching a lethal assault. The Sword Douluo's eyes blazed with fury as he bellowed, "Moonlight, Ghost! How dare you!" He executed a technique that pushed back the Spiny Porcupine Douluo and the Ghost Leopard Douluo, hastening toward Dust Dragon. Unfortunately, he was still too late, as the Chrysanthemum and Ghost had already engaged Dust Dragon. With the 5th soul skill, Ghost Shadow Earth Abyssal Grasp, and the 6th soul skill, Golden Petals Radiate the Morning Glow, a myriad of shadowy hands erupted from beneath Dust Dragon's feet, ensnaring him and rendering him immobile, as if he were trapped in a bottomless mire. Following this, the peculiar heavenly chrysanthemum in Moon's hands blossomed, its petals whirling like golden blades. With a subtle thought, the petals transformed into a meteor shower, piercing toward Dust Dragon. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Dust Dragon's mouth. He could have resisted, but chose instead to remain seated calmly. He crushed his last 2 titled Douluo summoning cards, and a light-hearted voice echoed in the air. "I am one with the universe. All things are in harmony with me. Death, a marvelous eternal slumber, is worthy of a grand song. La." A languid youth rode upon the back of a colossal whale, adorned with a pair of ethereal wings that, when gently stirred, generated a wave of force that swept through the surroundings. Blades hurled from the flower chrysanthemum pass struck the whale, only to be effortlessly dissipated. Suddenly, a thunderous voice rang out, proclaiming, "Behold my divine might, unyielding and invincible." A formidable halberd descended from the heavens, embedding itself firmly into the earth, which erupted in a shower of cracks. A middle-aged figure descended and stood before the halberd, effortlessly extracting it from the ground and pointing it toward the moonlight and the specter. "Ding! Congratulations, host! You have acquired the defensive title Douluo, Zhuangzhou, and the peak offensive title Douluo Lubu. Name, Zhuangzhou Soul Power, Level 92 Martial Soul. Whale Title, Whale Douluo Loyalty, 100 other items. None Name, Lubu Soul Power, Level 96 Martial Soul. Halberd Title, War God Loyalty, 100 other items." None Chun Long's lips curled into a subtle smile, a flicker of excitement igniting within him. It seemed fortune favored him this time, as he had obtained Zhuangzhou and Lubu. If Zhuangzhou is indeed the second most formidable in defense, who would dare claim the first? Lubu was the perfect enforcer for him. Although Chun Long held a certain disdain for Lubu's character, the latter's declaration, "A true man, born in this world, cannot remain subdued for long," could perhaps only be rivaled by Chaomingda's "I would rather betray the world than let the world betray me." Lubu, wielding the halberd, exuded an aura of a valiant hero. Bibi Dong furrowed her brow, her heart increasingly restless. Judging by the presence of the two, it was likely they were both titled Douluos. She found Chun Long more enigmatic than ever, pondering who this youth truly was. His own power was formidable enough, yet even his bodyguards were titled Douluos. Such strength raised the question, was he truly human? The Sword Douluo's expression flickered, wondering if this could truly be his grandson. The voice from the flower chrysanthemum pass, laced with malice, inquired, "Boy, who are you? The affairs of the spirit hall are not for just anyone to meddle in." Lubu's eyes blazed with fierce intensity, causing the flower chrysanthemum pass to tremble slightly. "What a powerful aura! You dare to injure my master. Today, I shall ensure your downfall." With a sweeping motion of the halberd, a crimson aura erupted forth. In their clash, to the astonishment of all, Lubu sent the flower chrysanthemum pass flying within mere exchanges, without even employing his soul skills. The spectre, furrowing her brow in alarm, recognized the overwhelming combat prowess displayed. Zhuangzhou sat languidly atop the whale, guarding Chun Long. Observing the unfolding situation, Bibi Dong sensed the tides were turning against her. The level 92 Demon Bear Douluo had already perished. The most formidable Qianjun Douluo, Ghost Leopard Douluo, is gravely injured and bereft of fighting strength. The Tutan Douluo is also being forced back by Jian Dao Qinshin's relentless pressure. Shima Douluo proves no match for Zhao Yun. The remaining figures, Juhua Pass and Gue Mei, find themselves evenly matched against the two newly arrived title Douluo. Moreover, Chun Long's soul power is rapidly recovering. It is likely that several title Douluo may fall once again, which would completely disrupt his plans. Everything must be deliberated upon with great care. Chapter 027, Tang Sect's Dark Transformation. Returning to the 7-treasured glazed tile school, let them depart. Bibi Dong suddenly interjected. The crowd halted. Lubu snorted disdainfully. "Oh, has it ended before it even began?" Chun Long also rose, his soul power restored to approximately 50%. With a light laugh, he said, "Thank you, Donger. I wish to honor my commitments. But Qian Daolu is my ancestral enemy. I cannot acknowledge a thief as my father." With that, he strode confidently towards the exit of the spirit hall, followed closely by Zhao Yun, Lubu, and Zhuangzhou. Sword Douluo gazed up at the largest 6-winged angel statue within Spirit City, his eyes growing increasingly resolute. His father, the Wind Sword Master Chen Sun, had fought against Qian Daolu when he broke through to the 97th rank, ultimately suffering a regrettable defeat and sustaining grave injuries, which led to his premature departure from this world. Although his father had instructed him not to seek revenge against Qian Daolu for sword Douluo, this was a stain upon the 7 kills sword. One day, he would avenge his father and confront Qian Daolu. He would fight for his father, for himself, and for the honor of the 7 kills sword. As she watched the 5 figures depart, Bibi Dong's expression turned serious. Unifying the continent is a long and arduous journey. With a wave of her right hand, her long robe billowed, and her eyes gleamed with intensity as she proclaimed, "Take the saintess to the Pope's hall." In the Pope's hall, Bibi Dong lightly struck her staff against the ground, her tone icy as she stated, "As the saintess of the spirit hall. For the grand endeavor of unifying the continent, you must go, whether you wish to or not. There is no choice." Qian Rinxue stood in the grand hall, her eyes moistening, yet in the face of Bibi Dong's overwhelming authority, she found herself without options. Her thoughts were consumed by Chun Long. Unsure whether to harbor feelings of affection or resentment for him, he had given her hope, only to extinguish it with his own hands. But what could she do? No one had anticipated that her grandfather was his ancestral enemy. Others' strength remained theirs alone. True strength lies in one's own growth. Reflecting on this, Qian Rinxue's gaze grew resolute, the tears at the corners of her eyes gradually drying. With a cold tone, she declared, "Very well, I consent to travel to the Tiando Empire, to disguise myself as the second prince, Shuqinghe, and secure the Tiando Empire." Bibi Dong's brow subtly shifted, her face adorned with a hint of astonishment. She had not anticipated such smooth progress this time. With a voice filled with fervor, Bibi Dong proclaimed, "Those who achieve greatness must not be confined by trivialities. Extraordinary matters demand extraordinary measures. You must always remember your identity and the mission that weighs upon your shoulders. Yuguan, take the saintess down to uncover the past of Shuqinghe. In half a month, the disguise plan will officially commence." Yes, at Shrek Academy. The sacrifice of Xiao Wu dealt a profound blow to Tang San. Ever since his return, he had secluded himself within his chamber, shunning all visitors. No amount of persuasion from others proved effective. Tang San's heart brimmed with bitterness. In 2 lifetimes, he had mastered the Tang Sect's unparalleled techniques and diligently practiced the Shantian skill from a young age. Considering his aptitude, it was unlikely that another like him could be found across the continent. Yet, he was taken aback to learn that a young man, seemingly of similar age, had already ascended to the formidable rank of title Douluo. A silent vow stirred within Tang San's heart. In this life and the next, he would not share the same sky as that individual. His eyes radiated a fierce light, blood vessels coursing across the whites of his eyes. Subsequently, Tang San retrieved the long-studied tome of divine skills, the Sunflower Manual, from his treasure pouch. To practice this skill, one must first undergo castration. This phrase echoed relentlessly in his mind. After prolonged contemplation, Tang San hesitated, recognizing that with this single stroke, he would forever relinquish his manhood. Yet, for the sake of mastering this divine art and avenging Xiao Wu, what did it matter to be less than a man? After much deliberation, he gritted his teeth and drew forth his sharpest dagger from the treasure pouch, delivering a decisive cut. If he could inflict such harm upon himself, how much more would he be capable of against his enemies? Tang San's expression contorted as he fought to suppress any sounds of pain, beads of sweat rolling down his cheeks. Gritting his teeth against the agony, he used a cloth to bandage his own wound. He then bore the discomfort of cleaning the bloodstains from his bed. Proficient in hidden weapons and a master in the art of poison, he found that within a few short days, the wound, as wide as a chopstick, had healed significantly. Tang San no longer confined himself to his room. Instead, he sat cross-legged on his bed, calling upon Xiao Ao to bring him food during mealtimes. This routine persisted for nearly half a month. Everyone assumed that Tang San was deeply affected by Xiao Wu's plight, fervently training to overcome his despair. They merely advised him to take care of himself and did not pry further. To his astonishment, Tang San soon realized that his prior mastery of the Shantian skill was already a pinnacle of internal martial arts. The Sunflower Manual, however, was truly an unparalleled divine technique. In just half a month, his soul power surged remarkably, complementing his Shantian skill. Yet, he also noticed some peculiar changes. Most notably, his Adam's apple had seemingly vanished, causing his voice to take on a softer timbre. However, Tang San remained indifferent, for his pursuit lay in the enhancement of his soul power and avenging Xiao Wu. All else was of little consequence. In the Qibao glazed sect, Ning Fengji felt a twinge of anxiety upon hearing that the sword Douluo had returned. He feared that the spirit hall, in a fit of rage, might annihilate the sect he had painstakingly built. Yet, upon learning that alongside the sword Douluo, 3 other title Douluo returned, both Ning Fengji and Bone Douluo were left astounded. Title Douluo were exceedingly rare, akin to phoenix feathers, and the arrival of such a number was beyond expectation. Ning Fengji hastily went to personally welcome them back to the Qibao glazed sect. From that moment forth, the sect boasted 6 Douluo, granting them a measure of confidence even in the face of the spirit hall. Ning Fengji pressed for details regarding the events in Spirit City. Both the sword Douluo and Chun Long were reluctant to speak, for heroes seldom recount their past glories. Only Zhao Yun recounted the battle against the Spirit Hall's 7 elders. When he spoke of Chun Long's confrontation with the formidable Qianjun and the demon subduing Douluo, he embellished the narrative, portraying Chun Long as if he were a deity descended from the heavens. Bon Douluo, seated nearby, began to show signs of impatience, thinking to himself that the exaggeration was excessive. How could this young man possibly have knocked out the illustrious Qianjun and the demon-subduing elder? Both revered as two of the Spirit Hall's esteemed guardians, and peak Douluo, with soul power reaching 97 levels? Zhao Yun replied, believe it or not. The truth remains as it is, otherwise, how could we have emerged from the Spirit Hall? Ning Fengji refrained from further commentary. He had witnessed Chun Long's prowess and felt that anything was plausible in his presence. Bon Douluo scoffed lightly, stating that while he could believe the Sword Douluo could fight two opponents, and Zhao Yun could withstand the likes of Juhua Pass, Ghostly Charm, and Serpent Spear, he could not accept that this young man had defeated the likes of Qianjun and the demon-subduing elder. Zhao Yun took a sip of water and disdainfully stated, believe what you will, but facts speak louder than words. Bon Douluo retorted with derision, if you are indeed so formidable, perhaps we should spar sometime. At this, Gu Douluo's grandson, Gu Feng, interjected, my grandfather may not believe you, but neither do I. You are no older than I. How could you possibly be so powerful? Such boasting is unwarranted. Chapter 028. Bon Douluo's astonishment. Rongrong's disappearance. Chun Long chuckled lightly. Grandfather Bon, we could indeed engage in a spar to enhance our skills. However, as for your grandson, I would rather not. I fear that a mere breath from me could obliterate him. Upon hearing this, Gu Feng was incensed and retorted, what do you mean by that? You think you can annihilate me with a breath? Go ahead, prove it. I am a 46th rank soul master with the soul of a bone dragon. Chun Long said nothing further, his eyes shimmering with intensity, conveying a singular glance. A chilling aura enveloped the figure of Gu Feng, who felt as though an immense force was bearing down upon him. Suddenly, he collapsed onto the ground. Gu Douluo, witnessing this, displayed a look of astonishment. From the energy he had just emanated, Gu Douluo discerned that this youth was far from ordinary. Even if Zhao Yun's previous claims were somewhat exaggerated, there was little discrepancy. Moreover, if one had not vanquished Qianjun Douluo or demon-subduing Douluo, how could Bibi Dong's character allow them to leave unscathed? Contemplating this, Gu Douluo regarded the Sword Douluo's grandson with increasing curiosity. How could there be such a disparity among grandsons? At that moment, Ning Fengji rose, his tone filled with delight. Sword uncle, since Xiao Long is still alive, does that mean his engagement to Rongrong is still valid? The Sword Douluo nodded gently, affirming that a promise made by one's parents and matchmakers must indeed be honored. A smile of joy spread across Ning Fengji's face. Then, let us choose an auspicious day for their engagement. Ning Rongrong pouted in dissatisfaction, saying, who agreed to the engagement? Ning Fengji replied gently, Rongrong, do not be willful. This was a decision made jointly with your sword grandfather. Gu Douluo interjected, displeased. Fengji, did you not previously state that you intended to betroth Rongrong to Xiao Feng? How can you change your mind now? Ning Fengji quickly offered a conciliatory smile. I beg for your understanding, Uncle Gu. One must be true to their word. I initially believed Xiao Long would not return, hence my agreement. Now that he is back, it is only right to fulfill the promise. Ning Fengji was not as benevolent as he appeared. He merely sought to tether Chun Long to serve the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School through Rongrong. And what about Xiao Feng? Our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School boasts many exceptional young women. I will surely select the finest for him. Gu Douluo sighed softly, resigning to the situation. Gu Feng rose from the ground, declaring angrily, I refuse. In this lifetime, I will marry no one but Rongrong. Ning Fengji, the Sword Douluo, and Gu Douluo were momentarily at a loss for words. Sitting nearby, Chun Long quipped, then you shall remain a bachelor for life. Gu Feng's anger intensified. He was certain that some malevolent sorcery had been at play. Despite appearing similar to himself, how could Chun Long already be a titled Douluo? I refuse to believe it. Gu Feng's eyes sparkled with determination. With a lean and robust physique, he leapt into action, throwing a punch at Chun Long. As the grandson of Gu Douluo, he had monopolized abundant resources from a young age and had received personal instruction from Gu Douluo himself. Within the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, he was regarded as a prodigy among soul masters of the same rank. Gu Douluo, the Sword Douluo, and Ning Fengji did not intervene. After all, it was a good thing for the youth to be a bit audacious. They themselves had been far more flamboyant in their youth than these descendants. A faint smile graced the corners of Chun Long's mouth as he remained seated. With a single punch from his right arm, imbued with the strength of a Qilin, he met Gu Feng head-on. Employing merely a fraction of his power, Gu Feng was sent hurtling through the air. Bon Douluo caught Gu Feng with one hand, preventing him from crashing into the wall. Sword Douluo admonished, Little dragon, Gu Feng is also your brother. Why strike him with such force? You must learn to temper your strength. Chun Long furrowed his brow and replied, Grandfather, I used less than 1/10,000th of my power. The crowd was once again rendered speechless. Gu Feng stood frozen, realizing that Chun Long's words implied he could single-handedly defeat 10,000 of himself. Though somewhat arrogant, Gu Feng couldn't help but admire the boy's formidable strength. Ning Fengji glanced at the pouting Ning Rongrong standing nearby and spoke in a gentle tone. Rongrong, since this is Little Dragon's first visit to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, why don't you take him outside for a stroll? Familiarize him with the surrounding environment and allow you both to get to know each other better. Ning Rongrong huffed, I don't want to. She strode out of the glazed tile palace, her words contradicting her eager steps. Naturally, Chun Long seized the opportunity to spend time alone with the young princess, vanishing from sight in an instant. Bon Douluo was once again taken aback by his speed. Ning Rongrong walked through the long corridors of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, her expression filled with melancholy. At nearly 13 years of age, she found herself inexplicably burdened with a new romantic interest, one who happened to be the enemy of her third brother. How disheartening. In a flash, Chun Long appeared before her, startling Ning Rongrong. "Ah, what are you doing here?" she exclaimed. Chun Long replied, "Didn't Uncle Ning ask you to show me around the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School?" "Humph, I don't want to take you. You can explore on your own," she retorted, visibly annoyed, as she turned to walk away. Chun Long frowned, aware that as Shrek's sworn adversary, winning Rongrong's acceptance would indeed pose a challenge. Nevertheless, he reasoned that since he would be residing at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, time was on his side. Being cooped up with the elderly was stifling, and he had heard that Heavendoe City was the most prosperous capital of the Heavendoe Empire. As he passed through, he had already marveled at the towering city walls, reaching heights of 100 zhong, sturdy and formidable. This time, he resolved to indulge himself thoroughly. He would lavishly spend several million golden soul coins and embrace the life of a true tycoon. After wandering through the bustling Heavendoe City for quite some time, Chun Long savored all the local delicacies. He also purchased several splendid outfits for himself. Of course, he ensured that Sword Douluo, Zhao Yun, Zhuang Zhou, and Lu Bu all received their shares. As dusk approached, concerned for his grandfather's worry, Chun Long hurried back to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, regrettably missing the opportunity to visit the most vibrant and exhilarating places in Heavendoe City. In the grand city of Tiando, it was presumed that the late hour would usher in a sense of tranquility, yet the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect was engulfed in chaos. Disciples of the sect hurriedly streamed towards the city in various groups. Chun Long seized the young man, demanding clarity on the situation. Upon closer inspection, the youth was revealed to be the dragon god Douluo, who, startled, immediately bowed and reported that the young lady had not returned since her departure earlier that day, and they were fervently searching for her. "Have you uncovered any leads?" Chun Long inquired, to which the youth replied that, according to the latest intelligence from their scouts, there had been no significant developments, only that someone had spotted the young lady near the Tiando Great Arena. Chun Long nodded affirmatively, urging him to expedite the search. He then paused for a moment before soaring towards the direction of the arena. Logically, there should be no cause for alarm. However, the possibility of unforeseen circumstances loomed large. After all, the young princess Ning Rongrong was exceedingly beautiful, inevitably attracting the attention of unsavory individuals. Standing atop the Tiando Great Arena, Chun Long surveyed the cityscape, his mind attuning to the surroundings as he scoured each nook and cranny. Chapter 029. Mobilizing the Pope's order to vanquish the unpleasant after an extensive search yielded no results. The enormity of Tiando City, with its multitude of inhabitants, rendered the task of locating Rongrong akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. As night deepened, the streets grew increasingly desolate, yet still, there was no word of Rongrong, which instilled genuine concern in both Chun Long and the entire Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. All personnel had been dispatched in the quest for her. Standing amidst the streets and observing the passing crowd, Chun Long's eyes gleamed with determination. He was resolute in his mission to find Rongrong, even if it meant combing through the entirety of Tiando City. At that moment, he caught sight of a palace adjacent to the Tiando Great Arena, the Spirit Hall's branch in Tiando City. Given that this city served as the capital of the Tiando Empire, the Spirit Hall had stationed a considerable number of personnel, making it arguably the most formidable branch of the hall. A flicker of thought crossed Chun Long's mind. Perhaps by leveraging the influence of the Spirit Hall, he could expedite the search for Rongrong. With purpose, he strode towards the Spirit Hall's branch. However, as he approached, two guards brandishing long spears obstructed his path, their demeanor icy as they declared, "This is a restricted area of the Spirit Hall. Unauthorized personnel are prohibited from advancing." With a calm yet assertive tone, Chun Long demanded, "Summon your branch leader to speak with me." The guards remained resolute, their expressions unyielding, ignoring his request entirely. Growing increasingly displeased, Chun Long attempted to force his way through but was still halted. In a display of strength, he grasped the two long spears and shattered them effortlessly. With a swift motion, he sent the guards flying, the commotion instantly drawing the attention of the Spirit Hall branch. What kind of person, so reckless, dares to barge into the Spirit Hall's branch? In an instant, two soul masters concealed in the shadows appeared before Chun Long. With an authoritative tone, they declared, "This is a sacred site of the Spirit Hall. Unauthorized individuals are prohibited from approaching." Chun Hao's expression turned frosty as he lightly stamped his right foot, unleashing a formidable aura that enveloped the entire Spirit Hall branch. Upon sensing Chun Long's overwhelming presence, the branch master and vice master hurriedly emerged. With utmost respect, they addressed him. "I am Shu Ruema, the branch master of the Spirit Hall in Tiando City, level 68 Battle Spirit Emperor. It is an honor to meet your highness." Chun Long offered no further words. With a mere thought, a token materialized in his right hand. This token bore the emblems of a sword, a hammer, a crown, an incomplete humanoid figure, a dragon, and a chrysanthemum, an emblem of authority granted to Chun Long by the previous Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong. Any bearer of this token is endowed with the revered status of an elder of the Spirit Hall, akin to the Pope himself. The onlookers, upon witnessing the Pope's token in Chun Long's hand, were momentarily rendered speechless. After all, there were only 6 such tokens within the entire Spirit Hall, each wielding supreme authority. Instantly, everyone knelt on one knee, expressing their respect. We pay homage to your highness, the Pope. Chun Long's eyes widened in surprise. He had not anticipated the token's efficacy. With a commanding voice, he declared, I require you to mobilize all the resources of the Spirit Hall within Tiando City to locate this girl. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and an image of Ning Rongrong materialized before them. The sight of the enchanting girl sparked curiosity among the crowd. Who could this little girl be to compel this young man to wield the Pope's token? Shu Ruema replied respectfully, I shall obey. Rising to his feet, he addressed the dozen or so agile soul masters behind him. By the Pope's decree, spare no effort to swiftly find the girl depicted in this image. Bring her back, alive or dead. Upon hearing this, Chun Long's demeanor shifted. His voice turned icy. Should anything happen to Rongrong, I will hold your entire Spirit Hall branch accountable. Sensing Chun Long's formidable aura, Shu Ruema quickly responded, we must return this girl safe and sound. No sooner had he spoken than a dozen figures dashed off in various directions throughout Tiando City. It must be said that the Spirit Hall indeed possesses remarkable strength. Collectively, the branches of the Spirit Hall form a significant force, akin to an expansive web of connections, gathering the latest intelligence across the continent. In terms of information collection, they likely surpass even the empires. With utmost respect, Shu Ruema assured, I guarantee that within an hour, we will have news of this girl. Please, your highness, make yourself comfortable inside. We have prepared the finest delicacies for you. The voice of the dust dragon was frigid as he declared, there is no need. I shall remain here and wait. The few vice presidents of Shurima could only accompany the dust dragon at the entrance, their hearts simmering with indignation. What was there to be so arrogant about? Just a mere boy with no experience. Were it not for the papal decree in his possession, who would even care? The dust dragon lifted his gaze towards the sky. Tonight was particularly dark, with the moon obscured by clouds, casting no light. The entire sky appeared ominously heavy. For reasons unknown, the dust dragon began to feel a sense of foreboding. A pang of self-reproach settled in his heart. Had he remained by Rongrong's side, such a situation might have been averted. Rongrong, where have you gone? After more than half an hour, a young man, like a fleeting shadow, enveloped in the visage of a lightning leopard, swiftly appeared before the crowd. Bowing, he announced, reporting to the Lord of the Hall, approximately 10 minutes ago. We spotted the image of the girl 3 kilometers from here. The dust dragon's eyes gleamed with intensity. And where is she? The young man glanced at the dust dragon, hesitated momentarily, then continued, at the same time, we have also discovered that the girl assassin, Douluo, whom the Spirit Hall has been pursuing, is on the hunt. Upon hearing Douluo's name, a fierce glint flashed across the dust dragon's face. His presence could only signify ill tidings. Is this the response you offer me? Sensing the intense killing intent emanating from the dust dragon, the young man hurriedly interjected, I have merely returned to relay the message. The others are still searching. Lead the way. The young man nodded and swiftly dashed towards the heavenly dual spirit arena, with the dust dragon closely following. The vice presidents and the deputy hall masters trailed behind them. Upon their arrival, the others had already located the last known whereabouts of Rongrong. The leading spirit master spoke. We just witnessed Douluo take the image girl into a wooden house. The dust dragon's eyes shot forth a murderous glare. Then what are you still doing here? And no, Douluo is a spirit master above level 40. We are no match for him and are seeking reinforcements. The dust dragon's expression twisted with fury, disregarding their words. He leaped forth, charging towards the wooden house. With a powerful strike, the door collapsed with a resounding crash. Douluo was startled and turned sharply. At that moment, Rongrong had already fainted on the wooden bed, her attire intact, suggesting that Douluo had not yet succeeded. Douluo's expression twisted in anger as he exclaimed, You boy! Who are you? Do not interrupt me while I am doing important work. The dust dragon's eyes burned with an intensity that seemed capable of igniting flames. Stepping forward, he seized Douluo by the throat, lifting him effortlessly. Chapter 030, Soul Enhancing Pill. Rongrong's soul power breaks through level 40. Douluo attempted to wield his soul power, only to find that it was as if his entire being had been sealed, rendering him utterly immobile. The dust dragon's expression quivered slightly. For a scoundrel like him, to exist is indeed a form of affliction. With a decisive crack, Chun Long's right hand moved slightly, and the delicate neck of the girl was abruptly snapped, extinguishing her life entirely. He lifted the unconscious Rongrong into his arms, his tone chilling as he declared, This matter ends here. I do not wish for anyone else to be aware of it. The crowd understood that Chun Long certainly did not want this girl's reputation tarnished, and they nodded in agreement. After taking a few steps, Chun Long halted, and with a flick of his wrist, a pouch of coins fell before Shurima. Here are 100,000 gold soul coins. Please convey my gratitude to the brothers who ventured out tonight. The crowd gasped at the staggering sum. 100,000 gold soul coins. They speculated about his true identity, realizing he was indeed a person of considerable means. Chun Long carried Rongrong back to the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. Rongrong remained in a deep unconsciousness, and despite Ning Fengji's relentless efforts, nothing seemed to work. Chun Long remained by her side, silently vowing that no one would harm her ever again. On the third day, Rongrong gradually awakened. Seeing Chun Long beside her bed, she weakly inquired, What are you doing here? Upon witnessing her awakening, a flicker of joy appeared on Chun Long's face. You have finally woken. Rongrong's complexion was pale, appearing somewhat naive. What just happened? All I remember is hearing some strange noises, followed by a monster with glowing red eyes knocking me out. Chun Long spoke in a soothing tone. It's all right. I will protect you from now on. In response, Rong weakly protested. Who asked you to protect me? A subtle smile graced Chun Long's lips. He was not offended. When a girl says she doesn't want protection, it often means the opposite. At that moment, Ning Fengji and Jian Douluo entered the room. Ning Fengji spoke with a gentle tone. At last, you have awakened. You have been in slumber for 3 days and nights. And during this time, Xiaolong has not left your side for a moment, guarding you closely. A blush crept onto Rong's cheeks as she murmured softly. Who asked him to guard me? Jian Douluo interjected. Xiaolong, from now on, Rong will be under your care. If she goes missing again, beware of my wrath. Chun Long nodded resolutely. Before long, breakfast was delivered from the kitchen. In addition to millet porridge, there were several exquisite vegetarian dishes. Since Rong had just awakened, it was not advisable for her to consume anything too greasy. Rong's recovery progressed swiftly. Within half a day, she was nearly back to her former self. While she was unconscious, Chun Long contemplated the necessity of enhancing Rong's strength. After all, he could not always be by her side for protection. Rong, let me assist you in elevating your soul power. Rong shot him a glance. Soul power can only be improved through one's own diligent practice. What can you possibly do to help me? Their relationship had evidently grown much closer during their time spent together. Resigned to her fate, Rong acknowledged that she could neither defeat nor drive away her adversary. With a subtle shift in his thoughts, Chun Long revealed a soul-enhancing pill, a reward from his recent sign-in. This pill promised a swift elevation of one's soul power. Observing the dark pill, Rong furrowed her brow, pondering its efficacy. Chun Long encouraged her to try it for herself. What if it harms me? She hesitated. Yet, the sincerity in Chun Long's gaze persuaded her to accept the pill. Placing it in her mouth, she found it dissolved instantly, releasing a delicate fragrance. Soon, a pure essence of soul power surged through her body, nourishing her meridians. To her astonishment, her soul power began to rise significantly. From a mere 37, she soared to 40. With the acquisition of her 4th spirit ring, she would ascend to the rank of a 4-ringed spirit master. In the past, she had envied Tang Sect and Xiao Wu, the fastest among the Shrek 7 in enhancing their soul power. She recalled that Tang Sect had recently reached level 40 as well. To her surprise, she too had achieved this milestone so swiftly. After a brief pause, she inquired, do you have more of this pill? Chun Long frowned slightly. Though the soul-enhancing pill is effective, it should not be used excessively. Doing so could destabilize your foundation as you progress in your training. It serves merely as an aid. The essence of your growth lies within your own efforts. Rong nodded in understanding. Suddenly, she let out a series of light coughs. Rong, are you all right? Chun Long asked with concern. She gently shook her head. I'm fine. I must have uncovered myself last night. With a flick of his thoughts, Chun Long produced a box of 999 cold relief. Previously frustrated by acquiring such a trivial item, he now found it useful. He swiftly prepared a cup of hot water and brewed a packet of the cold remedy for her. Observing the steam rising from the blanket, Rong curiously asked, what is this? Can it enhance soul power as well? Chun Long replied, this is called 999 cold relief. It effectively treats colds and fevers. Drink it, rest well, and you'll feel better by morning. Is it truly that miraculous? When I had a cold before, it took me weeks to recover. Chun Long handed her the blanket. Try it and see for yourself. As she wrapped her hands around the warm blanket, she initially expected a bitter taste, but was pleasantly surprised to find it sweet. After blowing on the steam, she gradually finished the drink. How comforting. Chun Long couldn't help but recall the catchy slogan for 999 cold relief. Warm and caring. Just what you need. With that, Rong retreated to rest. Chun Long subsequently informed Master Ning, Sword Douluo, and Bone Douluo of Rong's achievement in reaching level 40. The faces of the three were etched with astonishment. A 40th level, 13-year-old soul master. Such prodigious talent is simply extraordinary. Chun Long remarked. Not quite. Bone Douluo replied with a joyful expression towards Jian Douluo. Last time, you accompanied Fengji. This time, it should be my turn. Jian Douluo stood with his hands behind his back, his tone amicable. Look at your aspirations. I shall concede to you. Bone Douluo's face radiated delight. At that moment, Chun Long interjected. I intend to take Rong to obtain her 4th spirit ring. Bone Douluo instantly erupted in fury. After such a long wait for an outing, especially to assist the little princess in acquiring her spirit ring, how could you let this opportunity slip by? You go. But do you not realize what type and level of spirit ring Rong requires? Her obtaining a spirit ring is of paramount importance to the sect. It cannot be taken lightly. Even if you wish to go, you must take me along. Chun Long responded. It will just be Rong and me. We shall depart tomorrow. Bone Douluo ground his teeth in frustration. Ning Fengji chuckled lightly. Uncle Bone, do not be greedy. Let them go together and allow them some time to bond. It is merely a 4th spirit ring. With Xiaolong's strength, it will be no issue. Bone Douluo huffed softly, turning away without further comment. Jian Douluo and Bone Douluo stood as the twin guardians of the 7 treasure Glazed Sect. Jian Douluo was renowned for his profound and ancient demeanor, while Bone Douluo was notably more vivacious. Chapter 031, Chun Long's Parents. My father is just as impressive in the Douluo Continent. At the edge of the Tiando Great Forest, the king of the forest, the Titan giant ape, sat by a small lake, its massive form resembling a mountain, its head bowed slightly, appearing somewhat sullen. At that moment, A colossal bull's head emerged from the center of the lake, its diameter exceeding 4 meters, with eyes glowing like lanterns. This was connected to an enormous serpentine body, blackish blue in hue and several times thicker than a water barrel. With a swift coil of its serpent body, a 1-meter-long fish flew out of the water. The Titan giant ape, with an instinctive understanding, opened its great mouth and swallowed the fish whole. The enormous creature, a fusion of bull's head and serpent's body, was none other than the king of beasts in the starred Douluo Great Forest, a 300,000-year-old soul beast, the heavenly blue bull python. It let out a roar that echoed through the skies, reminiscent of a bull's bellow yet akin to a dragon's chant, resonating thunderously. Ming, have you truly made up your mind? The Titan giant ape cried out in anguish. With its enormous fists pounding against its chest, it glared fiercely, roaring in fury. Sister Xiao Wu was killed because of me. I must avenge her by slaying the human soul master, without fail. The heavenly blue bull python's face was aflame with rage. Those wretched human soul masters have hunted countless soul beasts. If given the chance, I too shall make them experience the taste of being hunted. I must transform. To avenge Sister Xiao Wu, the azure bull python paused for a moment, contemplating its transformation. You must think this through. Once transformed, you will become the weakest of humans, devoid of even the ability to protect yourself. When confronted by a formidable human, you can only succumb to their slaughter. Moreover, the transformation carries its own risks. A moment's carelessness could lead to the complete destruction of your cultivation and physical form. The Titan giant ape, with its eyes wide and a resolute expression, declared, For Sister Xiao Wu, I am willing to do anything. Daming, protect me. Upon uttering these words, the Titan giant ape rose abruptly, its massive form growing ever more imposing. Golden blood coursed through its veins, enveloping it in a radiant golden light. Simultaneously, the heavens above rumbled with thunder, dark clouds gathering, heralding a dramatic change in the celestial phenomena. Accompanied by a heart-wrenching roar from the Titan giant ape, its colossal body suddenly erupted, dissipating into a mist of blood. The azure bull python, filled with concern, inquired, Daming, are you all right? As the blood mist cleared, the once mighty figure of the Titan giant ape vanished, replaced by a robust young man, approximately 20 years of age. Towering over 2 meters, with long golden hair, he exuded a wild, untamed aura. The Titan giant ape moved its arm, surveying its new form, exclaiming, I have successfully transformed. The azure bull python nodded gently, acknowledging, indeed. After the transformation of 100,000 soul beasts, their martial spirit will undoubtedly be a beast martial spirit, just like Xiao Wu, whose martial spirit is the soft-bone rabbit post-transformation. Let us see if your martial spirit is the Titan giant ape. Oh, Daming replied, then closed his eyes, focusing inward. From deep within, a low growl resonated, and a golden light enveloped him, revealing the silhouette of a golden Titan giant ape. The azure bull python's face reflected shock, indeed. Your martial spirit is the Titan giant ape, but not just any Titan giant ape, it is the golden Titan, renowned in the realm of soul beasts for its unparalleled defense, capable of tearing apart dragons. Well done, young man. I sensed your bloodline was extraordinary, but I did not anticipate you would directly inherit the golden Titan martial spirit. Daming glanced around, taking in the shimmering golden silhouette of the golden Titan giant ape, and let out another roar. Foolish human soul master, I shall rend you apart. The azure bull python continued. Do you remember the name of that human soul master? Daming nodded. Indeed, I have etched his visage deeply in my memory. Even if he were reduced to ashes, I would recognize him. His name is Chun Long, and his martial spirit is that of a golden dragon. The azure bull python emitted a low growl before diving beneath the water's surface. Shortly after, a massive, milky white staff erupted from the lake, landing before the Titan giant ape. The azure bull python resurfaced, declaring, Daming, I cannot leave this place. I bear the honor and revival of my clan upon my shoulders. This is a staff formed from stalactites over 100,000 years, polished over countless millennia. It is smooth beyond compare and utterly indestructible. In a display of formidable strength, Ming lifted 2 massive stalagmites, swinging them with vigor before striking the ground, producing a resounding echo. Gently caressing the colossal staff, he remarked in a solemn tone, This object indeed bears significant weight. What is its name? The azure bull python responded. Having been submerged at the lake's bottom for an unfathomable span of time, let us name it Pillar of Heaven. Ming nodded in gratitude. Thank you, Daming. The azure bull python continued thoughtfully. Perhaps transforming and refining oneself is a fortuitous endeavor. Surpassing the limits of a soul master within a century may lead one to divinity, transcending the constraints of mortality. Take care of yourself, avenge your grievances, and return swiftly. I shall await your return here. With a resolute nod, Ming hoisted the Pillar of Heaven and, albeit reluctantly, began his journey towards the periphery of the Star Douluo Forest. He understood that only by exiting the Tiando Great Forest could he re-enter the realm of humanity. For 2 continuous days, Ming traversed the land, surrounded by towering trees and lush vegetation, occasionally encountering ancient soul beasts that posed him no threat. Suddenly, a formidable golden bear, exceeding 30 meters in height, leapt forth from the thicket, blocking Ming's path. Judging by its stature, it was a creature aged between 30 to 50,000 years. A golden bear that had awakened intelligence after surpassing 10,000 years of soul power. The bear, its countenance twisted with rage and disdain for humanity, opened its massive jaws, intent on devouring Ming. In an immediate response, Ming spoke in the language of beasts. Cease this at once. The massive paw of the golden bear halted mid-air upon hearing his voice. Who are you? I am Titan, the king of the forest. Have you forgotten me after my transformation? The golden bear's expression shifted, and it prostrated itself before Ming, trembling with fear, pleading for mercy. Please forgive me, O king of the forest. The ability to assume human form, articulate the language of beasts, and emanate the overwhelming aura of the beast king could not be feigned. The title of forest king was not merely a boast. Without considerable prowess, no ancient soul beast would yield to it. Very well. I shall grant you an opportunity for atonement. Ming declared. Golden bear, in the name of the forest king, I command you to offer a sacrifice. Ming's presence surged with the authority of the forest king, enveloping the surrounding Star-Do forest. In an instant, all nearby soul beasts prostrated themselves, trembling in submission. Unlike humans, soul beasts lacked the cunning and treachery. They showed unwavering obedience in the presence of a superior. The golden bear lay quaking on the ground, its heart filled with resentment. Its 5,000 years of cultivation were hard-won, yet it could not muster any defiance against the might of the forest king. Trembling slightly, it ultimately collapsed to the earth with a resounding thud. A 30,000-year-old black soul ring enveloped Ming's body, absorbing him seamlessly, without the slightest discomfort. This exemplifies the distinction between sacrifice and absorption of soul rings. Sacrifice allows for immediate absorption, regardless of age or quality. However, the more advanced the soul beast, the prouder and fiercer it becomes. It would never willingly offer itself for human sacrifice. The moon ascended from the edge of the forest, casting a cold luminescence, while myriad stars twinkled like luminous pearls strewn across the celestial tapestry, shimmering with silvery brilliance. The 7 treasures glazed tile school and the 7 kill hall serve as a grand hall dedicated to the sword Douluo. The sword Douluo and Chun Long sat peacefully on the steps, a rare moment of tranquility shared between grandfather and grandson. Since ancient times, the moonlight has stirred longing in the heart. Gazing upon the expanse of stars, Chun Long felt a subtle melancholy. He wondered about his parents, undoubtedly weeping due to his absence. It was a holiday season. Had he not traversed realms, he would be playing chess with his grandfather beneath the locust tree in their yard, fishing and catching shrimp in the river. The beautiful school belle, whom he had secretly adored for over a decade without confessing, was now likely resting beside someone else. When God closes one door, he opens another. Such is the nature of life. The sword Douluo gently stroked Chun Long's head, his tone warm. Little dragon, you have suffered over the years, but you must know, your grandfather has never ceased searching for you. In the sword Douluo, Chun Long saw the shadow of his grandfather from a past life. Though they were fundamentally different individuals, their deep concern and affection for him were identical. Chun Long nodded lightly, responding, Grandfather, you need not say more, I understand. What grandfather would abandon his own child? The sword Douluo nodded in reassurance. Chun Long continued, by the way, grandfather, why do I only see you? What about my parents? At this, a grave expression crossed the sword Douluo's face. After a moment of silence, he replied, your father is named Chun Hao, and his life is nothing short of legendary. He awakened the 7-killing sword martial soul at the age of 6, possessing innate soul power of level 9. By 12, he had already reached level 32 as a soul master. At 15, he broke through to level 56 as a soul king. By 18, his soul power had risen to level 71 as a soul saint, becoming the foremost among the younger generation of the 7 treasures glazed tile school. At 22, he became sworn brothers with Ning Zhongzhu and Gu Huang, the son of the Bone Douluo. Together, they ventured across the continent with one sword in hand, performing countless acts of valor under the name of 7 killing. As the sword Douluo spoke, Chun Long's brows twitched involuntarily. He initially believed himself remarkable, only to uncover that his father was equally impressive. That same year, his father's soul power surpassed level 80, making him the youngest soul Douluo on the continent before you, truly a legend. With singular determination, he engaged in a fierce battle against the formidable soul beast Divine Dragon for an astonishing 10,000 years, sustaining grievous injuries in the process. Surprisingly, the Divine Dragon chose not to slay him, but instead, opted to save his life, thus forging an unbreakable bond thereafter. Chun Long's eyes widened in disbelief, his countenance reflecting sheer astonishment. Are you implying that my mother is also a 10,000-year soul beast? He inquired. The sword Douluo merely nodded in affirmation. A void enveloped Chun Long's mind as he contemplated the revelation. Heavens, strike me with divine thunder. Why is it that the exceptionally gifted soul Douluo are drawn to soul beasts? I never anticipated that my mother would be the legendary Huaxia Divine Dragon. It sounds remarkably powerful. But what followed? Was it the Spirit Hall again? The sword Douluo gently shook his head. No, this has no connection with the Spirit Hall. Rather, it pertains to an even more potent 10,000-year soul beast, Ditian. We also refer to him as the Dragon God, whose true form is that of a colossal dragon. Having cultivated for several 100,000 years, he was captivated by your mother's beauty and lineage and sought to unite with her to produce a more powerful dragon lineage. Naturally, your father would not acquiesce to this. In that period, with your mother's assistance, your father had ascended to the rank of a 92-level title Douluo. Known as the Sword Soul, and had mastered the unique Dragon Emperor forbidden technique of your mother. Upon your birth, you were named Chun Long. A fierce battle ensued between your mother, father, and Di Tian in the extreme northern lands, resulting in cataclysmic upheaval, where mountains crumbled and time and space collapsed, consuming them whole. By the time I arrived, the battle had long concluded, and you had vanished without a trace. All I found atop the mountain was an inscription left by your father using the 7 kills sword. Take good care of the dragon child. I surmised they must have left you behind. Thus I searched far and wide, scouring the entire extreme north, yet I failed to find you. Chun Long's face bore an expression of incredulity. Realizing he had an extraordinary legacy, the devastation wrought by the battle and the collapse of time and space must have been immensely fierce. Yet as a man, how could he endure such indignity? He must fight. Still enveloped in shock, Chun Long was suddenly prompted by the sword Douluo. Speaking of which, after all this, where have you been? Chun Long faltered, his gaze shifting uneasily. After a brief pause, he continued. An elderly man took me to a cave where he raised me and taught me to cultivate my soul power. Oh, who would have thought such a formidable figure existed on the continent? Where is he now? I must personally visit him to express my gratitude. He travels the world. A divine dragon seen but seldom encountered. Even I do not know his whereabouts. The sword Douluo nodded gravely. Indeed, such a powerful being cannot be an ordinary individual. He has likely ascended to divinity. Eagerly, Chun Long redirected the conversation. By the way, grandfather, I possess a 9/4 golden pill. It has the effects of cleansing the marrow, solidifying the foundation, regulating the internal organs, revitalizing the spirit, and enhancing soul power. It should greatly benefit your martial soul cultivation. As the dust dragon's thoughts stirred, a small blue and white porcelain vial materialized in his right hand. A hint of joy appeared on the sword Douluo's face. Oh, this elixir must have been bestowed upon you by your esteemed teacher. The dust dragon nodded repeatedly, providing himself with a graceful exit. Otherwise, he would have struggled to weave a coherent lie thereafter. The sword Douluo accepted the 9-orifice golden pill, uncorked the vial, and poured out a brownish pill, exuding a fragrant aroma. This thumb-sized, dark golden pill bore 9 peculiar orifices, from which a delicate scent wafted. Just a whiff invigorated the senses, banishing fatigue and instilling a sense of lightness throughout the body. Remarkably, the 9 orifices appeared to harbor a flow of energy, gently inhaling and exhaling, as if infused with a unique vitality. Is it to be consumed directly? The dust dragon inquired hastily. The method of utilizing the 9-orifice golden pill was neither ingestion nor external application. Even if swallowed, it would resist digestion and be expelled whole. The sole method of usage involved creating a hollow in the heart, suturing the pill within, and utilizing the heart's circulatory force to continuously cleanse it. Its medicinal properties would then blend with the bloodstream, ultimately purifying and revitalizing the essence, transforming one's very being. In due time, your soul power would soar to unprecedented heights. The sword Douluo nodded thoughtfully, evidently acknowledging that the dust dragon's teacher was indeed a person of extraordinary caliber, capable of concocting such a wondrous elixir. Without a moment's hesitation, he tore open his garments, moved his right hand slightly, and made an incision in his chest to place the pill within. In that fleeting moment, the dust dragon felt a shiver run down his spine. Chapter 032, 7 Killing Sword, a Duel Douluo. Upon contact with the sword Douluo's blood, the 9-orifice golden pill dissolved instantly, emanating a faint golden light. The once gaping wound healed in the blink of an eye. Truly, a product of the system. It was nothing short of exceptional. The sword Douluo was momentarily taken aback, astonished by the pill's miraculous properties. A warm current surged from the 9-orifice golden pill, flowing through his meridians. He felt as if his entire being had ignited, his veins stretching as if forcibly torn apart. Simultaneously, he sensed his soul power boiling over like a tumultuous sea, rising rapidly. An intense sword intent surged around him, with the 7 killing sword hovering behind his back, radiating an imposing aura. After a prolonged moment, the sword Douluo felt a formidable concentration of soul power gathering at the crown of his head, as if it were about to burst forth. His soul power surged, and his blood roiled. The 7 killing sword began to levitate, its blade enlarging instantaneously and hovering above the 7 treasure glazed tile school, its formidable sword intent enveloping the entire sect. Ning Fengji and Bone Douluo emerged, gazing skyward in awe. A glimmer of joy illuminated Ning Fengji's face. The path of the sword has endured through the ages like an endless night, and Uncle Jin's soul power is set to ascend once more. The Bone Douluo gently caressed his beardless chin, chuckling softly. This old rascal is rather inconsiderate. Having reached level 96 ahead of me, it seems I shall no longer be his match. Ning Fengji shook his head slightly, as if to convey that even if Uncle Jin had not attained level 96, he would still be a formidable opponent. It was evident that the latter was merely indulging him, fully aware of his own capabilities. With a thunderous roar, the sword Douluo transformed into a beam of sword light, soaring into the heavens, piercing the sky. The might of his sword seemed capable of cleaving the very firmament. Then, with one person and one sword spanning the horizon, a surge of sword light enveloped him. He chanted, "The wind sword technique aspires to the clouds." A meteor racing against the moon, traversing 19 continents in an instant. A myriad of swords concealed, let the mundane world remain undisturbed. Sword energy traverses, the cold light spans 10,000 miles, fiercely slashing through gods and demons. The iron sword is invincible. The mysterious void safeguards. The iron sword remains unmatched. 1,000 swords have been sheathed for decades, awaiting the moment to unsheath. When I turn back, meteors pursue the moon, in an instant traversing 19 continents, slaying both demons and deities. Countless generations bless us. The colossal sword mends the rifts. In a secluded corner, I roam freely, undisturbed by the mundane world. Now, as I turn, sword energy crisscrosses, cold light spans 30,000 miles. I inquire, who in this world can rival me? Above the entire seven-treasure glazed tile school, the sword light permeated the air. Each move possessed a power that could shake the heavens. Under the influence of the sword Douluo, the blood within Chun Long surged uncontrollably. The seven-killing sword in his right hand frequently attempted to break free, only to be restrained once more by Chun Long. At this moment, Chun Long could no longer suppress his eagerness. Wielding a sword alone was too lonely. He leaped into the air, approaching the sword Douluo with the seven-killing sword in hand, chanting, "With the heavens and the sun and moon above, my feet tread the vast land. I have fought across 3,000 miles. A single sword once faced 1,000,000 troops. For the sake of steel bones spilling warm blood, my fate is mine to command. Not dictated by heaven." As the fiery blossoms rain down, the chaos stirs, the clamor of steel and iron consumes the vastness like a tiger. A single sword slashes through eternity, one cycle after another. Countless beings as soldiers, millions of gods and demons as generals, awaiting the upheaval of yin and yang. My demonic blood staining the heavens. Seeing Chun Long's sword light, the sword Douluo quickly retracted his aura, concerned for Chun Long's safety. When their sword lights collided, the blades trembled slightly, unleashing a powerful shockwave that swept outward. The sword Douluo's hands quivered, and a look of astonishment crossed his face. He had just been worried about harming Chun Long, yet this young rascal showed no restraint whatsoever. That impudent boy. The sword Douluo's eyes narrowed. The sword spun rapidly, swiftly piercing toward Chun Long. The grandfather and grandson, wielding the seven-killing sword, engaged in aerial combat. In just a few dozen exchanges, the sword Douluo found himself increasingly fond of his grandson. Undoubtedly, he was of his own blood. Although Chun Long's seven-killing sword was only augmented by the first soul ring, his mastery of swordsmanship astonished even the sword Douluo. A look of delight graced Ning Fengji's face, as the sword Douluo truly embodied the towering white jade pillar and the purple-gold beam of the seven-treasure glazed tile school. Thus, the strength of the seven-treasure glazed tile school was significantly amplified. It was imperative to retain Chun Long within the sect. The bone Douluo's gaze was fixed intently on the sword lights of the two, with his expression shifting in response to their dueling brilliance. Occasionally, he would exclaim in admiration. Gu Feng, equally exhilarated, remarked, "Brother Long, how impressive." The bone Douluo retorted with a swift slap. "How can you still speak? You two are of the same age. Yet he has already attained the rank of title Douluo, while you are merely a novice of the Battle Soul sect. How embarrassing." Gu Feng, feeling unjustly treated, scratched his head and murmured, "That's talent. It has nothing to do with me." Ning Rongrong clasped her little hands tightly, her gaze fixated on the sky, her heart racing in sync with the clash of swords. She had not anticipated that a sword-wielding soul master could be so incredibly striking, simply breathtaking. The two engaged in fierce combat for several hundred exchanges. The sword Douluo proclaimed, "The seven-kill sword is the foremost martial soul in terms of offensive power across the continent, ranking alongside the Haotian hammer and surpassing the soul-breaking spear. It measures 4 feet 3 inches in length and 3 inches in width, with a handle of 1 foot 2 inches. Today, I shall impart to you the ancestral sword technique of the Qin family, the Lingyun Ji Sui Wind sword technique. The first move, meteor chasing the moon. A fleeting 19 continents. The second move, 10,000 swords concealed, disturbed not by the mundane world. The third move, sword chi traversing, slicing through divine and demonic foes with a chilling brilliance spanning 10,000 miles. The sword Douluo meticulously guided Chun Long in mastering the ancestral sword technique of the seven kills sword lineage. Gathered below were nearly 1,000 spectators, with nearly every disciple of the seven-treasure glazed tile school present. Observing the cultivation of the powerful could lead to breakthroughs in their own soul power. Within the seven-treasure glazed tile hall, Ning Fengji stood with his hands clasped behind his back, poised within the grand hall, flanked by 3 elders, indeed. The 3 esteemed direct elders of the seven-treasure glazed tile school. Although the sword Douluo and bone Douluo were affiliated with the school, they merely served to protect it. Significant decisions were reserved for the direct elders. Ning Fengji spoke, "Esteemed elders, you have witnessed the events outside. From this day forward, I intend to appoint Chun Long as the 3rd elder of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, to stand alongside the sword Douluo and bone Douluo, bearing the title of Sword God, and granting him the Sword God Hall. Furthermore, I shall betroth Rongrong to him." The 3 esteemed elders nodded in unanimous agreement. Having been greatly impressed by Chun Long's prowess, Ning Fengji's eyes sparkled with intensity as he struck the ground with his staff, declaring, "Proclamation of the sect." With a swift motion, 2 soul masters appeared before Ning Fengji, kneeling on one knee in anticipation of their orders. Proclamation of the sect. I hereby confer upon Chun Long the title of 3rd elder of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, to be esteemed alongside the sword Douluo and bone Douluo. Carrying the title of Sword God, with the establishment of the Sword God Hall, inscribed in the annals of history for eternity. We accept the decree. In a single night, the name of Chun Long spread across the entire Seven Treasures glazed sect. The Seven Killing Sword, a dual title, was bestowed upon him, the Sword Paths Chun Xian and the Sword God Chun Long, also known as the Dragon God. The following day, Chun Long set off for the Star Do Forest accompanied by Rong Rong to acquire the fourth soul ring. Despite her verbal reluctance, Rong Rong's body followed him faithfully. However, Chun Long did not intend to head directly to the Star Do Forest. Instead, he planned to visit the city of Tiando first. Having heard tales of the exhilarating Tiando Great Spirit Arena, he felt compelled to witness it firsthand. As Chun Long walked towards Tiando City, Rong Rong's cheeks flushed with a soft hue as she whispered, "Didn't you say we were going to acquire the fourth soul ring? Why are you taking me to Tiando City?" With a playful grin, Chun Long replied, "Hee, you know how it is." Rong Rong's face grew even redder, and she lowered her head, falling silent. "Before obtaining the soul ring, we must procure some supplies. Once we reach the Star Do Forest, if we cannot find a suitable soul ring, we would have to remain there indefinitely. We cannot go without food and drink." "Oh," Rong Rong responded, releasing a gentle sigh of relief. It turned out they were merely gathering provisions. The two arrived at the most opulent establishment in Tiando City, the Tiando Grand Hotel, where they ordered a splendid array of dishes: steamed lamb, braised bear paw, steamed deer tail, roasted duck, roasted chick, roasted goose, braised pork, braised duck, soy sauce chicken, pine flower intestines, dried meat, sausages, assorted cold dishes, smoked chicken, steamed 8 treasure pork, glutinous rice stuffed duck, canned wild chicken, canned quail, and assorted braised delicacies. Rong Rong was quite shy and only sampled a few bites. Chun Long, unfazed by her modesty, believed that one must eat heartily to be able to work effectively. In a whirlwind of appetite, he devoured the entirety of the feast. Rong Rong couldn't hide her astonishment as she watched him. While eating abundantly is generally a good thing, this was excessive. How would an ordinary family afford such a feast? After their meal, Chun Long patted his stomach and swaggered out of the hotel. Rong Rong settled the bill of 3 gold soul coins before catching up with him. "Let us go explore over there and buy some ingredients. When we reach the Star Do Forest, if we get hungry, we can enjoy some roasted bear paw." The two meandered through Tiando City for quite some time. Suddenly, Rong Rong accidentally bumped into a young man. "I'm so sorry," she exclaimed, hastily apologizing. The young man was accompanied by 5 or 6 others, all of considerable stature and robust build. Rather than expressing anger, the young man merely grinned mischievously and said, "Hee, with your beauty, if you were to fall into my arms, I wouldn't let you go." Chun Long paid little mind to the encounter, believing it to be a natural expression of male desire. Occasionally teasing respectable women is quite commonplace. However, I was taken aback when that fellow, undeterred, approached Rong Rong and boldly declared, "You are truly beautiful. How about becoming my girlfriend?" Chun Long's brows furrowed, incensed by the audacity of someone daring to openly court his betrothed in his presence. Was this individual excessively brazen? He halted his steps, his voice low and menacing. "Brother, enough of this. You should swiftly retreat as far as possible." Initially, the intruder merely sought to jest with Rong Rong, not taking the matter seriously. Yet, witnessing Chun Long's imposing demeanor, his amusement quickly evaporated. "I am no hero, yet my gaze is unparalleled. I am indeed a rogue, brazen to the core." Such youthful arrogance is not uncommon. The young man retorted loudly, "This is the street. I shall do as I please, and it is none of your concern. Even if one were to hang themselves right here, it would not concern me. However, she is my girlfriend, and you have no claim over her." Rong Rong felt a flush of embarrassment at Chun Long's declaration, her face instantly turning crimson. The young man scrutinized Chun Long once more, his discontent growing as he beheld Chun Long's majestic stature. He scoffed, "In this day and age, even the finest cabbage is ravaged by swine. It seems a toad can feast upon swan meat." "Swine? Toad?" Chun Long shot back, "If I am a toad, then your entire family must be toads. Have you even glanced at yourself in the mirror? In terms of physique, attire, or appearance, in what way do I fall short of you?" Unable to suppress his gaze, the young man glanced down at his own clothing, noticing his companions nodding slightly in agreement. He bellowed in anger, "What are you nodding about?" Another youth piped up, "Tyrone. Honestly, he is indeed more handsome than you." "Tyrone? That name rings a bell." Chun Long pondered for a moment, then suddenly recalled. "Tyrone, wasn't this the grandson of the mighty Titan? It was quite intriguing to encounter him here. No wonder he was built like a gorilla." Feeling the derision from his companions and the pointed stares of the onlookers, Tyrone's embarrassment grew. He considered that he was the grandson of Titan. If this became public knowledge, how would he ever show his face again? He had to reclaim his dignity. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Tyrone proclaimed, "Though I may not possess your looks, I am a level 32 battle soul master. I could take on 10 of you." With that, Tyrone summoned the phantom of the mighty gorilla, enveloped by 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple. A haughty expression spread across his face. The surrounding crowd gazed at Tyrone with reverence, recognizing him as a distinguished soul master. Being somewhat unattractive was inconsequential for someone of his stature. "Rong Rong, let us depart. It is unwise to engage with fools." She observed that the young man before her held her in utter disregard. Talon was instantly enraged. "Kid, are you still a man? Dare you to face me in a duel between men?" As Chun Long walked away, he retorted, "Whether I'm a man or not, Let your sister find out. Laughter erupted from the surrounding men like a tidal wave. To everyone's surprise, the boy had quite a sense of humor. Rong raised an eyebrow, puzzled by the laughter. What was so amusing? How could his sister determine Chun Long's masculinity? Listening to the jeers from others, Talon's expression darkened further. He bellowed in anger, "Kid, you're courting death." With that, he stepped forward and launched a punch at Chun Long. The ground beneath them cracked under the force. It was evident this man possessed considerable strength. As Talon went berserk, the onlookers retreated several steps, aware that a careless move in a soul master duel could cost them their lives. Witnessing Talon's fist, as large as a sandbag, made everyone's hearts race. A bystander remarked, "That kid has quite the tongue, but talk alone won't suffice. He needs a fist to match." Another youth added, "Talon, enough already. If you kill him, it will be troublesome." Rong furrowed her brow and silently prayed, "This guy is doomed. I hope Chun Long doesn't kill him." With a resounding thud, Chun Long stood his ground, throwing a punch that met Talon's attack head-on. The crowd was left dumbfounded. It was Talon who had initiated the assault. Yet he now flew back like a kite with a severed string, crashing heavily to the ground. "Ah," Chun Long spoke with a calm demeanor. "If you wish to engage me, you should train for a few more 100 years. Talon's right hand trembled as he seethed with indignation. How could he, a dignified 32nd level soul master, suffer such humiliation? With a furious roar, he unleashed his second soul skill, explosive might. Talon growled, enveloped by the spectral image of a mighty gorilla, and hurled a punch towards Chun Long. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Surely, this time he would meet his end. As Talon's powerful punch bore down on Chun Long, he countered with a swift slap, producing a sharp crack. Talon was sent flying once again, crashing onto the ground. A wave of dizziness washed over him, and he couldn't comprehend how he had been thrown out so effortlessly. The youth lacks martial ethics. The spectators collectively gasped, astonished at Chun Long's strength. Struggling to rise from the ground, Talon touched his swollen, bruised hand and shouted angrily, "You little brat, just wait." Chun Long chuckled lightly. "What's the matter? Can't win and thinking of calling for backup? Only a fool would stand here waiting for you." Tai Long stormed off the scene in a fit of anger. The onlookers, having exchanged glances and whispers, soon dispersed, treating the incident as merely a child's play. Chun Long spoke, "Ning Rong, let us take our leave." Ning Rong nodded gently, still feeling a twinge of guilt. Had she not accidentally bumped into someone while walking, such troubles would not have arisen. As they prepared to head toward the Heaven Do Great Spirit Arena, a group of individuals approached from a distance. The youths, previously lingering, were now slack-jawed and displaying expressions of shock. This time, that lad is truly doomed. Chun Long had initially paid little heed, but as he lifted his gaze, his eyes widened in surprise. There stood Tai Long, bruised and battered, accompanied by a burly middle-aged man. The latter towered at nearly 2 meters, his physique robust and muscular. Although somewhat unattractive, he exuded a formidable presence, resembling a giant version of Tyson from the Douluo universe. While Tai Long was already quite sturdy, he appeared diminutive in comparison to this man. Tai Long, with a face full of grievance, exclaimed, "Dad, that kid is the one who hit me and rubbed my face into the ground." "Father." Only then did Chun Long realize that this was Tai Long's father, Tai Nuo. How amusing it was that after the son was beaten, the father came to defend him. If Chun Long were to retaliate against Tai Nuo, would he then need to summon the Titan? As Tai Nuo strode purposefully towards Chun Long, the crowd involuntarily gasped. "Ah, another spectacle is about to unfold." Before Chun Long could speak, Tai Nuo's deep voice resonated. "Boy, where are your parents? Call them out to speak." Chun Long chuckled lightly. "I am not like some individuals who, upon being struck, immediately call for their parents." Tai Nuo's expression shifted, revealing a hint of embarrassment. Indeed, his son was quite lacking. Resorting to seeking out his parents when beaten was unbecoming for a 16-year-old. Clearing his throat, Tai Nuo replied, "You have a point, but fighting is still wrong. Look at how badly you've beaten this little rascal. It's far worse than my usual discipline. How about this, since it's merely children's quarrel? I do not wish to make things difficult for you. If you apologize to Tai Long and provide some form of compensation, we shall consider this matter settled." Tai Long immediately objected. "Dad, I brought you here to avenge me." Tai Nuo retorted angrily, "Silence, you unaccomplished brat. When I was your age, I was always the one dishing out the beatings. When did it become acceptable for others to strike me? That's because you never encountered me." Chun Long murmured softly. Tai Nuo's brow furrowed slightly. "What did you just say?" Chun Long hastily changed his tone, exclaiming, "Oh, I haven't said anything. Apologizing is out of the question. And compensating is simply impossible. If you have the ability, feel free to give me a good beating to vent your frustration." Upon hearing Chun Long's words, Tai Nuo found himself in a quandary. Recently, he had been strapped for cash and had intended to extract some pocket money from this lad. To his surprise, this young man was clearly one who responded only to force. As a dignified level 68 battle soul king, he could not truly take advantage of a mere youth. If news of this got out, it would be a disgrace to the Tieli family. Ahem, it's merely child's play. Winning or losing is inconsequential, and an apology is not necessary. However, you did injure someone, so surely some compensation is in order. Tyrone stood there, fuming. He had initially sought his father to help him retaliate, only to find that this fellow had the audacity to barter his well-being for drink money. He began to doubt whether he was even his biological child. Most likely not. The onlookers around them frowned. initially anticipating a scene where the fierce father avenged his son by mercilessly thrashing the street youth, having already rolled up his sleeves. Was this all they were going to witness? Upon hearing that only money was required, Rongrong's mind stirred, and she deftly retrieved a pouch of coins from her storage ring. The clinking of gold soul coins emanated from within. Tainua's eyes brightened. He had not expected his opponent to be so affluent. If only he could encounter more wealthy individuals like this, it would be worth it even if his son endured a few more beatings. Little did he know, Chun Long snatched the pouch from Rongrong and placed it into his own system inventory. Speaking in a somber tone, I already stated that compensation is out of the question. I didn't strike first. If you have the guts, come and hit me. Witnessing the prize slip from his grasp, Tainua felt a surge of anger. This young man was beyond reason. It seemed he would have to teach him a lesson on behalf of his parents. Chun Long scoffed. I would like to see you teach your parents a lesson as well. Tainua was incensed. How audacious for this child to speak so boldly. He chuckled lightly. Very well. I shall indulge you. I will not use my battle spirit. If you can withstand my onslaught for 30 seconds, we shall consider this settled. And I shall not press you further. What do you say? Chun Long smiled lightly and replied, I, too, will refrain from using my battle spirit. If you can endure my attacks for 30 seconds, I will kneel and offer 100 respectful bows to your son, in addition to compensating you with 100,000 gold soul coins. The crowd once again displayed expressions of astonishment. Even Tainua was taken aback. Could this lad be mentally impaired? Chun Long furrowed his brow. You are the one with a problem. If you are unwilling to accept, then be on your way and do not disrupt our shopping. Time wasted is life wasted. Tainua's eyes flickered, his demeanor turning serious. The youth is unaware of his own limitations. I shall see how you intend to defeat me without your battle spirit within 30 seconds. The crowd could not help but widen their eyes, their faces reflecting a look of incredulity, pondering the thoughts of this young man. Did he possess some hidden prowess? Doubts lingered about Chun Long's strength, yet Rongrong clasped her small hands tightly, fervently praying for their survival. Tainua stood tall, his posture unwavering, proclaiming with fervor, I stand here, unleash your attack. Chapter 035, One Punch to defeat Tainua, the Tiendo auction house. Tyrone's face was soon illuminated with joy, though one could only wonder if this fellow had lost his senses. After all, his father was a level 68 battle spirit emperor. Prepare to bow down to me 100 times. Boom. Chun Long stepped forward, his arm ablaze with fiery energy, delivering a powerful punch to Tainua. Instantly, Tainua was sent hurtling through the air, soaring several dozen meters, his mind blank with disbelief. What just transpired? Tyrone, along with the surrounding spirit masters and onlookers, was left dumbfounded. Chun Long retracted his right fist and murmured, Ha, a true man in 3 seconds. I expected him to be more resilient. The arena was enveloped in an eerie silence, save for the loud thud of Tainua crashing to the ground. Turning away, Chun Long had already taken Rongrong towards the Tiendo Great Soul Arena. The crowd gazed at Chun Long with newfound respect. Indeed, in this world, there are always individuals beyond one's imagination. You can never truly know how formidable your opponent may be. After walking a short distance, Rongrong finally spoke. I'm sorry for causing you trouble again. Chun Long affectionately ruffled her hair, replying, You are to be my future wife. How could protecting and cherishing you be a burden? For you, I would face the entire world. Gods shall be slain, and demons shall be vanquished. A warm sensation enveloped Rongrong's heart, dissolving all her previous grievances and prejudices against Chun Long. At that moment, the voice of Xiao Wu echoed in Chun Long's mind once more. Rongrong, do not believe his words. He is surely deceiving you. Chun Long immediately retorted, Could you refrain from speaking? Rongrong is my future wife. We have been betrothed since childhood. How could I possibly deceive her? Xiao Wu huffed. Humph. A man's words are but a web of lies. My mother has always told me to never trust what men say. But you trust Tang Sect's words so readily. Just as Chun Long finished transmitting his thoughts, Xiao Wu fell silent. Turning to Rongrong, Chun Long said, Come, let us explore the Tiendo Great Soul Arena. I have heard it is exhilarating and vibrant. Rongrong nodded gently in agreement. However, upon their arrival at the Tiendo Great Soul Arena, they were halted by a servant. Greetings. The Tiendo Great Soul Arena is currently hosting its annual auction. There are no soul battles today. Please visit us another time. An auction? Having arrived, there is no turning back. The auction is quite an opportunity, offering a chance to discover some unique treasures. Thus, we shall partake in the auction. The attendant, once again, spoke with utmost respect. Greetings. Our auction is not open to the general public. Only those who are invited or possess over 100,000 gold soul coins may enter. I fear you may not have such an amount. With a slight furrow of his brow, Chun Lai retorted, Who are you looking down upon? It is merely 100,000 gold soul coins. Chun Long's mind stirred as he perused his inventory, noting the abundance of items. However, apart from the few hundred gold soul coins recently snatched from Rongrong, he was indeed lacking. Embarrassed, he scratched the back of his head and chuckled. I left in such haste that I didn't bring enough money. The attendant maintained a calm demeanor. No matter. If you possess any valuable items worth over 100,000 gold soul coins, you may still gain entry. Chun Long's eyes lit up. He could casually produce a soul-enhancing pill that far exceeded that amount. Just then, Rongrong produced a diamond card from her storage ring and inquired, Would this card suffice? Upon seeing the diamond card, the attendant's attitude underwent a remarkable transformation, and he spoke with newfound reverence. "Esteemed guest, please enter. We have arranged room 319 for you." Chun Long immediately turned his gaze to the diamond card in Rong Rong's hand. It was adorned with the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda of the 7-treasure glazed tile sect. As they entered the auction hall, Chun Long, curious, asked, "Rong Rong, what kind of card was that?" It seemed incredibly powerful, and the attendant's demeanor changed so dramatically upon seeing it. Rong Rong explained, "This is a unique diamond card of the 7-treasure glazed tile sect. There are only 2 in existence. One is with my father, and this is the auxiliary card, which allows me to overdraw 10% of the principal card's value." Chun Long nodded thoughtfully, realizing it was an auxiliary card from the 7-treasure glazed tile sect, which must contain several 100,000, if not millions, of gold soul coins. After all, the 7-treasure glazed tile sect is reputed to be the wealthiest sect on the continent, rivaling nations in riches. Upon reaching room 319, they found it quite small, equipped with 2 sofas and a table, accommodating a maximum of 4 individuals. Directly in front was the auction stage. Viewed from above, the scene was somewhat distant and not particularly clear, lacking the proximity of the first 2 rows in the open area. However, it offered a strong sense of privacy. Before long, a voluptuous maid, dressed rather revealingly, arrived with 2 cocktails, each garnished with a cherry. As she departed, she cast a flirtatious glance at Chun Long. He felt a jolt. As a young man, he was not accustomed to such allure. Quickly, he took a sip of the cocktail to steady himself. It was mildly sweet, suggesting a low alcohol content. Before long, it appeared the guests had nearly all arrived. A well-dressed young man ascended the auction stage, his voice resonant as he addressed the gathered guests. "Welcome, esteemed attendees, to the annual auction at the Heavenly Do Great Spirit Arena. Today, we shall not engage in spirit battles, but rather, we shall auction extraordinary treasures. Without further ado, I shall present our first exquisite item of the day, which I believe many of you have been eagerly anticipating." Accompanied by a maid bearing a wooden tray covered with a crimson silk cloth, a faint purple luminescence emanated from beneath its fabric. Could this be a soul bone, or perhaps another rare herb or fruit? Murmurs of speculation rippled through the crowd. The young man tantalizingly piqued their interest, then declared, "Indeed, our first unparalleled treasure is a millennium-old right leg bone of the clear void leopard, which enhances movement speed by 10%. As you are all aware, the value of soul bones is unmatched and scarce. The starting bid is set at 800,000 gold soul coins, with increments no less than 10,000 gold soul coins." The auction house erupted with excitement. Soul bones are indeed invaluable rarities, and it has been several years since one has graced the market. 810,000 gold soul coins. 850,000 gold soul coins. I bid 1 million. A palpable thrill surged through the venue. Chun Long furrowed his brow, pondering the true worth of this soul bone. He had several in his inventory, all of which were at least a millennium old. Could it be that a 10,000-year soul bone would start at 1 million gold soul coins? In the blink of an eye, the bidding for the Millennium Clear Void Leopard's right leg bone soared to 2 million gold soul coins. Ultimately, it was secured for 3 million gold soul coins by a distinguished guest in room 306. While soul bones are indeed precious, 3 million gold soul coins is a staggering sum, particularly when one considers that an ordinary household's annual expenses barely amount to a handful of gold soul coins. Next, we present our second extraordinary item, a storage-type soul guide device with a storage capacity of 10 square meters. Indeed, a rare treasure. The starting bid is set at 300,000 gold soul coins. While storage-type soul guide devices are valuable, they do not quite reach the status of unparalleled treasures, as their primary function is merely to facilitate the carrying of items. Lacking any enhancement to soul power or martial spirits, their absence does not significantly impact a soul master. Rong Rong gazed thoughtfully at the storage ring, her brow furrowing slightly. "Do you require this storage ring?" she inquired with a friendly tone. Chun Long, maintaining a neutral expression, gently shook his head. Given his system's extensive storage capability, this item held little value for him. Rong Rong let out a soft "oh," her disappointment evident. Chun Long glanced at her, recognizing her earnestness, and felt he should not dismiss her gesture too readily. At that moment, I spoke up, expressing my need for a storage ring, as carrying items during my outings was rather cumbersome. However, I found myself lacking in gold soul coins this time. A hint of joy appeared on Rong Rong's face as she replied, "No worries, I'll buy it for you." She promptly raised a sign indicating 50. The host, upon noticing Rong Rong's bid, displayed an expression of excitement. "Client 319 bids 500,000 gold soul coins. Is there a higher offer than 500,000? The crowd inevitably turned their gazes towards the 319 private room, speculating that its occupant must be affluent. It wasn't that 500,000 gold soul coins was an exorbitant amount. Rather, the price of the storage ring had just been elevated to 380,000, and Rong Rong had immediately raised it to 500,000. Chun Long couldn't help but furrow his brow. Thankfully, the 7-treasure glazed tile school was financially robust, or else her spending habits might lead to its downfall. She could have easily started the bidding at 390,000, or, with a bit more generosity, she could have simply bid 400,000, potentially deterring any further offers. Indeed, after Rong Rong's bid of 500,000, no one else dared to raise the stakes. Ultimately, Rong acquired a 10-square storage ring for 500,000 gold soul coins, a fitting token of affection for herself. Now, while the previous storage ring may not have captivated everyone's interest, I believe this next treasure will surely enthrall you all. The third extraordinary item of the day is the inner core of a 10,000-year soul beast, the deep sea viper. Consuming it provides immense benefits for soul masters in their cultivation, particularly for soul Douluo and title Douluo. If they could refine this inner core from the 10,000-year deep sea viper, their soul power would undoubtedly experience remarkable growth. A beautiful woman stepped forward, holding the inner core, which was clearly treated with special care, yet still radiated a strong wave of soul power. Anything derived from a 10,000-year soul beast, even its fur, holds substantial value. The inner core, encapsulating the essence of the 10,000-year soul beast, is indeed a treasure of great rarity. Sensing the aura emanating from the inner core, Chun Long's brow quirked slightly. If his grandfather could refine this inner core, his soul power would likely see an enhancement. Observing the crowd's fervent gazes, the host announced loudly. The starting bid for the inner core of the 10,000-year soul beast is 2 million gold soul coins, with increments no less than 10,000 gold soul coins. A collective gasp arose from the audience. My goodness, 2 million gold soul coins. Yet, it is certainly worth the price. 2,100,000 gold soul coins. As soon as the host finished speaking, a deep voice emerged from a nearby private room. 2,200,000 gold soul coins. Guests in surrounding rooms began to raise their bids. After all, the inner core of a 10,000-year soul beast is indeed a rare find. If it could nurture a title Douluo, it would be a guaranteed profit. The dust dragon hesitated momentarily, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face as he said, Rong, could you please bid for this inner core? It should be beneficial for my grandfather. I shall repay you upon our return. Rong's brows twitched, a glimmer of joy illuminating her countenance. Indeed, this inner core could undoubtedly be refined by Grandpa Jian. She paid no heed to the latter part of Dust Dragon's statement and exclaimed with delight, 3 million. Gasps of astonishment echoed through the crowd once more, as they pondered the identity of the esteemed guests in room 319, who were so extravagantly generous. Just moments ago, the bid had risen to 270,000, only to be immediately increased by 30,000. Were they manufacturing gold soul coins? At this moment, Master Ning and Sword Douluo were seated in the VIP room 302. Hearing the commotion, Ning Fengji's brows slightly furrowed. That voice sounded quite familiar. However, Rong and Dust Dragon were not venturing into the Star Do Great Forest for the fourth spirit ring. They should not be present here. The auctioneer's face lit up with excitement as he declared, the 319 VIP has bid 3 million gold soul coins. Is there any higher offer? 4 million. A deep voice resonated from the audience. The spectators, all masked, were seated together, while Dust Dragon and his companions observed from their elevated position in the private room, allowing them a clear view of the audience. Instantly, the crowd erupted, realizing that hidden among them was a wealthy individual. As those with means had already retreated to the private rooms, Dust Dragon's gaze locked onto the speaker, an elderly man without a mask, standing openly and distinctly apart from the surrounding soul masters. Tall and slender, he resembled a javelin, with emerald green hair and eyes that sparkled like precious gems. His presence was almost ethereal, akin to an apparition. His expression was devoid of emotion, or perhaps simply rigid, with sunken cheeks and disheveled green hair. Clad in a plain gray robe, it was hard to fathom that such an elderly figure could conjure 3 million gold soul coins. Yet Dust Dragon sensed an overwhelming aura emanating from him. The excited auctioneer proclaimed, guest number 6 bids 4 million gold soul coins. Is there no higher offer? Rong interjected. 4,100,000. Sword Douluo often doted on her, and she wished to acquire this 10,000-year spirit beast inner core as a gift for him. As soon as she finished speaking, the same elderly man spoke again, 5 million gold soul coins. This time, even Dust Dragon was taken aback. Was this old fellow truly this extravagant, raising the bid by 1 million at a time? Rong hesitated for a moment, wanting to speak again, but Dust Dragon stopped her. Let it be. Although this 10,000-year spirit beast inner core is precious, 5 million gold soul coins is already its limit. I shall personally obtain another one for grandfather later. Rong nodded in agreement. Ultimately, the coveted inner core of the 10,000-year viper was auctioned off by that elderly gentleman for a staggering 5 million gold soul coins. In Chapter 037, the Zhuge Divine Crossbow, a priceless treasure, emerged from the recent auction, fetching an astonishing 5 million gold soul coins for the 10,000-year soul beast inner core. The forthcoming item, though not classified as an unparalleled rarity, holds immense value for low-ranking soul masters. It is known as the Zhuge Divine Crossbow, a portable weapon capable of penetrating all defenses of soul masters below the rank of Soul King. This item was consigned for auction by a soul master, with a starting bid of 200,000 gold soul coins. A servant approached, holding a Zhuge Divine Crossbow. The exquisite craftsmanship of the crossbow piqued the curiosity of the onlookers. Could this device truly possess such extraordinary capabilities? Capable of breaching the defenses of soul masters below the Soul King rank? Could it potentially annihilate a Soul King if wielded skillfully? The crowd began to murmur among themselves. Ning Fengji and Rong were particularly intrigued by this treasure. The host, aware that in order to secure a high bid for this item, it was essential to demonstrate its might, declared, Perhaps you may find it hard to believe. Therefore, we shall conduct a demonstration. Using a Soul King for this demonstration would be excessive. A moment's carelessness could lead to the demise of a powerful Soul King. Instead, we shall utilize a steel plate for our test. As the host spoke, two robust men lifted a massive steel plate onto the display stand. Subsequently, a maid delicately grasped the Juga Divine crossbow and activated it. 3 steel needles shot forth at a speed so swift that they were barely perceptible to the naked eye, piercing through the steel plate with precision. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3 needles effortlessly penetrated the steel plate, plunging the venue into silence. The audience's faces reflected disbelief. The power exhibited was truly formidable. More astonishing was the fact that the maid was an ordinary person. Yet she was able to unleash the might of a Soul King, a feat that itself was legendary. Seeing the effectiveness of the demonstration, the host continued. The Juga Divine crossbow is portable, universally offensive, and all-conquering. The starting bid is 200,000 gold soul coins, with each subsequent bid not to be less than 10,000 gold soul coins. Witnessing the prowess of the Juga Divine crossbow, the crowd erupted in fervent bidding. Moreover, given the modest starting price, the bids rapidly escalated from 200,000 gold soul coins to 500,000. Tang Sect, observing from the private room, displayed an expression of excitement. He had not anticipated that the crossbow he crafted for less than 10 gold soul coins would sell for 500,000. This equated to an astounding profit of 50,000 times. As Tang Sect pondered, he contemplated that if he were to auction several more concealed weapons, he could potentially amass a fortune of 1 million gold soul coins, enabling him to acquire more suitable items to enhance his strength. Chun Long, just wait. One day, I shall surpass you and avenge Xiao Wu. Ning Fengji was resolutely raising the bids. This concealed weapon was a must-have for him. If Rong were to carry this concealed weapon with her, it would undoubtedly provide an additional layer of security. The father and daughter duo engaged in a relentless bidding war, driving the price of the Juga Divine crossbow to an astronomical 1 million gold soul coins. It was only after Chun Long's persuasion that Rong decided to cease her bidding. Moreover, Chun Long gifted her a powerful soul-guiding device, the Douluo version of the Infinite Desert Eagle, which, upon infusing it with soul power, could unleash formidable destructive force. Ultimately, Ning Feng secured the Juga Divine crossbow, crafted by Tang Sect with 10 gold soul coins, for the sum of 1 million gold soul coins. Following this were several pills designed to enhance soul power and a rare 10,000-year immortal herb. To Chun Long, none of these could be considered extraordinary treasures. He stifled a yawn, finding the auction rather lackluster. Initially, he had expected to encounter some unique and precious items, but in the end, they fell short of his expectations. It seemed he could easily organize a similar grand auction every day, given the multitude of rare treasures in his possession that far surpassed those being auctioned. Just as Chun Long intended to depart with Rong, the host revealed a mischievous grin, stating that the next item would surely delight everyone, especially the male guests present. 2 maidservants approached, pulling along an iron cage that was visibly shaking, covered with a red cloth that concealed its contents. What could this be? Surely the Tiando auction house wouldn't lack genuine treasures, would they? Perhaps they had captured a soul beast merely to fill the void. However, considering the quality of the previous items, that seemed unlikely. The guests surrounding them began to murmur with curiosity. The host's grin widened as he proclaimed that this was an exceptional rarity, asking if anyone could guess what it was. Indeed, it was the most sought-after rare soul beast of past auctions, the cat girl. With a swift motion, the host lifted the red silk cloth, and the atmosphere erupted in excitement. Countless male guests displayed fervent enthusiasm, rising to their feet, some even chanting slogans. The cat girl within the cage, upon seeing the crowd, began to shake her body incessantly. Trembling with anticipation, Chun Long furrowed his brow in confusion. Why were these individuals more excited at the sight of the cat girl than they would be at the discovery of a 10,000-year soul beast core? What was so special about her? After much contemplation, he remained baffled. Observing the cat girl's exquisite figure, adorned with feline ears atop her head and a tail behind her, Chun Long's mind raced with possibilities. Could it be that Rong was also intrigued? She inquired whether this soul beast was of a high grade, wondering why everyone was so ecstatic. Perhaps it was merely average? Then why was there such a scramble for her? Chun Long paused, contemplating that perhaps she would be more diligent if taken home. The appearance of the cat girl sent the auction hall into yet another fervent climax. Although the starting bid was merely 200,000 gold soul coins, it quickly escalated to a staggering 1 million gold soul coins, with prices continuing to soar. Alas, the cat girl is so pitiable. At this moment, Chun Long heard Xiao Wu's voice echoing in his mind. Chun Long promptly communicated, no matter how unfortunate she may seem, she is already transformed into a soul bone. Humph, I am only willing to offer my sacrifice for Air Ming. Chun Long disregarded Xiao Wu's pleas. After a while, Xiao Wu's voice resonated once more. Could you not save this cat girl? She is truly unfortunate. Look how she trembles. Why should I save her? Wu. Hearing Xiao Wu's words, Chun Long furrowed his brow. Fine, then I shall rescue her. 120,000 gold soul coins. As Chun Long declared 120,000 gold soul coins, a deep voice from the adjacent VIP room echoed, 121,000 gold soul coins. This voice was one Chun Long recognized all too well, having heard it countless times, as it seemed to echo in every round. Each time, the increment was merely 10,000 gold soul coins, 200,000 gold soul coins. At this moment, a plump gentleman in the audience exclaimed with exuberance. His attire revealed him to be a nouveau riche. Damn it, 201,000 gold soul coins. No sooner had Chun Long's voice faded than that familiar voice resounded again. 202,000 gold soul coins. Chun Long continued to raise the bid, still incrementing by merely 10,000 gold soul coins, as if he were determined to acquire this cat girl. It appeared he was quite desperate. Chun Long felt a surge of indignation. These affluent individuals truly knew how to indulge, spending millions of gold soul coins on a cat girl. The host announced loudly. VIP number 302 has increased the bid to 231,000. Is there any higher offer? 231,000 gold soul coins, once. 231,000 gold soul coins, twice. Chun Long clenched his jaw, feeling a sense of injustice. It is merely gold soul coins, if need be. I shall exchange them for soul bones. With a thunderous shout, he declared, 300,000 gold soul coins. Wow, 300,000 gold soul coins. Is VIP 319 out of their mind? Even with wealth, one should not squander recklessly. VIP 319, though the cat girl is alluring, her well-being is paramount. Chapter 038. Master Ning's preference. Poison Douluo enjoys a free meal. Ning Fengji exhibited a trace of astonishment. Who exactly were they to offer such an exorbitant price for a cat girl? After a brief pause, Ning Fengji spoke, 301,000. Chun Long's brow twitched as he rolled up his sleeves, pondering who this audacious individual was. Daring to oppose him. I, Chun Long, shall not concede. 400,000 gold soul coins. Wow. The scene erupted into fervor once more, and the cat girl in the cage trembled uncontrollably. A slender tail dangled behind her, inevitably provoking the imagination. Chun Long licked his lips. The world of the wealthy was truly incomprehensible. Initially, I believed that 4 million was an exorbitant sum. Chun Long, feeling a sense of pride, thought to compete with the young master. With the system at his disposal, the world was his. 4,100,000 gold soul coins. Goodness. Another 10,000 gold soul coins. Chun Long could hardly contain his excitement, wishing he could kick open the rival's private room. The referee also exhibited a glimmer of excitement on his face, as the VIP in room 302 had bid 4,100,000. Is there a higher offer? 4,100,000 going once. 4,100,000 going twice. Chun Long gritted his teeth. After all, it was merely a matter of 2 soul bones. The young master had wealth to spare. 500,000 gold soul coins. Everyone was left dumbfounded. Even the referee appeared momentarily stunned, stuttering, I must kindly remind you that the item you are bidding for requires immediate payment upon the auction's conclusion. Otherwise, the auction house reserves the right to reclaim the item. Chun Long's lips curled with disdain. Who does he look down upon? It was merely 500,000 gold soul coins. The young master is not lacking in funds. The host forced a cold smile, urging the esteemed guests to continue. I am merely providing a friendly reminder. Rong's voice trembled. My bank card might not allow for such an overdraft. Chun Long nodded reassuringly. Rest assured. It is unthinkable for a man to let a lady pay. 5 million gold soul coins going once. 5 million gold soul coins going twice. 5 million gold soul coins going thrice. Congratulations to VIP 319 for acquiring the exquisite treasure, the rare soul beast cat girl. May he enjoy delightful evenings. Why just evenings? Can it be during the day? A wave of jeering erupted from the audience below. Rong seemed to comprehend somewhat, a faint blush appearing on her fair face. Some questioned, you spent 5 million gold soul coins on a cat girl, simply for that purpose? Ahem. Chun Long cleared his throat, and Rong's face turned even redder. Chun Long quickly retorted, how could that be? I, Chun Long, am not that kind of person. I merely found this cat girl terribly pitiable. Once I rescue her, I shall set her free. Listening to Chun Long's words, Rong felt deeply moved. She never expected Chun Long to possess such compassion. Next, we present our 9th auction item, one of the final 2 items of the day. Can anyone guess what it is? Indeed, it is a Millennium Spirit Herb. The Blood Crystal Grass, which greatly benefits Soul Masters in their cultivation. For Soul Masters below the Soul King level, consuming it can temporarily elevate their soul power by as much as 23 levels. Additionally, it is extremely beneficial for subsequent training. The starting bid is 500,000 gold soul coins. Surrounding Soul Masters gradually began to place their bids. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, someone knocked on the door of Chun Long's private room. A stunningly beautiful maid entered, speaking in a friendly tone. Good day, esteemed guests. The VIP in room 302 would like to invite you to join him for a cocktail. Would that be acceptable? Chun Long, feeling somewhat displeased, retorted. Why should we go just because he called? If he has something to discuss, he should come over himself. The maid's expression was somewhat awkward, and she spoke softly. The VIP in room 302 is our esteemed super VIP client. Please, do not make it difficult for me. Observing her visibly distressed demeanor, they decided to proceed. The maid personally handed them 2 masks. Chun Long received a skull mask, while Rong was given a peacock mask, which made her appear even more adorable. As they pushed open the door, their eyes met, and all 4 were momentarily stunned. Although masked, Chun Long instantly recognized Sword Douluo and the master of the Ning clan. Rong couldn't help but exclaim, Daddy, Grandpa Jian. Chun Long, filled with excitement, remarked, Wow, so Master Ning is also fond of this kind of thing. No wonder I found that voice so familiar just now. Ning Fengji and Sword Douluo exchanged glances, their expressions slightly awkward, but thankfully concealed by their masks. Sword Douluo stood tall and spoke with a commanding tone. Little dragon, at such a young age, how can you have such unsavory habits? Rome is wonderful. How could you spend 5 million gold soul coins on a cat girl? Chun Long's eyes flickered as he hesitated to respond, realizing he was in a predicament. He quickly retorted, isn't it because Uncle Ning kept raising the price? Master Ning, don't tell me you bought that cat girl to mop the floor. I certainly want to believe it. Ning Fengji remained silent, yet a profound expression crossed his face. He then inquired, Little dragon, could you let Uncle have that cat girl you just purchased? Chun Long was taken aback, surprised by Master Ning's unwavering determination. Sensing Chun Long's disdainful gaze, Sword Douluo interjected. Little dragon, how could Fengji do something so crude? He is merely trying to save that cat girl's life. He has saved countless lives before. Chun Long nodded, still somewhat skeptical, surprised by Master Ning's compassion, which made him view him in a new light. As they engaged in casual conversation, the final 2 auction items were concluded. In the audience, a servant approached the elderly man, holding a 10,000-year viper's inner core, and spoke gently. Hello, this is the 10,000-year viper's inner core you just won. Please proceed with the payment. The old man snatched the inner core from the maid's hands, his tone low. I have no money, but I can offer a life. With that, he swaggered toward the exit. Chun Long furrowed his brow, astonished by such audacity. Free riding. A subtle smile appeared on Ning Fengji's lips. This Douluo Bo truly possesses courage, daring to seize something from the spirit hall. Chun Long's face lit up with delight. So that old fellow is the poisoned Douluo Bo? Ning Fengji nodded lightly. Indeed, a 92-ranked title Douluo. His strength may not be remarkable, but his poison is unparalleled. If one could refine this inner core, there would surely be a significant enhancement in soul power. Chun Long scrutinized the poisoned Douluo once more. Douluo Bo possessed a tall and slender physique, resembling a javelin, with hair and beard both in a deep green hue. His eyes sparkled like emeralds, exuding an ethereal aura that rendered him almost ghostly. His expression was devoid of emotion, appearing rigid and unmoving, with sunken cheeks and a disheveled mane of green hair. He bore an uncanny resemblance to the poisoned Douluo from the anime. Within the storyline, the character favored by Chun Long was indeed the poisoned Douluo. Despite his somewhat lacking prowess, Douluo Bo embodied both righteousness and wickedness, acting solely according to his whims, yet maintaining a firm commitment to his promises. This trait aligned closely with Chun Long's character. Moreover, Douluo Bo was impervious to persuasion, narrow-minded, and took decisive actions to eradicate threats without concern for reputation, often resorting to overwhelming the weak when confronted by those who posed a danger to him. Though he spoke with fierce words, his nature was not entirely malevolent. He refrained from causing trouble unless provoked or threatened. In a swift moment, an 8th-ring soul Douluo and 2 7th-ring soul saints surrounded the poisoned Douluo. A flicker of delight crossed Chun Long's face. Uncle Ning, I leave Rong in your care for now. I shall return shortly. Douluo Bo, however, regarded the 2 soul saints and the soul Douluo with utter disdain. With a mere wave of his hand, he attempted to depart, but was intercepted by the leading soul Douluo, who glared at him with ferocity, exclaiming, Douluo Bo, do you dare to rob from the spirit hall? Are you seeking to become our enemy? Douluo Bo stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his tone low and somber. I seek no enmity with anyone. I only require this inner core. If you insist on obstructing me, I will not hesitate to eliminate you. The leading soul Douluo's expression flickered slightly, feeling both anger and fear, as Douluo Bo was indeed a title Douluo. At that moment, a squad of golden-armored guards rushed in, encircling Douluo Bo. From their midst emerged a figure clad in resplendent attire, his countenance emanating arrogance. The others bowed in respect, acknowledging, we greet the bishop. The newcomer was Seralis, the platinum bishop of the spirit hall, an 87th-level soul Douluo with the martial spirit of the ghost king vine. With a slight shift in his expression, he proclaimed with lofty authority, Poisoned Douluo, you possess quite the audacity, even daring to rob from our spirit hall. Surrender the inner core of the 10,000-year viper, and I shall treat this matter as if it never occurred. The inner core of the 10,000-year viper is something I must take with me. If you wish to detain me, you must first demonstrate your capability. Seralis's face revealed a menacing gleam as he bellowed, you seek your own demise. A flurry of long spears shot toward the poisoned Douluo. Douluo Bo chuckled softly, and with a flick of his wrist, a cloud of purple poison mist swiftly enveloped the area. The anguished cries of the guards echoed as over a dozen fell to the ground. Seralis quickly retreated a step, waving his hand to dispel the toxic mist. Douluo Bo, you are courting death. Ghost King Vine, first soul skill, Entangle. A skull mark emerged from the center of Salis's forehead, and with a flick of his emaciated right hand, a black ghostly vine surged towards Douluo Bo. Douluo Bo leapt nimbly, evading Salis's initial soul skill. He appeared cautious, wary of attracting the attention of other formidable title Douluos from the spirit hall. With a subtle shift of thought, an immense phantom of the emerald-scaled Serpent King materialized, flicking its tongue and exuding an overwhelming pressure. The surrounding guests displayed expressions of sheer terror, and the entire arena descended into chaos. The poisoned Douluo chuckled softly, declaring, I have no time to play with you. Fourth soul skill, Emerald-scaled Serpent King formation. A cloud of toxic mist erupted from the serpent's maw, causing numerous individuals from the spirit hall to collapse. The mist formed an illusory formation, and in the blink of an eye, he darted away like a flash of lightning. Wherever he went, the toxic fog spread, rendering countless guests unconscious in the Heaven Do Grand Arena. However, the poison Douluo carefully controlled the toxin levels, ensuring they would not perish. The turmoil in the Heaven Do Grand Arena intensified. Chun Long grew increasingly exhilarated, realizing that only the old rascal Douluo would dare to exploit the spirit hall in such a manner. Observing the trembling cat girl in the cage, Chun Long casually tossed a smoke bomb acquired from a sign-in reward. With a thunderous explosion, the smoke rapidly enveloped the entire arena, eliciting screams of despair from countless guests. A glimmer of joy crossed Chun Long's face as he swiftly leaped into the center of the battlefield. With a flick of his wrist, he incapacitated several attendants guarding the auction items. The millennium-old clear light leopard leg bone was now in his grasp. The immensely valuable storage ring was now his. Tang Sect's divine crossbow was also secured. Chun Long hastily gathered the auction treasures before approaching the iron cage. The masked Chun Long made the cat girl tremble even more, her body curling into a tight ball. Chun Long whispered, "Do not fear, I am here to rescue you." Grasping the iron cage, he effortlessly shattered it, cradling the cat girl in his arms. Her skin was incredibly delicate, as if crafted from water. No wonder so many were desperate to possess her. She would surely keep one warm through the night. Just as Chun Long prepared to leave, a booming voice resonated through the smoke. "You audacious thief, daring to steal treasures from my auction." The speaker was one of the two soul saints who had previously attempted to confront the poison Douluo, now fully unleashed. He was enveloped in a phantom of a mighty earth bear, exuding immense strength. Chun Long soared into the air, delivering a swift kick, sending the unfortunate soul saint hurtling hundreds of feet away, crashing heavily against the wall. It seemed he would be incapacitated for at least half a year. Seizing the opportunity, Chun Long made a quick exit from the Heaven Do Grand Arena, traversing the city while cradling the cat girl, eventually stopping in a small grove on the outskirts. Still exhilarated, he gently set her down and joyfully proclaimed, "You are free to go." The feline maiden collapsed weakly onto the ground, appearing exceedingly frail. She could barely stand, let alone depart. "Thank you for rescuing me. I never imagined there were such kind-hearted individuals among humanity," she uttered. "They injected me with anesthetics, rendering me incapable of fleeing." Chun Long furrowed his brow, recalling that Master Ning had said he would personally hand the feline maiden over to him. This provided an opportune moment to escort her back to the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. With that thought, Chun Long lifted the maiden once more and soared towards the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect, where he placed her in his Sword God Hall to recuperate. During this time, he had not seen Rong, Grandpa, or Sword Douluo return. As night deepened, he decided to retire to bed, comforted by the presence of his grandfather, confident they would be safe. In a drowsy state, Chun Long felt something burrow into his bedding. He instinctively grasped a long, slender tail, which startled him into a sudden leap from his bed. The enchanting feline maiden gazed at him with gentle eyes and spoke softly, "Ali, I greet my master." The revelation momentarily bewildered Chun Long. "When did I become your master?" he exclaimed. "To be precise, we are not cats, but raccoon cats. Although we belong to the spirit beast realm, we possess a human-like appearance and physique, which has led to our extensive capture by humanity. Our raccoon cat clan has a tradition of recognizing our saviors as our masters, pledging our lives in servitude. Allow me to serve my master by sharing your slumber." Chapter 039. Ali's Gift. The might of the desert eagle. As Ali crawled towards the bed, Chun Long recoiled in terror. "Why you? Don't come any closer," he stammered. Ali paused, a hint of confusion crossing her face. "Did you not save me for this very purpose?" Chun Long frowned. "I merely felt pity for you and did not seek any repayment." Ali remained motionless, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Woo, you are truly a good person. How wonderful it would be if my other sisters could encounter someone as kind as you." Chun Long attempted to console her. "Do not be too sorrowful. You are now in the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. My grandfather mentioned that Uncle Ning has rescued many feline maidens. When they return, I shall ensure Uncle Ning reunites you with them." A look of joy illuminated Ali's face. "Is that truly the case?" Just then, Ning Fengji, Sword Douluo, and Rong entered the room. Upon witnessing the scene, the trio froze, their expression filled with awkwardness. Rong's cheeks flushed crimson as she stammered, "You too." Chun Long quickly interjected, "We are not engaged in anything. We were merely resting." A moment of panic ensued as he realized his explanations were futile. Ning Fengji, in a somber tone, replied, "There is no need for explanations. We have all seen what transpired. Being a feline maiden is your misfortune. Rest assured, once we reach the Seven Treasures Glass Sect, your safety will be guaranteed. I previously rescued several cat maidens, and shortly, I shall lead you to reunite with them." A glimmer of excitement adorned Ali's visage. "Is this truly the case? Are there other sisters still alive?" Ning Fengji nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, each cat maiden is an exceptional treasure appraiser, entrusted with the evaluation of treasures within the Seven Treasures Glass Sect." Tears shimmered in Ali's eyes as she respectfully expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Sect Master Ning." Ning Fengji gently nodded, instructing her to await in the hall while he arranged for someone to escort her to her sisters. Ali nodded, then turned and prostrated herself on the ground. Her tone reverent as she declared, "I am eternally grateful for my master's life-saving grace." Chun Long scratched the back of his head, dismissing her gratitude. It was merely a trifling effort. At that moment, Ali opened her mouth and produced a radiant pearl. In gratitude for your life-saving kindness, I have nothing to offer in return, except this unique treasure of our cat clan, a precious pearl that bestows eternal youth and delays aging. It can also conceal one's presence, making it difficult for others to detect. As Chun Long beheld the shimmering treasure, a surge of desire welled within him. However, upon glancing at Ning Fengji, Sword Douluo, and Rongrong, the hand he had extended retracted. I intended to save you. How could I accept your gift? Ning Fengji interjected. Since she has offered it to you, you must accept it, lest she remain unsettled. Chun Long paused. Very well then. He accepted the precious pearl from Ali, and a unique energy coursed through him. It felt as though his entire essence had been concealed. Even his breathing became more subdued. More significantly, a faint luminescence radiated from him, enhancing his aura of nobility. Chun Long recalled having observed such brilliance emanating from Ning Fengji. He remarked, Uncle Ning, you possess one of these precious pearls as well, don't you? Ning Fengji nodded. Indeed. When I rescued the first cat maiden, she bestowed upon me a precious pearl. Such pearls are exceedingly rare, and not all cat maidens possess them. They are formed from the condensed soul power of the cat maidens. The benefits extend beyond what you perceive now. You will come to understand in due time. Chun Long nodded in comprehension. Ah, I see. No wonder Uncle Ning appears so handsome, even at his age. Sword Douluo interjected. You rascal, cease your flattery. You were the one who released the smoke bomb and plundered the Sky Do auction house, weren't you? Chun Long scratched his head sheepishly. Well, it was simply a matter of convenience. Sword Douluo continued. You little scoundrel, return the items you have pilfered. The Zhuge Divine Crossbow was specifically acquired for Rongrong. With a flicker of his mind, Chun Long summoned 8 treasures from the Sky Do auction house, though the 10,000-year Viper's inner core had been seized by poison Douluo. Ning Fengji picked up the Zhuge Divine Crossbow from the ground, gently caressing its body, a profound expression crossing his face. In our 7-treasure glazed tile school, most of us are support-type soul masters, possessing feeble combat abilities. However, if each individual could be equipped with a Zhuge Divine Crossbow, our overall strength would undoubtedly soar. Ning Fengji lifted the crossbow, gently toggling the switch, and 3 bolts shot forth, piercing through a pillar as thick as a person. The power was indeed astonishing. Ning Fengji nodded in satisfaction, and subsequently handed the Zhuge Divine Crossbow to Rongrong. Rongrong, this crossbow is exceptionally suited for you. Carry it with you at all times from now on. Rongrong frowned slightly, finding the crossbow rather unappealing and cold, lacking the aesthetic charm of the Desert Eagle that Chun Long had gifted her. She retrieved the Desert Eagle from her storage ring. Ning Fengji and the Sword Douluo exchanged puzzled glances. What was this contraption? Chun Long explained. This is a soul guide device called the Desert Eagle. Regardless of whether one is a support type or a food type soul master, infusing soul power allows it to launch soul power projectiles, inflicting significant damage. Rongrong gently fiddled with the Desert Eagle and infused it with her soul power. Suddenly, with a thunderous boom, a projectile of condensed soul power shot towards Chun Long. Startled, Chun Long exclaimed, "Whoa!" and hastily leaped aside. Unfortunately, his lavish bed was not as fortunate, being reduced to splinters by the blast. The immense recoil caused Rongrong to stagger back several steps. Ning Fengji and the Sword Douluo were momentarily dumbfounded, astonished that a support-type soul master could unleash such combat prowess. That soul power projectile rivaled the soul skills of a 4-ringed battle soul master. Ning Fengji, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Little dragon, do you have any more of these soul guide devices? Uncle Ning wishes to order 1,000 pieces. Price is no object." Cough, cough. Chun Long cleared his throat. This is a system product, unique on the entire continent. Where would I procure so many? He continued, Uncle Ning, you're putting me in a difficult position. This was a legacy from my master, which I gifted to Rongrong for self-defense. It's not as if there are cabbages available in abundance. Ning Fengji composed himself, acknowledging. Indeed, such a powerful soul guide device is not easily crafted. My apologies for my presumption. Chun Long then took the Zhuge Divine Crossbow from Ning Fengji's hands and said, While I don't have more Desert Eagles, I can indeed produce the Zhuge Divine Crossbow in bulk. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji's face brightened once more. Is this true? Chun Long confidently patted his chest, declaring, When I, Chun Long, make a promise, it is never false. However, regarding the price. Chapter 040, Zhuge Divine Crossbow, Journey to the Setting Sun Forest. Ning Fengji confidently replied, As for the price, feel free to propose. Our 7-treasure glazed tile school is never short on funds, and I am quite confident in that. A glimmer of delight appeared on Chun Long's face. Such a lucrative, risk-free transaction was a must. Uncle Ning, how much did you just pay for that Zhuge Divine Crossbow? 1 million gold soul coins. Upon hearing those words, Chun Long's heart began to race uncontrollably. Could it be that he was about to earn a fortune? The cost of that item was merely 10 gold soul coins. After calming his excited heart and clearing his throat, Chun Long spoke, Since we are all family, I certainly cannot profit from Uncle Ning's money, yet costs must be covered. He roughly calculated that the production cost of such high-end mechanical contraptions would be at least around 10,000 gold soul coins each. Ning Fengji nodded in agreement. Indeed, creating such a powerful hidden weapon must be a challenging task. 10,000 gold soul coins is quite reasonable. Then I shall customize 100 pieces. As he spoke, Ning Fengji produced a platinum card and handed it to Chun Long. Here are 2 million gold soul coins. 1 million is your reward for the Desert Eagle. 500,000 is a greeting gift from Uncle Ning, and the remaining 500,000 serves as a deposit for the 100 Juga divine crossbows. I will pay the final 500,000 upon receiving the goods. Our friendship is one thing, but business is another. They must not be conflated. Ning Fengji was no fool. By paying Chun Long 1 million gold soul coins, it meant that Chun Long could no longer reclaim the Desert Eagle. A slight tremor passed over Chun Long's expression. Truly, the 7-treasure glazed tile school was extravagantly wealthy. 2 million gold soul coins could support the expenses of 200,000 commoners for an entire year. Accepting Ning Fengji's platinum card, Chun Long declared with fervor, "Rest assured, Uncle Ning, I shall complete the task." Ning Fengji nodded. "Well then, it is getting late. You should rest early." Turning back to the bed that Rong Rong had shattered into pieces, Chun Long lamented, "How can I rest like this? Perhaps I should spend the night with you instead." Rong Rong shot him a glare. "You wish. You can sleep on the floor." The following day, Chun Long once again led Rong Rong to the Stardow Forest to acquire the 4th soul ring. This time, they did not linger and headed straight for the Stardow Forest. However, midway, Chun Long altered their route towards the Sunset Forest. Claiming he had a surprise for Rong Rong, she could only follow him with a mixture of skepticism and curiosity. After all, it didn't matter where they went as long as they could find a suitable soul ring. The Sunset Forest, situated near the city of Heaven Do, is a mysterious woodland rich in minerals and medicinal herbs, making it a paradise for blacksmiths and potion makers. Yet, it is also exceedingly perilous, teeming with high-level soul beasts that deter those lacking sufficient strength from venturing forth to gather herbs. It is said that the poisoned Douluo, Douluo, resides here. Upon their arrival, the Sunset Forest was not as rumored to be a toxic jungle. It, like other forests, was divided into 2 sections. The outer part bore no difference from other forests, inhabited by lower-level soul beasts, while the inner part was filled with toxic mists, home to higher-level soul beasts. Perhaps due to the noxious atmosphere, the Sunset Forest appeared quite desolate, with few signs of soul masters in sight. It is precisely due to the noxious miasma that the Sunset Forest boasts an abundance of mineral and medicinal resources. With a subtle flicker of his intent, Chun Long enveloped Rong Rong within a circular shield. "I have yet to explore this Sunset Forest and remain unaware of its true nature, so stay close behind me." Rong Rong furrowed her brow. "Is this truly the surprise you promised me?" The two proceeded side by side into the depths of the Sunset Forest. The internal structure resembled that of other forests. However, the intricate environment rendered the flora and fauna here highly toxic. Along their journey, they encountered several spirit beasts, which, sensing Chun Long's formidable presence, hastily fled in terror. As they ventured deeper into the forest, they suddenly came across a number of ancient spirit beasts, each towering and fierce, their bodies adorned with venomous scales. At the heart of the forest lay a massive, arc-shaped formation that kept all the ancient spirit beasts at bay. Chun Long surmised that this must be the ice and fire Yin Yang Eye, claimed by the poisoned Douluo. It seemed the spirit beasts were merely biding their time, awaiting the moment when the formation would vanish, allowing them to rush in and seize the celestial herbs. Chun Long's arrival incited a wave of agitation among them, their throaty growls reverberating through the air. A colossal centipede, exceeding 100 feet in length, lunged at Chun Long with astonishing speed. Its immense body, impenetrable shell, and razor-sharp antennae rendered it the undisputed ruler among the spirit beasts. The sight of the gigantic creature instilled a sense of dread in Rong Rong, while Chun Long remained unfazed. Come now, just as I was feeling that my 7 kills sword technique was lacking, as the flying centipede charged toward them. Chun Long's intent shifted, and the 7 kills sword was swiftly drawn. A brilliant beam of sword light cleaved downwards, slicing the centipede in two, releasing a splatter of purple venomous blood. The instant the blood touched the surrounding vegetation, it withered away. The severed segments of the centipede writhed for a brief moment on the ground before succumbing completely to lifelessness, revealing a black, ancient spirit ring. The remaining ancient spirit beasts, sensing Chun Long's overwhelming sword intent, fled in terror to various corners of the forest. Having developed formidable intelligence, the ancient spirit beasts were not to be underestimated. Rong, guard me while I attach a spirit ring to my 7 kills sword. Rong complied, though her complexion remained pale, likely still shaken from the earlier encounter with the flying centipede. Gripping the desert eagle tightly, she surveyed the surroundings, wary of any powerful spirit beasts that might attack. Chun Long successfully absorbed the spirit ring from the 4,000-year-old centipede within a matter of breaths. Acquiring the second soul skill for the 7 kills sword, the 100 steps flying sword, the two then entered the poisonous formation set by Douluo, where the toxicity was nearly 100 times greater than the outside. Occasionally, they glimpsed the scattered remains of enormous bones strewn across the ground. It is estimated that a formidable soul beast attempted to breach the poison array in a bid to seize the celestial herbs, only to meet its demise here. The power of the dust dragon's soul was fully unleashed, keeping the toxic mists at bay. Although the poison was potent, it held no effect against the Peerless Douluo of level 99. At most, it would merely numb the nerves. Within the poison array, a realm of its own was formed, resembling a paradise on earth. At the heart of this enchanting place lay an icy hot spring, surrounded by an abundance of rare and precious herbs. Nearby, there were stone tables, stone benches, and teapots, indicating that the poisoned Douluo likely cultivated here during moments of leisure. The dust dragon's visage illuminated with excitement. Indeed, It was the Eye of Ice and Fire. He had encountered references to the Eye of Ice and Fire within the pages of the Douluo Continent novel. As the name suggests, it was a fusion of a volcano and an iceberg, a duality of opposing forces. Such a treasure trove may take eons to form. It is also one of the 3 great treasure troves of medicinal herbs. In the environment of these 3 great treasure troves, ordinary plants cannot thrive, as they cannot adapt to the unique climate. However, these treasure troves serve as the genesis for all rare flora, significantly accelerating their growth. To put it simply, if a lingji mushroom were to grow for a decade in any of the 3 great treasure troves, it would possess the efficacy of a century-old mushroom. The 3 great treasure troves boast unparalleled natural conditions, making them the epitome of nature as splendor, a convergence of the essence of heaven and earth. As the dust dragon approached the Eye of Ice and Fire, his expression fluctuated with anticipation. At the junction of the icy and fiery springs, there blossomed a large flower of delicate pink, its petals vast, and its core soft violet, resembling a collection of purple diamonds embedded within. The flower had no leaves, its stem measuring 3 feet in length and a foot in diameter. Each petal appeared as crystalline and translucent, exuding a faint yet enchanting fragrance. With an expression of exhilaration, the dust dragon exclaimed, "This is the fragrant Douluo, a heavenly treasure and bane to all poisons. It possesses the ability to neutralize all toxins. While it does not detoxify in itself, it can counteract poison. Within the realm of its fragrance, no toxin can prevail, making it the finest antidote among celestial herbs." He then turned his gaze towards the other 2 celestial herbs, murmuring, the octagonal xianbing grass, the fiery apricot blossom, the mystic celestial chrysanthemum, the 8-petal celestial orchid, the Douluo tulip, its rich aroma bestowing an air of opulence. Consuming it would allow one to absorb the essence of heaven and earth, the brilliance of the sun and moon. It is most suitable for Rongrong. These celestial herbs were exceedingly rare, one being a challenge to procure, let alone a dozen. A gleam of joy appeared on the dust dragon's face. Taking advantage of the absence of the poison Douluo, these herbs would belong solely to him. When the poison Douluo returned to find his precious herbs vanished, would he not be driven to fury, perhaps even to the brink of death? A wicked smile crept upon the dust dragon's face. At this moment, Rongrong, her face alight with joy, reached out her right hand toward a precious octagonal ice crystal herb, intending to gently caress its ethereal leaves. Suddenly, Chun Long's eyes widened in alarm as he exclaimed, "Stop!" He swiftly pulled Rongrong into his embrace. Startled, she wondered why Chun Long had become so agitated. Holding her tightly, he spoke urgently, "The octagonal ice crystal herb is an exceedingly rare and poisonous celestial treasure, capable of inducing a chilling heart and numbing the central nervous system. Within a 10-meter radius, the frigid air is oppressive. Prolonged exposure could lead to an incurable heart poison." Rongrong, equally alarmed, had not anticipated that these beautiful celestial herbs could be so toxic. Fortuitously, Chun Long had intervened. Otherwise, her life would have been in jeopardy. As they turned to face each other, their faces nearly brushed together. A deep blush spread across Rongrong's cheeks, prompting Chun Long to release her. With the agility of a swallow, he swiftly harvested the finest celestial herbs from the Eye of Ice and Fire, the miraculous heavenly chrysanthemum, the 8-petaled celestial orchid, the enchanting glorious tulip, the fragrant celestial aroma, and the resplendent phoenix sunflower. Chun Long collected over 100,000 years' worth of exquisite herbs into his system, leaving behind a few wild 10,000-year-old herbs in their natural growth. A wicked smile crossed Chun Long's face. He considered himself remarkably benevolent for not harvesting all the herbs. It was imperative to make a hasty retreat, lest the poison Douluo catch sight of him and engage in a life-and-death struggle. Gazing at the rare and chilling octagonal ice crystal herb in the center, as well as the highly toxic fire variant, the fiery apricot blossom, Chun Long felt a stirring desire within him. If Tang Sect from Douluo Continent could absorb these 2 herbs to forge a body immune to all toxins, surely he could create one resistant to myriad poisons and impervious to the dual forces of ice and fire. With a gleeful expression, he declared, "Rongrong, protect me." Rongrong's expression shifted, revealing her shock at being entrusted with such a formidable task. She quickly retrieved the desert eagle, carefully surveying the surroundings. Approaching the frigidine spring, Chun Long reached for the octagonal ice crystal herb. The moment he made contact, his entire body was immediately encased in ice, and a wave of dizziness washed over him. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he managed to pluck the herb. He then turned to harvest the fiery apricot blossom. At this moment, the advantage of his Qilin arm became evident. For an ordinary person, merely touching the fiery apricot blossom could result in a severely injured hand. However, as one of the 4 great spirit beasts, the Qilin possessed one of the purest flames in existence. The instant he grasped the fiery apricot blossom, his right hand was seared, skin splitting under the intense heat. The 2 celestial herbs merged, forming a miniature eye of ice and fire. Chun Long leaped into this eye, harnessing the extreme cold and blazing heat to absorb the medicinal properties of both herbs, refining his body. Instantly, 2 contrasting images emerged around him. The left side appeared as a crystalline sculpture of ice, while the right side blazed with fierce flames. In this moment, Dust Dragon truly comprehended the meaning of being ensnared in the depths of suffering and despair. The extreme cold and relentless heat coalesced into 2 unique energies, clashing and battering against his form. The violent collision seemed as though it would tear Dust Dragon asunder. A roar erupted from his mouth, and the ethereal visage of the Chinese divine dragon materialized, enveloping his being. At the heart of the ice and fire duality eye, the waters from the depths suddenly began to boil. The entire valley appeared to tremble, reminiscent of a minor earthquake. The waters within the ice and fire duality eye surged with unprecedented ferocity. Ice and fire intertwined, allowing one to truly witness the fusion of water and flame. Two identical energies melded into one. At that moment, Dust Dragon sensed an even greater power emerging from beneath the earth. A resounding roar echoed through the setting sun forest. Rong glanced around, her heart racing, filled with trepidation. However, Dust Dragon remained unfazed, fully aware that everything was under his control. As a devoted admirer of the Douluo Continent, he recalled vividly that the ice and fire duality eye was formed from the energies absorbed by the land from the fallen Ice Dragon King and Fire Dragon King. Dragon, I can sense the presence of the Dragon Clan. A voice emerged from the icy depths. Subsequently, a colossal frost dragon's silhouette enveloped the entire ice eye. Simultaneously, a massive fire dragon's apparition emerged from the fiery eye. For millennia, we have lingered here, awakened only by the recent presence of the Dragon Clan. Dust Dragon found himself caught between them, momentarily at a loss. He articulated, "Then you are the fallen Ice Dragon King and Fire Dragon King, are you not?" The frost giant dragon nodded lightly. "Indeed, that cursed Roxas god caused our demise here. By the way, what was that dragon presence just now?" Dust Dragon paused briefly before responding. "That was my martial soul, the Chinese divine dragon." With a subtle shift of his will, the visage of the Chinese divine dragon reappeared around him. Upon seeing this, the Ice Dragon King was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "Dragon God." Yet the Fire Dragon King interjected, "No, while its aura is formidable, it is still vastly different from the Dragon God." Dust Dragon's body trembled slightly, his immense form quivering. The overwhelming dragon might envelop the entire ice and fire duality eye. The Ice Dragon King and Fire Dragon King could not help but bow slightly to the Chinese divine dragon. Such formidable power, even they would not stand a chance against it. Dust Dragon, however, was not inclined to concern himself with them. Survival took precedence. Given the tumultuous disturbance, it was likely that Poison Douluo would arrive shortly. Time to make a discreet exit. At that moment, Poison Douluo, having returned to the setting sun forest with Dugu Yen, noticed the disturbance in the external poison formation and immediately fell into a state of panic. With swift strides, he advanced a few steps and soon reached the Eye of Ice and Fire. Chapter 042, The Emerald Phosphor Snake Emperor, The Gaze of Medusa. The Poison Douluo hurried to the Eye of Ice and Fire, his eyes scanning the precious 10,000-year celestial herbs he had meticulously nurtured. The Wonder Herb, the 8-petal immortal orchid, the splendid gold tulip, the fragrant celestial essence, and the coxcomb phoenix sunflower. Observing the celestial herbs that had already been harvested, his expression fluctuated with distress. A chilling aura surged forth as his gaze abruptly turned towards Rong, who was startled and nearly dropped her desert eagle. The Poison Douluo bellowed furiously, "You seek death." His anger intensified upon seeing the dust dragon absorbing the medicinal essence in the Eye of Ice and Fire, and he was also greatly astonished. This lad had not only traversed his emerald scale serpent formation, but had also dared to enter the Eye of Ice and Fire. It is known that the Eye of Ice and Fire embodies the utmost ice and fire. Even a novice soul master could find their hands incapacitated at a mere touch. He never expected this boy to plunge directly into its depths. At that moment, the Poison Douluo was consumed by rage, disregarding everything else. His face contorted with fury as he struck out a palm towards the dust dragon. Rong recalled Dust Dragon's request for her to protect him and immediately stepped forward, positioning herself in front of the Poison Douluo. As the Poison Douluo lunged, she infused her desert eagle with spiritual energy, launching a soul power projectile at him. Though seemingly inconspicuous, the projectile exploded upon contact with the Poison Douluo, causing him to stagger and halt in his advance. "What is this? It possesses such power." Rong trembled as she exclaimed, "You cannot pass." The Poison Douluo's eyes gleamed with ferocity as he shouted, "Get lost." With a swift motion, he struck Rong away. He once again aimed for the dust dragon. Rong quickly regained her stance and unleashed a second soul power projectile, drawing from her previous experience. The Poison Douluo shattered her projectile with ease. His palm then surged towards the dust dragon's forehead. Should that strike land, the dust dragon would be either dead or gravely injured. However, at that moment, the dust dragon's eyes snapped open, radiating both icy and fiery light. His right arm, resembling a chi-lance, emitted a burst of flame as he countered the Poison Douluo's attack. Initially dismissive, the Poison Douluo thought the boy was courting death. The two palms collided. The dust dragon remained unyielding, while the Poison Douluo was forced to retreat 6 or 7 steps before he could steady himself. His right hand tingled, as if all his meridians had been jolted. A look of disbelief crossed the Poison Douluo's face. He had not anticipated such strength from this boy. As a title Douluo, at level 92, he was astonished to be repelled by a single strike. The Poison Douluo's eyes flickered, and a colossal shadow of the Emerald Scale Serpent Emperor manifested around him, its eyes gleaming with blue light. Third soul skill, Emerald Scale Venom. A noxious gas erupted from his mouth, rushing towards the dust dragon. The dust dragon emerged from the eyes of the ice and fire duality, radiating a mesmerizing blend of icy and fiery light, resembling an exquisite suit of armor. Rong and Dugu Yin were utterly astonished by the dust dragon's appearance. It was simply breathtaking. The poison Douluo's venomous green-scaled serpent poison splattered upon the dust dragon, and had it been an ordinary person, they would have likely succumbed to a puddle of blood. However, the dust dragon remained unfazed, allowing the venom to cascade over him without any effect. The poison Douluo began to feel a twinge of panic. This young man was undoubtedly formidable. With a flicker of determination, he unleashed his fifth spirit ability, the green-scaled serpent emperor formation. The poison Douluo executed ghostly steps, swiftly maneuvering to ensnare the dust dragon within his trap. A single misstep could lead to a fatal poisoning. With a sly chuckle, he declared, "Let us see how you escape my green-scaled serpent emperor formation." But as soon as he finished speaking, the dust dragon strode directly in front of the poison Douluo and, in a low voice, remarked, "Is that all there is to it?" The poison Douluo was momentarily taken aback, his composure teetering on the brink of collapse. Even spirit kings, spirit emperors, or spirit saints would find it nearly impossible to break free from his formation. Yet this young man had simply walked out, completely disregarding the potency of his trap. Narrowing his eyes, the poison Douluo activated his seventh spirit ability, the true form of the green-scaled serpent emperor. He transformed into a 30-meter-long serpent, as thick as a water barrel, encircling the dust dragon completely. Rong stood by in a state of shock, heaven-swallowing giant python. The dust dragon emerged step by step from the ice and fire duality, his voice resonating with gravity as he addressed the poison Douluo. "You are one of my favorite adversaries. I advise you to relent. Otherwise, you may meet your demise here. Is it truly worth sacrificing your life for a few trifling herbs?" Trifling herbs. The poison Douluo's fury ignited at the dust dragon's words. He opened his massive jaws and let out a thunderous roar, his formidable aura causing the dust dragon's ears to ring. Had it been anyone else, the dust dragon would have already plunged his sword into its mouth. Yet, he held a degree of respect for the poison Douluo and was reluctant to slay him. With a mere thought, the dust dragon manifested an ethereal image of a colossal Chinese divine dragon, even grander than the green-scaled serpent emperor. An overwhelming pressure surged towards the poison Douluo. After all, a dragon holds a certain dominion over a serpent, regardless of its royal status. The poison Douluo's brows furrowed in disbelief. He had not anticipated that this young man possessed a dragon-type martial soul, and such an imposing presence at that. "Who exactly is Yu Yuanjin to you?" The dust dragon's eyes flickered with surprise. "Yu Yuanjin has no bearing on me. Understand this. I possess the Chinese divine dragon martial soul, not the blue lightning tyrant dragon." Chinese divine dragon martial soul? The poison Douluo's face was etched with confusion. Having traversed the continent for nearly a century, he had encountered countless martial souls, yet he had never heard of one such as the Chinese divine dragon. The poison Douluo once again let out a fierce roar, as its enormous serpent head lunged towards Chun Long, flicking its tongue menacingly. Chun Long coughed lightly, acknowledging that without demonstrating a little strength, the poison Douluo might mistakenly believe him to be easily intimidated. First soul skill, Dragon Tail Sweep. As the verdant serpent head charged forward, Chun Long executed a powerful Dragon Tail Sweep. Boom. The resounding impact struck the immense serpent head of the poison Douluo. The colossal body of the emerald scale serpent king swayed violently, and a dull thud resonated in its mind. Merely the first soul skill nearly shattered its martial soul form. Chun Long spoke again. "I shall spare your life in exchange for a few divine herbs. It seems a fair trade." Witnessing Chun Long's audacity, the poison Douluo's expression shifted, tumultuous with rage. How dare this insolent whelp challenge the might of the Dugu Bo, who had never regarded even the spirit hall with any esteem? What is this so-called Chinese divine dragon martial soul? Prepare to meet your end. With a piercing gaze fixed upon Chun Long, he unleashed two beams of violet light. This was one of Dugu Bo's most formidable skills, the soul bone ability. Gaze of Medusa. The skull, originating from the serpent queen Medusa, possessed a quality of 10,000 years, its soul skill capable of emitting petrifying beams that could even solidify energy. Chun Long, however, was not taken aback. He transformed into a statue of stone, lifelike and as if crafted by a master sculptor. Rong was momentarily rendered speechless. Chun Long. A faint smile curled at the corners of the poisoned Douluo's mouth. This so-called Chinese divine dragon martial soul was nothing extraordinary. In the next moment, cracks appeared upon the stone figure, which then erupted into fragments. Chun Long revealed a slight grin, acknowledging the gaze of Medusa as an interesting soul skill. Yet it would require more to truly ensnare him. Chapter 043. Flying sword of 100 paces versus the emerald scale serpent king. The poisoned Douluo's expression fluctuated, his face betraying shock. Was this lad truly human? Rong clenched her small hands, her heart finally at ease. Dugu Yan's eyes were also riveted upon Chun Long, astonished by his prowess. With narrowed eyes, the poisoned Douluo exuded a fierce light, declaring, "I refuse to believe I cannot subdue you." 8th soul skill, time freeze. The 8th soul skill of the poisoned Douluo was reputed to freeze time. Akin to the martial soul fusion technique of the Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo, the domain of absolute prohibition. However, its potency was considerably diminished. It was said that when combined with his 9th soul skill, it could easily obliterate an entire city. This soul skill required a tremendous amount of soul power, capable of completely locking time within a radius of several thousand square meters. In an instant, the space became constrained, and Chun Long found himself immobilized. The poisoned Douluo opened his gigantic maw, the emerald scale Serpent King's bloodthirsty jaws poised to swallow Chun Long whole as its venomous fangs lunged towards him. Should he be bitten, even a titled Douluo would meet their demise. However, the poisoned Douluo underestimated his opponent. A piercing scream resonated as his formidable maw was unexpectedly held open by a long sword, rendering it incapable of closing. The excruciating pain emanating from his mouth compelled the poisoned Douluo to let out a howl. Chun Long leaped gracefully to the ground, a faint smile gracing his lips as he quipped, "Futile effort. I have already granted you ample opportunity." The true form of the poisoned Douluo, the Emerald Serpent Emperor, let out a thunderous roar, his colossal body lunging once more towards Chun Long. His ninth soul skill, phosphorescent divine light, was unleashed. A powerful transparent beam surging towards Chun Long. This divine light concealed formidable soul power, and upon impact, would instantaneously release a wave of terrifyingly corrosive poison. Chun Long sensed the overwhelming corrosive force of the poisoned Douluo's ninth soul skill and did not dare underestimate it, radiating a dual aura of ice and fire. He appeared even more enigmatic and powerful. The phosphorescent divine light pierced through Chun Long's form, the potent corrosive energy colliding with his ice-fire golden body. His garments disintegrated into dust, revealing the hues of ice and fire beneath. A glimmer of satisfaction danced at the corners of Chun Long's mouth. With the ice-fire golden body, impervious to water and fire, and resistant to all toxins, he mused, impressive indeed. The poisoned Douluo's face was etched with disbelief. His ninth soul skill had failed to affect Chun Long? Chun Long's eyes blazed with fierce determination. Having allowed you so many opportunities, it is now my turn to strike. The seven kills sword, his second soul skill, emerged as a black 10,000-year spirit ring illuminated his form. The seven kills sword radiated brilliance in his grasp. With a subtle motion of his right hand, he sent forth a sword that relentlessly bore down upon the poisoned Douluo, raising his right hand in defense. The poisoned Douluo could not withstand the immense lethality of the seven kills sword. With a swift motion, the sword sliced through his right hand, pinning him against a nearby stone wall. Vivid crimson blood seeped down his arm. Dogu Yan's face was etched with concern as she rushed towards Dogu Bo, eager to extract Chun Long's seven kills sword. However, Chun Long merely willed it, unleashing a potent aura that sent Dogu Yan flying backward. Dogu Bo had long since come to terms with the situation, his previous fury dissipating. It became clear to him that he was indeed no match for this young man. Seven kills sword, young man, who is Jian Dao Chen Xin to you? Chun Long replied calmly, my name remains unchanged. Jian Dao Chen Xin is my grandfather. I have seen you before at the Tiando auction house. The poisoned Douluo's eyes narrowed in recognition. I have seen you too, amidst the chaos. You were the one who seized the remaining 9 rare treasures, weren't you? Chun Long replied with a foolish grin. Thanks to the poisoned Douluo, I acquired several treasures without effort. The poisoned Douluo let out a slight snort. Humph, you young lad have quite the ambitions. Now the spirit hall believes I am behind this. Chun Long continued. The poisoned Douluo is a figure unafraid of heaven and earth. How could a mere spirit hall possibly intimidate him? The poisoned Douluo frowned. Can you put away your 7-killing sword? Oh, Chun Long finally realized. And with a mere thought, the 7-killing sword instantly melded into his body. The poisoned Douluo had just exhausted his spirit power and collapsed onto the ground. Dogu Yen rushed over, assisting Dogu Bo to his feet. Her eyes radiated fierce light, glaring menacingly at Chun Long. Her eyes were a deep emerald green, reminiscent of the gaze of a serpent, emanating a chilling and terrifying aura. A youthful figure, appearing around 16 or 17. Her well-developed physique bore a striking resemblance to that of a dark green serpent. Upon noticing Chun Long's gaze lingering on her, Dogu Yen grew increasingly furious, ready to strike at him. However, she was restrained by the poisoned Douluo. Enough, you are no match for him. The poisoned Douluo sat cross-legged on the ground, absorbing spirit power. Chun Long also settled into a meditative position, speaking amiably. I truly did not wish to harm you. It was out of necessity that I sent you flying. The poisoned Douluo spoke in a low tone. Just how powerful are you, young man? Chun Long bashfully scratched the back of his head. Well, I am not excessively powerful, but I can certainly handle 3 to 5 titled Douluo. The poisoned Douluo refrained from further comment. Having just fought Chun Long, he understood the latter's formidable strength. He had utilized all of his spirit abilities, while Chun Long had only employed his first 2, a testament to his might. Dogu Yen interjected with disdain. Humph, you men are all full of hot air. 3 to 5 titled Douluo? How dare you utter such words? Chun Long offered no further explanation. His strength spoke for itself. Whether others believed it or not was beyond his concern. Poisoned Douluo, I previously stated that you are one of the individuals I respect most, and thus, I do not wish to be your enemy. This declaration left the poisoned Douluo astonished, significantly alleviating the anger within him. What is there to admire about Dogu Bo? The poisoned Douluo, embodying both righteousness and wickedness, always acted according to his own whims. He valued loyalty and kept his promises, willing to sacrifice his life to fulfill them, a quality I greatly admire. A faint smile appeared on the poisoned Douluo's lips. Haha, the illustrious title Douluo has taken to flattery. I speak only the truth. If I wished to kill you, you would not withstand 3 moves. Dogu Bo's expression changed dramatically. Humph, at such a young age. Even if you possess some strength, you should not be so arrogant. Without another word, Chun Long illuminated his surroundings with 11 spirit rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 5 black, and 2 red. Witnessing this spectacle, both the poisoned Douluo and Dogu Yin were utterly dumbfounded. 11 spirit rings? A demigod? The poisoned Douluo nearly fell to his knees. Not at all. Chun Long quickly interjected. I possess a twin martial spirit. The first 9 soul rings are from my Huaxia divine dragon martial spirit, while the last 2 belong to my 7-killing sword martial spirit. Chapter 044. The shock of poisoned Douluo, assisting Dogu Yin in detoxification, a twin martial spirit. 2 soul rings of 100,000 years. A wave of dizziness coursed through poisoned Douluo's mind, causing him to sway unsteadily, nearly collapsing onto the ground. Dogu Yin hurriedly supported poisoned Douluo, her face etched with concern. Grandfather, are you alright? Poisoned Douluo lowered his head, his brow furrowed, and shook his head slightly. I am fine. He then stood up and bowed to Chun Long, expressing his respect. Thank you, young brother, for your mercy just now. Otherwise, this old body would have surely turned to a pile of bones. Dogu Yin, still unconvinced, retorted, Humph, grandfather, don't be deceived by him. This lad must have employed some trick. Poisoned Douluo gently patted Dogu Yan's head, his tone warm. Yin, do not be impudent. Your grandfather has practiced for nearly a century. Do you think I cannot discern whether he has used any tricks? Dogu Yin remained somewhat dissatisfied. Pouting as she stood to the side, Dogu Bo continued, I concede that my skills are inferior. You may take the celestial herbs within, I acknowledge it. These celestial herbs have been nurtured by me over several decades. However, there is one 8-petal celestial orchid among them, a gentle medicinal herb of celestial quality. If stored in a jade vessel, it will not wither for a millennium and will never fade for 100 generations. Its rich orchid fragrance can clear the mind and invigorate the spirit. It also has the efficacy of consolidating the foundation and eliminating impurities. I had originally prepared it for Yin Yin. Could you possibly return it to me? With a subtle thought, Chun Long arranged a dozen 100,000-year celestial herbs neatly before poisoned Douluo, emanating a spectrum of colors and a rich floral fragrance. These celestial herbs rightfully belong to you. How can I speak of returning them? Poisoned Douluo casually took the 8-petal celestial orchid, leaving the other celestial herbs untouched. Chun Long continued, I have my own use for these celestial herbs, and naturally, I intend to take them with me. However, I wish to do so in another manner. Poisoned Douluo looked puzzled. Oh, what manner might that be? Chun Long elaborated. The green phosphor snake is one of the dragon breeds, classified as a rare martial spirit. Yet there has never been a titled Douluo among them prior to you. Generally, family members live beyond 30 years. Now, within the entire Dogu family, apart from the esteemed poisoned Douluo and your granddaughter Dogu Yin, there should be no one else, correct? A look of astonishment crossed Dogu Bo's face. This was a secret of their family, known to scarcely anyone. How did this young man possess such clarity? The ice and fire yin-yang eye is one of the 3 great medicinal treasure troves, teeming with countless celestial herbs. Not only does the ice and fire yin-yang eye nurture these herbs, but it also possesses extraordinarily unique effects on the human body. If humans or animals reside near the ice and fire yin-yang eye, their bodies will be subjected to the impact of 2 extreme attributes of heavenly and earthly spiritual energies in a short span of time. This impact is beyond the capacity of an ordinary individual to bear. However, for someone as venomous as Dogu Bo, it presents immense advantages. The extremes of heat and cold both possess a restraining effect on toxins, and the location of the eye of ice and fire, a rare treasure of nature, exerts an exceptionally potent control over poisons. The reason the poisoned Douluo was able to survive the fierce backlash of the green phosphor snake's venom and even cultivate to the rank of titled Douluo is intricately linked to the eye of ice and fire. The poisoned Douluo nodded gently. Indeed, I have contemplated this as well. Perhaps it is so. At this point, a hint of regret crossed his mind. Had he known earlier, he should have brought other family members to train here together. Perhaps their lineage would not have dwindled to just the 2 of them. Moreover, every time it rains on overcast days, the elder poisoned Douluo experiences an itching sensation in his ribs, which gradually intensifies and persists for over an hour, with episodes occurring during noon and midnight. In the deep of night, around the 3rd watch, Dogu Bo feels a prickling pain on the crown of his head and the soles of his feet, accompanied by spasms throughout his body that last for at least half an hour. The poisoned Douluo's eyes flickered slightly, and his face once again revealed a look of astonishment. How do you know this so clearly? Chun Long smiled lightly, offering no explanation, but continued, in truth, these are the symptoms of poisoning. While cultivating the green-scale snake martial soul, your body has become a vessel for its venom. To put it simply, your entire family perished due to the poison of the green-scale snake. The poisoned Douluo's expression subtly shifted. He had not anticipated that this young man possessed such knowledge. Dogu Yin, interjecting, exclaimed, you speak nonsense. How could one be poisoned by their own martial soul? Chun Long scanned Dogu Yin, pausing momentarily as he observed her upper body. Alas, it is a pity. Such a beautiful girl cannot escape an early demise. Dogu Yin's anger intensified. You are the one who will meet an early end. Chun Long then added, you and Yu Tianheng have not yet engaged in anything, have you? Dogu Yan's face flushed crimson, rendering her momentarily speechless. Thankfully, nothing had transpired. Otherwise, that lad would certainly have met his end due to the poison. Thus, an early demise seems fortunate. A life of solitude would be even more tragic. Dogu Yan's expression fluctuated, nearly inciting her to spit blood in frustration at Chun Long, but then she suddenly recalled. Once, they had dared to indulge in forbidden fruit, merely sharing a kiss, and Yu Tianheng promptly fainted. A healing-type soul master diagnosed it as poisoning. At that time, they were quite puzzled as to when the poisoning had occurred. The poisoned Douluo remained silent, then spoke in a somber tone. Yin Yin, Brother Chun Long's words hold merit. As we cultivate the green-scale snake martial soul, we are inherently toxic. Unless we find a soul master who also practices a highly poisonous martial soul, we are destined to live a solitary life. Douluo Yan's expression exhibited disbelief. Since her earliest memories, she had always followed her grandfather and had never seen her parents. To my surprise, they ultimately succumbed to their own poison. If they had failed to successfully suppress the venom of the azure scale serpent, would they not have met an untimely end? I refuse to accept such a fate. Observing the fluctuations in Douluo Yan's expression, which even grew somewhat ferocious, Chun Long spoke. Surely, the poisoned Douluo would not wish for his granddaughter to live a life of solitude. The poisoned Douluo's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Could it be that Brother Chun Long possesses a better solution?" A faint smile graced Chun Long's lips as he replied, "Indeed, I seek a method to neutralize the poison. But in exchange, I require those over a dozen 10,000-year immortal herbs." The poisoned Douluo, brimming with enthusiasm, declared, "As long as you can cure Yin Yan, I would not only offer you these 10 immortal herbs, but the entire eye of ice and fire." Chun Long chuckled, "You flatter me, esteemed poisoned Douluo. I am not one to be overly greedy. These herbs are already the finest available, and taking them is more than sufficient. As for the matter of curing Yin Yan," Chun Long spoke in a congenial tone, "it is quite simple. As the poisoned Douluo has resided in the Sunset Forest, you must have encountered soul beasts that harbor immense toxicity." The poisoned Douluo nodded gently, pondering the relevance to antidotes. Why do those soul beasts not poison themselves? The answer lies in their bodies having a designated area for storing venom, which they can utilize when needed. For instance, a venomous snake stores its venom in the sacs located behind its fangs. Continuing, Chun Long explained, "This principle applies similarly. As long as you find a container to store the azure scale serpent's venom, you may extract it when necessary, thus preventing self-poisoning." The poisoned Douluo appeared enlightened, realizing the simplicity of the concept. Had I encountered Chun Long sooner, the Douluo family would not be reduced to but 2 members. So what must be done? It is quite straightforward. The carrier for soul beasts to store venom is their venom sacs. For humans, the optimal vessel for venom storage is, naturally, a soul bone. The poisoned Douluo's gaze sharpened, a glimmer of insight igniting within. Chun Long continued, "However, finding a suitable soul bone is no easy task. While the poisoned Douluo certainly possesses many, I happen to have a 10,000-year trunk bone that would be well suited for your granddaughter." Douluo Yan scoffed, "Humph. I have no need for your soul bone." Chun Long remained silent, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. With a mere thought, a soul bone materialized in his right hand, radiating a spectrum of colors and pulsating with potent soul energy. The poisoned Douluo's expression shifted as he exclaimed, This is a 10,000-year trunk bone from the 7-colored sky-devouring python. Upon absorption, her martial spirit and defensive capabilities would likely see a substantial enhancement. And there may be additional benefits. The trunk bone itself is the most precious among soul bones. The compatibility of the 10,000-year 7-colored sky-devouring python soul bone with the azure scale serpent martial spirit is nearly perfect, rendering its value incomparable, perhaps even surpassing the collective worth of the numerous immortal herbs. However, it is undoubtedly a priceless treasure. With a flick of his right hand, Chun Long cast the ancient 7-colored sky-devouring python skeletal remains towards the poisoned Douluo, showing no sign of reluctance. "I have already shared with you the method of detoxification, and I have provided you with the soul bone. As for whether your granddaughter chooses to use it, that is no longer my concern. In any case, these dozen or so celestial herbs now belong to me." With another wave of his hand, Chun Long gathered all the celestial herbs from the ground. The poisoned Douluo, cradling the skeletal remains of the ancient python in his trembling, aged hands, nodded gravely. "I have lived nearly a century, at my age. Whether I live a few years more or less is inconsequential. As long as Yin Yin can live well, that is all that matters." Hearing this, Douluo Yin felt a warmth in her eyes. "Grandpa." The poisoned Douluo raised his hand, signaling her to remain silent. He then bowed once more to Chun Long, expressing his gratitude. Indeed, for the vast majority of elders, their own lives hold little significance. The health and well-being of their descendants are paramount. The poisoned Douluo spoke. "Yin Yin, do not forget to thank Brother Chun Long." "Humph, I refuse to thank him. He just injured Grandpa and took away the celestial herbs that Grandpa painstakingly tended to." The poisoned Douluo sighed softly. "Alas, it is my fault for spoiling you. You lack a sense of the greater picture. As long as you can live healthily, even if I were to give away the entire eye of ice and fire, what would it matter?" Standing aside, Chun Long felt a stirring in his heart. Given the poisoned Douluo's noble spirit, he had no reason to stand by and watch him perish from poison. With a subtle movement of his mind, he tossed a small porcelain vial to the poisoned Douluo. "Inside this vial is a 9-orifice golden pill, which will confer boundless benefits to your body. Trust me, just make an incision in your chest and place this pill inside." "Ah, make an incision in my chest. Wouldn't that be akin to suicide?" Douluo Yin exclaimed in alarm. Without a moment's hesitation, the poisoned Douluo produced a dagger and swiftly made a cut in his chest. Both were individuals of strong character, and the poisoned Douluo held a deep regard for Chun Long. If Chun Long had intended to kill him, he would not have survived this long. There was no reason not to trust him. As blood surged forth, Dugu Yin and Ning Rongrong were both horrified. The poisoned Douluo quickly placed the softly glowing 9-orifice golden pill into the wound. Upon contact with his blood, the pill dissolved instantly. Remarkably, the gaping wound began to heal almost immediately. A golden light enveloped the poisoned Douluo's body as he promptly sat cross-legged upon the ground. As his complexion fluctuated, waves of purple poison emanated from his body, clashing with the radiant glow of the 9-orifice golden pill. No, it was more accurate to say the pill was devouring the poison. The efficacy of the 9-orifice golden pill continually absorbed the venom of the phosphorus serpent. The poisoned Douluo discovered that it felt as though his entire blood had been renewed. He felt invigorated, and his soul power surged dramatically. A low growl escaped his lips as the true form of the phosphorus snake emperor emerged, appearing even more massive than before, embodying the essence of all serpents. After a considerable time, the poisoned Douluo dissipated his martial soul's true form, his face brimming with excitement. He bowed once more to Chun Long, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Brother Chun Long. I have miraculously eradicated a long-standing ailment, and my soul power has instantaneously risen by 2 levels. This is something I never dared to dream of. The notion of an instantaneous elevation of 2 levels in soul power left Dugu Yin momentarily stunned, regarding Chun Long with newfound respect. It seemed that this young man indeed possessed remarkable abilities. Chun Long responded, well, it's good that you have eradicated it. This way, you can at least extend your life for several more years. The poisoned Douluo inquired further, what exactly was that medicinal pill? Its potency is astonishing. This pill is called the 9-aperture golden pill. It cannot be ingested nor applied externally. Even if consumed, it would remain undigested and would emerge entirely intact. The only method of utilizing it is to create a cavity in the heart, stitch it in, and then, through the circulatory power of the heart, continuously flush it. Its medicinal essence will gradually blend into the blood, ultimately rejuvenating it, thus refining the marrow and transforming one's very being. The poisoned Douluo nodded thoughtfully, recognizing its remarkable nature. After a brief pause, he shyly asked, is it possible? Before he could finish, Chun Long interjected, no. You cannot treat the 9-aperture golden pill as if it were mere beans, available in abundance. I only bestowed this rare pill upon you because we share a mutual affinity, and considering I took a dozen of your immortal herbs into account. With the ancient 7-colored sky-devouring python skeletal remains and the 9-aperture golden pill, he should surely profit from this transaction. Feeling a bit bashful, the poisoned Douluo scratched the back of his head. He then handed the skeletal remains to Dugu Yin, saying earnestly, Yin Yin, quickly absorb this ancient 7-colored sky-devouring python skeletal remains. It will undoubtedly greatly benefit your martial soul cultivation. Though Dugu Yin had previously expressed reluctance, her body now eagerly accepted the remains and began to absorb them. Chun Long also produced an immortal herb and presented it to Ning Rongrong. Chapter 046. The evolution of the 7 treasures glazed tower. Golden eyes. The immortal herb in Chun Long's hand radiated a translucent brilliance, its rich fragrance exuding a sense of opulence. What is this? Rongrong inquired. This is a 10,000-year immortal herb, the Douluo tulip. Consuming it will allow you to absorb the essence of heaven and earth, as well as the brilliance of the sun and moon. Rongrong cradled the Douluo tulip in her hands, her face lighting up with joy. Thank you. This is the first time a boy has given me flowers. Chun Long furrowed his brow, for this was a rare celestial herb that had flourished for 100,000 years. Hurry and absorb it. The effects will surely be beyond your expectations. Rongrong nodded, curiosity gleaming in her eyes. So how do I absorb it? Do I simply consume it? The Douluo tulip is not to be ingested whole. You must gently inhale the pollen from its stamen, gradually drawing in its essence, and then cultivate your soul power slowly, allowing the medicinal effects to permeate your entire being, Chun Long explained. Following his guidance, Rongrong placed the Douluo tulip in her mouth and delicately inhaled the stamen. A subtle nectar flooded her mouth, transforming into a wondrous energy that surged throughout her body. She felt a shiver course through her, akin to an electric jolt, causing her to tremble slightly. Her soul power surged vigorously, radiating a translucent brilliance that rendered her increasingly resplendent. Chun Long noted, with a hint of intrigue, that Rongrong's physique was subtly undergoing transformation, with certain aspects evidently developing more favorably than before. A sly smile crept across his lips as he settled into a meditative posture, exhaling a deep breath of stale air. At that moment, Dugu Yin was also engaged in absorbing the bones of the 10,000-year rainbow, sky-devouring python, her figure enveloped in the ethereal shadow of the emerald phosphor serpent. Compared to the toxic Douluo's emerald phosphor serpent emperor, Dugu Yin's martial spirit resembled a miniature snake, as though a mere slap could crush it. The toxic Douluo's gaze fixated on Chun Long as a smile unfurled at the corners of his mouth. Brother Chun Long, what do you think of my granddaughter? A cough escaped his lips as he observed the expression on the toxic Douluo's face, instantly discerning the unspoken intent. It wouldn't do to express disapproval, so he merely nodded in acquiescence. The toxic Douluo, somewhat displeased, remarked, if it's good, say so. If it's not, say that too. What does your nod imply? Chun Long furrowed his brow, compelled to repeatedly assert, it's good, very good. The toxic Douluo appeared quite satisfied, nodding affirmatively. Well, I have some acquaintance with Jin Dao Chen Xian. By age, you ought to address me as grandfather. Chun Long nodded once more, acknowledging that, by age, it would not be inappropriate to refer to him as such. I see you possess a noble character, not only blessed with exceptional talent, but also with striking looks. My granddaughter is vibrant and beautiful, a true flower of the nation. The two of you are quite compatible. How about I entrust her care to you in the future? Another light cough escaped Chun Long, realizing that this old fellow was certainly no saint. While absorbing the soul bone, Douluo Yin felt a surge of soul power, her expression fluctuating as she sensed the chaos within. Observing her distress, the toxic Douluo hurried to her side, asking, Yin Yin, are you alright? Douluo Yin took a moment to calm her racing heart before continuing her absorption. The toxic Douluo refrained from saying more. Absorbing soul bones was a critical undertaking, and any misstep could lead to chaotic meridians, resulting in the loss of all soul power, or even worse, the risk of bodily explosion and loss of life. Chun Long swiftly distanced himself from poison Douluo and approached Rongrong, producing a wondrous herb known as the Autumn Water Dew, prepared to absorb its essence. The Autumn Water Dew, a supportive celestial herb, does not enhance soul power, but can refine one's vision, revealing extraordinary phenomena. Having previously consumed the 8-pointed ice grass and the fierce fire apricot blossom, Chun Long found the Autumn Water Dew to be an excellent choice, as its effects are mild and harmonious with the other herbs. Without hesitation, he swallowed the entire blossom of the Autumn Water Dew and sat cross-legged to absorb its potency. With the stimulation of his soul power, the herb's effects were fully activated. It began to merge with his eyes, and Chun Long felt a golden glow enveloping his vision. Previously nearsighted, he could scarcely distinguish between men and women beyond 10 meters, yet now, it was as if he donned a microscope, revealing an astonishing clarity. Even the ants crawling upon the ground appeared distinctly visible. A smile of joy spread across Chun Long's face. Indeed, this ancient herb was remarkable, having cured his long-standing visual affliction. At that moment, a voice resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consuming the 10,000-year celestial herb, Autumn Water Dew. You have acquired golden eyes. A look of astonishment crossed Chun Long's face as he realized he had gained the golden eyes, an ability akin to X-ray vision. In an instant, a radiant brilliance enveloped his gaze, enabling him to pierce through the poisoned Douluo's emerald phosphor serpent formation, revealing sights from miles away. He spotted several 10,000-year soul beasts lurking outside the toxic array. Turning back to Douluo Yin, he involuntarily coughed lightly. Poisoned Douluo furrowed his brow slightly and inquired, Why are you bleeding from the nose? Chun Long, startled, quickly retracted his golden eyes and covered his nose. By the heavens, this system is truly considerate. He intended to further explore the potential of his newfound golden eyes. Meanwhile, Rongrong trembled slightly, radiating a formidable wave of soul power. A crystalline, translucent glazed pagoda enveloped her, transforming her into a celestial maiden descended from the heavens, exuding an ethereal aura and an air of nobility. Poison Douluo's expression shifted. The world's foremost auxiliary martial soul, the 7-treasure glazed pagoda. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait, why are there 9 layers? As Rongrong stood, a dramatic transformation occurred. Her figure became slender and graceful. Her complexion grew increasingly radiant. The previously unremarkable area at her chest now revealed a prominent button. Cradling the glazed pagoda in her right hand, she displayed a look of delight, exclaiming, This herb is truly miraculous. I feel my soul power has increased significantly. Chun Long inquired, Is it merely an enhancement of soul power? Rongrong, somewhat perplexed, replied, What else could it be? She then glanced down at her chest, her face flushing with embarrassment. Internally, she chastised, Men are all the same, fixated on staring. Chun Long furrowed his brow, pondering the dangerous thoughts of these young girls. I am not referring to your physique. Take another look at your Lioli Tower. Rongrong gently lifted her head, gazing at the Lioli Tower in her right hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. She counted repeatedly, her expression fluctuating, revealing an incredulous demeanor. 9 tiers. My 7-treasure Lioli Tower has evolved. Excitement illuminated Rongrong's face as she involuntarily leaped up, embracing Chun Long. A blush soon crept onto her cheeks, prompting her to hastily release him and stand quietly to the side, though her heart remained ablaze with exhilaration. It is noteworthy that the 7-treasure Lioli Tower is esteemed as the foremost auxiliary martial soul, possessing formidable supportive capabilities. However, it bears a significant limitation. With only 7 tiers, it can accommodate merely 7 soul rings, which confines its wielders, like Ning Fengji, to the rank of Soul Sage at level 79, precluding them from ascending to the rank of Soul Douluo. Yet, Ning Fengji's auxiliary prowess is undeniably extraordinary, earning him the title of the continent's premier auxiliary soul master. The evolution of Rongrong's 7-treasure Lioli Tower signifies the possibility of transcending its constraints, potentially allowing her to become an 8-ring Soul Douluo or even a 9-ring title Douluo. Chapter 047. The third soul skill, Gale's absolute cut before long. Douluo Yin had absorbed the bone of the 10,000-year-old 7-colored sky-devouring python. She sprang to her feet, her face alight with excitement, and immediately dashed into the embrace of Poison Douluo. Grandfather, my soul power has increased by 4 levels. Chun Long remarked, 4 levels? This bone is indeed remarkable. Douluo Yin suppressed her smile, letting out a haughty hum. What does it matter to you? If she were not a beauty, Chun Long would have kicked her away in an instant. absorbing her prized 10,000-year-old seven-colored sky-devouring python's bone and still being so arrogant, were it not for his miraculous detoxifying method. Her survival to 18 would be uncertain. Chun Long knitted his brows and declared, if one does not cherish the presence of a gentleman, another will surely await his arrival. Now that matters are concluded, we must take our leave. He expressed his gratitude to Poison Douluo, saying, thank you for the celestial herbs. Should you require my assistance in the future, please do not hesitate to ask. Observing Chun Long's intent to depart, Poison Douluo quickly interjected. Do remember to consider my previous proposal. If you agree, the ice and fire yin yang I will be yours. Chun Long cleared his throat twice, bowed respectfully to Poison Douluo, and bid farewell. He then swiftly departed the ice and fire yin yang I with Rongrong. Douluo Yin, frustrated, stamped her foot in place. Not out of a desire to be with Chun Long, but because his actions made her seem unappealing. As Poison Douluo watched Chun Long's retreating figure, his expression grew somber. Not lamenting the loss of the several celestial herbs, but rather feeling a surge of excitement within. This is also an opportunity for oneself. I never expected that in my lifetime, not only could I rid my body of toxins accumulated over the years, but my spiritual power has also ascended to the 94th level. The 3-year agreement at the Chrysanthemum Pass is approaching, and this time, I shall not cower before you. After a moment of silence, the Poison Douluo spoke. Yin Yin, what do you think of Chun Long? A deep blush adorned Douluo Yin Yin's face as she hesitantly replied, no, not much. The Poison Douluo nodded. Well, compared to that Yu Tianheng, he could easily outpace him by several hundred streets. Douluo Yin Yin chose to remain silent. Her mind occupied with the images of the two men. Chun Long, accompanied by Rongrong, departed from the ice and fire yin yang I, the ancient soul beasts outside the array. Upon spotting Chun Long, fled frantically into the forest as if their lives depended on it. The pair continued deeper into the sunset forest. Chun Long broke the silence. Rongrong, do you dare to challenge a 10,000-year soul beast? Shock flickered across Rongrong's face as she exclaimed, ah. The master said the maximum limit for a 4th soul skill is 8,000 years. Chun Long frowned slightly. What nonsense is that master talking about? It varies from person to person. Now that you have absorbed the celestial herb, your constitution is exceptional. Absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring should pose no problem. Besides, with me around, what is there to fear? Rongrong nodded. Okay, I will listen to you. After walking for half a day, they had yet to find a suitable 10,000-year soul beast for Rongrong. To their surprise, the end of the sunset forest opened up to a vast plain, devoid of towering trees, replaced instead by an endless expanse of grassland. Tiny purple flowers bloomed amidst the grass, and gentle breezes swept through, resembling waves of the sea. Rongrong couldn't help but take a deep breath, her face radiant with joy. Ah, how beautiful. I never imagined there could be such a lovely place in the sunset forest. Suddenly, Chun Long's brow furrowed slightly. As the breeze swept past, it unveiled several gray figures. A pack of windhowl wolves was stealthily approaching them, numbering in the hundreds. Ah! Rongrong gasped. Get behind me. She quickly retreated to Chun Long's side, finding comfort in the safety of his strong arms, her reliance on him growing stronger. Chun Long smirked lightly. It turns out to be a pack of little gray wolves. You gave me quite a scare. Upon realizing they had been discovered, the hundreds of windhowl wolves ceased their concealment, rising to their full height of 3 zhang, towering 2 zhang tall, their eyes glowing with a purple light, revealing sharp fangs, ready to pounce upon the two as if they had deemed them lunch. Rongrong, hiding behind Chun Long, whispered, why are there so many windhowl wolves? They look so fierce and large. Chun Long chuckled softly, his right foot shifting slightly, releasing an overwhelming aura that swept through the vicinity. In an instant, the once ferocious and spirited pack of windhowl wolves was reduced to trembling figures, cowering on the ground. The divine dragon spirit of Huaxia exerts an overwhelming pressure upon all beast spirits, let alone the mere Millennium Gale demon wolf. A pack of diminutive wolves dares to challenge me. Warmth surged within Rongrong's heart as she contemplated. He truly is formidable. Chun Long intended to disregard the pack of little wolves when suddenly, a wolf howl resonated from the thicket. A gale demon wolf stood upright on its hind legs, its muscular frame impressive, revealing 2 elongated fangs protruding from its mouth. Chun Long's lips twitched in astonishment. Could this gale demon wolf have attained sentience? Roar. The pressure emitted by Chun Long seemed to have little effect on the creature. Foolish humans, how dare you intrude upon the domain of the gale demon wolf? Chun Long's eyes widened. It could even articulate human speech, suggesting it was at least a 10,000-year soul beast. A 10,000-year soul beast. I am the sovereign of this territory. The 80,000-year Gale Demon Wolf King. A glimmer of delight crossed Chun Long's face. The Gale Demon Wolf King is renowned for its speed. In the realm of martial arts, only swiftness can conquer. What could be more fitting for the 3rd soul ring of the 7 killing sword? Perfectly aligned with the sacrificial standards of an 80,000-year soul beast. It could be offered directly to him. The Gale Demon Wolf King leaped into the air, its powerful limbs propelling it forward. With razor-sharp claws, it launched an attack at Chun Long with astonishing speed, like a tempest, leaving 2 claw shadows in its wake. The tremendous force of its assault forced Chun Long to retreat a step. Well done. Chun Long soared upward, delivering a powerful kick that sent the Gale Demon Wolf King crashing to the ground. Blood spurted from the beast's mouth, accompanied by several fangs stained with its own blood. Howl! The Gale Demon Wolf King's face betrayed a flicker of terror as as it felt a pang of fear towards the man before it. An 80,000-year-soul beast possesses intelligence comparable to that of a human. Sensing the imminent threat, the Gale Demon Wolf King turned to flee. Chun Long's eyes flashed with fierce determination. It still wished to escape after boasting. Die, he roared, leaping into action with a dragon tail strike that drove the Gale Demon Wolf King deep into the earth. The 80,000-year Gale Demon Wolf King emitted low growls, akin to a defeated hound, devoid of any fighting spirit, only yearning for survival. Chun Long summoned his will, enveloped in the ethereal form of the Huaxia Divine Dragon, radiating an imposing pressure. This time, even the Gale Demon Wolf King prostrated itself on the ground, growling for mercy. The Gale Demon Wolf King lay trembling against the earth. In the name of the Dragon God, I command you to offer a sacrifice. Sacrifice. Chapter 048. Departing the Sunset Forest, Talon, Tano, Titan. Upon hearing Chun Long's command for a sacrifice, the Gale Demon Wolf King's once dull eyes flared with fierce intensity once more. Struggling against the oppressive might unleashed by the Dust Dragon, I managed to rise laboriously from the ground. I am the Wind Demon Wolf King of 80,000 years. How could I possibly submit myself as a sacrifice to a mere human? What of 80,000 years? In the end, we all meet our demise. Rather than being slain by my hand, it would be far more expedient to offer myself as a tribute. Roar. The Wind Demon Wolf King let out another howl. We spirit beasts possess our own dignity. Even in self-destruction, we would never offer ourselves as sacrifices to you humans. Seeing the unwavering stance of the Wind Demon Wolf King, the Dust Dragon couldn't help but reveal a slight smile, surprised that this spirit beast still had some backbone. With fierce determination, the Wind Demon Wolf King prepared to fight with all its might. It landed swiftly on the ground, charging towards the Dust Dragon. Its sharp claws grazed the Dust Dragon's chest, but were deftly evaded. The Wind Demon Wolf King, unwilling to yield, dashed forward, unleashing a flurry of slashes known as the Wind Demon Wolf's Chain Slash, sending blades of air slicing towards the Dust Dragon. The Dust Dragon regarded these attacks with disdain. Petty tricks. Since you refuse to sacrifice yourself, then perish. With a slight mental command, the Dust Dragon wielded the 7-kill sword, striking down towards the Wind Demon Wolf King. Whoosh! The Wind Demon Wolf King narrowly dodged, evading the deadly blow. The surrounding grass was severed in half by the Dust Dragon's sword. Truly, the Wind Demon Wolf is swift. Yet, even such speed cannot surpass my 100 steps flying sword. Just as the Wind Demon Wolf King regained its footing, a long sword shot towards it with the speed of lightning, piercing through its chest. Before it could utter a cry of agony, it collapsed to the ground, revealing a black, 10,000-year soul ring. The Dust Dragon chuckled softly. What difference does it make from a sacrifice? In any case, it all belongs to me. The Dust Dragon sat cross-legged on the ground, drawing the black soul ring from the Wind Demon Wolf towards himself using his soul power. Initially resistant, the Wind Demon Wolf King ultimately succumbed to the overwhelming pressure of the Chinese Divine Dragon. Soon, the Dust Dragon acquired the third soul skill of the 7-kill sword, the Gale Destruction Slash, a technique of immense lethality. At that moment, the Dust Dragon noticed a purple glow flickering on the right leg of the Wind Demon Wolf King. A look of joy spread across his face, unexpectedly. It was a piece of the 8,000-year-old bone from the right arm of the Wind Demon Wolf King. The Dust Dragon swiftly extracted the soul bone and placed it into his inventory. The two then hunted down a 10,000-year-old rainbow deer in the woods, allowing Rong to obtain her fourth soul skill. Subsequently, they began their journey back to the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. As they traveled, the sky gradually darkened. The Dust Dragon was compelled to set up a tent atop a mountain, making do for the night. The silver moonlight cascaded down, as if cloaking the surrounding flora in a veil of silver. A bright moon hung in the sky like a colossal disk, illuminating the night. Glimmers of silvery light danced gracefully amidst the grass, where vibrant blue fireflies flitted about, resembling a sprinkle of stars fallen from the heavens. Standing atop the mountain, the moon seemed to draw nearer, as if within reach. All right, we can retreat inside to rest. Rong's face blossomed with a hint of crimson. Are we truly sharing a tent? Chun Long paused momentarily. What else did you expect? We only prepared one. Are you not afraid that a pack of wolves might carry you away? The thought of the wolves from earlier left Rong paling in fear, prompting her to hurriedly enter the tent. Chun Long chuckled. Besides, we are bound by a marriage contract. Sharing a tent is hardly an issue. Rong's face deepened in color as she stammered. I never agreed to marry you. Chun Long, unabashed, retorted. Such matters of marriage are dictated by parental wishes and matchmaking. Your consent is unnecessary. Frustrated, Rong felt an urge to throttle him. The tent was spacious enough to accommodate 3 or 4 people. Chun Long retrieved the fruits and snacks he had procured earlier, along with a bottle of the esteemed 1998 Romanée he had won through a previous signing-in reward. It was said that in a past life, a bottle of such fine wine could fetch a fortune. Thanks to the system's blessings, Chun Long was able to indulge in this exquisite red wine. He then produced 2 elegant goblets and deftly severed the bottle's neck with a sword. Pouring the wine into the glasses, a rich bouquet of aromas wafted forth. Under the moonlight, the wine glimmered with a pinkish hue, elevating the ambience significantly. Beautiful maiden, moonlight, and fine red wine. Rong inquired, what is this delightful concoction? Chun Long chuckled softly. Just take a sip and you shall discover. He gently swirled the wine in his glass. releasing yet more of its fragrant essence. Rong Rong took a tentative sip, savoring the wine's sumptuous flavor as it unfolded on her palate. A look of pure enjoyment spreading across her face. Before long, a blush adorned her cheeks, enhancing her beauty. Uncertainly, Chun Long felt the confines of the space grow tighter, even the act of breathing becoming slightly labored. It was not until 3 days later that they departed from the mountaintop, returning to Tiando City. Passing by a blacksmith shop, Chun Long suddenly had a brilliant idea to surprise his future father-in-law. Rong Rong, let's step inside. She responded, a blacksmith shop? Are you looking to purchase some equipment? Our sect's treasure vault holds plenty of top-tier gear. At the mention of the treasure vault, Chun Long's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had not anticipated that the 7 treasures glazed sect possessed such a treasure. He must visit it soon. A sly grin crept across his face. Now that your martial soul has evolved, perhaps it's time to update our sect's insignia. The thought made Rong Rong beam with delight. If grandfather were to learn that his martial spirit had evolved into the 9 treasure glazed tower, he would undoubtedly be elated. Chun Long stood in the smithy's hall, proclaiming loudly, summon your boss. I have a colossal order to discuss. No sooner had Chun Long's words left his lips than a young man, bare-chested, emerged from the forge. Upon seeing Chun Long, his face contorted in terror, and he instinctively recoiled. Chun Long, too, was taken aback. What a twist of fate. The lad was none other than Talon, the grandson of the Hercules who had bullied Rong Rong and whom Chun Long had previously thrashed. The Herculean clan was renowned for their forging skills. It was likely that only they would dare to establish a smithy in the bustling city of Tiando. With this thought, everything seemed to fall into place. Trembling with fear, Tano rushed back to the forge. Shortly thereafter, the 3 emerged together. Chun Long recognized the first 2, Talon and Tano, father and son. The third was an elderly man with hair as white as snow, his short hair standing erect like steel needles atop his head. He was robust in stature, with eyes that held profound depths. Standing tall, he resembled a majestic mountain, immovable and exuding an aura of authority without needing to raise his voice. Despite his advanced age, he radiated vitality. It was evident to Chun Long that this must be Titan, the patriarch of the Herculean clan. The 3 stood together, aside from their differing physiques. They appeared to have been cast from the same mold. Before Chun Long could utter a word, Titan's resonant voice boomed, young man. Are you the one who has defeated my grandson and son in front of everyone? In the face of Titan, Chun Long felt no fear. He straightened his chest, stepped forward, and declared with fervor, so what if I defeated your grandson? And if you come forth, I shall take you on too. Titan stroked his long beard, laughter erupting from his lips. Haha, a young man unafraid in the face of danger, quite intriguing. I, Titan, would never bully the weak. Chun Long muttered to himself. Weak? I believe you are the one who is weak. Titan continued, to have bested both my grandson and son speaks to your capabilities. Speak plainly of what you desire. I shall forge it personally for you. Chun Long nodded slightly, appreciating the straightforwardness. I wish to create a grand sign. Titan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. How grand? Fit for the #1 sect in the world. Oh, upon hearing Chun Long's words, Titan and his kin were momentarily stunned. The #1 sect in the world? What inscription will adorn this sign? With pride, Chun Long proclaimed, the 9 treasure glazed sect. No sooner had he spoken than Titan burst into laughter. Haha, I have only heard of the 7 treasure glazed sect, the 3rd-ranked sect on the continent. What is this 9 treasure glazed sect? Do you wish to impersonate the 7 treasure glazed sect? With a subtle movement of his brows, Chun Long remarked, we hail from the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Is there truly a need for us to resort to impersonation? Upon hearing Chun Hao's words, the smile on the face of the mighty god abruptly froze. It dawned on him that this young man was indeed from the 7 treasure glazed tile school, which explained his audacious demeanor. Nevertheless, even if you are affiliated with the 7 treasure glazed tile school, the insignia ought to represent that school, not be substituted with the 9 treasure glazed tile school. Chun Long slightly lifted his head, stating, that is of no concern to you. Simply provide your offer, and I shall have it crafted according to my specifications. The mighty god refrained from further inquiry, merely nodding in response. 100 gold soul coins. With a mere thought, 100 gold soul coins arranged themselves neatly upon the counter of the blacksmith's workshop. 100 gold soul coins, shall we count them? The mighty god remained silent, turning instead to say, Tainua, you shall personally forge this. After all, they are from the 9 treasure glazed tile school, and we must not tarnish the reputation of our clan. Tainua's eyes flashed with a hint of fury, a sense of unwillingness evident, yet he nodded slightly in acquiescence. How long will it take to complete? The mighty god pondered for a moment before responding. This is the emblem of the foremost sect in the world. Even with the combined efforts of the 3 of us, it will require at least a day. You may return tomorrow morning to collect it. Chun Long nodded in agreement. Perfect. I shall stay in Heaven Do City for the night. With that, Chun Long departed the blacksmith shop, accompanied by Rong Rong. Tainua remained rooted in place, sulking. The mighty god bellowed, what are you still doing here? Hurry up and stoke the fire. Toa muttered, I was hoping grandfather would assist me in avenging my father. The mighty god chastised him angrily. If you lack the skill, you have no right to complain. I have told you repeatedly to train diligently. Yet you only wish to play. Go stoke the fire at once. With that, the mighty god delivered a sharp kick to Tainua. As Tainua walked ahead, his heart finally settled. That was close. I nearly got dragged down by this young fool again. Chun Long and Rong Rong arrived at a hotel to freshen up. donning a new set of clean, luxurious attire. After a hearty meal, they made their way to the Heaven Do Grand Soul Arena, a place Chun Long had longed to visit. The arena was open to the public that day, teeming with crowds and filled with the roar of cheers. Upon entering the Grand Soul Arena, one could not help but feel a surge of adrenaline. On the arena floor, two soul masters were engaged in a spirited battle. Not far from the sidelines, bets were being placed, and the surrounding lights flickered with the movement of excited spectators, making it an ideal venue for young individuals to relieve their stress. However, it was a veritable mix of all sorts of characters within. Next, we have the match, Thousand-Handed Azura versus Rampaging Rhino, Tang Sect. Both Chun Long and Rong Rong displayed expressions of shock. Could it be merely a coincidence? Third brother. Rong Rong was the first to call out. There stood Tang Sect, donning a black mask, his expression icy as he remained still. Rampaging Iron strode confidently onto the arena, his tall physique bare from the waist up, showcasing his robust muscles. The contrasting physiques of the two combatants were striking. The referee then declared that Qinsho Shiluo had achieved an astonishing 12 consecutive victories, with no losses to date. The audience was left wondering if this match would yield another triumph. The formidable Quangbao Xinyo was renowned for its defensive prowess and had also secured 8 consecutive victories. It was destined to be a spectacular clash of souls. Let the martial souls be revealed, commanded the referee. With a subtle shift of thought, Tang Sect unveiled a sprig of blue silver grass in his right hand. In a tone as frigid as ice, he announced, Qinsho Shiluo, level 40 control system soul master. Martial soul, blue silver grass. Quangtia, level 39 defense system soul master. Martial soul, Quangbao Xinyo. With a fierce roar, Quangtia's form expanded dramatically, revealing the imposing silhouette of a massive rhinoceros. Blue silver grass, truly? When did this worthless martial soul gain the ability to cultivate? And at such a tender age? To already be a 4-ring soul master. Quangtia raised his head high, pride etched across his face, completely dismissing Tang Sect's blue-silver grass martial soul, even mocking its offensive capabilities. As the match commenced, the referee's command resonated through the arena. Quangtia stomped his feet, unleashing an aura of ferocity that swept across the surrounding crowd, who fervently cheered him on. Meanwhile, Tang Sect remained resolute, his expression cold and unyielding, his piercing gaze exuding a chilling bloodlust. Suddenly, Quangtia lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Tang Sect. Yet, Tang Sect remained motionless, and with a swift motion of his right hand, several strands of blue-silver grass shot forth from the ground, ensnaring Quangtia's feet. In an instant, he activated his second martial soul, Parasitic. Toxic thorns pierced Quangtia's legs, leaving him feeling numb and immobilized. With great effort, Quangtia broke free from Tang Sect's blue-silver grass. He unleashed another roar, activating his second soul skill, Quangxi Charge. However, before he could fully unleash it, a cage woven from blue-silver grass encapsulated him once more. Enraged, Quangtia strained against the blue prison, but it proved unyielding. The blue-silver grass had become unexpectedly resilient. Frustration welled within him, and with a fierce cry, he activated his first soul skill, Quangxi Possession. His muscles swelled dramatically, cloaked in the shadow of the ferocious rhinoceros. With all his might, he tore apart Tang Sect's blue cage. The very ground trembled as he prepared to launch his offensive, but suddenly, a wave of numbness washed over him, causing him to collapse to the ground. The referee proclaimed loudly, "The match is over. Qinsho Shiluo, Tang Sect, is the victor." Instantly, chaos erupted in the stands, particularly among those who had wagered on Quangtia, who were now angrily clamoring for refunds. This is supposed to be a fair match, yet it seems so poorly staged. Refund us. Refund us. The referee found himself at a loss, as the audience began to hurl objects in discontent. A battle spirit saint descended from the heavens, standing with hands clasped behind his back. With a subtle flicker of thought, a formidable aura surged outward, enveloping the surroundings. He was adorned with 7 soul rings, white, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, black. A thunderous roar erupted from his lips, challenging anyone who dared to cause trouble in the soul arena. Chapter 050. The Astonishment of the Bone Douluo. A 7-ring soul saint occupies a prestigious position in the Douluo Continent, marking him as a member of the formidable elite. While the title Douluo represents the pinnacle of strength, the soul saint undoubtedly stands as a pillar of strength. Each soul saint, when presented individually, can boast their prowess, particularly in smaller locales. For instance, the renowned Holy Spirit village on Douluo Continent earned its name due to the emergence of a soul saint within its confines. Although the soul rings of the battle spirit saint descending from the sky were less than impressive, particularly that singular white soul ring, to the eyes of ordinary people, he was an awe-inspiring figure. In an instant, silence enveloped the audience of the soul arena. "Third brother, over here." Ning Rongrong waved her hands at Tang Sect atop the arena. "Rongrong, what brings you here?" Upon spotting Ning Rongrong, Tang Sect leaped down from the soul arena. Having just secured victory, he found himself the focus of many spectators' attention. Feeling uneasy under the collective gaze, Chun Long coughed. This isn't the place for conversation. As he placed his hands on the shoulders of Ning Rongrong and Tang Sect, they vanished from the soul arena. The referee, preparing to present an award to Tang Sect, searched through the sea of spectators but could not locate the contestant known as Qinsho Shiluo. He turned to the nearby soul saint, inquiring, "Mr. Tom, have you seen the contestant Qinsho Shiluo?" The soul saint appeared equally perplexed. He was just here. How could he have vanished? As Ning Rongrong and Tang San's vision gradually cleared, they realized they had long since departed from the Grand Soul Arena. Once away, Ning Rongrong intended to converse with Tang San, but before she could utter more than a few words, Chun Long forcibly pulled her away. All right, Rongrong. There will be plenty of time for conversation, but it is getting late, and we must take our leave. Clearly, Chun Long was not inclined to allow the princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to engage in too much discourse with Tang San. As night fell, the two returned to the blacksmith's workshop. At this moment, the Titan family, 3 generations, were drenched in sweat. After a day of labor, the plaque for the 9 Treasure Glazed Tile School had finally been crafted. How about it? Your 100 gold soul coins were well spent, right? Our forging skills are unparalleled across the continent. I assure you, you will be satisfied. With a swift motion, Titan pulled away the red cloth covering the plaque, revealing the intricately carved words of the 9 Treasure Glazed Tile School to the eyes of Chun Long and Ning Rongrong. The outer circle of the plaque is crafted from ceramic wood, while the panel gleams in silver, exquisitely highlighting the characters of the GOD of Douluo. These letters radiate a spectrum of colors, presenting a different vista from varying angles. Indeed, Titan's earlier words were not mere exaggeration. This plaque is truly remarkable. I believe my esteemed father-in-law would appreciate it. What do you think, Rongrong? Upon hearing Chun Long's words, Ning Rongrong's face flushed crimson. Who is your esteemed father-in-law? We are not yet at that stage in our relationship. While speaking, Ning Rongrong's delicate hands clutched at her skirt. Observing her bashful demeanor, Chun Long could not resist teasing her. Rongrong, how forgetful you are. That was a marriage agreement set forth by your father himself. I imagine the illustrious master of the GOD of Douluo, Ning. Before Chun Long could finish his sentence, Ning Rongrong swiftly covered his mouth with her small hand. Please. No more. There are so many people here. As she spoke, this little princess casually tossed a bag of gold coins to Tainua and the others. This plaque is splendid. Consider this an additional reward. Tainua accepted the heavy bag of golden soul coins, and as he opened it, the sight nearly took his breath away. Good heavens. There are 200 gold coins in this bag. Witnessing this scene, Titan and his companion also approached. The Li family does not compare to the GOD of Douluo. Every coin is earned through hard work. Suddenly receiving such a sum of gold is truly a windfall. Noticing Ning Rongrong's evident annoyance, Chun Long smiled and said, All right. I shall cease my teasing. It is time for us to return. With that, Chun Long stowed the plaque into his inventory. Subsequently, the two made their way towards the GOD of Douluo. Watching Chun Long and Ning Rongrong depart, Tainua and his son held no further animosity towards Chun Long. Instead, they bowed deeply. You must visit us often. We can craft anything here, and the quality is undoubtedly the finest in the city. As the saying goes, money can move mountains. A mere trifling dispute can be resolved with a few hundred gold soul coins. At midnight, just as Chun Long and Ning Rongrong stepped through the gates of the GOD of Douluo, a gust of wind suddenly swept behind them. At that moment, Chun Long's lips curled into a slight smile, and the ethereal shadow of the Chinese dragon materialized. Grandpa Gu, my martial spirit is precisely capable of countering yours. A sneak attack will not be effective. As his voice echoed, the space behind Chun Long began to undulate, and a gaunt old man stepped forth from the spatial distortion. This individual was the Bone Douluo Gu Rong, a level 95 title Douluo. Alas, I have failed once more. You are indeed quite astute. Now, tell me, during this time, where has our little princess been? I trust she has not encountered any danger. As he uttered the last few words, Gu Rong's expression turned particularly grave. At this moment, Ning Rongrong eagerly ran over and embraced the Bone Douluo tightly. Grandpa Gu, we faced no danger at all. In fact, we achieved tremendous gains. My martial soul has evolved. It is now the 9 Treasure Glazed Tower. Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Gu Yong smiled and nodded. Has it truly evolved? Rongrong, what did you just say? What does your martial soul look like now? Suddenly, Gu Yong's eyes widened in astonishment. Observing his surprised expression, Ning Rongrong swiftly withdrew from his embrace. With her arms outstretched before her, a resplendent blue light illuminated the entirety of the sect's periphery. 1, 2, 5, 7, 9. It has truly transformed into 9 tiers. Rongrong, how on earth did you achieve this? The 9-tiered pagoda manifested before Gu Yong, who, despite his experience as a title Douluo, found it utterly incomprehensible. There's nothing particularly special about it. I merely absorbed the flowers given to me by Chun Long, and it transformed into this form, which I believe is called the Chilua Tulip, Ning Rongrong explained, causing 2 black lines to appear on Chun Long's forehead. Good heavens. The herb I provided her was merely a 100,000-year-old celestial grass, yet Ning Rongrong's description makes it sound as though it is a wildflower easily plucked. Meanwhile, Gu Yong, unfamiliar with the Chilua Tulip, thought to hasten Ning Rongrong to Ning Fengji for clarification. Placing his aged hands on the shoulders of both Ning Rongrong and Chun Long, Gu Yong utilized spatial powers to transport them directly to Ning Fengji's chamber. At that moment, Ning Fengji had just reclined, and the sudden appearance of the 3 startled him greatly. Uncle Gu, Rongrong, what brings you here? Ning Fengji exclaimed, sitting upright, his handsome face turning pale with shock. Fengji, rise quickly. Your little princess has become quite extraordinary. Let us hurry to the grand hall. Chun Long, summon your grandfather Jian. Such news cannot be shared without him. Chun Long nodded gently at Gu Yong's words. After he departed, Guiyong led his daughter away from the sect leader's quarters. The trio arrived at the grand hall of the Seven Treasure Glazed sect first, but Douluo had yet to arrive, which caused Guiyong considerable anxiety as he paced back and forth. Why is this old fellow taking so long? He behaves like a woman. Hurry up. Just then, the doors of the grand hall swung open, and a deep voice echoed forth. Old bone, if you dare speak another ill word against me, I shall show you why flowers are so red. As the doors opened, a silver figure darted in, the appearance of Douluo alongside Chun Long. The long-awaited individual had finally arrived, and Guiyong had no time for banter. Chun Xian, come quickly. Our little princess is now quite remarkable. He gestured towards Ning Rongrong, who understood her grandfather's intent. The blue luminescence flickered once more, and the nine-tiered pagoda reappeared. Under the full support of Ning Rongrong, the nine-tiered pagoda radiated with an even more resplendent glow, illuminating the entire grand hall of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. At this moment, the attention of Ning Fengji and Douluo was irresistibly drawn toward it. Their expressions mirrored that of Jia Rong when the nine-tiered pagoda was first constructed. Could this truly be the nine-treasure glazed pagoda? Both exclaimed in unison, as Ning Fengji hurriedly approached, clasping his daughter's hand. Rong, what on earth is happening? No one from our clan has ever broken through. The nine-treasure glazed pagoda has always been a mere legend. In response to her father's inquiry, Ning Rongrong pointed toward Chun Long beside her. Let him explain. Consequently, the gazes of Douluo and Ning Fengji converged upon Chun Long. It is quite simple. I had Rongrong refine the Chilua tulip that is over 100,000 years old, and thus it transformed into this. Upon hearing the words Chilua tulip, both titled Douluos, Gu and Gu Douluo, were enveloped in confusion, for their years of dedication to cultivation had left them oblivious to such matters. However, Ning Fengji's reaction was markedly different. As the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, his intellect ranked among the finest in the Douluo Continent. Through various texts, he had come to understand the significance of a 100,000-year-old celestial herb, especially the Chilua tulip. If Chun Long's assertion held true, the evolution of his daughter's martial soul would indeed be comprehensible. Chun Long, do you possess any more of that herb? The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is willing to pay any price for it. At Ning Fengji's words, Chun Long shook his head with a wry smile. The Chilua tulip is not easily found. However, I did manage to keep a seed from that celestial herb. Please grant me some time, and I will endeavor to provide you with the chance to evolve your martial soul as well. As he spoke, Chun Long slowly opened his palm, and a soft purple light began to shimmer within the hall. It was a seed of the Chilua tulip, already sprouting. After leaving the Eye of Ice and Fire, Chun Long had nurtured it with his soul power, thus keeping it alive. Upon witnessing this, Ning Fengji was instantly invigorated. If this seed could indeed flourish, he too might have the opportunity to transform the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda into the Nine Treasure Glazed Pagoda, representing a monumental enhancement for both himself and the entire sect. Just imagine, if the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School boasted two titled Douluos with the most formidable auxiliary martial souls, combined with Gu Douluo, the influence of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would be immensely powerful. They would be on the cusp of claiming the title of the foremost sect in the world, especially considering that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School had always been overshadowed by the Haoyan sect, and every member yearned for advancement. That would be splendid. If that is indeed the case, the distance between our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the title of the world's foremost sect would be greatly shortened. Upon hearing Chun Long's words, Ning Fengji erupted into hearty laughter. Though Chun Long merely presented a probability, it did not guarantee that Ning Rongrong could ascend to the Nine Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda as surely as she might wish. Nevertheless, for Ning Fengji, this was an extraordinary opportunity. Having lingered at the 7th ring Soul Saint level for many years, no one in the entire sect desired to take that crucial step more than he did. Even the slightest glimmer of hope compelled him to strive with all his might. The appearance of Chun Long evidently bestowed upon him this chance. In a moment of elation, Ning Fengji recalled the matter concerning Chun Long and his daughter. Subsequently, he positioned himself between the two, drawing them together with a hand each. At that instant, the palms of Chun Long and Ning Rongrong met. My dear Rongrong, Chun Long has rendered tremendous assistance to both you and our sect. Thus, the matter of your union may now be brought to the forefront, Ning Fengji declared. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong promptly withdrew her hand. Father, how old am I? Why are you in such a hurry for me to marry? Observing his daughter's reluctant demeanor, Ning Fengji spoke earnestly. My precious daughter, the institution of marriage is not strictly bound by age. Life is neither excessively long nor overly short, and it is indeed rare to encounter a worthy partner. You and Chun Long are truly well matched. I sincerely hope you can be together. As Ning Fengji's words resonated, the two titled Douluos present simultaneously raised their hands in agreement. Indeed, we both concur. Rongrong, Chun Long is exceptionally outstanding. In all my years, I have never seen such a young titled Douluo. His potential for greatness is boundless. Furthermore, this young man possesses a striking appearance, reminiscent of Chun Xian. Gu Rong remarked first, having scrutinized both Chun Long and Ning Rongrong before praising the sword Douluo's charm. The sword Douluo did not refute this, for he indeed considered himself quite handsome. During his travels across the continent in his youth, countless young women admired him, their affections spanning from the Heaven Do Empire to the Star Luo Empire. The three exchanged banter, causing Ning Rongrong's cheeks to flush a vibrant hue. You all are siding with him. I shall ignore you. With a light huff, the young lady swiftly dashed toward the door, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Following this, Chun Long let out a helpless sigh. Rong is still quite young. It is perfectly normal for her to resist such matters. Father-in-law, why not take a look at the gift I have prepared for our sect? As he spoke, a radiant glow flickered from Chun Long's palm, manifesting a resplendent plaque within the grand hall. Chapter 52, The Pope's Visit, Ning Fengji's Astonishment. The plaque, shimmering with a jewel-like brilliance, was firmly planted into the ground by Chun Long, immediately capturing the attention of Ning Fengji and the others with its 5 prominent characters. Father-in-law, from this day forth, this shall be our sect's emblem. How delightful it appears, does it not? Ning Rongrong's martial soul has undergone a magnificent evolution, heralding the emergence of a 9th ring titled Douluo within the 7-treasure glazed tile sect, a momentous milestone for the entire sect. At this moment, Ning Fengji is beaming with uncontainable joy, his foremost thought being the creation of an exquisite plaque. Meanwhile, Chun Long is thoroughly prepared. Ha ha ha, little dragon. You truly understand your uncle, he exclaims. This plaque is stunning. I adore it. Rest assured, I shall take care of Rongrong's matters. When it comes to matters of the heart, that little girl should heed her father's counsel. Ning Fengji chuckles heartily, while Chun Long finds himself somewhat speechless. From his understanding, this sect leader is undeniably a doting father, prioritizing his daughter above all else, so it would be rather peculiar for Ning Rongrong to heed his words. However, who would dare to confront their esteemed father-in-law? Chun Long is not foolish. No worries, esteemed father-in-law. Rongrong is still young, and there is no rush regarding such matters. It is getting late, so I shall return to rest, he states, releasing his 7 kills sword martial soul and attempting to soar through the air like the sword Douluo. Throughout this endeavor, his technique appears rather clumsy. Observing this, Chen Xian quickly approaches. Flying with a sword is not done like that. Let me show you. Just wait a moment. Thus, the 2 figures, one elderly and one youthful, departed from the grand hall of the 7-treasure glazed tile sect. Watching their retreating silhouettes, Ning Fengji's countenance radiates joy. Just moments ago, Chun Long had called him father-in-law, bringing immense pleasure to this sect leader. At that moment, Gu Rong approached and patted Ning Fengji on the shoulder, saying, "Ha, Rongrong's martial soul has ascended, and our golden son-in-law has returned. The 7-treasure glazed tile sect will undoubtedly grow stronger, surpassing the spirit hall in due time." Hearing Gu Rong's words, Ning Fengji nodded lightly. Indeed, things are truly improving. Uncle Gu, I kindly ask you to deliver the news of the establishment of the 9-treasure glazed tile sect. We have long been suppressed by the spirit hall and the Haoyan sect, and now it is time to exhale. Upon hearing this, Gu Rong chuckled. Indeed, I shall attend to it immediately. With that, Gu Rong vanished into thin air, living up to his reputation as the most enigmatic title Douluo. 3 days later, the plaque presented by Chun Long to Ning Fengji was hung at the entrance of the 7-treasure glazed tile sect. Or rather, now it is the 9-treasure glazed tile sect. The entire sect rejoiced, celebrating with fireworks and firecrackers that soared into the sky, creating a revelry surpassing even that of the new year. During this time, the venerable elder Gu Rong served as a messenger, diligently delivering invitations to the leaders of various factions over the course of 3 days, including the Tiando Empire and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, among others. Every notable force, except for the Spirit Hall, received the notification. As the sky gradually darkened, the inaugural ceremony commenced. Boom, boom, boom. Various fireworks shot into the heavens, instantly transforming the sky above the 7-treasure glazed tile school into a vibrant spectacle, while the grand structures within the sect shimmered with a lustrous brilliance. At this moment, guests from various factions arrived as scheduled to partake in this grand banquet. Outside the mountain gate, Ning Fengji, accompanied by Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, stood vigil, welcoming each guest into the sect. From a distance, Chun Long and Zhao Yun observed many prominent figures from the continent. Suddenly, a dragon's roar echoed through the sky. In the next instant, a majestic blue dragon descended, revealing a middle-aged man clad in dragon-patterned armor at the entrance of the 9-treasure glazed tile school. Ning Sectmaster, have I arrived too late? Upon speaking, a formidable aura erupted from him. Compared to Tang Hao's overwhelming presence, this man appeared equally valiant, yet possessed an air of refined elegance. More importantly, he bore a striking resemblance to the master of Shrek Academy. This individual was none other than Yu Yuanzhen, the master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, a title Douluo of the formidable 95th rank. Not late at all. You are indeed the first to arrive. Ning Fengji replied courteously, ensuring to extend a warm welcome to the esteemed sect master. He then approached with the 2 elder protectors to greet him. The 3 old fellows exchanged pleasantries, and soon, the elder dragon was invited inside. As he passed through the entrance, his deep-set eyes deliberately scrutinized Chun Long for a moment. Chun Long, however, remained unfazed, continuing his conversation with Zhao Yun. The 3 engaged in light-hearted banter about the beautiful maidens from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, enlivening the atmosphere. Just then, a familiar voice resonated through the air. Congratulations, Sect Master Ning. I have arrived a bit late. At this, Chun Long's body trembled slightly, and he quickly turned to Zhao Yun, saying, Zhao Yun, please hold my place here for a moment. I just remembered something I must attend to and need to leave swiftly. With that, he prepared to dash inside. Unfortunately, before he could take a step, Bibi Dong's voice rang out once more from behind him. Dragon God, where do you think you're going? After such a long absence, you don't wish to greet me? Do I appear so unwelcoming? As her words fell, Bibi Dong had already approached Chun Long from behind, her melodious voice tinged with a hint of reproach. Ah, Donger, what are you saying? With your beauty, how could you not be welcomed? I merely didn't expect you, as the pontiff, to find time to come here. Please, do come in. Throughout their exchange, Chun Long dared not meet Bibi Dong's stunning visage. Having escaped from the encirclement of the spirit hall, he felt, in their eyes, he was somewhat of a traitor. Chun Long was genuinely astonished that Bibi Dong had come in person to pay her respects. This unexpected visit created an awkward atmosphere. Meanwhile, Douluo and GOD of Douluo, upon seeing Bibi Dong's arrival, felt their pupils constrict sharply. Just as they were about to take action, they were halted by Ningfengji, who stood beside them. Swordmaster, I perceive no hostility from the Pope. We must not act first. Hearing Ningfengji's words, Douluo took a step back, yet his hand remained clenched, prepared for a confrontation with Bibi Dong at a moment's notice. Observing this, Bibi Dong turned her gaze toward Ningfengji. Lord Ning, you need not be anxious. I have come solely to pay my respects to your sect, with no ulterior motives. This is a gift I have prepared for your esteemed sect. As she spoke, a radiant light appeared in her palm, and a delicate box was tossed into Ningfengji's hands. Is this a soul bone of 50,000 years? Chapter 053, His Highness the Crown Prince. A visit from the Tiando Empire. To casually produce a soul bone of such antiquity, particularly a mental-type head soul bone, is a feat that only the Spirit Hall can claim throughout the entirety of Douluo Continent. Even the 7-treasure glazed tile school cannot boast such a treasure. For even in their vault, one would be hard-pressed to find a 50,000-year wisdom-type soul bone. As Ningfengji held the box, which radiated a pearlescent glow, he felt the weight of its significance. Your Holiness, what is the meaning of this? Ningfengji was thoroughly perplexed by Bibi Dong's actions. The Spirit Hall and the 7-treasure glazed tile school were not merely rivals, they were nearly mortal enemies. Why would this esteemed Pope suddenly present such a valuable soul bone? Upon hearing Ningfengji's inquiry, a beautiful smile graced Bibi Dong's face as she glanced at Chun Long. It is merely a congratulatory gift for visiting your sect. Lord Ning, you must understand that it is the angel lineage that harbors enmity toward you, not I, Bibi Dong. At that instant, Bibi Dong transformed into a shadow, and before Douluo and GOD of Douluo could react, she had already appeared before Ningfengji. Indeed, Bibi Dong was renowned as the most formidable woman in Douluo Continent, her speed astonishing. With that, Bibi Dong waved her hand at Ningfengji and then turned to Chun Long, saying, well, I have delivered the congratulatory gift. The Pope has matters to attend to, so I shall not linger. With a flash, Bibi Dong vanished into thin air, eluding even Gu Rome, who wielded the power of space, leaving no trace of her departure. After the esteemed Pope's exit, Ningfengji approached Chun Long with a wry smile. It seems that even after your departure from the Spirit Hall, the Pope holds you in high regard. This soul bone must be a special gift for you. As he spoke, Ningfengji handed the radiant box to Chun Long. Upon seeing the wisdom-type soul bone inside, Chun Long promptly pushed it back. Esteemed father-in-law, rest assured that I am now Rome's betrothed. This soul bone is rightfully mine, and as she is to be my future wife, she naturally possesses the right to enjoy it. Please keep it for her. From this moment forth, what is mine is hers, and there is no need for such clear distinctions. Furthermore, I shall always remain a member of the GOD of Douluo, and this will never change. Not to mention a mere soul bone. Should the Pope marry me, this fact would remain unaltered. Upon hearing such bold declarations from Chun Long, Ningfengji and the others were genuinely astonished. The notion of the Pope marrying him seemed audacious. Perhaps only this young man would dare utter such words. Had anyone else said it, they would have found themselves in grave peril. Returning to the matter at hand, Ningfengji felt a sense of relief upon hearing Chun Long's stance. At that moment, a procession of carriages slowly arrived at the gates of the GOD of Douluo. 6 white horses pulled a carriage, surrounded by 2 golden armored guards. The Tiando imperial family had come to pay their respects to the GOD of Douluo. With a commanding shout, the attention of Chun Long and his companions was drawn towards the spectacle. The Tiando imperial family had finally arrived. Compared to other factions, the royals were known for their grandiosity, with several carriages accompanying them. As they gazed in that direction, Chun Long suddenly sensed a familiar aura, one that seemed to emanate a foul stench. In that moment, an image of an elderly man with white hair, clad in green, appeared in his mind. As it is said, those who hold someone in their thoughts shall hear their echoes. Just as that figure materialized, the voice of Douluo resonated. Ha ha ha, brother Chun Long. I knew I would find you here. This trip has proven worthwhile. A dark green figure emerged from the carriage, and Douluo approached Chun Long, embracing him warmly. On the other side, Gu Rong noticed the changes in Douluo and felt a sense of astonishment. Isn't he deeply poisoned? How has his strength increased so remarkably? The last time they met, Douluo was at a mere level 92, and rather low on the scale. Yet, in just a few days, his strength had risen to 94, with an apparent inclination towards crossing the threshold of 95. If all goes well, it wouldn't be long before this once weakest of the Spirit Douluo reached level 95. As someone who had journeyed alongside them, Gu Rong found Douluo's rapid advancement quite incredible. However, witnessing the close bond between this Spirit Douluo and Chun Long alleviated most of his lingering doubts. Oh, It's no wonder. With this fellow, anything is possible. While Chun Long and Douluo Bo exchanged pleasantries, the ruler of the Tiando Empire, Emperor Shuya, gradually descended from the carriage. The great emperor exuded an air of elegance, truly embodying the essence of a lion-hearted sovereign. Upon beholding the true form of the snowy night emperor, Chun Long was instantaneously struck by the realization that the depictions in anime and manga paled in comparison. This emperor possessed an undeniable regal aura that transcended mere words. As he descended, Chun Long noticed a young man with white hair steadfastly standing by his side, clad in resplendent attire. The youth bore a striking resemblance to the snowy night emperor. Upon recognizing him, Chun Long's gaze lingered on the handsome visage for a brief moment. Simultaneously, the young man became aware of Chun Long's presence. Their eyes met, and he promptly lowered his head, no longer daring to cast a glance in Chun Long's direction. "So it is you," Chun Long murmured, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. At that moment, he had discerned the young man's true identity. "Welcome, snowy night emperor. You must be His Highness the Crown Prince. Truly, a remarkable figure, as the rumors suggest." With the foremost personage of the Tiando Empire in attendance, Ning Fengji, as the leader of the Nine-Treasure Glazed Tile School, could not afford to be remiss. He promptly led the Sword Douluo and his companion to stand before the snowy night emperor. "Haha, esteemed sect master Ning, you flatter me," the emperor replied. "Qinghe, do not hesitate to greet your uncle Ning. He is a man of vast knowledge. In the days to come, you must seize the opportunity to learn from him." Upon hearing his father's words, the crown prince, Shui Qinghe, hurriedly approached Ning Fengji to pay his respects. "I, the junior Shui Qinghe, pay my respects to sect master Ning." In his words, the crown prince displayed no airs of superiority, and his humble demeanor greatly impressed Ning Fengji. "Ha ha ha, your highness need not be so modest. Now that the snowy night emperor has arrived, it is time for the feast we have prepared for all. Gushu, please give the order. The ceremony for the establishment of the Nine-Treasure Glazed Tile School shall commence." Upon hearing Ning Fengji's command, Gurong swiftly vanished using spatial power. In that moment, all the lights within the Nine-Treasure Glazed Tile School illuminated, casting a magnificent glow across the sky. Indeed, the wealthiest sect in the world exuded an extraordinary grace. Chapter 054. Shui Qinghe, still Qianren as the banquet officially commenced, the royal guards secured the emperor's carriage, and the party, under Ning Fengji's invitation, made their way into the Nine-Treasure Glazed Tile School. At this juncture, Chun Long, accompanied by Zhao Yun and others, positioned themselves before the snowy night emperor and his entourage. Sensing the extraordinary presence of the group, the royal guards drew their swords, resolutely standing between the snowy night emperor and crown prince Shui Qinghe. "Who are you to dare obstruct the snowy night emperor?" Upon witnessing this, Ning Fengji hurriedly approached to clarify. "Please lower your weapons. These are all members of the Nine-Treasure Glazed Tile School. Your Majesty, allow me to introduce you. This is..." Before Ning Fengji could finish his sentence, the snowy night emperor directly called out Chun Long's title. "Oh, the emperor of the snowy night possesses truly discerning eyes. How is it that you recognized me, despite our never having met before?" Upon hearing the words of the dust dragon, the emperor made a gesture to his accompanying guard and stepped forward. Throughout this exchange, the crown prince, Snow Qinghe, maintained his gaze downward. "Haha, your majesty the dragon god exaggerates. If I lacked such discernment, how could the Heaven Do Empire endure?" He replied. "Pray tell, how many would dare obstruct the royal carriage of the Heaven Do imperial family? Even the esteemed Sword Douluo of your noble lineage would likely not venture to do so." The voice of the emperor was deep, and his words stirred a modicum of admiration in Dust Dragon's heart. "This explanation is plausible. My earlier actions were indeed rash, and I meant no offense to the imperial presence. My intent was merely to engage the crown prince in private conversation, if it pleases the emperor." Upon hearing this, a flicker of light illuminated the murky depths of the emperor's eyes, and the joy swelling within him was beyond description. His visit to the Nine-Treasure Glazed Tile School was ostensibly for a courtesy call, yet in truth, he sought a mentor for the crown prince. Ning Fengji, with his extensive knowledge and talents, was indeed a commendable choice, especially given the current prominence of the Nine-Treasure Glazed Tile School. However, to compare Ning Fengji with the former head of the Spirit Hall's 9 elders, the dragon god Douluo, would be rather like comparing a small fish to a great whale. How fortunate that this esteemed individual has taken an interest in his son. The emperor would never refuse such an opportunity. "Haha, splendid. It is rare for your majesty to hold Qinghe in such regard. Qinghe, do not hesitate to come forth and pay your respects to his majesty the dragon god." The emperor's voice resonated, yet there was no immediate response from Snow Qinghe. To everyone's surprise, the typically poised crown prince remained hidden behind the royal guards. After calling out several times without reply, the emperor's expression shifted slightly. "Guards, kindly escort the crown prince forward." As the command was given, the royal guards parted to reveal Snow Qinghe before Dust Dragon. "Snow Qinghe, I pay my respects to his majesty the dragon god." Observing the crown prince's somewhat awkward demeanor, Dust Dragon made a gesture as though to grasp the air, causing Snow Qinghe to float uncontrollably forward. In the next moment, both figures vanished, leaving behind Dust Dragon's voice echoing. "Zhao Yun, please attend to the emperor of the snowy night. I wish to converse privately with the crown prince." In the exclusive chamber prepared by the sect, Snow Qinghe was placed upon the bed. At that moment, his face was flushed with embarrassment. "How audacious! I am the crown prince of the Heaven Do Empire. Is this how the nine-treasure glazed tile school treats its guests? I find this environment displeasing. I wish to leave. Rising, Snow Chingha made his way toward the exit. Nearby, Dust Dragon sat leisurely at a table, sipping tea without a care. Observing the Crown Prince's intent to depart, he slowly raised his hand and pointed toward the bed, unleashing a vast wave of soul power that enveloped the entire room. In an instant, Shui Qinghe felt an overwhelming weight descend upon him, akin to the pressure of Mount Tai. He struggled valiantly against it. As two pearlescent wings suddenly materialized behind him, the swan martial soul of the Tiando royal family. The three soul rings, adorned in shades of white and yellow, shimmered quietly. Yet the configuration was rather lackluster. What do you intend to do? I am the prince. Should I perish here? My father would undoubtedly unleash the iron cavalry of the Tiando Empire upon the nine-treasure, glazed tile school. In response to Shui Qinghe's threat, Chun Long laughed heartily. Ha! Using an army to obliterate the nine-treasure glazed tile school is indeed an intriguing notion. However, I neglected to mention to His Highness that my actions represent only myself, not my sect. Alternatively, should I reveal your true identity, the forces of the Tiando Empire would no longer be at your disposal. As he spoke, Chun Long continued to apply pressure with his finger. The martial soul behind Shui Qinghe began to transform visibly, along with the soul rings that accompanied it. Yellow and purple rings appeared at Shui Qinghe's feet, and his wings instantly evolved into two pairs. In that moment, his martial soul transcended from that of a swan to the inherited martial soul of the Spirit Hall, the six-winged angel, a being whose innate soul power could reach level 20. Looking across the entirety of Douluo Continent, it seemed that only one individual possessed a six-winged angel with merely 4 soul rings. Chun Long approached Shui Qinghe, observing his remarkably handsome visage, and gently inquired, "Little Shui, given the circumstances, do you still intend to maintain your facade?" As he spoke, Chun Long withdrew the pressure he had exerted on Shui Qinghe. Following this, Shui Qinghe gasped for breath, and once he regained his composure, he forcefully shoved Chun Long. "Scoundrel. You realized it long ago, and still made me endure so much hardship." His fist struck Chun Long's chest, yet the latter bore no sign of displeasure. Rather, he felt a peculiar joy. At that moment, the facade on Shui Qinghe's face began to fade, revealing long, golden hair cascading over his shoulders, and an exquisite visage that would be unforgettable to anyone who beheld it. Across the entire Douluo continent, such beauty was possessed only by the current saintess of the Spirit Hall, Qian Deliu's granddaughter, Qian Renxue. "Little Shui, your previous statement is erroneous. When did I become a scoundrel?" Upon hearing Chun Long's words, Qian Renxue pouted. "Humph, aren't you already betrothed to the princess of the seven-treasure, glazed tile school? Why do you remain so close to me? Is this not the mark of a scoundrel?" Contemplating her words, Chun Long pondered the matter carefully. Yet, upon remembering that Douluo Continent was not of the modern era, his fleeting sense of guilt vanished. A mischievous smile crept onto his face as he swiftly encircled Qian Renxue's slim waist from behind. "Little Shui, it appears there are no regulations in Douluo Continent stipulating that a man may only love one woman. Ning Rongrong's situation was dictated by her parents and arranged by a matchmaker, while our relationship can be considered a product of free love. These two circumstances are not in conflict, so there is no need for you to feel guilty." As she uttered the phrase free love, Qian Renxue found herself utterly perplexed. The meaning of this term eluded her comprehension. However, she could discern that Chun Long was attempting to have his cake and eat it too. Let him indulge in his lofty aspirations. With her 4th soul skill, Celestial Featherblade, the next moment saw the 4th soul ring beneath her feet glow subtly. Chapter 055. A provocation at the door, the intoxicated old dragon. Golden light cascaded down upon Chun Long's head, and Qian Renxue's 4th soul skill indeed possessed considerable potency. In response, Chun Long stood firm, neither dodging nor retreating. Compared to its initial usage, this technique was now executed with remarkable proficiency, and the surge of soul power it unleashed was significantly stronger than before. "Xiaoxue, your progress is truly impressive. You must be nearing level 48 now. It won't be long before you acquire your 5th soul ring. To challenge a limit Douluo with a 4th soul skill, even a 6-winged angel martial spirit would find it impossible." As the smoke cleared, Chun Long maintained his grip on Qian Renxue's waist without the slightest alteration. "Let go of me, stop holding on." Her delicate fists pounded against his chest incessantly, and the fragrance of Qian Renxue enveloped him, making it difficult for Chun Long to release such a captivating beauty. He yearned to further immerse himself in her enchanting aroma when suddenly, a resounding noise erupted at his doorstep. "Dragon God Douluo, I, Yu Engine, challenge you. Do you dare to respond?" Upon hearing the name Yu Engine, Qian Renxue tensed immediately in Chun Long's embrace. "Patriarch of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, quickly release me. My identity must not be revealed," she urged. Chun Long felt a surge of annoyance at this unexpected intruder. He understood the gravity of the situation Qian Renxue was facing. Her disguise was of utmost importance, and if their ruse were to be exposed, her life would be in jeopardy. He vowed to protect her and conceal her identity. "Stay here, do not worry. With me around, no one will discover your true identity." With that, Chun Long soared out of the room. At that moment, Yu Engine stood at the entrance, clutching a large wine jug, appearing thoroughly inebriated. "Old dragon, His Highness the Crown Prince is with me. Your shouting outside could frighten him. Can you bear the responsibility for that?" Chun Long invoked the Crown Prince, yet Yu Engine remained unfazed. "What is the Crown Prince to me? I, Yu Engine, have never bowed to anyone in my life. Enough talk. I am here to challenge you to a fight. With his third soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw, the power of lightning swirled around Yu Engine, and a massive claw, formed from thunder, lunged toward Chun Long. This blue lightning tyrant dragon sect patriarch was indeed a straightforward individual. When it came to fighting, he wasted no time. Chun Long held a certain admiration for such forthrightness. With his first soul skill, Divine Dragon's tail sweep, he prepared to counter. The ethereal shadow of the Huaxia Divine Dragon materialized behind the Dust Dragon, its tail, resembling a steel whip, lashed out towards the Thunder Dragon's claw. A thunderous roar erupted as the Thunder Dragon's claw shattered into countless fragments. The force generated by the tail, sending Yu Engine reeling back several meters. A surge of tumult rose in his chest, and blood surged into his throat. Yet Yu Engine resolutely suppressed it. As expected of the dragon god Douluo, he was indeed extraordinary. With his seventh soul skill, the true body of the martial spirit, the power of thunder surged skyward as Yu Engine underwent a complete transformation into a colossal blue dragon. In this moment, the master of the blue lightning tyrant dragon sect was prepared to unleash his true capabilities. With the ninth soul skill, the descent of the thunder god, dark clouds swirled in the sky, drawing forth all the lightning power over the nine treasure glazed tile sect. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Yun and his companions, who were responsible for hosting at the banquet, exchanged glances before simultaneously exclaiming, "We are under attack." In an instant, the three figures transformed into streaks of light, darting towards the back mountain of the nine treasure glazed tile sect. Meanwhile, the sword Douluo Chen Xin was equally tense. With his third soul skill, sword intent as swift as the wind, he too raced towards Zhao Yun's direction. Furthermore, the Snow Knight Emperor felt a sense of unease creeping into his heart. At the back mountain, the lightning power in the sky was drawn into Yu Engine's body. At this moment, the aura emanating from him had surpassed level 95, subtly approaching the threshold of level 96. This sight reminded the Dust Dragon of a line from the original text. Yu Engine fought against multiple elders of the Spirit Hall alone, ultimately taking the ninth elder with him in his final struggle. Such a domineering figure was indeed admirable. Yet, before the Dust Dragon, even the youngest titled Douluo, Tang Hao, could not stir substantial waves. How could a mere blue lightning tyrant dragon be his adversary? This inebriated dragon had disturbed his tranquility, and the pent-up frustration within the Dust Dragon needed to be released. An impressive ninth soul skill, yet it was still insufficient. It was time to conclude this encounter. With a commanding shout, he invoked his seventh soul skill, the Divine Dragon True Body. The Divine Dragon's shadow behind him gradually solidified, unleashing the overwhelming pressure of a Dragon Clan sovereign. The Huaxia Divine Dragon, the apex of the dragon lineage, rendered the might of the blue lightning tyrant dragon utterly trivial, akin to the difference between a firefly and the bright moon. In an instant, a tidal wave of pressure bore down upon Yu Engine, rendering him immobile, and the true form of the blue lightning tyrant dragon disintegrated at that moment. At this juncture, the old sect master could only regard the Dust Dragon with one thought: invincible. After resisting for a while, the notion of defeat loomed larger in Yu Engine's mind, causing his aura to dissipate. "All right, I shall cease my attacks, if that is what you wish." Upon hearing Yu Engine's response, a frigid smile graced the Dust Dragon's face. "Enough of this. It simply cannot continue. Just now, you thwarted my plans. Let this serve as a lesson for you." First soul skill, Divine Dragon's tail sweep. In the state of his martial spirit's true form, Chun Long unleashed his initial soul skill. Its power had increased by more than a mere fold, as his colossal tail swept towards Yu Engine. This time, the distance he retreated was not merely a matter of dozens of meters. His body crashed incessantly against the various edifices of the nine treasure glazed tile sect, soaring a full kilometer before finally coming to a halt. After completing this act, Chun Long brushed off the dust from his attire and let out a soft sigh. Yes, this lesson should suffice. No sooner had his words fallen than three figures appeared beside him. "How are you? Are you all right?" The arrivals were naturally Zhao Yun and his companions, the first to arrive on the scene. In response to their inquiries, Chun Long slowly shook his head. "I encountered a minor inconvenience, but it's all resolved now. Merely a tipsy little blue dragon." Jian Douluo arrived shortly thereafter, and as he landed, he happened to catch Chun Long's assessment of the current leader of the blue lightning tyrant dragon sect. A little blue dragon? Goodness. When did the world's most formidable beast martial spirit sound so trivial? Such words would not even be uttered by Jian Douluo, yet when Chun Long expressed this sentiment, everything seemed perfectly reasonable, for his martial spirit was none other than the supreme divine dragon of the Dragon Clan. Subsequently, Jian Douluo swiftly approached Chun Long, his concern for his grandson evident as he scrutinized him repeatedly before finally feeling reassured. Afterward, his gaze drifted to the distant mountains, where a flicker of blue light shimmered faintly. Chapter 056, Hidden Rewards, Hero Fragments. Wow. On the distant mountains, Yu Engine spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His hair disheveled, devoid of the elegance he once possessed, the leader of the blue lightning tyrant dragon sect appeared to have aged a decade in an instant. The dragon god Douluo indeed lived up to his reputation. In the back mountains of the nine treasure glazed tile sect, following the earlier thunderous sound, the guests at the banquet gathered around. The space before Chun Long began to writhe as Bone Douluo arrived, accompanied by Ning Fengji, standing before him. "Little dragon, what just transpired?" In response to Ning Fengji's inquiry, before Chun Long could speak, Jian Douluo interjected, "Ha, little Ji, my grandson just fought a splendid battle. He sent that arrogant old dragon flying. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect has truly suffered a great loss." In front of so many witnesses, Chen Xian wished to maintain his composure, yet witnessing his grandson's excellence and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect setback was simply too much to bear. Upon learning the details of the events, Ning Fengji gently patted Chun Long's shoulder. "Little dragon, although you have committed no wrongdoing, we are closely intertwined with the three sects and must exercise discretion in our actions, lest we make enemies everywhere. The Nine-Treasure Glazed Tile sect has only just been established, and while Yu Yuanjin's provocation was met with resistance, it nevertheless undermined the reputation of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. Nonetheless, it must be understood that moderation is key, and Ning Fengji would surely grasp this principle. Yet, he did not anticipate that the subsequent words of Chun Long would so profoundly challenge his worldview. "My esteemed father-in-law, you are overthinking it. Our Nine-Treasure Glazed Tile sect boasts 6 titled Douluo. With support, our combat power could potentially double. As for the Haotian sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, they shall merely be our vassals. Should they voice any dissent, we shall eradicate them." As Chun Long uttered these final words, his expression remained entirely impassive, as though discussing a trivial matter. At that moment, Ning Fengji was taken aback, secretly relieved that Chun Long was the grandson of the Sword Douluo, ensuring his allegiance to the Nine-Treasure Glazed Tile sect. "My dear father-in-law, your countenance appears somewhat troubled. Have I spoken out of turn?" Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji slowly shook his head. "I am well, merely overwhelmed with joy. However, while I harbor no concerns regarding the other major sects, the Spirit Hall possesses a multitude of powerful beings, and we may not be able to contend with them." Ning Fengji's words held truth, compared to the Haotian sect, which had lost the protection of a top-tier powerhouse like Tang Chun, and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, which had only one title Douluo. The Spirit Hall was indeed a formidable entity. Qian Daolu was a renowned limit Douluo, and Bibi Dong's strength was not to be underestimated, with countless elders at her command. Chun Long acknowledged this reality but felt it imperative to instill confidence in his father-in-law regarding the newly founded Nine-Treasure Glazed Tile sect. "Rest assured, my esteemed father-in-law, our sect shall only grow in strength. As for safety concerns, you need not fret. With my prowess, even Qian Daolu would face no respite." A cough resonated from behind just as Chun Long finished speaking. Qian Renshua, having completed her disguise, emerged from the room. Upon hearing Chun Long's intention to confront her grandfather, a chill filled her eyes. At that moment, the voice of the Snow Knight Emperor echoed, "Qinghe, are you unharmed? I have arrived late." Upon learning of the situation, the Snow Knight Emperor hastened to the scene, flanked by the royal guard. "I am well, father." Fortunately, the dragon god intervened. Hearing his son's words, the Snow Knight Emperor immediately bowed to Chun Long. "Your Highness, you have saved Qinghe's life. From this day forth, you shall be a distinguished guest of the Tiando Empire. If it pleases you, I wish to appoint you as the Crown Prince's mentor." In his words, the Snow Knight Emperor rendered the highest form of respect to Chun Long. Not far away, upon hearing this, Shui Qinghe felt a surge of anxiety. "Your Majesty, I do not wish to become a disciple of the Dragon God. I desire to be taught by Master Ning. Did we not agree upon this previously?" Shui Qinghe expressed his reluctance, leaving the Snow Knight Emperor momentarily bewildered. Having watched Shui Qinghe grow, he always regarded him as astute, perceptive of the larger picture, adept at seizing opportunities. "What has caused this sudden change? Qinghe, please step aside," he instructed. Then, turning to Master Ning with a warm smile, he inquired, "Ah, Master Ning, what say you regarding Qinghe's wish to take you as his teacher?" Throughout this exchange, the Emperor's gaze remained fixed upon Chun Long, and Master Ning was well aware of the Emperor's intentions. "Your Majesty, to speak candidly, the Jiubao Liuli sect has only just been established, and there are numerous responsibilities that require my attention as its leader. Thus, I find myself quite overwhelmed. I believe young Long would be more suitable as a mentor." Upon hearing this, Chun Long silently commended his father-in-law. Now, he was curious to see how Qian Renshua would respond to this turn of events. "Ha, splendid. Qinghe, come forth and pay your respects to your teacher." The two exchanged knowing smiles as the Snow Knight Emperor beckoned Shui Qinghe. Despite her deep-seated displeasure, Qian Renshua knew she had to comply to protect her identity. "Humph. To have to acknowledge you, this scoundrel, as my teacher is truly infuriating. Disciple Shui Qinghe, I greet my teacher. According to the customs of the Tiando Empire, a princess teacher is entitled to the right of kneeling and bowing. Thus, Chun Long merely needed to sit back and await Shui Qinghe's bow of respect. Ding. The ceremony is complete. Congratulations, host, on becoming a prince's teacher. The hidden task has been accomplished, and you have received one strong summoning card. Would you like to use it now? Yes. Ding. Congratulations on receiving Xiangyu Fragment X2. Collecting 10 fragments allows for the summoning of Xiangyu. The bravery of the Feathered One is unparalleled throughout the ages. Chun Long held immense admiration for the Overlord. Upon receiving the summoning card, he expected to summon a being of immense power, akin to a limit Douluo, yet he was met with mere fragments instead. Why must it be fragments? This is due to the overwhelming strength of the Western Chu Overlord. Should the host summon him immediately, it would inevitably disrupt the balance of the Douluo continent. Please understand. This reasoning resonated with Chun Long, leading him to cease his argument with the system. As the Jiobao Liuli sect's gathering concluded, Master Ning bid farewell to the various guests. As they departed, the members of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect appeared as wilted as frostbitten eggplants, having lost their previous arrogance. From this day forth, the name of the Jiobao Liuli sect would echo throughout the entire Douluo Continent, a title rightfully earned as the foremost sect in the land. In a blacksmith shop in Gongxin City, a strikingly handsome young man with a somewhat delicate demeanor and blue hair tirelessly wielded his hammer. Beneath his feet, 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 2 black soul rings gleamed quietly. Chun Long, it was you who killed Xiao Wu. I shall make you pay dearly for your blood debt. Chaotic wind hammer technique. The iron plate upon the platform was hammered repeatedly, a total of 81 times, ultimately transforming into a long needle that emitted a dim crimson glow. Chapter 057. The Supreme Sect of the World, the King of Hell's Edict, an invitation from the God of Death. Even a titled Douluo must meet their demise. Tang Sect held the King of Hell's Edict in his hands, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. At this moment, he had comprehended the martial art left by Chun Long, albeit at a considerable cost. However, for the sake of vengeance, all of this was worth it. Tang Sect had ascended from a level 43 Spirit Master to a level 58 Spirit King, and he had also completed the awakening of the Blue Silver Emperor. With the breakthrough to Spirit Emperor now within reach, Chun Long, just wait for me. Half a month passed, and the news of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect's name change had spread across the continent. Within the Haotian sect, a towering man stood beside a stone table, surrounded by 5 figures. The man, exuding a formidable presence, was none other than the sect master, Xiao Tian Doa Tang Xiao, a formidable title Douluo of level 96. He had once fought against Jian Douluo Chen Xian during a sect competition, with no victor emerging from their clash. Master, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect is being excessively arrogant. Our Haotian sect has merely retreated from the world, not ceased to exist. The title of the Supreme Sect should not belong to them. Indeed, what the old 7 said is correct. They are merely a group of support-type spirit masters. Even if their sect possesses some wealth, they are not to be feared. Master, how about we take a few of us and teach them a lesson with our Haotian hammer? The elders of the Haotian sect spoke in unison, while only the elder seated at the head maintained his silence. All right, everyone quiet down. This matter shall be decided by the sect master. The speaker was the second elder. Tang Xiao nodded in acknowledgement and spoke solemnly. Elders, please remain calm. The Haotian sect has closed its gates for many years. Those empty titles have long lost their significance. I can understand the frustration among you. However, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect has undergone a significant transformation. Their guardian elders now include not just Jiangu, but also the dragon god Douluo, who once caused a stir at the Spirit Hall. Even Haotian's own brother from back then cannot compare. This matter requires careful consideration. Now is not the time. As he spoke, Tang Xiao instinctively tightened his grip on the iron ball in his hand. Within the heavenly Dao Imperial City, Chun Long walked alongside Zhao Yun through the streets. As they passed, many gazes fell upon the valiant general clad in dragon-patterned armor and wielding a bright silver spear. While no one noticed Chun Long, he was entirely indifferent to this lack of attention, as he had no desire for everyone to know he was the dragon god Douluo, lest he become the target of keyboard warriors. The two hurriedly navigated through the crowd and soon arrived at the entrance of the Tiando Palace. Entry forbidden. Please present your tokens. At the palace gates, golden armored guards crossed their long spears, effectively blocking Chun Long and Zhao Yun's passage. Upon witnessing the scene, Zhao Yun retrieved the silver spear from his back, poised to take action, only to be halted by Chun Long beside him. Zhao Yun, we are within the confines of the Tiando Imperial Palace. Decorum must be observed. Please, allow me a moment to present my token. As he spoke, Chun Long rummaged through his soul tool, yet after a considerable time, he failed to produce anything. Alas, I seem to have forgotten it. Would facial recognition suffice? After all, I am your crown prince's mentor. This palace is as much my home. He slapped his forehead, recalling that he had carelessly tossed the token aside the night before. Impudent wretch, who dares to cause a ruckus in the Tiando Imperial Palace? Suddenly, a resonant voice reverberated from behind Chun Long. In the next moment, a chariot, drawn by 2 majestic lion-tiger beasts, rolled up to the palace entrance. The guards at the palace gate immediately knelt in reverence, exclaiming, "We welcome Marshal Lionheart back to the capital." The synchronized display of the palace guards attested to the high status of the chariot's owner. Nevertheless, Chun Long remained unconvinced that this individual could surpass his own rank as the crown prince's mentor. Pray tell, who are you to command such an entourage, earning the guards' respect? Chun Long's voice echoed, just as the chariot door swung open. A middle-aged man clad in armor descended with measured steps. A deep scar marred his left eye, and a blood axe, exuding a pungent scent of blood, was slung across his back. The Grand General of the Northern Front, commander of the 16th and 17th Legion, Marshal Lionheart. Enough with the lengthy titles. I have no time for your prattle. The iron-blooded general was interrupted mid-sentence by Chun Long, known as Quang Tai. The marshal had a storied history of battlefield valor and a notorious temper. Anyone daring to address him so would not escape unscathed. It was well understood that even the snowy night emperor and the crown prince would show him some deference. "You seek death," boy, Quang Tai growled, reaching for his battle axe when 2 figures shot forth from the chariot. In an instant, their soul rings of varied colors shimmered behind them. Each bore a configuration of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black rings, 7 ringed soul saints. Faced with such an aggressive display, Chun Long remained motionless, casting a knowing glance at Zhao Yun. Begone! The dragon-daring bright silver spear materialized, its overwhelming aura cascading towards the two assailants. Those present, including Quang Tai, felt an immense pressure envelop them. With 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black rings, a total of 9 soul rings was revealed. Title Douluo, may I inquire your identity? I have never heard of one such as you in the Tiando Empire. The 2 soul saints collapsed to the ground, clearly at a disadvantage, while even Quang Tai was taken aback by the force emanating from Zhao Yun. In the realm of the continent, the existence of a title Douluo is indeed as rare as a phoenix feather or a unicorn's horn. Even the formidable North Commander, Quang Tai, holds a measure of apprehension in their presence. Yet, a solitary title Douluo alone would not compel him to bow in submission. For he bears another title, the man who slays title Douluos. Suddenly, 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 5 black soul rings shimmered beneath Quang Tai's feet. The outermost ring displayed a faint hint of crimson. Witnessing this spectacle, Chun Long felt a flicker of respect for the man before him. He then gestured to Zhao Yun and stepped forward to confront Quang Tai. Ah, you are the Grand Marshal, I presume. Having just returned, you may be unaware of my identity. Allow me to introduce myself. I hail from the 9 Treasures Glazed sect and bear the title of Dragon God. With that declaration, Chun Long forcefully stomped the ground, causing a series of concentric rings to manifest. The moment the final blood-red soul ring appeared, everyone present, save Zhao Yun, found themselves immobilized, including Quang Tai. Despite his efforts to resist with sheer will, the chasm between them was not so easily crossed. The disparity between rank 99 and 89 transcends mere levels of soul power. Who are you, truly? Observing Quang Tai's somewhat disheveled demeanor, Chun Long cleared his throat and spoke with a hint of pride. The prince's master, Shui Qinghe, is my disciple. Chapter 058. The Imperial Palace of Tiando, a master and disciple reunite. If someone by the roadside claimed to be the prince's master, they would undoubtedly be dismissed as a fraud, perhaps even accused of tarnishing the royal reputation. However, if such a statement came from a title Douluo with a 100,000-year soul ring, its credibility would be significantly enhanced, especially with a formidable guardian of level 92 standing beside him. Even Quang Tai could not help but believe Chun Long's assertion. You are truly the prince's master? Quang Tai inquired, astonished, as the 8 soul rings beneath him gradually retracted. Before he could finish speaking, the heavy doors swung open. Welcome, Grand Marshal Quang Tai, your grace, the Dragon God. A refined middle-aged man emerged, clad in no armor, with a conspicuous jade token adorning his waist. Mr. Xuan, your timing is impeccable. Is this indeed the prince's teacher? Upon seeing the man emerge from the palace, Quang Tai approached eagerly. This individual, known as Xuan, is the uncle of the Snow Knight Emperor. He is rather reserved and eschews power struggles, thus securing a position as the palace's internal affairs overseer. While this role may seem unremarkable, he is, without a doubt, the foremost authority on intelligence within the Tiando Empire. Haha, Grand Marshal, this matter is entirely my fault. Had I emerged sooner, you would not have encountered the current prince's master. Your Excellency the Dragon God, I apologize on behalf of the Grand Marshal, Snow. Upon hearing these words from Snow, Quang Tai realized the esteemed status of Chun Long. As the Prince Master of Tiando, even he felt compelled to pay his respects, having previously offended. The Lionheart Marshal Quang Tai bowed before the Dragon God. As his voice echoed, his companions followed suit, kneeling in reverence. At that moment, Chun Long gestured to Zhao Yun beside him, and the dragon's silver spear was returned to its sheath. Subsequently, Chun Long stepped forward and patted Quang Tai's shoulder. It is quite all right, Marshal Quang Tai. This encounter has fostered an unexpected camaraderie. If I am not mistaken, you are on the verge of attaining the title of Title Douluo, are you not? Should you have any needs, feel free to seek me at the 9 Treasures Glazed Tile School. With that, Chun Long strode into the Imperial Palace with great aplomb. As he walked, those around him offered profound bows to the Prince Master. In no time, he arrived at the Prince's palace, guided by Snow. The Emperor of Snowy Night had pressing state affairs to attend to and could not meet at this moment. He asked for the Dragon God's understanding. Upon hearing this, Chun Long smiled and shook his head, casting a sweeping glance behind him. Zhao Yun, you and Prince Snow may remain here. I wish to see His Highness the Prince alone. Ensure we are not disturbed, even by the Emperor of Snowy Night. Receiving Chun Long's directive, Zhao Yun inclined his body slightly. In the next moment, Chun Long vanished from sight. The midday sun shone brightly in the back garden of the Princess Palace, where a striking young man was practicing swordsmanship. With a swift motion, he cleaved a massive stone block in two. Your Highness, you have been training all morning. Why not take a moment to enjoy some tea? At that moment, as he sheathed his sword, a maid donned in a white dress approached with a charming smile, holding freshly brewed tea. It must be said, this woman was exceedingly beautiful, the kind one could never forget after a mere glance. Her demeanor did not reflect that of a typical palace maid. She was evidently placed here for a specific purpose. Thus, this so-called maid acted with boldness, feigning a coy demeanor as she drew near to Shui Qinghe. Your Highness, shall I wipe the sweat from your brow? A fragrant handkerchief glided across his handsome visage. Impudent. The alluring maid was suddenly pushed to the ground by Shui Qinghe, whose once charming countenance had turned frosty. I warn you, should you ever lay a hand on me again, I shall end you. Depart now, and do not let me see your face again. The maid, trembling at the murderous intent radiating from Shui Qinghe, felt an undeniable certainty that this man would indeed take her life. In the next moment, she hurriedly fled the palace. My dear little Shui, have I not taught you to maintain composure when dealing with others? What a beautiful young lady. Why must you treat her with such harshness? Shortly after the palace maid departed, a clear and melodious laughter echoed through the air. At the moment that sound emerged, Shui Qinghe's heart quivered. Chun Long, what brings you here? The moment their gazes met, Shui Qinghe appeared somewhat taken aback. Chun Long flashed forward, standing directly before Shui Qinghe, resting his hands on her slender waist. Your Highness, as your mentor, is it not my duty to be here? Feeling Chun Long's hands on her waist, Shui Qinghe's cheeks flushed crimson. You arrive at an opportune moment. I indeed have matters to discuss with you. With that, Shui Qinghe forcefully pushed Chun Long away, and 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings shimmered quietly beneath her feet. Simultaneously, a ball of golden flame materialized in Shui Qinghe's hand, growing increasingly radiant as the colors of the soul rings began to dim. Observing this scene, Chun Long's pupils suddenly constricted. This flame exhibited the ability to interchange with soul power. Noticing the astonishment on Chun Long's face, Shui Qinghe had displayed an expression of immense pride. Come, experience this flame. I assure you, it will satisfy you. As she spoke, Shui Qinghe infused the sacred fire into her long sword. Angel's triple slash. With 3 swift strokes of her sword, the fiery sword energy surged toward Chun Long. Practicing swordplay, are we? Very well, I shall indulge you. A radiant light flickered in his palm as the elongated 7-kill sword materialized. Pointing its tip at the fiery sword energy, he halted it approximately 3 meters away. At that moment, a slight smile graced Chun Long's lips. Disciple, today I shall teach you a technique. Pay close attention. With a sudden twist of his wrist, the fiery sword energy was redirected, aiming straight back at its wielder. In a moment of haste, Shui Qinghe was compelled to unleash her martial spirit. Within the Imperial City, she could only utilize her disguised martial spirit. 4th soul skill, White Feather Guardian. Snow-white wings shielded her chest, absorbing the 3 fiery sword energies. Upon collision, Shui Qinghe was thrust backwards several dozen meters. Your Highness, how do you find my technique, Celestial Reversal? Would you care to learn it? After being struck by her own fiery sword energy, Shui Qinghe felt a surge of vitality and, after a moment's pause, finally spoke. Indeed, it is impressive. I can perceive that you redirected at least 80% of the fire's damage back at me. How did you achieve that? Displaying a fervent thirst for knowledge, Shui Qinghe's curiosity was piqued, prompting Chun Long to adopt a deliberately enigmatic demeanor. If your Highness wishes to learn, you must first give me a massage. That request is hardly excessive, is it? As he spoke, Chun Long leisurely walked to a nearby pavilion, closed his eyes slightly, and assumed a position, ready for his massage. Chapter 059. Entering the starry forest again, Your Highness. Why do you stand there idly? Come over and give me a massage. Chun Long urged after waiting for a long time without any response from Shui Qinghe. At that moment, Shui Qinghe truly wished to deliver a sound thrashing to this lout. You rogue, demanding a massage from me. Why don't you just vanish? Despite cursing Chun Long 1,000 times in his heart, Shui Qinghe reluctantly approached him. Oh, apply a bit more pressure. Are you starving? He said, feeling the strength was either too much or too little, clearly testing his patience. Shui Qinghe's face flushed with anger. Yet for the sake of mastering sword techniques, he bore the humiliation. Outside the prince's palace, after a day of state affairs, the Emperor of the Snowy Night hurried over upon learning of Chun Long's presence in the palace. As he pushed open the door, he was met with the sight of Shui Qinghe giving Chun Long a massage. At this spectacle, Prince Shui Xing, standing beside the Emperor, immediately expressed his discontent. This dragon god Douluo lacks decorum. How long has he been your teacher to warrant a massage from the crown prince of the Tiando Empire? If word of this spreads, where lies our royal dignity? As the rightful heir of the Tiando royal family, Shui Qinghe should never exhibit such disgrace. This was clearly an affront to the Tiando royal lineage, and the hot-headed Prince Shui Xing could not tolerate it. Thus, he prepared to storm into the princess palace. Observing this, Emperor Shui Yi swiftly grasped his brother's arm. Shui Xing, do you wish to bring calamity upon the Tiando Empire? Faced with his elder brother's restraint, Prince Shui Xing wore an expression of indignation. Brother, the Tiando Empire boasts 1,000,000 strong soldiers and countless powerful figures. No matter how formidable that dragon god Douluo may be, he is still but a man. Can he truly overturn the Tiando Empire? This matter concerns the dignity of the royal family. You cannot stop me. Hearing this, Emperor Shui Yi shook his head with a wry smile. Shui Xing, you are indeed misguided. Do you think the dragon god Douluo is akin to those strong figures you have encountered? That is a grave mistake. Do you comprehend the strength of our ancestor? Taken aback by his brother's inquiry, Prince Shui Xing paused before replying with conviction. He once battled with a figure from the spirit hall, capable of slaying at will amid 1,000,000 troops. After receiving such a response, Emperor Shui Yi nodded gently. You speak the truth. Just moments ago, our ancestor personally acknowledged that the dragon god Douluo's strength surpasses his own. Do you still believe we should make an enemy of such a person? Upon hearing these words, Prince Shui Xing appeared momentarily dazed, his gaze toward Chun Long now filled with apprehension. He knew Chun Long was powerful, but he had not anticipated that even the ancestor of the Tiando Empire would regard him so highly. Very well, Qinghe is his disciple, and it is only fitting to show reverence to one's teacher. Let us disregard this matter and wait here. The words of the Snow Knight Emperor extinguished any remnants of disrespect that Shui Xing may have harbored towards Chun Long. As time slipped by, the sky gradually darkened, and Xueqing had diligently massaged Chun Long for a full 3 hours. By the end of this session, the prince's hands were utterly fatigued. With a creak, Chun Long stood to stretch his scapula, followed by a vigorous yawn. Ah, how delightful. Prince, your technique, though somewhat unrefined, is passable. I shall begrudgingly award you a score of 60, he remarked. Upon hearing this, Xueqing was consumed with the impulse to thrust a sword through him. Yet, before he could act, Chun Long beckoned towards the entrance of the palace. Your Majesty, my sincerest apologies. I was merely resting and did not intend to keep you waiting. Chun Long said. Outside the palace, upon hearing Chun Long's voice, the Snow Knight Emperor entered alongside the princes Xueqing and Xuan. What words do you speak, Your Grace? I have only just arrived. I noticed your engaging conversation with Qinghe and did not wish to intrude, the Emperor said, approaching Chun Long with utmost humility. Despite being the sovereign of the Tiando Empire, he dared not display any semblance of arrogance towards Chun Long. While 1,000,000 troops may not fear the title Douluo, a wise ruler like the Snow Knight Emperor would never risk his soldiers for the sake of so-called royal dignity. Ah, Your Majesty, your timing is impeccable. For I have matters to discuss with you. I have observed that Qinghe's soul power level is nearing the 40th rank. In due time, he will be ready to seek a 4th soul ring that suits him. As I currently have no pressing engagements, I thought to assist him. We plan to venture into the Star Do Forest to undergo training, which would conveniently resolve his 4th soul ring matter. Might I have your approval? Upon hearing that Xueqing was on the verge of breaking through the 40th barrier, the Snow Knight Emperor's eyes lit up. At that moment, 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, materialized at Chun Long's feet. Sensing the fluctuations of soul power around him, Prince Xuan, being a soul master, discerned Xueqing's current level. Indeed, the prince had reached 39 and was indeed ready to seek his 4th soul ring. With Xuan's confirmation, the Snow Knight Emperor was overjoyed. Ha ha ha, excellent. It is evident that the dragon god has taken an interest. I shall certainly grant my approval. Pray tell, when do you intend to depart? And for how long will your journey last? I shall dispatch palace guards to accompany you, ensuring your safety. In response to the emperor's request, Chun Long smiled and waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for that. I already have my own guards, and they are quite efficient. I would feel rather uncomfortable with additional company. We are likely to be away for about half a month. As long as the Snow Knight Emperor prepares some food and drink for us, it will suffice. We shall set off tomorrow morning. At dawn the next day, Chun Long, armed with the permission of the Snow Knight Emperor, departed from the Heavenly Dong Palace with Xueqing and Zhao Yun. The journey to the Star Do Forest is considerable, and to maintain a low profile, they sought a carriage at an inn outside the imperial city, planning to fly into the forest's edge when they arrived. Throughout the journey, Xueqing felt remarkably relaxed, her true nature emerging. Upon entering the Star Do Forest, she was no longer the crown prince of the Heaven Do Empire, but rather the holy maiden of the Spirit Hall, the granddaughter of the invincible sky Wudi Qian Daolu, and the daughter of the current Pope Bibi Dong. Her handsome visage was replaced by an exquisitely beautiful countenance. Her smile could captivate a nation, and her laughter could charm a city. Words seemed insufficient to describe Qian Rinchue's beauty. Little Xue, you look even more radiant like this. Truly, you are the most beautiful woman in the Douluo Continent. I think you should abandon that disguise plan. Hiding such a lovely face must weigh heavily on your heart. As your teacher, I feel a sense of injustice for you. Chapter 060, Descendants of the Holy Dragon. The 10,000-year golden armored beast. Once the disguise was shed, Qian Rinchue's pure visage dimmed the brilliance of the entire Star Do Forest. Chun Long's gaze remained fixed upon her. Compared to their first encounter, the holy maiden now exuded an even deeper charm. Rogue, we are in the Star Do Forest, not the Heaven Do Empire. I am not a prince, nor are you my teacher, Qian Rinchue retorted, pouting angrily as she strode into the forest. Hearing her words, Chun Long felt a pang in his heart. He had brought her out to relax. But this young lady not only dismissed his role as a teacher, but also labeled him a rogue. Who could endure that? Hey, young lady, clarify your words. I am not a rogue, Chun Long exclaimed, moving towards Qian Rinchue. As they walked, Qian Rinchue kept her head held high, refusing to respond to any of Chun Long's attempts at conversation. It seemed that the matter of Ning Rongrong and Chun Long still weighed heavily on her mind. Realizing this, a hint of glee flickered within Chun Long's heart. He then stepped directly in front of Qian Rinchue, a mischievous smile gracing his face. Swear, I understand why you are ignoring me. Glancing at Chun Long, Qian Rinchue initially intended to ignore him, yet she found herself unable to pass by him, forcing her to halt. Humph, as if I would be angry with a rogue like you. Are we moving or not? I wish to explore the depths of the Star Do Forest, she replied, her voice softening as Chun Long took a step forward, their distance narrowing. The gentle sound of her words echoing around them. You are certainly not angry. Rather, you are envious. You are quite concerned about my relationship with Ning Rongrong. As soon as these words were spoken, the exquisite visage of Qian Rinchue flushed a deep crimson. Nonsense. Who is envious? What does your affair with Ning Rongrong have to do with me? With that, Qian Rinchue swiftly fled, her charming face so flushed it seemed it could bleed. At that moment, not far away, Zhao Yun gave Chun Long a thumbs up. Zhao Yun, take a good lesson from this. It will serve you well when you seek a wife in the future. Observing the surprised expression on Zhao Yun's face, Chun Long waved his hand casually. Days passed in the blink of an eye, and during this time, Qian Rinxue devoted herself to challenging soul beasts of 10,000 years in order to enhance her soul power. Amidst the fierce battles, her soul power successfully rose to level 50, presenting an opportune moment to acquire her fifth soul ring. Chun Long had brought Qian Rinxue out precisely for this purpose. Now, this young lady had indeed made her breakthrough, and it was time for him to lend a hand. Thus, the trio ventured into the mid-region of the Douluo forest. With his eyes slightly closed, Chun Long's vast spiritual power, characteristic of a limit Douluo, began to radiate outward. At that moment, his perceptive range could encompass the central area of the Douluo forest. After a brief pause, when he reopened his eyes, Qian Rinxue hurriedly approached. "Scoundrel, tell me, is there a suitable fifth soul ring for me here?" Qian Rinxue called out, repeatedly labeling him a scoundrel, causing two dark lines to appear on Chun Long's forehead. Over these past few days, these words had been uttered not just once, but countless times, to the point where his ears felt nearly calloused. Now, with this little girl finally seeking his assistance, Chun Long decided it was time to alter her manner of address. Indeed, there is, and it is the most suitable type. This particular soul beast can only be tracked by me. However, before that, you must cease calling me scoundrel, or I shall truly show you how scoundrel-like I can be. Having spoken only half of his thought, Chun Long reached forward and enveloped Qian Rinxue in his embrace. Their bodies were closely aligned, allowing them to feel each other's breath. At that moment, Qian Rinxue felt her heart race to her throat, a rosy hue spreading to the roots of her ears. As she struggled a few times, she mentally calculated her options. For the sake of enhancing her strength, she decided to endure for the moment. "All right, I promise not to call you scoundrel anymore. Now, take me to find the soul ring." The smile that graced Chun Long's face at her agreement was unmistakable. In the next instant, their figures vanished abruptly, leaving Zhao Yun standing alone. In the mid-region of the Douluo forest, a colorful deer was joyfully leaping about. Suddenly, a tail, as swift as steel, shot out from the thicket. The colorful deer froze in place and then collapsed onto the ground. After this, a magnificent creature, standing 3 meters tall and stretching over 10 meters in length, slowly emerged from the woods. Its body was adorned with golden scales, its head bearing some resemblance to that of a dragon, while its overall shape was akin to that of a lizard. With claws as sharp as crescent moons, it sliced through the vibrant heart of a rainbow-hued elk, exposing its brilliant core. Not far away, within the thicket, Chun Long held Qian Rinxue's head down, quietly observing the unfolding spectacle. Was this the so-called 20,000-year golden armor beast you mentioned? What a joke. The six-winged angel is neither a beast martial soul nor a defensive-type soul master. How could this possibly be a suitable soul ring? As she spoke, a hint of shame and anger flushed Qian Rinxue's face. In her eyes, Chun Long was merely toying with her. Chun Long, however, was not surprised by her reaction. He smiled and shook his head. "Shuai-er, your knowledge seems rather limited. What you are familiar with is merely the ordinary golden armor beast. This one before you is entirely different. Look closely. Does it not emanate a powerful aura of light?" Upon hearing Chun Long's words, Qian Rinxue cast a puzzled glance in that direction. The power of the martial soul resonated harmoniously with the golden armor beast, evoking an indescribable sense of exhilaration. What a formidable aura of light. What could this possibly mean? Qian Rinxue's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom how this golden armor beast could be so perfectly attuned to her martial soul. As her teacher, Chun Long felt it necessary to elucidate. This golden armor beast possesses the bloodline of the sacred light dragon, you see. Rest assured, I am your teacher. I would never lead you astray. Before Chun Long's words had fully settled, Qian Rinxue had already dashed forward. Fourth soul skill, Angel S Blade. The purple soul ring beneath her feet shimmered as the ethereal light, formed of white feathers, surged toward the golden armor beast. A thunderous roar echoed as a pale golden wave of spiritual energy rippled through the forest. Smoke filled the air, and Chun Long, hidden among the trees, could only shake his head with a wry smile. Ah, what an impetuous girl. This soul beast is merely 25,000 years old. She must first digest the heart of that rainbow elk before she can advance. Nevertheless, he thought, who could blame him for being her teacher? With a gentle sigh, Chun Long stomped his foot firmly on the ground, unleashing a wave of spiritual energy that spread like the ocean. The birds and beasts of the forest scattered, none daring to intrude upon this moment. The overwhelming surge of soul power compelled the creature in the haze to flatten itself against the ground. A natural arena had formed. And today, Chun Long would witness Qian Rinxue single-handedly defeat the golden armor beast. Chapter 061. Fifth soul skill, blood boiling as the smoke gradually dissipated. The enormous head of the golden armor beast emerged from the mist. With a resounding roar, its formidable presence pushed Qian Rinxue back. 30,000 years. This creature had leveled up. Witnessing the power now radiating from the golden armor beast, Qian Rinxue felt a pang of regret. As the saintess of the Elder Hall, she began her studies in the realm of martial spirits from a tender age, naturally comprehending the limits of a soul master's absorption capabilities. In comparison to other martial spirits, the six-winged angel is rather unique, as it can endure the absorption of soul rings only up to 23,000 years. This is a genuine 30,000-year soul beast, and even if she were to slay this creature today, she would be unable to absorb its essence. Chun Long, what sort of soul beast have you brought? My body cannot withstand a 30,000-year soul ring. In response to Qian Rinxue's lament, Chun Long merely smiled faintly. Little Shui, do not fret over this matter. As long as you eliminate this beast, I shall devise a way to assist you. Focus on the battle and do not allow distractions. As Qian Renshue turned to speak with Chun Long, the steel whip-like tail of the golden-armored beast lashed toward her. The massive tail stirred up a fierce wind, effectively sealing off her retreat. With her first soul skill, Angel Charge, activated, a golden shield materialized around Qian Renshue as her first circle of soul rings illuminated. Upon the moment of collision, she was sent flying by the beast's colossal tail. As her body leaned against a large tree, her golden locks became somewhat disheveled. In this state of disarray, Qian Renshue ceased to ponder whether she could absorb the 30,000-year soul ring. She resolved to vanquish the creature before her to release her pent-up frustration. How dare you ambush me? You shall pay with your life. With her third soul skill, Whirlwind Wing Slash, her graceful form spun in the air, conjuring dozens of angelic feathers into a swirling tornado that surged towards the golden-armored beast. The fierce golden winds rendered the beast immobile, allowing Qian Renshue's plan to come to fruition. Accompanied by a spirited shout, her 4 soul rings glimmered simultaneously, and brilliant golden flames manifested in her hands. Through the recent battle, she had discerned that her soul skills were ineffective, and only the utilization of special flames would yield results. Thus, without hesitation, Qian Renshue channeled all her soul power into the flames. This process required a brief moment, and her third soul skill was perfectly suited to serve her purpose. Observing this, Chun Long couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Qian Renshue. Indeed, a commendable approach to combat. It seems your training during your time in Tiando has not waned. Just as Chun Long's words fell, Qian Renshue had already infused the divine fire she had conjured into her longsword. Prepare to meet your end, she declared, with a graceful lift of her jade hand. The long sword in the sky moved at her command, unleashing a torrent of radiant golden flames toward the golden-armored beast's head. As the searing inferno approached, fear flickered in the beast's eyes. It emitted low growls and struggled repeatedly, yet it could not break free from the golden whirlwind. Ultimately, it could only succumb to the flames crashing down upon it. A piercing scream echoed through the air as the golden-armored beast writhed helplessly on the ground. Its life essence was gradually consumed by the flames of the angelic fire, inflicting immense suffering upon it. At that moment, a powerful wave of soul energy surged forth from the forest. With a sharp crack, a large hole appeared in the beast's skull, extinguishing the life of this 30,000-year-old soul beast once and for all. The act of slaying soul beasts by soul masters is a natural order of the universe. To deliberately torment them would indeed be a violation of the celestial balance. Chun Long emerged from the woods, and simultaneously, a circle of dark soul rings expanded around the golden-armored beast's body. Within the beast, there flickered a faint golden light. Observing this, Qian Renshue swung her sword, and the blade's energy tore through the beast's flesh. In the next instant, a resplendent golden soul bone materialized, its skull, in the entire continent. If soul bones are deemed rare treasures, then the skull bone is the pearl among jewels. This is due to its inherent scarcity and the fact that skull bones possess the capacity for growth. Under certain conditions, a skull bone can enhance alongside the soul master's increasing strength. As Qian Renshue held the soul bone in her hand, a hint of regret graced her exquisite features. What a magnificent skull bone it is, yet sadly, it is not meant for me. This soul beast was slain by you, so it rightfully belongs to you. With that, she offered the golden-armored beast's skull bone to Chun Long. In response, he shook his head with a wry smile. Xiaoxue, if you let me explain the true nature of this soul bone, I believe you would not have offered it. In truth, this is not merely a skull bone, but rather the exceedingly rare external soul bone. Upon hearing this, Qian Renshue's eyes widened in disbelief. You mean this is an external soul bone? Witnessing her astonishment, Chun Long took the skull bone from her, and a surge of powerful soul energy flowed through his palm. In the next moment, fine cracks began to appear on the surface of the golden-armored beast's skull bone. With a resounding explosion, a brilliant golden aura burst forth. A golden crown materialized, substantiating Chun Long's earlier claim. See, I told you I was not deceiving you. Now, quickly absorb this external soul bone, and you shall be able to assimilate the 30,000-year soul ring. It was indeed a brilliant strategy to absorb the soul bone first, followed by the soul ring. Both originated from the same soul beast, ensuring excellent compatibility, thus making it feasible to surpass the limits of soul ring absorption. Without delay, Qian Renshue took the soul bone from Chun Long and commenced the absorption process. Golden light enveloped her, and as the soul energy continuously surged into her, the sacred aura surrounding her intensified. Nearby, Chun Long sat quietly, ready to repel any unwitting soul beast that dared to approach. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Qian Renshue finally completed the absorption of her 5th spirit ring. At the moment of completion, her 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black spirit rings radiated with remarkable brilliance. Furthermore, the fluctuations of her released spirit power indicated that after absorbing the external spirit bone and the spirit ring exceeding its age limit, her spirit power had astonishingly reached the pinnacle of level 54, with a breakthrough imminent. Ah, you certainly know how to restrain your strength. I expected you would ascend to level 56, she mused. Now, show me your 5th spirit ability. At this moment, Qian Renshue was eager. Even without Chun Long's prompting, she would have acted similarly. In an instant, the wings of an angel unfurled from her back, lifting her body gracefully into the air. Simultaneously, a dragon claw-shaped mark appeared on her smooth forehead, unveiling the crown-shaped external spirit bone. Evidently, her fifth spirit ability harmonized beautifully with the external spirit bone of the golden armored beast. The fifth spirit ability, blood boiling. At the moment, the black spirit ring shimmered. Qian Ringshu's aura transformed into something even more sacred, with the spirit power emanating from her body increasing by 50%. Chapter 062. The phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake encounters Meng Iran. The pure aura of the six-winged angel permeated the Star Doe forest, and the energy radiating from Qian Ringshu caused the surrounding flora to sway, engaging fervently in photosynthesis. Chun Long stood nearby, and the air around him seemed to invigorate. This is even better than I imagined. This young lady's fifth spirit ability not only amplifies her spirit power by 50%, but also purges impurities from within her body, rendering her holy power even more pristine. Xiao Xue's strength is likely approaching that of a spirit sage. If only a worthy opponent would appear at this moment. No sooner had Chun Long's words left his lips than a shadow hurtled toward them. At that moment, Qian Ringshu hovered in the air, her fifth spirit ability significantly enhancing her reflexes, allowing her to clearly perceive the rushing shadow. Seeking death, she intoned coolly, as a flurry of golden feathers burst forth from her delicate hands. The next moment, a brilliant golden light collided with the shadow. As the residual energy dissipated, a figure approximately 3 meters long crashed to the ground, revealing the true form of the previous shadow, the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Purple luminescence emanated from its body, indicating it was indeed a 1,000-year spirit beast. With a casual gesture, Qian Ringshu dispatched this creature, which even a spirit sage would struggle to capture. As her graceful silhouette descended from the sky, a hint of displeasure crossed her exquisite features. How disappointing. Such a formidable creature has become my first opponent after acquiring my fifth spirit ring. In the Douluo Continent, once a spirit master's strength reached the level of spirit king, they became a pillar within the spirit master community, able to contend with spirit beasts of approximately 30,000 years of age. Killing a millennium-old soul beast is evidently a waste of strength. Within the grand sects, their young disciples are capable of independently slaying such soul beasts. Observing the slightly displeased expression on Qian Ringshu's face, Chun Long smiled and shook his head, then lifted the body of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. As he pressed his fingers firmly on the snake's 7-inch mark, an immense surge of soul power was infused into it. Xiao Xue, this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake is extraordinary. We have stumbled upon a treasure this time. The moment Chun Long's words fell, the body of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake exploded. Stop! That is my third soul ring. At that moment, a sweet female voice resonated through the air. As the smoke dissipated, Chun Long found himself holding a blood-red herb, resembling the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. A faint purple glow lingered nearby, as the purple soul ring produced by the snake had already been absorbed. Upon seeing this, Qian Ringshu approached with curiosity and asked, "What is this?" In response to her inquiry, Chun Long playfully flicked her smooth forehead. "Your luck is quite remarkable. This is called the Fiery Phoenix Immortal Herb. It is a fire attribute herb, and judging by its appearance, it should be over 1,000 years old. Find an opportunity to consume it. It may enhance the purity of your golden flames." The flick on her forehead had caused a slight discomfort, but upon hearing the herb's potential benefits, the pain was completely forgotten. The moment she received the Fiery Phoenix Immortal Herb from Chun Long, a radiant smile blossomed on her lovely face. During this expedition to the Star Doe forest, Qian Ringshu had not only found the most suitable fifth soul ring, but also acquired an external soul bone, and now, with the herb in hand, her gains were bountiful. She was completely enveloped in joy, while Chun Long's gaze remained fixed on her exquisite visage. "Hey, you two have destroyed my third soul ring. Yet you're indulging in sweet nothings. Isn't that rather excessive?" A somewhat haughty voice echoed through the forest, bringing Chun Long and Qian Ringshu back to reality. At that moment, a 13 or 14-year-old girl stood before them, not particularly beautiful but passable. However, her somewhat sullen countenance and the dark circles around her eyes were rather hard to overlook. Currently, the girl appeared to be seeking an explanation from them. Chun Long pondered her identity, and the name Meng Iran surfaced in his mind. She was indeed the biological daughter of the dragon snake, and the one who harbored affections for Tang Sect in the original narrative. Among the many beauties of Douluo Continent, she was not particularly noteworthy, which explained why it took Chun Long some time to recall her name. A faint smile appeared on his face as he approached Meng Iran, saying, "Little girl, this is the mid-level region of the Star Doe forest. Aren't you afraid of being hunted by soul beasts? Given that you're not even a soul emperor, your family members certainly have a penchant for idleness." Upon hearing the insult directed at her family, Meng Iran's petite face flushed with indignation. In an instant, the young girl unleashed her martial spirit. The second soul skill, Serpent Staff, activated as a yellow soul ring emerged beneath her feet, and a dark serpent staff shot forth. Faced with such an onslaught, Chun Long refrained from exerting any soul power. He merely continued his stride forward. The serpent staff shattered mere half a meter from him, the force of the impact sending Meng Iran sprawling. Following this, Chun Long pressed onward. How despicable it is to wield such formidable power while bullying a young girl. Qian Ringshu snorted softly, turning her face away in disdain. With her seventh soul skill, true form of the dragon staff, a deep dragon's roar resonated through the air as an immense dragon staff descended toward Chun Long's face. This time, he did not confront it head-on but deftly sidestepped back to Qian Rinchue's side. Shortly thereafter, two elderly figures emerged from the forest. The old man wielded a dragon staff, while the old woman brandished a serpent staff. Upon seeing them, Qian Rinchue immediately called out their names, Dragon Duke Meng Shu and Serpent Matriarch Chao Tianxiang, the formidable duo known as the Great Dragon and Serpent. Upon hearing their names, Chao Tianxiang's gaze lingered on Qian Rinchue for a moment before she broke into a hearty laugh. I have observed the forest for many years. Yet it seems the outside world has not forgotten me. Old man, it appears we are quite renowned. The Dragon Duke nodded in agreement. Indeed. He then shifted his focus. His profound gaze settling on Chun Long. Might I inquire who you are, and why you chose to strike at my granddaughter? At that moment, Meng Yuran, tearfully, rushed to Chao Tianxiang and embraced her. Grandma, they stole my third soul ring and intended to harm my martial spirit. You and Grandpa must stand up for me. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the elderly couple darkened, and their demeanor shifted noticeably. So it is, young man. You possess quite the audacity to harm the granddaughter of the great dragon and serpent. As he spoke, 2 yellow and 3 black soul rings shimmered beneath the Dragon Duke's feet, indicating a power level of at least level 83 soul Douluo. In the Douluo Continent, the number of titled Douluo was fewer than 50, and only the most formidable soul Douluo could rank among the top 100, placing the Dragon Duke firmly within that echelon. Chapter 063. Qian Rinchue versus Chao Tianxiang. The Great Dragon and Serpent couple scrutinized Chun Long and his companion, both of whom appeared to be no older than 20. Despite their remarkable demeanor, it was unlikely they possessed significant strength. This very reason emboldened the Great Dragon and Serpent couple, even though the young men hailed from a great sect, once they revealed their power. It was only fitting for the younger Chun Long to show some courtesy. At the very least, an apology to their granddaughter would suffice. No one could have anticipated that Chun Long's subsequent words nearly caused the Great Dragon and Serpent couple to spit blood. The Great Dragon and Serpent, you say? It is truly a display of hubris for someone who cannot even be considered a formidable opponent, such as a titled Douluo, to exhibit such audacity. As he spoke, Chun Long turned his gaze towards Qian Rinchue, saying, Little Shui, the elderly lady before you seems to be a worthy adversary. What say you? Would you like to test your fifth spirit ability? This presents a rather splendid opportunity. At that moment, Qian Rinchue was already contemplating the challenge. She stepped forward, revealing 5 spirit rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black. I am a rank 55 Assault System Spirit King. I implore your guidance, she declared, bowing respectfully to the snake lady. Suddenly, the yellow spirit ring beneath her feet illuminated. First spirit ability, Angel Charge. A golden shield enveloped her. And like a streak of light, Qian Rinchue surged forward. What extraordinary talent possessed by this soul king, not yet 20. In that instant, the illustrious dragon and snake couple were taken aback by the 5 spirit rings that adorned her. Moreover, what drew even more attention was the pure aura radiating from her. The renowned dragon and snake, seasoned warriors, could not be unaware of the origins of such a martial spirit. Please, allow me a moment. You two hail from the spirit hall, do you not? The dragon staff traced a graceful arc in the air, colliding with Qian Rinchue's advance. At this juncture, the elder dragon called for a halt to the contest. What? The illustrious dragon and snake fear a mere skirmish? A hint of indignation mixed with embarrassment colored Qian Rinchue's delicate features. Nay, it is not that I lack courage, but rather that I fear the repercussions. If it were merely us 2 old fellows, it would suffice. But should you later target my granddaughter, how could we account for the actions taken against her parents? As Chun Long had surmised, the 2 elders were indeed astute. Upon recognizing Qian Rinchue's identity, their demeanor shifted noticeably. This was not without reason. In the current world, aside from Chun Long, who would dare offend the angel lineage of the Spirit Hall? Elder Long, fret not. I assure you that no one will seek vengeance thereafter. Be it Pope Bibi Dong or the Grand Elder Qian Douluo. If the snake lady engages our young miss with her full might, I shall ensure a suitable spirit bone is procured for your granddaughter. This is a mutually beneficial arrangement, would you not agree? Upon hearing Chun Long's words, the elder dragon scrutinized him closely. Reflecting on his previous demeanor while conversing with Qian Rinchue, Meng Shu discerned that Chun Long's identity was undoubtedly extraordinary and his words credible. Presently, with Chun Long extending a challenge, should they refuse to show courtesy, their family would indeed find themselves in a precarious situation. Although the dragon and snake held a certain status on the continent, it paled in comparison to the colossal entity that was the Spirit Hall. Akin to a firefly against the moon, it was as if a blade were poised at their throats. They had no choice but to acquiesce. Very well. I shall accept your challenge, the snake lady declared, stepping forth without waiting for her husband to voice his agreement. I am Chao Tianxiang, a rank 63 Spirit Emperor, with the martial spirit of the snake staff. 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 1 black. This venerable matron possessed a standard configuration of soul rings. Observing her elderly partner voluntarily step forward to accept the challenge, the dragon lord beside her felt a surge of anxiety. At this juncture, the old gentleman could only escort his granddaughter to the sidelines to witness the confrontation. After the formalities were complete, their battle commenced. The serpent matron, a seasoned and formidable warrior, had earned her reputation over many years. Her extensive combat experience distinguished her from the average soul emperor, making her a paragon at this level. Consequently, Qian Rinxue approached this battle with utmost seriousness. Her fifth soul skill, Blood Boiling, augmented her soul power by 50 and enhanced all her physical attributes by the same measure. A pale golden glow shimmered in her extraordinary eyes. The second soul skill, Angelic Feather Blade, unleashed a torrent of radiant golden feathers, transforming into a meteor shower that rained down upon the serpent matron. Faced with such a formidable onslaught, even the battle-hardened serpent matron was taken aback by the overwhelming force. At this moment, Qian Rinxue, having activated her fifth soul skill, exhibited a soul power fluctuation that surpassed her own, coupled with the fact that her opponent's martial soul was among the elite. The serpent matron could not afford to be complacent, even against a mere second soul skill. Activating her fourth soul skill, Serpent Shield, the elderly woman thrust her serpent staff into the ground, summoning several dark brown shields that encased her. The golden feather blades relentlessly battered against them, and amidst the clouds of smoke, the shields began to splinter, leaving the serpent matron gasping for breath. Recognizing the ferocity of the second soul skill, she understood that prolonging the battle could result not only in defeat, but also in severe injury. Thus, with a steely resolve, she unleashed her most powerful offensive. Her sixth soul skill, Spirit Serpent Summon, caused her black soul rings to expand rapidly at her feet, imbuing her serpent staff with life and transforming it into a dark purple serpent over 5 meters in length. In the next instant, this colossal serpent lunged toward Qian Rinxue. "Come forth and experience the divine flames of my ascension," she declared coolly, as golden flames roared to life and coalesced into a fiery whip. With a resounding crack, golden afterimages appeared in the sky as Qian Rinxue wielded the long whip, obliterating the dark purple serpent in an instant. In that moment, the serpent matron suffered the backlash of her martial soul, spewing forth a mouthful of blood. Witnessing this, the Dragon Lord immediately positioned himself in front of his partner. The fiery whip collided with the dragon staff, and even the level 82 Dragon Lord was forced back a step by the sheer force of the attack. Truly, a testament to the prowess of the direct descendants of the martial soul hall. Qian Rinxue dispatched the serpent matron with 2 swift moves. Yet the battle was far from exhilarating. Upon seeing the Dragon Lord's appearance, the young girl contemplated a challenge against the soul Douluo. Just then, a sword aura sliced through the air, cleaving the golden whip apart. "Xiao Shui, you have performed admirably. This battle can come to an end. Continuing to engage in conflict will inevitably lead to injuries. If you are truly dissatisfied, you are welcome to challenge me at any time." With a slight lift of his brow, Chun Long addressed Qian Rinxue. "Very well, then let us cease this quarrel." With Chun Long intervening, Qian Rinxue understood that persisting in the fight was futile, and she returned to the ground with a sense of resignation. At that moment, a phoenix-tail coxcomb snake descended from the sky, its purple soul ring shimmering as it bore a silver-white spear embedded in its body. Here lay the 1,800-year-old phoenix-tail coxcomb snake, an invaluable piece of 10,000-year-old soul bone. Zhao Yun arrived just in time. Chun Long had fulfilled his earlier promise to the unrivaled dragon snake. After examining the ancient soul bone, Chun Long nodded in satisfaction. "Indeed, it suits you remarkably well." Chapter 064, Luring the Snake from its Den, Ning Fengji's Unease. "You truly intend to gift me the 10,000-year-old 9-sectioned abdomen snake left arm bone?" Meng Iran held the shimmering soul bone, her expression one of disbelief. It is well known that the 9-sectioned abdomen snake ranks among the top 5 venomous serpents of the Stardow Forest. With its formidable toxin, this species can directly challenge 10,000-year soul beasts once it reaches a millennium in age. Upon achieving 10,000 years, the 9-sectioned abdomen snake becomes a creature that even those under 50,000 years dare not provoke. More alarming still, the 9-sectioned abdomen snake is a social soul beast, and few would dare to challenge them or their kind. Even the unrivaled dragon snake would never venture into that territory. Now, with casual ease, Chun Long presented the soul bone, leaving the couple of the unrivaled dragon snake in utter disbelief. "Your Excellency, is that soul bone truly intended for us? Otherwise, if you do not wish to part with it, you may reclaim it." Upon hearing Chun Long's words, the 2 aged beings shook their heads in unison. Thus, the confrontation between Chun Long and the unrivaled dragon snake drew to a close, and the trio departed from the Stardow Forest together. Throughout the journey, Qian Rinxue lamented Chun Long's intervention in her desire to confront the dragon openly. In response, Chun Long could only smile wryly and shake his head. "You are merely at level 50-something, and your soul power remains unstable. How could you hope to challenge the elite among soul Douluo? You do not possess the same advantages I do." Qian Rinxue, of course, could not comprehend the term advantage. As she sat in the carriage on their return journey, she diligently stabilized her realm. Finally, as they approached the Heaven Do Empire, her soul power no longer felt ephemeral. At that moment, Qian Rinxue had transformed back into Shuqing'e. As they drew closer to the Heaven Do Imperial City, a thought suddenly crossed her mind. "By the way, Chun Long, did you sense anything unusual upon entering the palace? For some time, I have felt as though someone is watching me." Upon hearing Qian Rinxue's words, Chun Long recalled his own experience upon entering the Heaven Do Palace. At that moment, a subtle emotion seemed to brush past me. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. "Your words resonate with me. I too share this sentiment. It appears I must delve into the literature of the Heaven Do Empire." With that, Chun Long cast a mischievous glance at Qian Rinxue, or rather, Shui Qinghe. Instinctively, she crossed her arms over her chest. Why do you look at me like that? The following morning, the prince's carriage entered the imperial city, galloping forward with great urgency. At that moment, the paths on either side had been cleared by the royal guards. Inside the carriage, Shui Qinghe lay supine on the bed, blood staining the corner of her mouth. The royal physician, anxiously awaiting nearby, was already drenched in sweat. Within the Heaven Do Palace, today's court session concluded prematurely. Emperor Shui Yi and the royal relatives had gathered early at the royal hospital. What on earth is happening? How could the dragon god Douluo abandon Qinghe and depart alone? Just as that thought crossed his mind, the royal carriage hastened toward the hospital. Observing this, the members of the royal family hurried forward, with Emperor Shui Yi being the most anxious among them. This morning, news had suddenly emerged from outside Heaven Do City, stating that the dragon god Douluo had only escorted the prince outside the city before hastily leaving with his guards. By that time, the prince had sustained grave injuries. Upon receiving this information, Emperor Shui Yi immediately dispatched someone to investigate. Qinghe, what is the matter? Why is the dragon god Douluo not by your side? As the carriage door opened, Shui Qinghe's frail figure came into view before Emperor Shui Yi. The dragon god Douluo mentioned he received a special summons and returned to the Jiubao glazed sect. Father, do not worry, I am fine. Seeing Shui Qinghe's weakened state, Emperor Shui Yi slammed his fist against the carriage door. Scoundrel! Dragon god Douluo, I entrusted my son to you, yet you abandon him in such a manner. The Heaven Do Empire cannot endure such humiliation. This matter is far from over. Someone, take the prince to the hospital at once. With that, Emperor Shui Yi stormed away in anger. At the rear mountain of the Heaven Do Palace, Emperor Shui Yi led a group of guards to this location, where a staircase leading to the summit appeared. You all stay here and wait. No one is to act without my command. Upon receiving the order, the royal guards bowed in compliance. With a fierce stomp, Emperor Shui Yi summoned 2 yellow and 3 purple soul rings beneath his feet. Utilizing his second soul skill, Swan's Wing, he took flight toward the staircase. As night fell, having nearly exhausted all his soul power, Emperor Shui Yi arrived at an opening atop the mountain. He did not enter immediately, but instead bowed toward the mountain gate. Ancestors, the Heaven Do Prince is in peril. I beseech you to emerge and seek justice. After a brief moment, a deep voice resonated within the cave. Simultaneously, the forceful gusts of wind weighed heavily upon the Snow Knight Emperor. Is this related to the dragon god Douluo? You should return. This matter is not to be disclosed. I shall handle it personally. Within the grand hall of the Nine Treasure glazed tile school, Chun Long leisurely sat in a chair, tending to his nails. Beside him, Ning Fengji and the others were visibly anxious, their worry palpable. Not far away, Ning Rongrong clutched her skirt with both hands, clearly displaying a demeanor of remorse. Rongrong, kneel down, Ning Fengji commanded. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong immediately knelt on the ground, her voice quivering as she addressed her father. Daddy, I'm sorry. They say I'm bad. Please don't be angry. Witnessing his daughter in tears stirred a pang of sorrow within Ning Fengji. However, times had changed, and the mistake his daughter had made was indeed grave. Just last night, in a moment of carelessness, she had inadvertently launched a signal flare for the Nine Treasure glazed tile school, prompting Chun Long to return upon receiving the news. Consequently, this had led to the prince being abandoned in the outer city. Such an act was seen as a profound disrespect towards the Tiando royal family. Ning Rongrong was acutely aware of the severity of her mistake, yet she remained unaware that the signal flare had been tampered with by Chun Long. All right, dear father-in-law. Rongrong did not act with malice. There is no need for such alarm. I will take care of everything. She had already knelt for quite some time, and her knees could hardly endure it. Saying this, Chun Long extended his hand to assist Ning Rongrong to her feet. At that moment, the 2 Douluos from the sword bone also chimed in. Indeed, Fengji, I've heard that the princess' condition is not dire. We can find an opportunity to apologize to the Tiando royal family, can we not? What is the big deal? Rongrong, rise now, regardless of the situation. Your born grandfather is here for you. The trio rallied to support Ning Rongrong, leaving Ning Fengji with no choice but to wave his hand dismissively. He then sighed deeply. At this juncture, there was little else to be done. He hoped that the Snow Knight Emperor would consider the sects standing and let the matter rest. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed, and the Nine Treasure glazed tile school continued to thrive, united in purpose. Within the sect, the ordinary disciples remained oblivious to the prince's injury. Throughout this time, the Tiando royal family had not made any aggressive moves. In the courtyard of the back mountain, Chun Long gathered Zhao Yun and the others. Considering the timeline, if there truly were formidable powerhouses within the Tiando royal family, they were likely to arrive soon. From today onward, remain vigilant during your patrols. We must not allow anyone to exploit our vulnerabilities. Above all, it is crucial to protect Rongrong. Upon receiving these instructions, the 3 nodded in agreement. At that moment, Lu Bu raised his Fong Tian Hua Ji. Humph, rest assured, as long as that fellow dares to approach, I, Lu Bu, will make him flee in terror, unrecognizable to his own mother. Upon hearing these words, Chun Long and the others erupted into laughter. At that moment, a formidable aura suddenly resonated from within the Nine Treasure glazed tile school. The dragon god Douluo is present. I have come to pay my respects. The deep voice echoed, triggering all alarms within the Nine Treasure glazed tile school. Soon, 2 silhouettes, one black and one white, materialized at the mountain gate. At this juncture, An elderly man with a white beard, clad in flowing light garments, stood outside the nine-treasure glazed tile school. He possessed an ethereal demeanor, despite his apparent age. His face bore no wrinkles. Who might you be? What business do you have at my nine-treasure glazed tile school? There is no dragon god Douluo here. You may leave, remarked the sword Douluo, his expression grave alongside his companions. It was evident to all that anyone arriving at this time was likely sent by the Heaven Do Empire to stir trouble. The three stood in opposition. And even with his formidable rank of 96, the sword Douluo could not discern the depth of this mysterious elder. Should it have been your father speaking, I might have considered it. But as for you, I shall reiterate, summon the dragon god Douluo. I have matters to discuss with him. The mention of his grandfather's affairs heightened the sword Douluo's apprehension towards this figure. Consequently, he exchanged a glance with Bone Douluo, both contemplating testing the elder's strength. 4th soul skill, Bone Domain. 6th soul skill, 10,000 swords return to origin. The two unleashed their attacks. As the blue rain of swords cascaded from the sky, bone spikes erupted from the ground. In the face of such an onslaught, the elder merely chuckled softly and slowly grasped at the void. Break. In an instant, the assaults from the two titled Douluo were effortlessly dismantled. Witnessing this scene, the sword and bone Douluo hastily retreated. 7th soul skill, 7 treasure true body. At this moment, Ning Fengji rushed out from within the gates. The radiant light of the 7 treasure glazed tower illuminated the entire mountain gate, instantly augmenting the soul power of the two titled Douluo by 50. This bolstered their confidence in safeguarding the entrance. Following this, Ning Fengji gestured to the two titled Douluo and took a step forward. Esteemed elder, the dragon god Douluo has stepped out for a matter. I shall convey his highness's apologies to you and the Heaven Do royal family. In light of the past relations with the royal family, I kindly implore your leniency. Ning Fengji exhibited politeness, yet his words carried an unmistakable firmness. The 9-treasure glazed tile school now boasted several titled Douluo. If the Heaven Do royal family refused to accept this olive branch, they would need to reassess their own strength. Compared to the past, the current sect was exponentially more formidable. The elder in the green attire could certainly perceive this underlying implication. Oh, is the Lord Ning attempting to threaten me? Ha ha, how amusing. Rest assured, I shall not vent my wrath upon the innocent this time. I merely wish to converse with the dragon god Douluo. As he spoke, the elder in blue lightly tapped the ground with the tip of his foot, propelling his body into the air. At that moment, 9 soul rings shimmered quietly. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. When the final crimson soul ring emerged, an immense pressure enveloped those present. Even the augmented sword bone Douluo was not spared. With such a dazzling configuration of soul rings, the elder had already attained the status of a top-tier powerhouse on the Douluo Continent. It is no exaggeration to assert that the sword Douluo, boasting a soul power of level 96, would scarcely withstand 10 moves against him. Suddenly, Ning Fengji recalled certain memories. The Phoenix Douluo, once the mightiest of the Tiando Empire. Are you still alive? Upon hearing Ning Fengji utter his name, the elder in blue broke into a hearty laugh. Truly, you are well informed, Lord Ning. After all these years, you still remember this old man. It appears I am quite renowned. The arrival of this former supreme being at the 9-treasure glazed tile school brought an oppressive aura that was nearly on par with Chun Long. In days gone by, the Phoenix Douluo single-handedly challenged the elders of the Spirit Hall, ultimately clashing with Chun Long, and after 100 exchanges, the victor was finally determined. Back then, Chun Long had already been dubbed invincible in the sky. Renowned, you say? Observe my Fang Tian Huaji. With his 9th soul skill, Heavenly Devour, Lu Bu wielded the base of his halberd, causing the clouds in the sky to part dramatically. The might of this move surpassed his own realm, compelling the Phoenix Douluo to respond with caution. With his 3rd soul skill, Phoenix Guardian, a golden phoenix manifested behind the elder, colliding with the force unleashed by Lu Bu. At that moment, Lu Bu's 9th soul skill caused the Phoenix Douluo's body to tremble. Such formidable power. The 9-treasure glazed tile school possesses such a strong contender. No wonder they carry themselves with such confidence. The elder mused silently, as Chun Long emerged alongside Lu Bu and the others from within the sect. From the very first time I entered the Tiando Palace, I anticipated that a significant figure awaited within. Today, I finally behold him. I am the junior Chun Long, titled Dragon God, a level 99 assault system titled Douluo. With that, Chun Long stepped forward, his 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red soul rings gleaming. As the ethereal figure of the Chinese divine dragon appeared behind him, the oppressive sensation that the Phoenix Douluo exerted over the members of the 9-treasure glazed tile school dissipated. The divine dragon and the golden phoenix stood in opposition, their energies clashing repeatedly, with no discernible victor emerging in the short term. However, as time progressed, the elder in blue increasingly sensed that Chun Long was beginning to suppress him. Thus, with his wealth of combat experience, he resolved to seize the initiative. 6th soul skill, Phoenix Feather Fall. The resounding cry of the phoenix echoed through the heavens, as countless golden feathers transformed into sharp blades under the elder's command, sweeping downward. This move was extraordinary. If the sect were to remain unscathed, Chun Long would need to showcase his true prowess. 7th soul skill, Martial Soul Avatar. The black soul ring shimmered, and the ethereal dragon silhouette behind Chun Long rapidly expanded. Accompanied by a majestic dragon's roar, a formidable aura surged forth from the mountains. Clashing with the golden feathers in the sky, A thunderous crash ensued, prompting Sorbonne Douluo to swiftly shield his master, Ning Fengji, while Zhao Yun and the others took charge of protecting the ordinary disciples and the Watergate. Chapter 066, Radiant Phoenix vs. Divine Dragon of Huaxia. By unleashing his martial soul avatar first, the Phoenix's momentum was stifled. During the confrontation, Chun Long discerned the elder's strength. The old man's aura radiated at the pinnacle level of 98, with an exceptionally solid fluctuation of soul power, undoubtedly possessing complete 6 soul bones, and possibly even external soul bones, which were quite the advantage. With such power, he could indeed contend with Chun Douluo. Since arriving in this world, the Phoenix Douluo had been the strongest opponent Chun Long had faced. This immense pressure allowed him to deploy his true strength. For him, a twin martial soul limit Douluo. There were few on the continent capable of matching his might. Clearly, the Phoenix Douluo was one of them. Old man, if you wish to represent the Heaven Do Empire and demand an explanation, I shall oblige. This matter has nothing to do with the 9-treasure glazed tile sect. Can we not find a different venue for our duel? Upon hearing Chun Long's words, the Phoenix Douluo scanned the surroundings. He understood that Chun Long's statement served as both a suggestion and a warning. Currently, he stood alone, while the 9-treasure glazed tile sect boasted several titled Douluo. If a confrontation were to escalate, he would find himself at a disadvantage. Very well, I shall meet you there. With those words, radiant golden wings unfurled from the Phoenix Douluo's back. He transformed into a streak of light and sped towards the distant mountains, an area long since depleted by the 9-treasure glazed tile sect, making it an ideal location for their contest. Zhao Yun, the 3 of you remain here to guard the sect. I will confront that old man. With that, Chun Long leaped onto the 7-kill sword and pursued the Phoenix Douluo. Master Jian, do you think Little Long can win? As they watched the 2 figures fade into the distance, a hint of melancholy crossed Ning Fengji's face. In response to his inquiry, Sword Douluo paused for a moment before breaking into a hearty laugh. Why wouldn't he win? That is my grandson. Fengji, rest assured. That little rascal will not bring shame to our 9-treasure glazed tile sect. Indeed, our Little Long not only possesses a high level of soul power, but is also a twin martial soul. Both Sorbonne Douluo expressed their views, allowing Ning Fengji to feel considerably reassured. Above the distant mountains, the 2 had already arrived at the designated location. After sensing the formidable power of the Dust Dragon, the Phoenix Douluo was naturally unwilling to miss this prime opportunity. With the activation of his 7th soul skill, the true form of the martial soul, and his 5th soul skill, the Phoenix Descends, a dazzling radiance illuminated the sky as the venerable figure clad in azure transformed into a brilliant phoenix. The first soul ring shimmered, and the immense body surged towards the Dust Dragon. Upon manifesting his true form, the first 5 soul skills of the Phoenix Douluo received a full enhancement, making even the seemingly weakest first skill no longer to be underestimated. The first soul skill, the Divine Dragon's Tail, was unleashed with an infusion of celestial power. The Dust Dragon could not hope to suppress him solely through soul force. The tail of the Huaxia Divine Dragon lashed out, causing the power of the earth to surge forth. The clash of these 2 supreme martial souls reverberated through the distant mountains, shaking the very ground. Following this encounter, both combatants withdrew, leaving a gash nearly 50 meters long carved into the earth by the Divine Dragon's true form, while the Radiant Phoenix was sent tumbling back 100 meters. Clearly, the Dust Dragon had once again gained the upper hand. Having been suppressed in both encounters, the elder Phoenix Douluo found himself quite displeased, especially upon realizing that he had only forced the Dust Dragon to use his first soul skill. His intention for coming today was to assert the authority of the Elder and seek justice for the Heaven Do Empire. Being dominated by the Dust Dragon would be a disgrace. Young man, you are indeed formidable, to have pushed me to this extent. Besides Chun Douluo, you are the first to do so. The Jiubao Liuli sect is indeed a significant threat with someone like you among their ranks. I shall offer you a path. From this day forth, if you lead the Jiubao Liuli sect to align with the Heaven Do royal family, I shall spare you. Otherwise, before the Phoenix Douluo could finish his sentence, the Dust Dragon burst into hearty laughter, laced with derision. Old man, what makes you think you can kill me? Just because you can spar with Chun Douluo for over 100 exchanges? You have boasted of your ability to contend with Chun Douluo. Yet you have not mentioned a word about the equally gifted Tang Chun of the Haotian Douluo. If I am not mistaken, you must have suffered a crushing defeat under the Haotian hammer back then. At these words, the face of the Phoenix Douluo darkened. As the Dust Dragon had struck upon a painful chapter of his past, his defeat under the great Sumura hammer was a memory he wished to forget. Junior, silence yourself. My affairs are not for you to comment upon. With that, he activated his 8th soul skill. The Phoenix refines the heaven's flame. Fiery flames erupted from his true form, and in an instant, the entire sky transformed into a sea of fire. This 8th soul skill, like the true form of the martial soul, also possessed amplifying effects. Simultaneously, the Dust Dragon detected a profound aura within the Golden Inferno. All signs indicated that this old fellow was genuinely serious, and the forthcoming 9th soul skill, after consecutive enhancements, was likely to be unprecedentedly powerful. In response, Chun Long began to formulate a plan within his mind. He had now grasped the reason why that old fellow was so easily vanquished by Tang Chun. Both Chun Douluo and Tang Chun were unparalleled Douluos, yet their methods of attack were worlds apart. Chun Douluo excelled with his angelic sword and a myriad of sword techniques, while the Phoenix Douluo having activated his domain, could restrain Qian Daolu with an ever-increasing amplification. Conversely, Tang Xin's Haoyan hammer followed an entirely different paradigm. Its explosive power rendered the old bird's enhancements unsustainable. Therefore, if Chun Long wished to see him suffer a devastating defeat, he must employ tactics akin to those of Tang Chun. So it is thus, it appears I, too, must showcase my true abilities. With this thought, Chun Long let out a soft sigh. His gaze gradually deepened, and the Chinese divine dragon behind him radiated a spectrum of colors. This time, Chun Long took the initiative and unleashed his soul skill first. The ninth soul skill, true form of the divine dragon. The sound of dragon roars reverberated throughout the valley, and the mountains beneath his feet were momentarily drawn into his aura. Subsequently, the Chinese divine dragon soared into the sky, its form larger than before, inhaling the golden sea of flames above. Witnessing this scene, the Phoenix Douluo became immediately anxious. You shall not breach my domain. The ninth soul skill, Phoenix descends. Drawing upon his extensive combat experience, the Phoenix Douluo would not permit anyone to shatter his domain or his eighth soul skill. Thus, the old man hastily unleashed his most formidable technique. Even though his momentum had yet to reach its zenith, at this juncture, the Phoenix Douluo had barely crossed the threshold of level 99. The true form of the divine dragon collided with the Phoenix's ethereal figure in the sky, and their red soul rings shimmered simultaneously. In Chapter 67, Victory, the rewards of the Sign-In system, both combatants utilized their ninth soul skills, and given that their soul rings were of equal 10,000-year duration, the potency of their techniques depended on the quality of their martial souls, the level of their soul power, and their individual comprehension. In this regard, Chun Long's advantage was indisputable. Although the Phoenix Douluo had achieved a breakthrough with various amplifications, he had merely just entered level 99, and his realm was far from stable. The gap between him and a true ultimate Douluo was not insignificant. Thus, when the two titans clashed in the skies, the golden phoenix was shattered. Struck by the backlash, the Phoenix Douluo coughed up blood and was sent hurtling backward. At that moment, the golden flames in the sky abruptly vanished, and the outcome became painfully evident. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden task. Defeat the Phoenix Douluo. You are now awarded the following: Celestial Soul Lock, 2 summoning cards, and the Spirit Essence of the Chinese Divine Dragon. As the Phoenix Douluo fell, all 3 rewards materialized before Chun Long's summoning cards are certainly familiar to him. The fact that he currently possesses 3 subordinates of the title Douluo level is indeed attributable to these cards. However, the other 2 items were entirely alien to him, and he had no inkling of their purpose. Hey, Sign-In system, could you elucidate the function of these 2 items? Certainly. Please hold on while I extract the relevant information. After a brief moment, the information regarding the 2 objects materialized. The first was the Heavenly Soul Lock, an ancient artifact endowed with the power to bind gods and seal demons. Once activated, it could imprison the soul power of a peerless title Douluo, rendering them eternally suppressed. The second was the spirit of the Huaxia Divine Dragon, which granted the host's primary martial soul the ability to manifest as a physical entity, possessing strength equivalent to that of its true form. Goodness, these 2 items are astonishingly powerful, he exclaimed. This reward is exceedingly reliable. If the Huaxia Divine Dragon martial soul can exist independently from me, would I not transform into a dragon rider? Precisely. Imagining himself wielding the 7-kill sword while riding atop a colossal dragon, Chun Long could not suppress a chuckle. Not far away, the Phoenix Douluo emerged from the ruins, his once pristine white hair now disheveled. He coughed twice, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. I never anticipated this adversary to be so formidable. Regaining my dignity seems impossible now. I must hasten my departure. With that, magnificent golden wings unfurled from the back of the Phoenix Douluo. Having sustained injuries in the recent battle, he knew that if Chun Long continued to pursue him, the greatest pillar of support for the Tiando Empire would likely be left behind. Yet, unbeknownst to this elder, just as he took flight, countless dark purple chains suddenly shot up from the ground. Upon witnessing this, the Phoenix Douluo, feeling he lacked the energy to engage with these entities, activated a defensive soul skill. 4th soul skill, Phoenix Guardian. Golden soul power gradually coalesced, ultimately forming a protective shield. With this shield, the Phoenix Douluo could soar towards freedom. However, just as he believed he was prepared, the dark purple chains pierced through his soul power barrier, passing cleanly through his body. In an instant, he felt his soul power rapidly dissipating. Panic etched across his aged visage. What is happening? Why can I not summon my soul power? Could this be a hidden tactic of the 9-treasure glazed tile sect? The golden wings on his back grew increasingly insubstantial as the Phoenix Douluo exerted all his remaining strength to struggle, ultimately finding himself rooted in place. Suddenly, a dark purple claw descended from above. In a moment of urgency, the Phoenix Douluo could only raise his hand to defend himself. With a thunderous crash, the elder's body struck the ground, creating a massive crater. The dark purple chains writhed upon the earth, binding the Phoenix Douluo like a zongzi. In the sky, the majestic Chinese divine dragon stood proudly, with the formidable Qinshan wielding the 7 kills sword perched atop its head, gazing upward. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by the Phoenix Douluo. In the next moment, the aged visage of the Phoenix Douluo underwent a dramatic transformation, his voice trembling with disbelief. The dragon beneath your feet is not a soul spirit, but a tangible entity. Upon hearing this, Qinshan atop the dragon gently nodded. Indeed, esteemed elder, your insight is commendable. You recognized it at a glance. Since that is the case, allow me to introduce my new steed. His name is Xiaozi, and if judged by the standards of soul masters, he would be considered a Peerless Douluo. At this revelation, the Phoenix Douluo nearly fainted on the spot. To have a Peerless Douluo-level dragon beneath one's feet, yet Qinshan appeared unsatisfied. The astonishment lingered for quite some time until the Phoenix Douluo recalled the chains binding him. And thus he spoke sternly to Qinshan. Qinshan, what are these shackles upon me? Release them at once, or I shall declare war against the Heaven Do Empire. Perhaps you possess the means to escape, but the 9-treasure glazed tile sect behind you does not. He added, if you are sensible, you will cease this hostility. I can pretend nothing has transpired, and I will persuade the Snow Knight Emperor. Under the influence of the Heavenly Soul Lock, the Phoenix Douluo found himself unable to summon even a hint of soul power, thus resorting to a mix of threats and appeasement, shedding his previous arrogance. Upon mentioning the 9-treasure glazed tile sect, Qinshan's expression shifted instantaneously. He raised a finger, and the dark purple chains ensnared the Phoenix Douluo's neck. Oh, is that so? The Phoenix Douluo might envision what would transpire if I were to present your corpse to the Heaven Do Empire, and then stir chaos from there. Do you believe that? At that point, the Heaven Do Empire would dare to act against the 9-treasure glazed tile sect? With each word, a palpable aura of menace emanated from Qinshan's gaze. Sensing this, the Phoenix Douluo below yielded entirely. Very well, you are indeed ruthless, I concede. What do you truly intend to do? The Phoenix Douluo inquired, and Qinshan relaxed the chains binding him slightly. Was that so difficult? I need not intimidate you further. In truth, I harbor no ulterior motives. I merely wish for you to enjoy a few years of life at the 9-treasure glazed tile sect. In due time, we shall provide you with exceptional service, ensuring your stay in the back mountains of the Heaven Do Imperial Palace is most enjoyable. This way, the relationship between the Heaven Do Empire and the 9-treasure glazed tile sect will also be eased due to your presence. Is that not a splendid proposition? Qinshan articulated his thoughts with a calm demeanor, inciting great fury in the Phoenix Douluo. He could not fathom that Qinshan would harbor no defenses against him. Thus remaining here would mean being perpetually bound by the shackles upon him. What difference was there between this and imprisonment? You scoundrel, you merely seek to confine me. Do not dress it up in such appealing words. I shall never accept such a demand. If you possess the courage, then slay me, and witness whether the grand army of the Heaven Do Empire will lay waste to the 9-treasure glazed tile sect. In his words, the Phoenix Douluo exhibited unwavering determination. Dust Dragon had long anticipated this scenario, for it is well known that titled Douluos are often temperamental. Otherwise, they would not have ascended to greatness. Chapter 068. The deal is struck, the astonishment of the old Phoenix. Please do not be hasty in rejecting my proposal. What if I were to suggest that remaining here could grant you the opportunity to ascend to the status of a Peerless Douluo? Dust Dragon's voice resonated, causing the expression of the Phoenix Douluo to shift. Ascend to a Peerless Douluo? You must be mad, he retorted, having approached 2 centuries of age. My innate potential has long since waned, rendering me incapable of taking that step. If you wish to keep me here, surely a more persuasive argument is warranted. Furthermore, we are not friends. What benefit would it bring you to assist my ascension? Are you not concerned that I might obliterate the 9-treasure glazed tile sect in the process of my breakthrough? His tone grew exceedingly frigid as he uttered the final words. In response, Dust Dragon displayed an air of indifference. Ah, esteemed elder, you are mistaken. Who decrees that we cannot become friends? Neither I nor the 9-treasure glazed tile sect has any desire to oppose the Heaven Do Empire. My intention in keeping you here is solely to bestow upon you a fortuitous opportunity to fulfill your lifelong aspirations. Surely, our alliance would be fortified as a result. Upon hearing Dust Dragon's words, the Phoenix Douluo began to waver. Observing Dust Dragon's earnest demeanor, he found himself inexplicably believing that Dust Dragon might indeed accomplish this feat naturally. All of this was predicated upon Dust Dragon's strength and the prodigious talent he had displayed. It is noteworthy that throughout the entirety of Douluo Continent, there has never been a Peerless Douluo who emerged before the age of 20. Very well, enlighten me on how I might take that step. If you can sway me, remaining here may not be out of the question. Witnessing the Phoenix Douluo relent, a faint smile graced Dust Dragon's face. He had surmised correctly. The only method to persuade this ancient being was indeed this one. Dust Dragon then gestured towards the heavenly soul lock adorning the Phoenix Douluo, stating, "It is quite simple. All that is required is for you to cultivate a new soul core." Under ordinary circumstances, such a task would be arduous, yet the elder's situation was unique. His soul power had not been sealed but had, along with the soul core, been absorbed into the heavenly soul lock, thus posing no impediment to the formation of another soul core. I trust you comprehend my meaning. Upon hearing Dust Dragon's explanation, the Phoenix Douluo fell into deep contemplation. Moments later, he gradually raised his hands, and a small soul power vortex materialized within his grasp. At that moment, a smile illuminated the elder's face. Ha ha ha, you speak true. I finally have the opportunity to join that esteemed rank. Speak, what are your terms? After a fit of raucous laughter, the Phoenix Douluo regained his composure. In his eyes, Chun Long was a master strategist, a person who would never offer assistance without substantial reason. The elder was indeed forthright, so I shall not beat around the bush. I aim to establish a profound collaboration between the Nine Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Tiando Empire. The specific approach entails appointing a royal of a different surname, with my father-in-law Ning Fengji assuming the role. At that time, the Nine Treasure Glazed Tile School will also provide support to the Tiando Empire in terms of strength. Chun Long candidly expressed his thoughts, while the Phoenix Douluo fell into deep contemplation. In his heart, Chun Long had indeed made a brilliant move. Now esteemed as the princess teacher, should Ning Fengji ascend to the position of a royal of a different surname, the Nine Treasure Glazed Tile School would command half the power of the entire empire. This was unquestionably a matter of great significance, and even the Phoenix Douluo, an elder of the royal family, needed to ponder it thoroughly. Your proposal is exceedingly weighty. I require some time to contemplate, and shall provide you with a response by tomorrow. Very well, I shall await your favorable reply. At this moment, the fact that the Phoenix Douluo did not outright reject the proposal already indicated a high probability of success. He merely needed to wait until the following day. Just as Chun Long departed, he fortuitously encountered Reborn Douluo and Ning Fengji. From the expressions of the two, it was evident they had overheard his conversation with the Phoenix Douluo. Xiao Long, wait a moment. I require an explanation from you. In the world of Douluo Continent, where sects were numerous, none had directly engaged in the Empire's disputes. Your proposal would undoubtedly thrust the Nine Treasure Glazed Tile School into the limelight, making it a target for all sections. The proposal pertained to the security of the entire Nine Treasure Glazed Tile School, and Ning Fengji approached this matter with the utmost caution. Even though he believed Chun Long would lead the sect toward a brighter future, he remained vigilant. Understanding Ning Fengji's concerns, Chun Long responded, "Father-in-law, I comprehend your sentiments, yet I believe you also recognize that the situation on the continent has changed. The conflicts in this world are diminishing. Do you not find such a state of affairs unusual?" Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji's heartstrings were immediately tugged. Indeed, the current continent was not what it once was. The Spirit Hall held unrivaled dominance, absorbing 7 to 8 out of every 10 talented individuals, while those who resisted often met a dire fate. Yet, if we were to engage in deep cooperation with the Tiando Empire, would we not become a thorn in the side of the Spirit Hall? Surely, we would be isolated or even targeted. Ning Fengji spoke the truth, and it was precisely this awareness that had birthed the proposal. You are correct, father-in-law. It is precisely for this reason that the Spirit Hall serves as an obstacle to our aspirations of becoming the foremost in the world. Among humanity, there are limits. And what truly sustains the Spirit Hall is not merely the old strong, but their reservoir of talent, an area where we are significantly lagging. To address this shortcoming, leveraging the talents of the Empire is the most direct approach. Please trust me. As long as I am present, the sect shall face no security risks. As he spoke, Chun Long approached and placed a reassuring hand on Ning Fengji's shoulder before departing with a wave of his sleeve. After his departure, Reborn Douluo immediately approached Ning Fengji. "Fengji, I must admit that there is some merit to what Xiao Long has said. For our sect to flourish, we must embrace boldness." Upon hearing Reborn Douluo's words, Ning Fengji sighed deeply. "Uncle Gu, am I not aware of this? It is merely that Xiao Long's romantic entanglements cause me great concern. He seems to be rather close to the Pope and that young lady. Let us set this matter aside for the moment. I shall seek an opportunity to gauge his feelings. Generally speaking, young people tend to settle down after marriage." The following morning, Chun Long awoke from his slumber, the first thought crossing his mind being the 2 summoning cards still in his possession. How could I have forgotten these 2 cards yesterday? He mused. Let us try them now and initiate the summoning. The summoning card was successfully activated. From ancient times, the fierce warrior Dian Wei, level 93 titled Douluo. Martial soul, devouring demon axe. As the system's voice echoed, a man clad in dark purple robes, towering over 2 meters, materialized before Chun Long. Dian Wei pays his respects to the master, he declared, immediately kneeling before Chun Long. Observing this, Chun Long stepped forward to assist him in rising. Upon their contact, the serene aura radiating from Dian Wei took him by surprise. Despite Dian Wei being only level 93, he exuded a certain pressure that astonished Chun Long. In that moment, he recognized that this summoning was indeed a remarkable success. Chapter 069, The Ode to the Goddess, the most beautiful woman in my heart. Indeed, Dian Wei is a formidable warrior. I have matters to attend to. Please wait for me outside. Remember, do not engage anyone without my command. Upon hearing Chun Long's words, Dian Wei promptly exited the room. Subsequently, Chun Long picked up the other summoning card. At this moment, he eagerly anticipated whom the second card would summon. Unlike the formidable warrior, he hoped to summon a female character, though he already had Ning Rongrong by his side in the sect. What man wouldn't desire the presence of more enchanting women, especially those who would heed his every word? Initiate summoning. Jinmi, level 90 titled Douluo. Martial soul, ice element. Upon completion of the summoning, a woman of exquisite beauty, draped in a flowing white gown, appeared in the room. Instantly, the temperature within the chamber plummeted by 10 degrees. A gentle chill enveloping the floor. At that moment, Chun Long covered his mouth with his hands, unable to believe the reality before him. He had summoned Jinmi, a beauty rivaling the legendary Jiao Chan, who had captivated the infamous Cao Cao, though her power was somewhat lesser at level 90. Her unparalleled beauty made her presence beyond compare. "Greetings, master," Jinmi spoke. Compared to her beauty, her voice was even more enchanting. As she addressed him as master, Chun Long felt a delightful shiver run through his bones. "Jinmi, You are indeed even more exquisite than the legends portray. Fear not, for I shall protect you henceforth. Upon hearing Chun Long's words, Zhenmi hastily shook her head. How could my master say such a thing? It is my duty to safeguard you. As she spoke, Zhenmi prepared to continue her act of reverence. Observing this, Chun Long firmly grasped her shoulders and, with utmost seriousness, declared, Zhenmi, should you regard me as your master, then listen closely. In the face of peril, you must take refuge behind me and refrain from stepping forward. Otherwise, I shall no longer acknowledge you. Instantly, Zhenmi felt a surge of anxiety. I understand, my master. I shall certainly obey you. Please do not cast me aside. Cast aside. Such a notion is utterly absurd. With a beauty like hers by one's side, a man would hardly wish to stray even a step away. Chun Long's words were but a feeble attempt to intimidate her. Just as Chun Long was lost in contemplation of Zhenmi's beauty, a cacophony erupted from outside. Chun Long, where did this brute come from? You must make him release me at once, or I shall never speak to you again. The voice of Ning Rongrong jolted Chun Long back to reality. Oh no, he muttered under his breath and promptly flung open the door, only to find Ning Rongrong tightly ensnared by Dianwei's arm, her lovely visage turning crimson. Dianwei, this is my fiancée, release her immediately. Upon hearing Chun Long's command, Dianwei promptly let Ning Rongrong go and knelt upon the ground. I beseech the queen's forgiveness. Dianwei is willing to accept punishment. Ning Rongrong was taken aback by Dianwei's actions, bewildered by the intimidating figure before her. Chun Long, who is this giant? You must explain. Midway through her query, Ning Rongrong's gaze fell upon Zhenmi standing behind Chun Long, observing the beauty that rivaled her own. With an aura that was transcendent, the young girl's face flushed, and she momentarily forgot about Dianwei's indiscretion. Chun Long, where did this woman come from? You must provide me with an explanation. Our nine-treasure glazed tile school does not accept wild women. Ning Rongrong scolded Chun Long, her demeanor undeniably adorable. Ah, our little princess Rongrong appears to be jealous. Such a sight is rare indeed. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed even more, and the typically articulate girl began to stammer. Nonsense, I am not jealous. I am merely considering the interests of the nine-treasure glazed tile school, not wanting you to bring back unsavory individuals, though she adamantly insisted otherwise. Her actions betrayed her true feelings. Chun Long, wishing to alleviate his fiancée's displeasure, quickly sought to clarify. Rongrong, this is Zhenmi, a friend I met during my travels, much like Zhao Yun and the others. Dianwei here is the same. From this day forth, our nine-treasure glazed tile school shall welcome 2 new guardians. As he spoke, Chun Long shrugged his shoulders at the 2 individuals. Zhenmi, a level 90 control-type tidal Douluo with the martial soul of ice elements, and Dianwei, a level 93 assault-type tidal Douluo wielding the devouring giant axe as his martial soul. The powerful fluctuations of soul power radiated outward. Both of their soul rings configured in the optimal ratio of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black. Witnessing this scene, Ning Rongrong covered her mouth in disbelief. She could hardly fathom that Chun Long had summoned 2 tidal Douluos once more. With the 5th soul skill, Dreadful Might, amidst Ning Rongrong's astonishment, 7 streams of blue sword energy descended from the heavens. Utilizing the 4th soul skill, Guardian of Profound Ice, Zhenmi activated her 4th soul ring, enveloping everyone in a triangular ice cone. The 7 sword energies collided with it, producing a sound akin to firecrackers. Subsequently, Dianwei stepped forward, his formidable aura erupting at that moment. Employing the 6th soul skill, Half Moon Slash, he wielded the devouring giant axe to carve a semicircle. The crescent-shaped shadow shattering the Guardian of Profound Ice and obliterating the 7 sword energies suspended in midair. Following this, both Dianwei and Zhenmi prepared to launch a surprise attack, yet were restrained by Chun Long behind them. Alright, I merely wish to test your mettle. Did you truly desire to engage in battle with him? As Chun Long's voice faded, the sword Douluo clad in azure stood upon the plaza. Xiao Long, your surprises grow ever more astounding. At this rate, I may soon be ready for retirement. With that, the sword Douluo burst into hearty laughter. His heart brimmed with joy at his grandson's ability to summon 2 tidal Douluos once again. It now appeared that there were already 8 tidal Douluos within the sect. What nonsense are you speaking, Grandpa? You are in the prime of your life. The road ahead is still long. How could you be contemplating retirement now? I still want you to see the grandchildren, Ning Rongrong interjected, as Chun Long wrapped his arm around her waist. With Zhenmi's presence, the young girl exhibited noticeable resistance. Let go of me. What that girl said is true. You are nothing but a scoundrel who enjoys trifling with flowers. Ning Rongrong vehemently referred to him as a scoundrel, leaving the sword Douluo somewhat bewildered. Only when he noticed Zhenmi behind Chun Long did he grasp the situation. In the next moment, the elder's expression darkened. Xiao Long, come here. I need to speak with you privately. Upon hearing this, Chun Long promptly followed the sword Douluo away. The 2 arrived at the resting quarters of the sect's elders, and as soon as they entered, the sword Douluo gave Chun Long a firm rap on the head. You little rascal, was what Rongrong said earlier true? What are you talking about? I don't quite understand. Chun Long feigned ignorance, causing a slight change in the sword Douluo's expression. Do not think that just because you are my beloved grandson, I will overlook your actions. No one can bully Rongrong in this world. With that, the sword Douluo struck the top of Chun Long's head with considerable force. This time, even with the infusion of soul power, Chun Long felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Grandfather, please be gentle. If you keep hitting me like this, You may never hold your great-grandson. Upon hearing Chun Long's words, the sword Douluo realized he might have been a bit too harsh. After all, this young man was their family's sole heir. Yet, despite his deep affection for his grandson, he could not allow any sign of weakness to show. Being foolish is good. It means you can focus solely on Rongrong without being distracted by others. He then inquired, "What is your relationship with that woman named Xiaobai?" Chun Long anticipated this question from the sword Douluo, having prepared his response beforehand. "Grandfather, you are mistaken. She is merely a friend, and there is nothing intimate between us. I brought her here to provide close protection for Rongrong. As she grows older, it will be increasingly impractical for you and Grandfather Gu to accompany her everywhere." Chun Long's reasoning was sound, prompting the sword Douluo to ponder deeply. Indeed, as Rongrong matured and her feminine qualities began to develop, it was no longer appropriate for him and the bone Douluo to enter the young lady's room as freely as before. After a moment of reflection, the sword Douluo nodded in agreement. "Yes, you are correct. It seems the younger generation is more considerate. However, returning to the matter at hand, even if you have no relationship with Xiaobai, how do you explain your connection with that girl beside Qian Dalu? She was the one who first mentioned the term scoundrel. Surely you are not entangled with her as well. This is absolutely unacceptable. The angel lineage is our family's enemy." As he spoke, the sword Douluo began to feel anxious. In his mind, if Chun Long truly had a relationship with that girl, it would be a significant disrespect to their ancestors. Understanding his grandfather's concerns, Chun Long had also given this matter considerable thought. "Grandfather, please sit down and allow me to explain. I am well aware that the angel lineage is our family's foe, which is precisely why I must engage with them. Imagine if that young girl were to join the Nine-Treasure Glazed Tile School and become one of us. Wouldn't that infuriate Qian Dalu? Rather than resorting to violence, is this not the most effective means of revenge?" As he spoke, Chun Long lifted the sword Douluo onto a nearby stone platform, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Although the sword Douluo was inclined to reject such a plan, the thought of Qian Dalu's fury made it seem less implausible. "Cough, your thoughts are commendable. However, I must caution you, young man. It is permissible to bring the young lady under the auspices of the Nine-Treasure Glazed Tile School, but you must never wrong Rongrong." With that, the sword Douluo ascended upon his sword, his figure exuding an air of elegance. After his departure, Chun Long wiped the sweat from his brow, relieved that the encounter had concluded. With a soft sigh, he returned to his abode. In the private quarters behind the glazed tile palace, Ning Rongrong lay with a cloth draped over her head, her aqua-blue pillow being pummeled by her tiny fists. "Scoundrel, scoundrel, I shall never acknowledge you again. Do not refer to me as your fiancé. I never wish to see you again." The young girl clung to her resolute words, yet her demeanor suggested otherwise. Were Chun Long to witness Ning Rongrong in such a state, he might awaken from dreams with a smile. He would never have imagined that this princess of a Nine-Treasure Glazed Tile School could harbor such jealousy. On the following morning, Chun Long greeted the dawn as he arrived at the rear of the sect. "Elder, have you given thought to our previous agreement? The time has come for you to provide me with a response." As his voice echoed, the Phoenix Douluo in the valley slowly opened his eyes. "What an impatient young man you are. Take this. Upon seeing it, the Snowy Night Emperor will surely make a decision." With that, the Phoenix Douluo tossed a golden token into the air. The front of the token bore the emblem of the Tiando Empire, while the reverse showcased a phoenix, its edges inscribed with royal inscriptions. The sight of this token was akin to encountering the sovereign in person. The fact that the Phoenix Douluo could present it with both hands indicated his recognition of the agreement between the two parties. A smile spread across Chun Long's face. "Thank you, Elder, for your support. I assure you that upon the completion of our collaboration, both the Tiando Empire and the Nine-Treasure Glazed Tile School shall ascend to unprecedented heights." With that, Chun Long prepared to leave, but at that moment, the Phoenix Douluo spoke again. "Wait, our agreement pertains solely to the future development of both parties. You still owe the Tiando royal family an explanation regarding the Crown Prince's grave injury." At this, Chun Long nearly burst into laughter. It seemed that both he and Qian Renshua had performed their roles exceptionally well, successfully deceiving even the Phoenix Douluo, who believed the Crown Prince was truly harmed. In reality, the Crown Prince of the Tiando Empire was quite well. "Rest assured, I will prepare a gift specifically for His Highness." With that, Chun Long vanished into the void. Gongxin City, renowned as the iron capital of the Douluo Continent, is home to Master Lu Gao, one of the three great craftsmen. Consequently, countless individuals flock to this city daily, whether from the two great empires or the Spirit Hall, all arriving in a timely manner to procure supplies. The pedestrians on the street hurried by, yet a strikingly handsome young man with a somewhat androgynous demeanor stood out remarkably among the crowd. Wherever he passed, young men cast envious glances, while young women felt their hearts melt, nearly all succumbing to infatuation. Amidst this throng, a girl clad in a colorful dress mustered her courage and stepped onto the street to block the young man's path. "Handsome, my name is Kai Dai. May I have the pleasure of knowing you?" Before she could finish her sentence, the young man forcefully pushed her to the ground. "Step aside. I have no time to waste here with you." With a cold snort, he continued on his way, indifferent to the fact that he had bruised the arms and thighs of the girls around him. At that moment, the young girl sat on the ground, her face a picture of grievance, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes. Upon witnessing this scene, several passionate young men from the street approached, most of them local and appearing robust. In a matter of moments, they encircled the young man. "Hey, you arrogant brat. Don't think that just because you possess good looks, you can act with impunity." This is Gongxin City, and we won't tolerate your antics here. A strong young man with red hair stepped forward first, placing a massive hammer on the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The onlookers gasped at the sight of the hammer. The red hammer belongs to a direct disciple of the Blacksmith Association. That arrogant lad is in for it. Indeed, what's so impressive about merely being handsome? In Gongxin City, strength reigns supreme, not mere appearances. The red-haired youth set down his hammer, eliciting a few dreamy gazes from the surrounding young women. In comparison to the blue-haired youth, the red-haired young man's looks were far less remarkable, yet in terms of character, the latter was far more favored. After all, no matter how beautiful someone may appear, they should not bully others, especially those who hold affection for them. Despite the incessant calls for retribution, the blue-haired youth remained unfazed. Step aside, or do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. His voice was icy, and a murderous intent flickered in his bright eyes. Naturally, the youth from the Blacksmith Association was incensed. Gongxin City was his home, and this outsider had the audacity to act so brazenly. Hey, you truly are courting disaster. Allow me to teach you a lesson. As he spoke, 2 yellow and 3 purple soul rings shimmered beneath him. Simultaneously, a blood-red phantom emerged from behind him. Sure to. Level 53, Assault-type Soul King. Martial Soul, Blood Demon. After introducing himself, the enormous hammer tightly gripped by Shurtu underwent a transformation, revealing intricate vein-like patterns on its surface. Upon witnessing this scene, the azure-haired youth's expression shifted momentarily before settling into tranquility. The murderous intent in his eyes seemingly diminished significantly. Gradually, he extended his arms, and a wave of soul power, more formidable than stone, radiated outward. Tang Sect, a level 59 control system Soul King, wielding the blue-silver grass as his martial spirit. The sight of the 5 soul rings beneath his feet, 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 2 black, left all present astounded. A Millennium-grade 4th soul ring, what manner of monster is this? Not far away, upon witnessing Tang Sect's display of strength, his opponent, Shurtu, swallowed hard. Shurtu, do not be deceived by appearances. Even if this lad surpasses you, his martial spirit is woefully lacking. After a moment of discouragement, Shurtu regained his confidence, taking a bold step forward as the 4th soul ring shimmered quietly. 4th soul skill, Blood Demon Attachment. The crimson aura emanating from Shurtu rapidly enveloped his colossal hammer, which, in the next instant, expanded tremendously, embodying an aura that could be deemed as a top-tier weapon martial spirit. In the face of such an assault, Tang Sect remained unfazed. 1st soul skill, Bind. With a snap of his fingers, the golden blue-silver grass surged from the ground, ensnaring Shurtu, who floated mid-air, rendering him incapable of escape. At that moment, Tang Sect also pierced Shurtu with the dragon beard needle. The two stood in close proximity, their whispered exchange audible only to themselves, revealing Tang Sect's intent. Shurtu, you must be a core disciple of the Blacksmith Association. I seek Master Lu Gao for a matter of utmost importance. Kindly escort me to him. Otherwise, you shall not witness the sunset this evening. Tang Sect's icy voice echoed, and Shurtu felt an unsettling sensation course through his body, as if his soul power were being restricted by an invisible force. Very well, I shall acquiesce to your request. However, I must advise you, despite your prowess, you are merely a level 59 Soul King. Our Gongxin City is home to formidable Soul Douluo. At only 29 years of age, he basked in the attention and admiration of the Blacksmith Association, and Shurtu had no desire to meet an untimely end. Thus, he had no choice but to comply with Tang Sect's conditions. As for Shurtu's warning, Tang Sect paid it no heed. Rest assured, I come in partnership with the Blacksmith Association and shall not act recklessly. Consequently, Shurtu led Tang Sect to Master Lu Gao's residence. Above Gongxin City, Chun Long concealed his presence within the void, having observed the events unfold for quite some time. Upon learning of Tang Sect's impressive level of 59, he couldn't help but exclaim, it appears this fellow has thoroughly mastered that technique, achieving a remarkable increase in soul power in such a short span. From now on, I must pay closer attention to the movements of this individual. Should he grow stronger, it could indeed lead to some complications. With that, the figure of Chun Long swiftly made his way toward the very heart of Gongxin City. The headquarters of the Blacksmith Association, a striking tower-like structure, is prominently situated here. It serves as both the research institute and home of Master Lu Gao. This esteemed master seldom ventures outside, dedicating nearly all his thoughts to the study of weaponry. Outside this towering edifice, an elderly man clad in gray robes sat under the clear sky. His dark visage, framed by disheveled hair, was not an appealing sight. Yet, this very man, known as Tang, was regarded as the second most respected figure in all of Gongxin City, after Master Lu Gao himself. As the vice president of the Blacksmith Association and a formidable Soul Douluo of level 84, his presence ensured the safety of Gongxin City. Once upon a time, this powerful being had defended the dignity of the Blacksmith Association by withstanding 30 rounds against the titled Douluo, armed with weapons crafted by Master Lu Gao. However, today he would face an opponent far beyond the ordinary titled Douluo. A figure streaked across the sky, causing Tang's eyes to narrow with alarm. Who could this be? In a swift motion, he hurled a massive hammer skyward, the whistling wind carrying the force equivalent to the 4th soul skill of an ordinary Soul Douluo. The crimson hammer traced a graceful arc, yet the figure in the sky remained unfazed. With a resounding crash, the hammer collided with a protective barrier. the immense recoil sending the colossal weapon hurtling back. Shirgantang, priding himself on his strength, attempted to grasp the hammer, only to realize that this decision would be his gravest regret. The moment his hands clasped the hammer, the latent power within shattered his arm, blood erupting from his mouth as he flew backward like a severed kite. At that moment, the figure in the sky dashed into Master Lu Gao's residence. A thunderous noise erupted from the furnace atop the tower, causing the entire structure to tremble. Beside the furnace, an elderly man with braided hair burst into hearty laughter. Ha! The golden silkworm armor has finally been forged. All my efforts have not been in vain. As he spoke, the white-bearded elder reached toward the furnace, and a glimmering set of silken armor emerged. Chapter 072, The Foiled Plan and the Vanishing Master Lu Gao. The golden silkworm armor, a treasure crafted with 6 months of Master Lu Gao's devotion, could withstand 3 attacks from a titled Douluo. As the fruits of his labor came to fruition, a radiant smile blossomed on the master's aged face. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through, causing his pupils to constrict. Who goes there? In the next instant, he swiftly concealed the precious armor, 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 2 black soul rings manifesting beneath him. The holy casting pin martial soul was grasped in the hands of Master Lu Gao. Although this martial soul did not possess formidable offensive power, it was nonetheless a manifestation of a 7-ring soul sage, which provided a sense of reassurance. The holy casting pin martial soul truly befits Master Lu Gao. I extend my heartfelt congratulations to Master Lu Gao on acquiring this precious treasure. A soft, melodic voice echoed within the room as Chun Long appeared seemingly from nowhere. Master Lu Gao, unfamiliar with the renowned dragon god Douluo, merely perceived the young man before him as exceptionally capable, having stealthily bypassed the formidable Shirgantang to infiltrate the high tower on the entirety of the Douluo Continent. Such a feat could likely only be accomplished by a successor of the Spirit Hall, given the unparalleled foundation they possessed, capable of nurturing prodigious talents. Are you a member of the Spirit Hall? In response to Master Lu Gao's inquiry, Chun Long smiled and shook his head. I was once, but I am no longer. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Chun Long, the prospective son-in-law of the 9-treasure glazed tile school, or you may refer to me as the dragon god Douluo. As he spoke, Chun Long unleashed his 9 soul rings, the overwhelming aura instantly causing Master Lu Gao to bow slightly. At that moment, the elder could barely support his own weight with his martial soul. Having encountered many formidable individuals throughout his life, he could discern that Chun Long's strength far surpassed that of an ordinary title Douluo. Ah, so you are His Majesty the Dragon God. The 7-treasure glazed tile school and the Blacksmith Association have had little to do with one another. What brings you here? Observing Master Lu Gao's anxious demeanor, Chun Long hurriedly retracted his soul rings, restoring tranquility to the room. Having achieved his purpose of establishing his identity, he had no intention of further pressuring the esteemed craftsman. Do not be alarmed, Master. I have come solely to propose a trade between you and the Blacksmith Association. It is well known across the continent that the 9-treasure glazed tile school is famed for its wealth, housing treasures of unparalleled value within the celestial warehouse. Regrettably, despite our ability to appraise these treasures, we are unable to utilize them effectively, which is indeed a waste. Therefore, I wish to formally invite you to observe the celestial warehouse, where you may select 3 treasures upon your departure. At the mention of the celestial warehouse, Master Lu Gao's body trembled. The mere thought of it stirred emotions within him that words could scarcely convey. For many years, one of Lu Gao's lifelong dreams had been to visit the celestial warehouse of the 9-treasure glazed tile school. Yet the disparity in status had always rendered the disciples of the 9-treasure glazed tile school dismissive of the Blacksmith Association. Thus, Lu Gao's aspiration had remained unfulfilled. Now, with Chun Long proactively broaching the subject, how could he possibly contain his joy? Your Majesty the Dragon God, I am of advanced age, please do not jest with me. Hearing Lu Gao's words, Chun Long smiled and shook his head, then pointed to the golden silkworm silk armor in Master Lu Gao's hand, and said, Master, there is no need for doubt. My proposal does come with conditions. First, sell the treasure in your possession to me. You may set any price, for I am abundant in wealth. Your recent visit to the 9-treasure glazed tile sect is intended for observation, and thereafter, I hope you will consider relocating the Blacksmith Association to the mountains behind the 9-treasure glazed tile sect. At that time, we shall devote all our resources to support the association and dispatch a formidable protector whose strength rivals that of my own. I urge you to contemplate this matter thoroughly. If agreeable, we can depart immediately, establishing headquarters at the 9-treasure glazed tile sect under the protection of a powerful title Douluo. Overwhelmed Lu Gao with an array of information, rendering him somewhat unsettled. In his heart, this matter seemed too significant to hesitate over. As the president of the Blacksmith Association, his aim has always been to elevate his craft and the association. With such a splendid opportunity at hand, how could Lu Gao let it slip away? However, recalling the prior demeanor of the individuals from the 9-treasure glazed tile sect, he felt a trace of caution grow within him. This inspection was indeed necessary. He must ascertain their true intentions. Thus, the master feigned silence for a moment before finally speaking. Your Majesty, I can acquiesce to your request. However, you must have the 9-treasure glazed tile sect issue a statement declaring that I, Lu Gao, am under your auspices. If this condition is met, we can depart at once. Upon hearing this, Chun Long comprehended the master's subtle calculations. The desire to publicly announce his whereabouts stemmed from a fear of the 9-treasure glazed tile sect engaging in unscrupulous behavior. A wary heart is essential. And the master's approach garnered Chun Long's admiration. That is certainly no issue. In that case, please relinquish to me the item in your possession, Chun Long remarked, tossing a shimmering diamond card into Lu Gao's hands. With the completion of their transaction, the master's exquisite creation, the golden silkworm armor, fell into Chun Long's hands. At that moment, Chun Long whisked Lu Gao away, accompanied by the injured Shigandang. Before long, the trio soared out of the town. No sooner had they departed than Tu arrived at the headquarters of the Blacksmith Association with Tang Sect. Not seeing his father waiting outside the tower, Tu took it upon himself to lead Tang Sect to the tower, accessible only to Lu Gao and his father. Thereafter, he scoured nearly every room within the tower. Yet he found no trace of Master Lu Gao. How could this be? The master was in seclusion and should not have emerged. Meanwhile, Tang Sect calmly examined the masterpieces of the esteemed craftsman Lu Gao within the Research Institute, several of which were truly remarkable. While meandering, he unexpectedly discovered a letter on the table, the ink still wet, suggesting it had been penned recently. As he picked it up and read through it, Tang Sect's expression darkened considerably. In the next moment, a yellow soul ring glimmered beneath his feet, and strands of blue-silver emperor ensnared Tu. Unlike their previous encounter, Tang Sect was now filled with a murderous intent. Tang Sect, what are you doing? You are suffocating me. The color of Shitu's face turned crimson as the constriction of the blue-silver emperor tightened, and his roar grew weaker. Mr. Tu, the members of the Blacksmith Association are indeed adept at deception. Just take a look for yourself. Saying this, Tang Sect placed the letter left by Lu Gao before Tu. Upon reading its contents, Tu understood the reason for this fellow's drastic change in temperament. It turned out that Master Lu Gao had already departed and would not return in the foreseeable future. Thus, Shitu's trust in Tang Sect's promise had transformed into a mere falsehood. Tang Sect, I am merely a disciple of the Blacksmith Association. I am not privy to Master Lu Gao's actions. Please wait a moment. I can inquire with my father, who is the vice president. Chapter 073. Do not be alarmed. I come bearing gifts. Outside Gingshin City, the vice president of the Blacksmith Association, Shigandang, awoke from the grass. Old fellow, you have finally come to. At the moment his vision cleared, Lu Gao appeared before Shigandang. I'm not dead. Suddenly sitting up, Shigandang began to examine his body repeatedly, astonishment gradually painting his features. At this time, a handsome general wielding a silver spear stood beside him. It is getting late. The two presidents and I are headed to the bar, Jiobao Lilazong. Upon hearing this, Lu Gao nodded and helped Shigandang to his feet. At this moment, Chun Long had already ventured to the Heaven Do Empire, entrusting the task of escorting the two leaders to Zhaoyun. In Tiando City, Chun Long, holding the golden token bestowed by the Phoenix Douluo, enjoyed a smooth passage as all soldiers within the palace paid him their respects. Thus, he swiftly arrived at the residence of the Snow Knight Emperor. Out of courtesy, he merely stood at the entrance, allowing his voice to carry within. Your Majesty, the dragon god Douluo has come to apologize. Within the palace walls, upon hearing this voice, the Snow Knight Emperor instantly tensed. Swiftly barking an order to the eunuch beside him, informed the guards to prepare for battle. Having spoken, the Snow Knight Emperor hurriedly adjusted his attire. And once the royal guards had assembled, he slowly exited the palace. At this moment, Chun Long remained outside, making no movements that could be seen as intrusive. Even though the royal guards had encircled him, he maintained an air of tranquility. Your Majesty, where is the Crown Prince? Upon learning that he had sustained considerable injuries, I rushed here immediately. The responsibility for this matter lies with me. As his teacher, I failed to take proper care of him. And I have come today to seek your forgiveness. As he spoke of this incident, a flicker of anger crossed the Snow Knight Emperor's face, yet simultaneously, a sense of joy welled within him. The fact that Chun Long had taken the initiative to come forth indicated that their esteemed ancestor had played a significant role. Just as he reveled in this thought, a golden token appeared in Chun Long's hand. Your Majesty, might you allow these soldiers to withdraw? There are certain matters I wish to discuss with you privately. In an instant, the body of the Snowy Knight Emperor trembled, surprise illuminating his eyes. The golden phoenix emblem upon the token was strikingly prominent. Very well, I concede to your request. With a mere command, the royal guard dispersed. Subsequently, he gestured for Chun Long to enter. Your Majesty, please, step inside. Invited, Chun Long strode confidently into the hall, while the Snowy Knight Emperor followed closely behind. The two Seoul Douluo guards beside him attempted to accompany him, but were halted in their tracks. You shall wait outside. No one is permitted to enter without my command. At that moment, the Snowy Knight Emperor was beset by a multitude of emotions, the golden token stirring profound feelings within him. The two entered the grand hall together. Chun Long casually choosing a seat, while the Snowy Knight Emperor stood apprehensively, his demeanor visibly tense. Observing this, Chun Long felt a twinge of discomfort regarding his own actions, and rose from his seat. Your Majesty, why are you so anxious? Have I not already assured you of my intentions? I truly come to offer my apologies. However, before we proceed, I would like to present something for your consideration. As he spoke, Chun Long placed the golden token upon the ground, his fingertips delicately tracing over it, sending forth a surge of soul power. In the next moment, the ethereal figure of the Phoenix Douluo materialized before the Snowy Knight Emperor. Snowy Knight, I greet you, ancestor. In response, the esteemed monarch slightly bowed. Snowy Knight, there is no need for trepidation. I am currently recuperating in the back mountains of the 9 treasure glazed tile school, and all is well. I have agreed to this young man's collaboration with the Nine Treasure Glazed Tile School regarding the establishment of an alternate royal lineage and advisory council within the Heaven Do Empire. This decision has been made after careful consideration and is highly beneficial for the Heaven Do Empire. You shall discuss the specifics with this young man. As the ruler of Heaven Do, the decision ultimately lies with you. With these words, the apparition of the Phoenix Douluo faded away. The Snowy Night Emperor found himself momentarily at a loss, struggling to comprehend his ancestors' remarks. How curious it was. This elder had seemingly ventured forth to seek justice for the prince, yet it now appeared as though concessions were being made to the Nine Treasure Glazed Tile School. In that moment, the thoughts of the Snowy Night Emperor swirled chaotically in his mind. Nevertheless, one could not deny the remarkable adaptability of this sovereign. Within mere moments, he untangled the complexities of the situation. Now that even his ancestor had acquiesced, it became clear that the room for maneuvering had all but vanished. Rather than continue to negotiate with Chun Long, it would be wiser to yield gracefully. Your Majesty, since our ancestor has already consented, I find little left to contest. However, how do you intend to implement these matters? Seeing the Snowy Night Emperor finally speak, Chun Long did not hesitate to express his thoughts candidly. It is rather straightforward. The Council of Elders serves as the highest decision-making body for the Heavenly Douluo and the Nine Treasure Glazed Tile School, and thus it should consist of 7 positions, with major matters determined through voting. The proceedings within the council will be presided over by His Majesty, while the remaining 6 members will be selected, with each of our factions appointing 3 representatives. As the esteemed Phoenix Elder is currently unable to venture out, I shall temporarily assume his rights until his return. Upon hearing such words from Chun Long, the Snow Night Emperor found the matter to be quite reasonable, as Chun Long had afforded the Heavenly Douluo due respect in his proposal. Very well, the idea of the Dragon God is commendable. I shall commence preparations and also arrange the title for the Crown Prince, the Snow Night Emperor stated. When he mentioned the matter of conferring a royal title, Chun Long smiled and gently shook his head. Your Majesty, I am still quite young and do not represent any substantial force. It would be best to forego the royal title. The title of an outer prince should be bestowed upon my esteemed father-in-law, Ning Fengji, the leader of the Nine Treasure Glazed Tile School. After contemplating Chun Long's response for a moment, the Snow Night Emperor found no objection to it. Thus, the matter was amicably settled. Subsequently, Chun Long hurriedly made his way to the resting quarters of the Crown Prince. Upon pushing the door open, he beheld Crown Prince Xue Qinghe lying on the bed, his complexion as pale as parchment. Ahem, the matter has been resolved. You need not continue feigning, Chun Long remarked. Upon hearing this, Xue Qinghe sat up straight, his handsome visage regaining its color. Quickly tell me, how formidable is that individual? Can he rival my grandfather? As he spoke, Xue Qinghe rushed over and grasped Chun Long's hand, eagerly inquiring about the mysterious powerhouse of the Heavenly Douluo. I am willing to share this information, but my shoulders are rather sore. You must first give me a massage, or I shall divulge nothing, Chun Long teased, a mischievous smile gracing his face. Chapter 074, a masterpiece. The marvelous use of silk armor. When one is subjected to scrutiny for an extended period, it inevitably leads to a sense of oppression, especially for those who are already compelled to act against their conscience. Presently, with Chun Long having confined the Phoenix Douluo within the Nine Treasure Glazed Tile School, no one within the Heavenly Douluo could possibly uncover the identity of Qian Renxue, the false crown prince. With this thought, she found no qualms in offering Chun Long a back massage. Moments later, Chun Long stretched and let out a long sigh of relief. That pressure is just right. Now I shall share with you the details regarding that individual. Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue immediately leaned closer to Chun Long. Since Chun Long had already established a soul power barrier around them, Qian Renxue had discarded her disguise as the crown prince of the Heavenly Douluo. That person is the ancestor of the Heavenly Douluo, a title Douluo of level 98, known as Phoenix. Your grandfather should already be aware of this. I shan't elaborate further, as others will inform you in due course. What I wish to discuss are the forthcoming changes within the Heavenly Douluo. The Heavenly Do Empire is poised to establish a council chamber in conjunction with the Nine Treasure Glazed Tile Sect. Within this chamber, there are 7 positions, of which I have already secured 4. I now require you, as the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Do Empire, to seize the 5th. Upon discussing this matter, Qian Renshue's expression grew notably serious. Currently concealed within the Heavenly Do Empire, she understood the gravity of such a significant maneuver and knew she had to attend to every detail. When she learned that Chun Long had already occupied 4 seats, surprise flickered across her face. 4 seats? Does this not grant you control over the council? How could the Snow Night Emperor possibly allow this? In response to Qian Renshue's inquiry, Chun Long placed the token of the Phoenix Douluo upon the table. In truth, it is a matter of managing on behalf of another. This position still nominally belongs to the Heavenly Do Empire, yet the authority remains intact. The Phoenix Douluo will not emerge in the coming years, and I shall manage his powers in his stead. Chun Long's assertion prompted Qian Renxue to admire the brilliance of his strategy. Compared to her own plans of disguise, his methods evidently bore greater efficiency. As this realization dawned upon her, a trace of vigilance glimmered in her stunning eyes. Chun Long, observing this shift, extended his arm and encircled Qian Renshue's slender waist. Fear not, he reassured her. My intent in this endeavor is solely to enhance the influence of our sect. It shall not impede your plans. On the contrary, I will assist you in becoming the sovereign of the heavenly Dou Empire, clearing the darkness that lies ahead. At his words, Qian Rinxue's heart quivered. In her mind, Chun Long was the only one, aside from her grandfather, who would utter such sentiments. In that moment, her gaze toward him grew complex. Chun Long, if you were to choose between me and Ning Rongrong, what would you do? The tea Chun Long had just sipped spewed forth, for indeed, women have an affinity for such dilemmas, and Qian Rinxue was no exception. Contemplating seriously, he responded, how would you both choose? I truly need to ponder this. Rongrong is more endearing, and given the arrangements made by our parents, I cannot forsake her. However, in terms of beauty and figure, who in this continent could rival you? Little Shui? It is indeed a difficult choice. Must I not have both? As he spoke, Chun Long's gaze traveled down her alabaster neck. Witnessing his lascivious demeanor, Qian Rinxue's cheeks flushed crimson. You rogue, you are nothing but a scoundrel. Who would wish to be with you? I mean, if our interests were to conflict, which side would you take? With a firm shove, Qian Rinxue pushed Chun Long away and crossed her arms defiantly. At that moment, Chun Long emerged from his trance. Ah, so that is the case. I had misinterpreted the situation. Rest assured, with me, the dragon god Douluo, this scenario shall never come to pass. Come, put on this garment. It is a treasure I acquired from Master Lu Gao. As he spoke, a dazzling golden light emanated from Chun Long's palm, revealing the golden silkworm armor before Qian Rinxue. Upon seeing this exquisite item, the esteemed saintess of the spirit hall could not help but express her admiration. Her delicate hand brushed across the armor's surface, and the cool sensation was utterly irresistible. Indeed, Master Lu Gao is a master craftsman. You didn't steal this, did you? In response to her inquiry, Chun Long confidently raised his chin. What are you saying? Master Lu Gao is a dear brother of mine. What is wrong with gifting a piece of clothing? Try it on and see for yourself. Although Qian Rinxue did not believe that Chun Long and Lu Gao shared such a brotherly bond, the armor was now in her possession, and she chose not to dwell on it. In the next moment, her graceful figure began to dance, and the golden silkworm armor was elegantly donned. This armor could seamlessly integrate with her existing attire, appearing unchanged to the eye. After Qian Rinxue adorned herself with the golden silkworm armor, a smile crept across Chun Long's face, and a long sword, formed of condensed soul power, shot forth. At that moment, Qian Rinxue was unable to unleash her soul skills, forcing her to brace herself with her arms crossed defensively. With a resounding crash, the phantom of the sword exploded, yet astonishingly, Qian Rinxue withstood the attack unscathed. Seeing that the young lady had suffered no harm, Chun Long burst into a hearty laugh. Indeed, what a treasure! My previous strike could rival the full-force attack of a powerful assault-type soul Douluo. Master Lu Gao did not deceive me. As Chun Long's voice faded, Qian Rinxue meticulously examined her body. In that brief moment of impact, she had sensed the formidable defensive capabilities of the silkworm armor. Moreover, it seemed to possess an additional layer of efficacy. You dared to ambush me. Now it is my turn. Her fourth soul skill, Angel's Falling Blade, activated, and the fourth soul ring beneath her feet shimmered. Several golden lights, transformed from angelic feathers, hurtled toward Chun Long. In the face of such an assault, Chun Long waved his hand, shattering the golden light instantly. However, he suddenly felt a tingling sensation in his palm. How did you manage to unleash a soul sage level attack? He exclaimed, astonished at Qian Rinxue's formidable power. It is known that the soul sage is a pivotal threshold within the realm of soul masters, and even among the angel lineage. It is challenging to access such power at the soul king level. In response, Qian Rinxue proudly straightened her chest and gestured toward her attire. It is the efficacy of this golden silkworm armor. It can harness a portion of external soul power for one's own use. This item is quite remarkable. I am quite satisfied. With that, Qian Rinxue removed the necklace she had worn around her neck and gracefully approached Chun Long, her unparalleled beauty captivating in its charm. Chun Long, heed my words. This angel pendant is a gift from me to you. Should you wish to remain my friend in the future, you must wear it around your neck at all times. If it should go missing, our friendship will end. Before the young girl could finish her words, Chun Long embraced her tightly. Chapter 075. A distant plea for help. Farewell to Duga Yen. Xiaoxue, you are truly thoughtful. I understand you wish for it to guard my side, and rest assured, I shall never remove it. Chun Long continued to speak sweet nothings, causing Qian Rinxue's cheeks to flush a deep crimson, reminiscent of cherry blossoms. She had merely intended for the pendant to serve as a token of gratitude, yet it was misconstrued as a declaration of affection. Furthermore, with Chun Long taking advantage of the situation, the young girl found herself a tad vexed. This token of love is a misunderstanding. It is getting late. I must attend the banquet. You should leave the palace as well. With that, Qian Rinxue radiated an overwhelming brilliance, her exquisite visage taking on a more resolute demeanor. At that moment, she reverted to her identity as Shui Qinghe. Upon seeing her face, Chun Long found his interest waning, no longer wishing to linger in that place. After departing from the palace, his ungrateful stomach suddenly growled. The sounds echoed through the southern outskirts of Tiando City, leading them to a delightful little eatery nearby. The signboard reading Xiao Yuan Wonton stood proudly on the street, the modest establishment bustling with a steady stream of patrons. Fortunately, Chun Long had missed the lunch rush, and they were soon seated. Waiter, I would like a bowl of wontons and 2 meat pies. Upon hearing the order, the proprietor scrutinized him intently. During his stay at the Douluo Sect, Chun Long had inevitably absorbed the aura of luxury around him, coupled with his inherited good looks and charisma from the sword Douluo. He drew considerable attention at the wonton stall. Consequently, the proprietor was exceedingly attentive. "Certainly, I shall prepare that for you right away." In no time, the owner personally delivered the wontons and the 2 meat pies to Chun Long, along with a serving of braised beef. "Please enjoy, this beef is on the house. If you find our establishment to your liking, do spread the word." Nodding warmly at the owner's words, Chun Long replied, "Rest assured, good things deserve recognition. I shall bring my friends here." With that, he began to savor the delightful offerings of the wonton shop. He ate at a leisurely pace, taking approximately 20 minutes to finish everything on his plate. Afterward, he left 3 gold soul coins on the table and set off towards the city outskirts. The hour was growing late, and Chun Long contemplated returning to Tiando City to discuss the matter with Ning Fengji. However, as he traversed a forest, he heard a familiar voice that brought a furrow to his brow. "Why is Douluo crying?" Recalling the strikingly beautiful granddaughter of the old monster, Chun Long halted his steps. With the perceptive abilities befitting a Peerless Douluo, he found it hard to believe that it was merely an auditory illusion. Something might have indeed befallen Douluo. Consequently, he soared towards the source of the sound. In an unnamed forest outside the southern city of Tiando, a tall girl with a sharp bob cut was carrying a blonde-haired young man on her back. Surrounding them were a dozen snow-white gray wolves. This girl was none other than Douluo, and at that moment, wounds had appeared on her arms and abdomen, causing her body to tremble with intense pain. The young man she bore was none other than Yu Tianheng, the heir of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. Within the walls of the Tiando Royal Academy, their story had become somewhat of a romantic tale. However, their relationship had never been officially defined. It could even be said that Douluo harbored unreciprocated feelings, as Yu Tianheng showed little inclination towards such a commitment. Out of respect for the poisoned Douluo, he had been unable to outright refuse her affections. With her third soul skill, the Azure Scale Bewitching Formation, the gray wolves surged towards them in unison, as a purple soul ring flickered beneath Douluo's feet. Gritting her teeth, she persevered, yet she had already reached her limits. The effectiveness of her third soul skill was nearly depleted, leaving her incapable of defending against the advancing wolves. In a swift motion, the claws of the Wolf King grazed across Douluo's chest, causing her graceful form to be sent hurtling through the air like a broken kite, crashing towards a great tree. In that moment, with every ounce of strength, she managed to pivot her body, ensuring that Yu Tianheng landed safely. As they descended, the force of the impact made her heart shudder, and she coughed up a mouthful of blood upon hitting the ground. Douluo attempted to rise, but her body had long since betrayed her. At that moment, the pack of gray wolves charged towards them. "Stay away from her." Suddenly, a deep voice echoed through the forest, and the wolves lunging at Douluo were repelled by an overwhelming surge of soul power. 2 yellow, 2 purple, for black, and 1 red. 9 soul rings shimmered in the woods. "How can it be you?" The figure of Tianguo descended upon the forest like a sovereign, and Douluo could hardly believe the scene before her, though she had harbored hopes of rescue. She had never imagined that it would be Chun Long who came to her aid. "Isn't it customary to express gratitude when one is saved?" he remarked. "You are nothing like your grandfather," Douluo retorted, pouting. "Humph. I have already signaled my grandfather and the academy's teachers. Even if you hadn't come, we would have managed to escape." Her demeanor was undeniably haughty, which irked Chun Long somewhat. However, recalling his amicable relationship with Douluo and their brotherly camaraderie, he dismissed her attitude, recognizing her merely as a younger generation. "Alas, my sincere heart has been betrayed. Please administer this elixir to the young man by your side. If we delay further, he may find himself in grave danger. Speaking of which, you two are rather feeble. Why provoke a pack of wolves?" Receiving the healing elixir from Chun Long for Yu Tianheng, the previously proud Douluo seemed to undergo a transformation. "Thank you. I shall remember this kindness," she said, bowing deeply to Chun Long before promptly placing the elixir into Yu Tianheng's mouth. As the young rascal had already lost consciousness, Douluo's method of administering the elixir was rather unconventional, their lips brushing against one another, causing Chun Long to blush deeply. Afterward, Yu Tianheng's complexion visibly improved, and Douluo felt a sense of relief. However, a wave of dizziness washed over her, and her graceful form began to topple backward. Seeing the young girl on the verge of falling, Chun Long swiftly moved to her side. "Hey, can you still hear me?" He called out several times without receiving a response, only to realize that Douluo's injuries were beginning to fester, her once cold, delicate face now flushed, and her smooth forehead burning with fever. Even in such a state, she still thought of others. What a foolish girl. With that, Chun Long gathered Douluo into his embrace and made a gesture towards Yu Tianheng's direction. The 3 of them departed the forest, shortly followed by a massive gray and white wolf drawn by their scent. Around it, countless soul beasts of millennia age bowed in submission. In Chapter 76, Tang Sect, the control system battle spirit emperor, within a temple located in the city of Tiando and the 9-treasure glazed tile school. Chun Long laid out a mat and placed Douluo and Yu Tianheng upon it. Both had sustained considerable injuries, but it was evident that Yu Tianheng, having consumed the elixir, was recovering more swiftly. After all, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Spirit significantly enhances one's physical resilience, allowing for quicker recovery from ordinary wounds. In contrast, Douluo had merely directed the poison from her martial soul into her bones, rather than completely purging it. Under such circumstances, Should she encounter an infection or suffer significant blood loss, it could lead to chaos within her soul power and meridians, allowing the toxins within her spirit bones to resurface. Even for Chun Long, managing such a situation required considerable mental effort. What a foolish girl. One wonders if that scoundrel truly cares for you. With a gentle sigh, Chun Long retrieved several vials from his soul guide. After shaking an emerald vial, he procured 2 pills, one red and one blue. Known as the Ice Fire Xian Water Pill, these would be immensely beneficial for detoxification. At this moment, Chun Long needed to harness his formidable soul power to dissolve the 2 pills within Douluo Yan's body, ensuring her safety from any life-threatening dangers. Subsequently, he fed both pills into Douluo Yan's mouth, and the two sat cross-legged, their forepalms facing each other, resembling a transmission of power seen in martial arts films. Throughout this process, Douluo Yan's face remained flushed. Her delicate teeth bit down on her crimson lips, and her icy visage appeared irresistibly alluring. Gradually, her dazed eyes slowly opened, and 2 words that conveyed her discomfort slipped from her lips. Yu Tianheng. Goodness, how persistent this girl is, despite his strenuous efforts to save her. Her thoughts remained fixated on Yu Tianheng. Upon hearing this, Chun Long instinctively cast a glance at Yu Tianheng beside him. At that moment, the brat's injuries had nearly healed, and it would not be long before he awakened. Just then, an enchanting fragrance wafted towards him, and a cool, beautiful face pressed against his neck. The sensation on his neck sent a jolt through Chun Long's body. Turning around, he found Douluo Yan's slender arms entwined around his neck. The distance between them was mere inches, and Chun Long felt his heart race beyond measure. In such close proximity, he truly perceived Douluo Yan's beauty. Ning Rongrong's allure was exceptionally glamorous. Although her figure had yet to mature, her face was impeccable. She resembled a supreme treasure that, after prolonged acquaintance, would evoke a desire to cradle delicately in one's hands, fearing it might shatter or melt away. Qian Renshue possessed a pure and unparalleled beauty, rightfully earning the title of the continent's most beautiful woman, further captivating hearts with her flawless figure. As for Douluo Yan, while her features may not stand out as distinctly as the others, her cold and proud demeanor was unmatched by ordinary individuals, and in terms of physique, she was nearly on par with Qian Renshue. Faced with such a stunning beauty embracing him so willingly, Chun Long prided himself on not being easily swayed. Yet maintaining composure proved a formidable challenge. Just as he was about to succumb to this enchanting moment, a chilling voice suddenly pierced the air. Third soul skill, thunderous wrath. A brilliant bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, and Chun Long quickly reacted, catching sight of Yu Tianheng's contorted face. In response to such an assault, Chun Long merely raised his hand slightly, and the vast ocean of soul power shattered the lightning, sending Yu Tianheng flying backward. The sound was not inconspicuous. Douluo Yan jolted awake from her half-asleep state. Upon realizing she was embracing Chun Long, her cool face instantly flushed crimson. "You rogue, you took advantage of me," she exclaimed, shoving Chun Long away forcefully before rushing toward Yu Tianheng, her demeanor radiating urgency. Witnessing this scene, Chun Long found himself utterly entranced. Not only did this woman fail to express gratitude, but she also began to complain, leaving him, the well-meaning savior, feeling quite disheartened. Suddenly, he slowly rose to his feet, his tongue brushing against his lips, still savoring the lingering fragrance of Douluo Yan. The earlier scene was indeed memorable, yet Chun Long chose not to dwell on it. He had no desire to invest further thought in a woman like Douluo Yan. Rest assured, that scoundrel is unharmed. I merely offered him a reminder to consider his actions carefully, for those who repay kindness with malice shall face retribution. With that, Chun Long prepared to exit. Feeling that with these 2 individuals now safe, it was time for him to return to the 9-treasure glazed tile school for a moment of respite. As he observed his receding figure, Yu Tianheng's expression remained cold as ice. Dragon God Douluo, one day, I, Yu Tianheng, shall triumph over you. I shall reclaim the honor lost by our blue lightning tyrant dragon sect. Upon hearing Yu Tianheng's words, Chun Long merely smiled and shook his head before continuing his departure. Suddenly, a flurry of flying needles pierced through the door, leaving a series of transparent holes. Chun Long's gaze sharpened, and with soul power vast as the ocean, he shattered all the needles. As he gazed at the fragments on the ground, a silhouette appeared in his mind. Since you have arrived, there is no need for concealment. Your hidden weapons hold no threat to me. As Chun Long's voice echoed, a strikingly handsome young man stepped through the entrance. The 6 circles of soul rings beneath his feet shimmered in hues of purple and black, bewildering both Douluo Yan and Yu Tianheng. How could this be possible? A soul master's first and second soul rings cannot be purple. At that moment, standing before Chun Long was none other than the continent's foremost genius, the son of the Haotian Douluo, Tang Sect, a disciple of Master and Xiaogang. Upon seeing the 6 rings beneath Tang Sect, Chun Long raised an eyebrow, revealing little surprise. After all, Tang Sect had cultivated a particularly ruthless technique, allowing him to absorb the powers of other soul masters through a unique method. Under such circumstances, enhancing the age of his soul rings seemed a trivial matter. So, you are already a 6-ringed soul emperor, Tang Sect. It appears your comprehension abilities are quite remarkable. However, it is a pity that you remain too weak at present. Your visit today may only lead to your demise, or perhaps you wish to join that girl. Yet, as far as I know, there exists a distinct barrier between humans and soul beasts. After your demise, you will not be able to meet again. It seems you shall never cross paths in this lifetime. Every word Chun Long uttered struck deeply at Tang Sect's heart, contorting his handsome visage into a more sinister expression. Chun Long, today, I shall ensure your demise here. Fifth soul skill, Blue Silver Tyrant Spear. A blue luminescence flickered in Tang Sec's palm as a long iron spear manifested. The spear thrust forward, unleashing a power equivalent to that of a typical soul sage. Chapter 077. The Emergence of the King of Hell and Xiao Wu's Interference Not Far Away. Yu Tianheng and Dugu Yan observed a boy of similar age exhibiting powers at the soul sage level, an astonishing revelation indeed. It is worth noting that they had only just begun to reach the soul sect realm, making this talent seem almost monstrous. Yet, as the saying goes, there are always greater talents among the talented. If Tang Sect is a prodigy, then Chun Long might as well be a behemoth from the abyss. One must ponder, who else in this world could attain the rank of title Douluo at such a tender age of around 20, reaching the pinnacle of this level? It seems that only Chun Long could claim such a distinction. With a resounding crack, the blue-silver tyrant spear shattered upon striking Chun Long's protective soul power. The immense recoil sent Tang Sect staggering back several paces, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. At that moment, he crossed his arms over his chest, his back illuminated by a shimmering display reminiscent of stars. Utilizing the Tang Sect's secret technique, the 24 Bridges bright moonlight. These flickering lights danced throughout the room, prompting Dugu Yan and Yu Tianheng to activate their own martial spirits. In stark contrast, Chun Long maintained an air of calm serenity. To him, Tang Sect appeared no different from an ant. He could not fathom why this individual, given his character, would traverse such a vast chasm to seek revenge. If he were not foolish, then perhaps he was simply blinded by love, willing to forsake even his life for it. A mere trivial skill dares to display its prowess before me. Break for me. As his aura coalesced, it was powerful enough to shatter the 24 Bridges bright moonlight, capable of inflicting significant damage upon a soul sage master. At that moment, Tang Sect leaped onto the table beside him, vaulting to land atop Chun Long's head, while simultaneously, the sixth soul ring beneath his feet glimmered to life. Blue-silver domain, activate. With the sixth soul skill, Blue-silver tsunami fist. Layers of blue-silver grass erupted from within Tang Sect, sweeping toward Chun Long with the force of an ocean. This level of assault suggested that the longevity of his sixth soul ring had reached around 50,000 years, a commendable strength indeed. Moreover, under the enhancement of the blue-silver domain, this move significantly diminished the opponent's soul power and mental fortitude. Even Chun Long felt a slight, albeit negligible, impact. At this juncture, he realized the need to take matters seriously, and promptly, the first soul ring beneath his feet radiated with brilliance. First soul skill, Divine Dragon Tail Sweep. Like a steel whip, it lashed through the air, instantly shattering the temple's 4 pillars. The tremendous force collided with Tang Sec's tsunami fist, sending the exceptional control-type Battle Spirit Master hurtling backward due to the disparity in soul power. Following this clash, the temple itself crumbled under the ferocity of their battle, prompting Dugu Yan and Yu Tianheng to hastily flee. Emerging slowly from the ruins, Chun Long stood before a disheveled Tang Sect, whose robes had been torn asunder by the force of the encounter. Heaven offers a path that you refuse to tread, while hell has no door. Yet you insist on entering. Your pace of development has exceeded my wildest expectations, and allowing you to continue your existence is evidently detrimental to me. Since you are so concerned for your beloved, I shall send you to your demise. As he spoke, Chun Long lightly raised his finger, directing a blade of sword energy towards Tang Sect. Having already sustained a blow from Chun Long, Tang Sect was now at the brink of exhaustion. A single stroke of sword energy was sufficient to extinguish her life. However, to Chun Long's surprise, this individual had a hidden card to play. Tang Sec's eyes suddenly blazed with brilliance, indicating the activation of her purple extreme demon eye. Simultaneously, she employed the ghost shadow mistransmission technique, her movements surpassing even those of a soul Douluo, making her nearly impossible to track with the naked eye. Consequently, the sword energy that Chun Long carelessly unleashed was deftly evaded. In the next instant, a dark purple needle materialized in Tang Sec's palm. The King of Hell decrees that you shall perish at the 3rd watch, leaving no chance to survive until the 5th. This needle was none other than the Hell King's token, possessing the lethal capability to eliminate title Douluo level adversaries. Indeed, this individual harbored profound intentions, and he had a backup plan. The reckless attack was strategically chosen to provoke Chun Long into exposing a weakness, allowing Tang Sect to secure victory with her hidden weapon. However, Chun Long was not one to repeat his mistakes. Having learned from past encounters, he had already prepared for Tang Sec's tactics. With his 7th spirit ability, the true body of martial spirit, Chun Long swiftly transformed into a spectral dragon. Before Tang Sec's Hell King's token could reach him, it was scattered by the overwhelming might of the unparalleled Douluo. At that moment, Tang Sect felt a tightness in her chest, after spitting out several mouthfuls of blood. Her body was sent hurtling backwards. Following this, the awakened true body of martial spirit allowed Chun Long to advance slowly, each step causing several bones in Tang Sec's body to fracture under his oppressive aura. This time, Chun Long truly harbored murderous intent. Just then, a sweet voice suddenly echoed within his mind. Do not harm my brother Sect, or I shall ensure our mutual destruction. A pink energy orb burst forth from Chun Long's brow, revealing a graceful figure that stood protectively in front of him. Simultaneously, Chun Long felt a sharp pain in his head. The events before him became blurred, and he found himself unable to fully harness his formidable power. He was no longer the invincible, unparalleled Douluo, but, at best, a mere 96 in strength. In light of this influence, Chun Long regretted absorbing Xiao Wu's spirit ring into his being. This girl resembled a ticking time bomb within him, potentially leading to their shared demise one day. An eventuality that would result in significant loss for him. After all, on the Douluo continent, being an unparalleled Douluo does not signify the pinnacle of power. Should Xiao Wu thwart his ascension to even higher realms, Chun Long would likely live a life filled with regret. Xiao Wu, you are still alive, which is truly wonderful. You must wait for me. I will certainly find a way to heal you. Upon hearing Tang Sect's words, Xiao Wu's ethereal form gently nodded before returning to the body of the Dragon of Dust. Following this, the Dragon of Dust steeled his resolve, and an intense murderous intent gleamed in his eyes. As a peerless Douluo, he could not be perpetually subdued by a mere girl. Tang Sect must die today. With this thought, the Dragon of Dust slowly closed his eyes, channeling all his soul power into the soul bone located in the head of the soft-boned rabbit. In that moment, Xiao Wu in the realm of the spirit was ensnared by countless threads, rendered immobile as if she were bound like a zongzi. Xiao Wu, I possess a rather unpleasant trait. I despise being threatened. Ever since you constrained me last time, I have devised a method to deal with you. Today, your brother must perish. It is futile for anyone to intervene. Moments later, the pink mark on the center of the Dragon of Dust's forehead suddenly vanished. This sight caused Tang Sect on the ground to panic. That mark represented his final connection to Xiao Wu. If it faded, did that not imply that she was in danger? Dragon of Dust, you scoundrel. If you have the capability, then kill me, but do not torment Xiao Wu. Upon hearing Tang Sect's words, the Dragon of Dust coldly chuckled. Do not be hasty. That is precisely my intention. Chapter 078. The truly existing child of the plane. As he spoke, the palm of the Dragon of Dust began to transform, covered by a layer of dragon scales. The overwhelming pressure forcing Yu Tianheng nearby to kneel. His martial spirit was the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, a diluted, true dragon bloodline. While the Dragon of Dust's Huaxia divine, dragon martial spirit rivaled the bloodline of the dragon god. The disparity between them was akin to that of a firefly compared to the bright moon. Observing the Dragon of Dust preparing to strike, Tang Sect found himself devoid of any hope for a comeback. In that instant, he felt that merely having seen Xiao Wu was the greatest happiness of his life. Now, he faced death unrepentant, his azure eyes slowly closing. Second soul skill, Dragon Claw. Emitting a radiant brilliance, the dragon god's claw lunged forward, pinning Tang Sect's body down. The sound of shattering bones echoing through the air. In the blink of an eye, Tang Sect would be crushed to oblivion by this force. No matter how he might augment his powers, the strength of a supreme Douluo was simply beyond the reach of a mere soul emperor. In the spiritual realm of the Dragon of Dust, Xiao Wu watched her beloved endure torment, tears streaming down her delicate face. Brother San, I am so sorry. It is all my fault. Had it not been for me, you would not be in this predicament. Xiao Wu desperately pondered ways to assist Tang Sect through self-sacrifice. Yet the threads binding her graceful form rendered her utterly powerless, leaving her to helplessly witness Tang Sect's plight. As she gazed upon his increasingly frail and handsome visage, a sense of pleasure rose within the heart of the Dragon of Dust. The exhilarating sensation of being the tyrannical son of the Douluo Continent was truly remarkable. Just as he contemplated the phrase son of the plane, Chun Long suddenly sensed an unusual atmosphere. At that moment, the sky darkened ominously, and the clouds spiraled into a circle from which a blinding red light descended. Lost in the thrill of impending victory over Tang Sect, Chun Long was unprepared for the sudden onslaught of the crimson radiance. With a thunderous crash, the red light hurled him away, sending him skidding across the ground for nearly 100 meters before he finally came to a halt against a distant mountain. Meanwhile, when the red light struck the ground, its overwhelming force caused Yu Tianheng and Dugu Yin to lose consciousness. In stark contrast, the descending light enveloped Tang Sect, visibly healing the injuries Chun Long had inflicted upon him. Slowly rising from the ground, this scene was fully witnessed by Chun Long. A notification chimed in. Warm reminder. Tang Sect is the son of the plane in this continent, and throughout his growth, he will be under the protection of the entire Douluo continent. According to the rules, the host can only defeat him meaningfully after he has matured. Prior to that, he will enjoy the dual protection of the Sea God and the Sure God. Upon hearing this, Chun Long nearly spat out blood in disbelief. He had initially thought that his extraordinary abilities far surpassed Tang Sect's, believing it would be a mere flick of the wrist to eliminate him. However, in light of this revelation, if his powers could be likened to an all-encompassing upgrade, then Tang Sect's were akin to an infinite health lock. Indeed, there was a noticeable disparity between their capabilities. Perhaps this was the essence of the son of the plane, a person already chosen by the heavens, destined to be favored. Subsequently, Chun Long gazed upward at the red clouds, a surge of battle intent igniting within him. He was all too familiar with the individual who came to save Tang Sect. That figure was none other than the God King of the Divine Realm Council, renowned for possessing unparalleled combat prowess as the Sure Law God. Upon sensing the formidable aura emanating from this being, Chun Long's heart swelled with ambition. I am invincible among mortals. Who shall I battle if not the heavens? These words, imbued with grand ambition, stirred within Chun Long a desire to confront the Sure God above. After all, the mortal realm had its regulations. Beings like the Sure God were prohibited from openly committing murder outside the city of slaughter. With a flourish, he activated his seventh soul skill, martial soul true body. Multicolored dragon scales enveloped Chun Long, accompanied by a resonant dragon's roar as he soared into the air. Oh, esteemed God, I am Chun Long, the ultimate Douluo of the assault system at level 99, with the title of Dragon God. My martial soul is the divine dragon of China. I, a junior, wish to experience your esteemed prowess. I humbly request your guidance. As he spoke, the crimson soul ring beneath his feet suddenly blazed to life. In the next moment, his body swelled several times, a vibrant sphere of colors contained within the dragon's maw, manifesting the apocalyptic energy fluctuations that represented the utmost strength of the dust dragon. The ninth soul skill, Light of China, erupted into a radiant column of colors that ascended towards the heavens, a formidable power surpassing that of any ultimate Douluo. Thunder rumbled in the sky, accompanied by a deep voice that resonated through the air. Young one, you are indeed powerful, yet I am not fond of you. As the voice faded, a massive red hand of energy emerged from the clouds, crashing violently against the multicolored brilliance. In an instant, the mountains and rivers trembled. The winds howled, and it seemed as though this space was on the verge of being shattered by such force. Within the elder hall, an aged man clad in white robes, with golden hair cascading over his shoulders, abruptly opened his eyes. He swiftly moved outside, his attention captured by the extraordinary phenomenon in the sky. How can this be? That power surpasses even that of the angel god. I must hurry to investigate. With this thought, 6 wings unfurled from his back, and he transformed into a stream of golden light, racing towards the city of Tiando and the 9-treasure glazed tile school. Inside the 9-treasure glazed tile school, alarms echoed throughout the entire sect. The sword Douluo stood atop his long sword, accompanied by Zhao Yun, Lu Bu, and Dian Wei, who had already positioned themselves beside him. Fengji, it is highly likely that Chun Long is in trouble. I must go and see for myself. The 9-treasure glazed tile school is in your hands. With that, the sword Douluo transformed into a streak of light, closely followed by Zhao Yun and the others. Meanwhile, Zhenmi, Zhuangzhou, and the Bone Douluo remained behind to guard the 9-treasure glazed tile school to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Ning Fengji watched the departing figures of the sword Douluo and his companions, a hint of worry etched on his handsome face. Just then, Ning Rongrong dashed out of her room in her nightgown, having overheard the sword Douluo's words clearly. Upon realizing that the person in danger was likely the dust dragon, her delicate features turned anxious. Father, what has happened to the dust dragon? Please tell me. At this moment, any resentment she held towards the dust dragon had vanished, and she grasped Ning Fengji's hand, shaking it back and forth, tears welling in her eyes. Observing his daughter's fervent display of emotion, Ning Fengji sighed softly, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Do not worry. Your grandfather Jian and the others have already gone to assist him. Nothing will happen. You should return and rest well. With that, the father and daughter made their way towards the grand hall of the 9-treasure glazed tile school. Presently, there was little they could do to help. Their only duty was to earnestly protect the sect. Chapter 79, The Arrival. The Peerless Douluo between Tiando City and the 9-treasure glazed tile school, the dilapidated temple where the dust dragon had previously rested, had been utterly reduced to rubble. Amidst the ruins, the dust dragon lay supine, his body covered in tattered dragon scales, injured and battered. The energy ripples in the air gradually subsided, and the blood-red hand retracted into the clouds. Meanwhile, Tang Sect had already vanished from sight. All that Chun Long could see were the fallen figures of Yu Tianheng and Dogu Yan. The Shura god had skillfully controlled his strength, despite the imminent collapse of this realm. The two individuals remained largely unaffected. Indeed, before possessing absolute power, the cost of challenging the heavens was exceedingly high. Ding! The host has forcefully challenged a divine-level powerhouse and suffered defeat. A punishment is now being imposed. For 1 month, the host shall no longer be the ultimate Douluo, with a soul power level reduced to level 90. Take heed of survival, and be cautious not to provoke excessively formidable beings. As the system's voice echoed, Chun Long jolted upright from the rubble. What? My realm has plummeted so drastically. System, are you jesting? He exclaimed. I just caused such a commotion. Who knows how many powerful beings have taken notice? Are you suggesting that I might perish in the streets? Apologies, host. I became rather swept up in your enthusiasm and momentarily forgot this matter, the system replied. However, do not be disheartened. As compensation, I can offer you a divine general experience card, valid for 1 hour. Ding. 1 experience card for Xiangyu has been granted. Upon hearing the name Xiangyu, Chun Long's dismal mood lifted significantly. The unparalleled might of Xiangyu, the hegemon of Western Shu, was a figure of immense power. Standing in his presence would provide Chun Long with a sense of security. In his eyes, even if the 3 most formidable Douluos of this world sought to kill him, as long as he had the great deity Xiangyu by his side, it would all be inconsequential. After accepting the divine general experience card, Chun Long descended from the rubble and consumed a medicinal pill. Although it would not restore him to his peak strength, it was sufficient to heal his injuries in a short time. Shortly thereafter, his wounds began to mend at a visibly rapid pace. Once Tang Sect had been rescued, the crimson clouds in the sky gradually dissipated, and tranquility returned to the space. After a brief period of meditation, Chun Long approached Dogu Yan and Yu Tianheng. Since he had brought them along, he was a person of commitment and would not abandon them here. Who knew how many powerful beings or soul beasts might be drawn to this place? He hoisted both individuals onto his shoulders, preparing to return to the 9-treasure glazed tile sect. However, just as he took flight, An overwhelming aura forcefully pinned him to the ground. Dragon God Douluo, that cataclysmic scene moments ago was indeed orchestrated by you. An ancient voice reverberated through the sky. At that moment, Chun Long felt an ominous premonition. It seemed that the very thing he feared had come to pass. Following that earth-shattering battle, the most elite beings of the world had indeed been drawn in. As he slowly lifted his head, the figure of Angel Douluo, Chun Long, materialized before Chun Long. The palpable sense of superiority exuded an overwhelming pressure. With only a soul power of level 90, the chasm between him and such a divine being was beyond the realm of mere words. Oh, how true it is that what one fears often comes to pass. Aware of his inability to contend with such a formidable opponent, Chun Long contemplated an alternative approach. Oh, grandfather, it has been quite some time. Your complexion has improved significantly. However, the wrinkles on your face seem to have multiplied. I happen to possess some elixirs that can enhance your beauty and vitality. Please, take them as a token of my filial piety. As a radiant glow flickered in his palm, 2 jade vials appeared in Chun Long's hands. He tossed the small bottles towards the unparalleled Douluo, seeking to curry favor. At this moment, his demeanor betrayed no trace of the dragon god Douluo's grace. Yet, he did not perceive his actions as humble. Given his relationship with Qian Rinxue, he believed it was only a matter of time before he and Qian Douluo became akin to family. Thus, addressing him as grandfather seemed a trivial compromise. Conversely, Qian Douluo appeared disinclined to accept Chun Long's overture. The earlier address of grandfather had incited his wrath, and with a mere flick of his finger, a pale golden light shattered the 2 jade vials. In that moment, Chun Long sensed an intense murderous intent emanating from Qian Douluo's gaze. Clearly, this old man harbored intentions of killing him. I am not your grandfather. I have come here today to end your life. Allowing a powerhouse like you to flourish poses a grave threat to the spirit hall. Additionally, I can discern the affections that little Shui harbors for you, as her grandfather. I will not permit her cultivation to be hindered by romantic entanglements. In short, you must die here today. His deep voice resonated, and beneath his feet, 8 black and 1 red soul rings materialized. 8th soul skill, angelic holy sword. The sky became enveloped in golden radiance as a long sword descended from above, embodying the full weight of the unparalleled Douluo's pressure. Qian Douluo would show no mercy, and Chun Long, too, would cease his attempts at flattery. At this juncture, he could only confront the situation in his non-peak state. 7th soul skill, true form of the martial soul. Chun Long's body transformed once more into the divine dragon of Huaxia, just as the angelic holy sword descended. With a resounding impact, the holy sword left a gaping wound upon the dragon's body, causing the true form of the dragon to shatter. And Chun Long himself was forcefully pressed into the ground by the overwhelming power. Having sustained further injury, Chun Long felt a pang of regret for having dared to engage with the god of Shura. In the skies above, witnessing that Chun Long was now immobilized, Qian Douluo seized the opportunity to launch another assault. Subsequently, yet another golden great sword descended from the heavens. Faced with such overwhelming momentum, Chun Long clutched the divine general experience card tightly in his hand. Since he could not discipline this old scoundrel himself, he resolved to find another challenger. Convinced that even the illustrious king of Western Chu, Xiangyu, would not falter. Yet, before he could act, several familiar voices echoed from the sky. 9th soul skill, Heavens Devour. 9th soul skill, Divine and Demonic Duel. 9th soul skill, Dragon's Might Shakes the Heavens. 3 beams of distinct hues surged toward the angelic holy sword simultaneously. With a resounding crash, the sacred blade was forcefully shattered. At that moment, Chen Xian, accompanied by Zhao Yun and a few others, arrived at the scene. Little dragon, I'm late. Are you alright? Upon seeing the gruesome wounds adorning Chun Long's body, the fury within Sword Douluo surged instantly. A glance at Qian Douluo ignited within him a fierce determination to battle to the death. For him, his father had perished at the hands of this man, and now his grandson lay injured. How could this vendetta go unavenged? Chapter 080. Do not be too arrogant. Qian Douluo, as long as I am here, you shall not harm my grandson. With his sword pointed skyward, 9 soul rings shimmered beneath Sword Douluo's feet, manifesting the aura of a legendary swordsman. In contrast, Qian Douluo displayed an air of utter disdain. Oh, you must be Chun Jianjun's son. Compared to your father, your prowess seems greatly lacking. The contempt evident in Qian Douluo's words was deeply unsettling, especially for Sword Douluo, who bore a grudge against him for the death of his father. Enough with the idle chatter. Even if I am not as formidable as my father, I will not allow you to bully my kin. The 7 kills sword swung through the air, as he inscribed 9 killing characters in succession. Go! With a low shout, the 9-character killing decree ascended into the heavens. When Chun Jianjun had employed this technique, he was on the verge of breaking through the 98th level, and under the immense amplification of soul power, it had commanded Qian Douluo's attention. Now, however, Sword Douluo lacked such formidable soul power, prompting the Angel Douluo to regard the attack with indifference. To counter this move, merely utilizing his first soul skill would suffice. First soul skill, Angelic Assault. The moment the black soul ring illuminated, a radiant golden angelic figure erupted from Qian Douluo's being. As the brilliance flickered, 6 of the killing characters were shattered, while the remaining 3 surged toward Qian Douluo but halted approximately 30 meters away. Third soul skill, Angelic Guardian. A pale golden light coalesced before Qian Douluo, forming a protective barrier that directly intercepted the 3 killing characters. Thus, the most potent attack was thwarted, and the handsome visage of Sword Douluo darkened in an instant. It became evident that the chasm between him and the ultimate Douluo was insurmountable by mere technique. In that moment, Sword Douluo felt his resolve deeply shaken, and the sword intent radiating from him diminished significantly. Upon witnessing this scene, the Dust Dragon, who had just risen from the ground, instantly felt a wave of tension. For anyone, being defeated is never the most dreadful experience. What truly terrifies is having the courage to confront the strong shattered. This situation is far from trivial. Observing the slowing pace of his grandfather's emergence, the Dust Dragon knew he could not stand idly by. Lu Bu, Zhao Yun, assist me from the side. Let us confront this angel Douluo together. At the moment his voice fell, the elongated seven-killing sword materialized in the Dust Dragon's grasp. Currently, the seven-killing sword martial spirit had not yet been fully adorned with soul rings, leaving him with few formidable techniques at his disposal. In terms of pure offense, only the first soul skill was available. The first soul skill, Sword's Edge. The sword energy soared through the vast expanse as the Dust Dragon concentrated all his strength into his martial spirit. Meanwhile, Lu Bu and Zhao Yun followed closely behind. 8th soul skill, Dragon soars to the 9 heavens. 8th soul skill, Heavenly Demon Disturbance. The three ascended towards the sky, their audacity in the face of certain defeat infusing the atmosphere with a palpable tension. At that moment, the Sword Douluo's eyes sparkled anew. To know the futility yet to act, you three have performed admirably. With that, the Sword Douluo stomped the ground fiercely, causing the 9 soul rings beneath him to rise into the air simultaneously. The massive sword soared, merging his being with the blade. Similarly, the Sword Douluo demonstrated his own formidable presence. The 4 attacks converged as anticipated, yet the myriad sword energies in the sky remained tranquil and unperturbed. Dust Dragon, if you were not gravely injured, I would truly hold you in high regard for this strike. But in this world, there are no ifs. Today marks not only your demise, but also that of the 9 Treasures Glazed Sect. To uphold the status of the angel lineage, the 9 Treasures Glazed Sect must perish. Murmuring to himself, Chun Long activated his 7th soul ring. 7th soul skill, Angelic True Form. In an instant, the sacred radiance illuminated the entire night sky, blinding the vision of Dust Dragon and his companions, rendering their surroundings indistinct. At that moment, they felt a sudden heaviness in their chests, and their bodies fell to the ground like kites severed from their strings. Among them, Zhao Yun, the weakest, suffered the most severe injuries. His long hair was disheveled, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. In contrast, the conditions of Sword Douluo and Lu Bu were relatively similar, while Dust Dragon, due to his still formidable mental fortitude, had activated his martial spirit's true form prior to being struck by Chun Long, significantly bolstering his defensive capabilities. With the situation now dire, seeing that the others still lived, Chun Long would not relent. It is over, my friends. Allow me to escort you on your journey. 9th soul skill, Angelic Descent. As the final circle of 100,000-year soul rings shimmered, Chun Long unleashed the 2nd soul skill of his 9th soul ring. The clouds in the sky began to drift slowly, ultimately revealing a circular passage. In the next moment, 2 snow-white thighs emerged from this portal, followed by an angel clad in resplendent attire, her visage and form obscured by 6 radiant golden wings. As the name suggests, Chun Lon's 9th soul skill is a divine technique inherited from the lineage of the angel god. In a fleeting moment, he, the Grand High Priest of the Guardian Angel clan, could harness the power of the deity of deities. Upon the invocation of this ability, Chun Long's prowess transcended the ordinary standards of a Peerless Douluo, earning him the rightful title of demigod. The 4 individuals on the ground, upon witnessing this spectacle, saw the Sword Douluo release his grip on his longsword. At that instant, he gained a profound understanding of the reasons behind his father's defeat. Confronted with such a formidable adversary, it was evident that even if his father had not faltered at the threshold of level 98, he would still stand no chance against Chun Long, regardless of being of the same rank. The power of a god is beyond comparison for mortals. Perhaps, only the former Haoyan Douluo, Tang Chun, one of the 3 unparalleled Douluos, could have achieved such a feat. Meanwhile, upon sensing the holy aura of the angel god, Chun Long withdrew his soul rings and burst into a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha, Chun Long. Do you truly believe that wielding the power of the angel god will enable you to annihilate us here? I advise you to temper your arrogance. I am gravely injured and do not wish to engage you. Let someone else take my place. Hearing Chun Long's words, the Sword Douluo was momentarily taken aback. Little dragon, what nonsense are you spouting? You must flee while you can. I will do my utmost to hold them off here. The power emanating from Chun Long is formidable. Even at your peak, victory would remain elusive. Chun Long found himself in agreement with the Sword Douluo's sentiments. However, he also recognized the strength of that man. In comparison, what could Chun Long possibly represent? Grandfather, do not worry. There is no need for any of us to flee. We shall merely sit here and watch the unfolding drama. Someone will assist us in dealing with Chun Long. With that, Chun Long gently closed his eyes. Chapter 81. The Overlord of Western Chu versus the Angel God in the Sky. Chun Long's earlier proclamation seemed to Chun Long like mere folly. Humph, insolent brat. Even now you dare to boast? It appears you will not weep until you see the coffin. Today, I shall grant you your wish. As he spoke, Chun Long slowly spread his arms. And at that moment, the golden wings of the angel in the sky unfurled. The surrounding space grew intensely heated, and scintillating sparks appeared on the bodies of the Sword Douluo and his companions. At that instant, the gravely injured Zhao Yun was the first to react. This is not good. This flame can consume our soul power. Upon hearing these words, both Lu Bu and the sword fight Douluo became instantly tense, while Chun Long, in contrast, displayed an air of indifference. Observing this, a glimmer of cold light flashed in sword fight Douluo's eyes as his sixth soul ring illuminated. You too. Quickly take Xiao Long and leave. I will hold off this fellow. As long as he remains alive, there is still hope. With the invocation of his eighth soul skill, 10,000 swords returned to the origin. A myriad of sword energies shot towards the sky, only to be completely dissolved mere meters from the angelic figure. Following this, the luminous points on sword fight Douluo's body rapidly swelled, as his soul power was unexpectedly consumed by more than half. Beside him, Zhao Yun and Lu Bu remained motionless, their gazes fixated upon Chun Long. In mere moments, Chun Long's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened. Come forth, Shichu Ba Wang. As his voice resonated, the ground beneath them began to tremble. With my presence, who dares to lay a finger on him? His voice, reverberating like a great bell, echoed throughout the space. A massive pit suddenly emerged just meters in front of Chun Long, from which a crimson-hued iron spear erupted, soaring towards the angel in the sky. Sensing the overwhelming aura, Qian Daolu's eyes narrowed. He promptly commanded the angel to bring her hands together. Angel's prayer. The clouds above began to swirl, summoning radiant light that clashed with the formidable iron spear. The mountains and rivers trembled, and energy ripples swiftly spread, causing violent quakes in both the sky and the earth. On the ground, Zhao Yun and Lu Bu, witnessing the spectacle, were deeply awed by the sheer power on display, especially Lu Bu. He had always pursued a path of strength, believing his own power to be formidable enough to contend with even the most exceptional Douluo in this world. Yet, it became apparent that the strength wielded by the blacksmith was truly earth-shattering, rendering their previous comparisons utterly insignificant. Moments later, as the energy ripples subsided, the angel, radiating a golden light, was forcefully pushed back several meters, while the formidable iron spear began its descent. At this juncture, a colossal hand grasped it firmly, as they united. The atmosphere resonated with an aura potent enough to shatter mountains and rivers. Before them stood a figure draped in a black coat, his long black hair cascading over his shoulders. He was tall and robust, with a broad, weighty visage that perpetually exuded an aura of invincibility, strength that surpasses mountains, dominance unparalleled. Who does not know the name of Shi Chu Ba Wang Xianyu? In that moment, the overlord stepped onto the Douluo Continent, his extraordinary presence suggesting that even a god would think twice before challenging him. Overlord, I am eternally grateful for your life-saving grace. Upon seeing Xianyu, Chun Long's anxious heart finally found solace. With this formidable being present, the crisis of today has been averted. Observing Chun Long's demeanor, Xianyu nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Your bearing is commendable. Indeed, you possess the qualifications to summon me. However, your physique is somewhat frail, lacking a certain masculine vigor. With that, Xianyu struck Chun Long lightly with his fist. Already severely injured, Chun Long was sent flying by this seemingly innocuous blow from the Western Chu overlord. Overlord, be gentler. I truly cannot withstand much more. I entrust the ensuing battle to you, and if possible, I implore you to conclude it swiftly. Upon hearing Chun Long's words, Xiangyu's gaze shifted to Qian Daolu in the sky. Of course, in my lifetime, I have never engaged in a skirmish for more than 3 rounds. Old fool, it is you who has wounded them. Today, I shall extract your tendons. With that declaration, Xianyu stomped forcefully on the ground, causing the earth to tremble thrice. Simultaneously, the domain brought forth by the angel's arrival was instantaneously shattered by this overwhelming aura of kingship. Faced with such a situation, Qian Daolu's aging visage grew somewhat grim. What a powerful presence. It can indeed breach the domain of a deity. Where did this fellow find such strength? Is there truly someone this formidable within the 9-treasure glazed Tao sect? Qian Daolu pondered the hidden combat prowess of the sect. The moment Xianyu emerged, this divine representative on earth was determined to leave no stone unturned in ensuring the capture of those present. Otherwise, once Chun Long returned to the 9-treasure glazed Tao sect and recuperated from his injuries, the standing of the angelic race would undoubtedly be compromised, an outcome he wished to avert. 9th soul skill, Angel's Radiance. Thus, the old man unleashed his most powerful technique from the very beginning. Yet, they could not anticipate that their mightiest move would be deemed trivial in the eyes of the Western Chu overlord. Humph, a mere trifle. Daring to provoke the Western Chu overlord. 8th soul skill, Might that shakes mountains. 9th soul skill, Heaven-breaking strike. Xianyu shouted consecutively. During this process, the soul rings beneath his feet underwent an astonishing transformation. Initially, all 9 of Xiangyu's soul rings were black, a sight hard to believe. However, after employing the 8th soul skill, an even more unimaginable change occurred, fundamentally altering the onlooker's understanding of soul ring levels. All of Xiangyu's soul rings turned blood red. A scene beyond comprehension. Simultaneously, a red soul ring appeared around the overlord's spear. The power of 10 rings, each 100,000 years in age, converged, allowing Xiangyu's move to transcend human limitations, truly reaching a level capable of contending with the heavens. As his aura reached its zenith, Xianyu hurled the overlord's spear with great force. In a fleeting moment, the formidable force collided with the golden radiance in the sky. That relentless power cleaved the angelic light above into 2, ultimately piercing through the chest of the angelic deity. The next instant, Qian Daolu felt a heaviness in his chest. and a mouthful of blood erupted from his lips. His once majestic visage dimmed instantly, and the 3 pairs of wings behind him mirrored this descent into gloom. Moreover, the angel's true form began to shatter in that very moment. The Emperor's strike was indeed a devastating blow, manifesting the expected results. Chapter 082, Reconciliation. The unparalleled Douluo's concession, the angel's true form was directly penetrated, and golden feathers scattered across the sky. Qian Douluo let out a muffled groan and retreated over 100 meters. His gaze fixated on the towering figure of the Western, Chu Hegemon, whose countenance reflected a hint of trepidation. From where do you hail? I have traversed the Douluo Continent, yet never have I encountered someone of your caliber. Hearing Qian Douluo's words, Xiangyu displayed evident impatience. Enough with the trivialities. Our battle has yet to conclude. With those words, Xiangyu's foot forcefully struck the ground, and the surrounding space trembled once more. In the next heartbeat, his mountainous physique ascended towards the heavens. 6th soul skill, sweeping across the armies. The 6th soul ring beneath him shimmered, and the Baolang Chang in Xiangyu's grasp swelled with an imposing presence, reminiscent of a towering pillar. Following this, he wielded the Baolang Chang, distorting the space ahead, as a tempestuous force surged towards Qian Douluo. Confronted with such overwhelming momentum, the formidable unparalleled Douluo dared not exhibit any negligence. The imminent attack he faced was on par with Tang Chen's explosive ring. 7th soul skill, angelic true form. A golden angel once again materialized behind Qian Douluo, and the radiant longsword clashed violently with the Baolang Chang. In that moment, the sky fractured, visibly separating at an alarming rate. Simultaneously, half of Qian Douluo's body became numb. In contrast, as Qian Douluo withstood the impact of this strike, Xiangyu displayed palpable excitement. His pupils then split into 2, and a fiery aura enveloped his robust form. 7th soul skill, dual pupils. With a low shout, Xiangyu's physique appeared to swell, his broad face transforming into that of a fearsome demon. Though he possessed the Baolang Chang as his weapon spirit after arriving on the Douluo Continent, his true martial spirit bore little resemblance to the spear, instead resembling the abilities of a beast spirit master. This sensation was somewhat akin to that of the serpent spear Douluo from the Spirit Hall, yet their strengths were incomparable. Witnessing this scene, Qian Douluo was utterly thrown into disarray. The formidable Xiangyu had already exhausted his full potential in his ordinary state, and now, having unleashed his martial spirit's true form, the old warrior feared that this might be his final stand. As he pondered this predicament, Xiangyu had already positioned himself behind him. "Old man, your opponent is me. How dare you become distracted?" The low, resonant voice echoed from behind, catching Qian Douluo completely off guard regarding when Xiangyu had approached. In the next instant, the overlord spear struck him with ferocious force. In midair, Qian Douluo resembled a mere sandbag, being mercilessly struck again and again by the flickering figure of Xiangyu. On the ground, the sword Douluo and his companions were utterly astonished by the spectacle before them. "Chun Long, where did you find this powerhouse? His might is simply overwhelming," questioned the elder. In response to his grandfather's inquiry, Chun Long could only manage a bitter smile. He certainly wouldn't divulge the truth about the system to the sword Douluo. Even if he did, it was unlikely the old man would believe him. "The truth is, during my travels, I happened to witness Xiangyu being wounded by a soul beast. After fortuitously saving him, he owed me a favor, which is why he has come to assist." This explanation, though somewhat plausible, sufficed to placate the sword Douluo. In the skies, Qian Douluo had endured over 100 strikes. His lips and eyes were bruised, and his once straight posture now bore signs of strain. The noble image of this unparalleled powerhouse was crumbling before the eyes of the world. Just as Xiangyu was poised to inflict irreversible damage, Chun Long shouted urgently towards the heavens, "Enough, Xiangyu. If you do not cease, you will kill him." Upon hearing Chun Long's words, the overlord spear that was about to strike Qian Douluo came to an abrupt halt. As the spearhead hovered dangerously close to the angelic Douluo's forehead, a gust of wind swept through, shattering the garments adorning Qian Douluo. His eyes fixated on the overlord's spear with trepidation, the angel Douluo felt a shiver of fear. Had he been struck, he might have met his demise. At that moment, Chun Long flew to Xiangyu's side, gently patting the shoulders of the Western Chu overlord, and remarked with a smile, "Xiangyu, I truly appreciate your help this time. This old fellow is the grandfather of a friend of mine, and I cannot afford to seriously injure him. Otherwise, my friend would be furious with me, and that would create insurmountable trouble." He continued, "One must be magnanimous. This old man has acted unjustly, and I cannot respond with cruelty." Hearing Chun Long mention his granddaughter, Qian Douluo felt a surge of indignation. Who was he but one of the 3 unrivaled Douluo, renowned as the Angel Douluo, now reduced to relying on his granddaughter's connections to save his life? Nevertheless, the situation was dire. Xiangyu was simply too powerful to contend with, and in the interest of survival, he would not dare to openly contest Chun Long's words. "Chun Long, what do you truly desire? If you aim to humiliate me, abandon that thought. Even if it means self-detonation, I will ensure you do not emerge unscathed today." Amidst the exchange of words, Qian Douluo manifested an air of resolute determination. Observing this, Chun Long promptly raised his hand in protest. "Grandfather, what are you saying? Little Snow and I share an extraordinary friendship. How could I possibly compel you to self-destruct? In truth, my requests are quite simple. Only 2 conditions for you to fulfill." Noticing that Chun Long had no intention of harming him, Chun Douluo felt a measure of relief wash over him. Speak your mind. It truly is uncomplicated. The first condition is to forget today's events and refrain from stepping foot into the nine-treasure glazed tile sect for a year. The second condition is that you must promise me that you will never hinder my interactions with Little Snow. Upon hearing this, Chun Douluo's expression shifted dramatically. The first requirement was easily agreeable, abstaining from the nine-treasure glazed tile sect for a year to ensure that news of his humiliation did not spread was a bargain he could accept. However, the second demand was indeed rather audacious. Chun Rushua was his only granddaughter, the last scion of the Angel clan. With the world already aware of Chun Long's engagement to the princess of the nine-treasure glazed tile sect, it was evidently impossible to forge an alliance. The thought of this fellow continuing to associate with Chun Rushua filled Chun Douluo with dread. Should his precious granddaughter be abducted, he would be inconsolable. How could he possibly acquiesce to such a request? Anticipating his reaction, Chun Long was prepared. Meanwhile, on another front, when Xiang Yu perceived Chun Douluo's apparent defiance, he raised his overlord spear once more, exuding a formidable aura that forced the old man to retreat over 100 meters. Very well, Xiang Yu. As long as the elder agrees to my first condition, that will suffice. The second is of little consequence. After all, we live in an age of free love. I merely need Little Snow to consent to be with me. What weight do the commands of elders hold? Chapter 083. Chun Long's Scheme. The Soul Master competition across the continent. The saying, a single word can stir 1,000 waves, rang true as Chun Long's initial statement brought a glimmer of hope to Chun Douluo, who believed that this young man would cease his pursuit of his granddaughter. Yet the latter part of Chun Long's declaration struck him like a blow, causing him to cough up blood in anguish. You are delusional, as long as I am here. You shall not lay a finger on my granddaughter. Observing Chun Douluo's labored breathing, Chun Long smiled and shook his head, then soared into the skies. Fear not, elder. Time will prove all. With that, Chun Long and his companions gradually disappeared from sight. As Chun Douluo watched their retreating figures, his hands clenched tightly, almost drawing blood. Damn it! Within the nine-treasure glazed tile sect, Ning Fengji and others anxiously awaited in the main hall. Suddenly, the security alarms of the sect blared. Instantly, tension gripped everyone in the hall, and at that moment, a scout rushed in, breathless. Reporting to the sect master, young Master Chun Long and his companions have returned. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji's companion leapt from her chair in excitement. Chun Long has returned. How splendid! I knew that lad would not disappoint me. As she spoke, the young girl seized the hand of Bone Douluo with fervor. Grandfather Bone, will you take me to see him now? Observing the girl's pitiable expression, Gu Rong gently tapped Ning Rongrong's smooth forehead. Oh, it seems our little princess is quite different from a moment ago. I recall someone just a while back declaring she would never see Xiao Long again. Teased by Bone Douluo, the girl's face instantly flushed crimson. Humph. Even Grandfather Bone is mocking me. I shall ignore you henceforth. With a huff, Ning Rongrong turned her face away, causing Bone Douluo to rush over to console her, fearful of offending the cherished princess. Subsequently, he utilized his unique spatial power to transport Ning Fengji and Ning Rongrong to the entrance of the Jiubao Yili sect. Meanwhile, Jian Wei and the others also arrived at the scene. The entire congregation of the sect gazed upon Chun Long and his companions, their attention drawn particularly to the towering figure beside Chun Long. Lu Bu, already quite tall, appeared diminished in stature when compared to Shi Chu's overlord. Thus, the arrival of Xiang Yu captivated everyone's gaze. As for Bone Douluo and Ning Fengji, they regarded Xiang Yu with a wary eye, recognizing that this individual possessed strength surpassing even that of the Phoenix Douluo. The presence of such a formidable being, even standing calmly beside Chun Long, evoked a sense of unease. Chun Long, what are you doing running about? Do you have any idea how worried we all are for you? Ning Fengji was about to inquire about Xiang Yu when his precious daughter dashed toward Chun Long. Her delicate fists pounded against his chest as she lamented, tears gradually streaming from the corners of her eyes. In response, Chun Long embraced Ning Rongrong, his hand gently caressing her flowing hair. There, my little princess. Your man has returned safely home. Please do not berate me any longer. As the two held each other, a sweet atmosphere enveloped the entrance, and none wished to disrupt this tender moment. After a while, they parted, and Ning Rongrong, noticing everyone's gaze upon her, excused herself, claiming fatigue. Following this, Chun Long approached Ning Fengji with Xiang Yu by his side. Dear father-in-law, allow me to introduce this esteemed individual. This is Xiang Yu, a powerful ally I met during my travels. He rescued us from an ambush by Chun Douluo. Upon hearing Chun Long's introduction, Ning Fengji immediately stepped forward towards Xiang Yu. Thank you, Your Excellency, for saving Xiao Long. The entire Jiubao Yili sect is immensely grateful for your kindness. As long as your highness has a need, I, Ning Fengji, shall certainly fulfill my responsibilities. With such courtesy from Ning Fengji, Xiang Yu waved his hand dismissively. It is nothing. This is a task I ought to undertake, and there is no need for thanks. Now that I have safely returned him, my role here is complete, and I shall take my leave. With that, Xiang Yu's foot struck the ground forcefully, propelling him skyward like a shooting star. At this moment, Lu Bu leaped to the highest peak within the nine-treasure glazed tile school, brandishing his Fang Tianhua halberd towards the heavens, proclaiming loudly, Xiang Yu, when we meet again, I, Lu Bu, shall challenge you to a true duel between men. With Lu Bu's declaration, the looming crisis over the nine-treasure glazed tile school seemed to dissipate entirely. Following this, Ning Fengji invited Chun Long to the glazed hall, where only he, Swordbone Douluo, and Chun Long remained. It was unexpected that Qian Daolu would take the initiative to confront a junior like you. This matter is likely related to your public announcement of marrying Rong Rong. Otherwise, perhaps it would be wise to set this issue aside for now, as you are still young, and matters of marriage should not be rushed. Ning Fengji contemplated the possible reasons behind Qian Daolia's actions toward Chun Long. Upon hearing this, Chun Long immediately grew anxious. Father-in-law, this cannot be allowed. Rong Rong has only just agreed to marry me. If you proceed with this, it may dishearten her, making it difficult for me to win her back later. Rest assured, Qian Daolu has been thoroughly taught a lesson by Xiang Yu. Even if he had 10 times the audacity, he would not dare provoke the 9-treasure glazed tile school again, especially since we have a Phoenix Douluo on our side. With him here, coupled with the full strength of our sect, Qian Daolu poses no threat. After hearing Chun Long's words, Ning Fengji found merit in this reasoning, allowing his previously troubled heart to finally relax. At that moment, he suddenly recalled something of significance. Ah, Chun Long. Recently Rong Rong has been clamoring to visit the Shrek Academy to see her classmates. Rumor has it that the Continental Soul Master competition is about to commence. I believe it would be beneficial for her to familiarize herself with them. What do you think? Upon hearing about the Continental Soul Master competition, Tang Sect's figure surfaced in Chun Long's mind. Currently, forcibly confronting Tang Sect would disrupt the original balance of this world. Would such actions affect Tang Sect's destined path? Would he participate in the Continental Soul Master competition? Chun Long felt a strong curiosity about these matters. He needed to keep a close watch on that individual. The Continental Soul Master competition, indeed, presents a splendid opportunity for experience. I believe Rong Rong should attend, as it would also help elevate our 9-treasure glazed tile school's reputation. Esteemed father-in-law, there is no need for you to worry about this matter. When the time comes, I shall accompany Rong Rong to ensure that our sect secures the championship. Chapter 084. Late-night conversations and Master Ning's decision. The wounds inflicted during the battle with the God of Douluo require a full month for Chun Long to recuperate. Furthermore, with the summoning card of Xiang Yu now expended, Chun Long has lost his largest territory. Thus, to prevent retaliation from Qian Daolu, he must remain within the confines of the GOD of Douluo sect for the time being. However, given his temperament, it is inconceivable that he could endure such a life. The outside world is vast, and he yearns to explore it. As a week passed, Chun Long's movements remain confined to the GOD of Douluo sect. This restriction has been exceedingly vexing for him. Besides being unable to leave, an additional concern has plagued his mind. This is the peculiar limitation imposed by the system. Ever since his confrontation with the God of Douluo, this unfortunate system has enforced a rather disheartening narrative. It dictates that he must refrain from engaging with Tang Sect, the son of the plane. Should he defy this edict, he would face the system's punishment, potentially resulting in the complete sealing of his soul power, reducing Chun Long from his exalted status to that of an ordinary individual. Moreover, wherever Tang Sect is present, Chun Long's soul power level is adversely affected, aligning his strength with that of Tang Sect within a certain range. Upon hearing this news, Chun Long felt as though he might as well be dead. During this time, he frequently retreated to the highest peak of the GOD of Douluo sect to reflect upon his predicament. Ding! Achievement. 7 days of contemplation accomplished. Congratulations, host, you have activated a special quest. Participate in the Continental Soul Master competition and secure victory in the team event. Quest rewards, 5 summoning cards and 1 flight type external soul bone. Special reward, the ability to repel the son of the plane. Certain effects brought by Tang Sect will be nullified. Seated atop the peak, Chun Long was inundated with the information provided by the system, stirring his spirit. In a moment of exhilaration, he leapt from his spot. 5 summoning cards and a flight type external soul bone. What splendid rewards. The Continental Soul Master competition is indeed a splendid opportunity. After such a prolonged period of frustration, this news has brought him immense relief. With that, Chun Long vanished from the summit of the GOD of Douluo sect. When he reappeared, he found himself in the resting quarters of Ning Fengji. Startled by the sudden appearance of Chun Long, Ning Fengji exclaimed, "Xiao Long, it is quite late. Why have you not yet retired?" As he spoke, Chun Long grasped his hand. Esteemed father-in-law, is Rong Rong not returning to Shrek Academy soon? At Chun Long's inquiry, Ning Fengji nodded gently. Indeed, you are already aware of this matter, are you not? The young lady is returning the day after tomorrow. What is the matter? Is there an issue with this situation? Chun Long suddenly inquired, and Ning Fengji found himself somewhat perplexed. Although Shrek Academy may not be as renowned as the Tiando Royal Academy and the Spirit Hall, it boasts the Golden Iron Triangle, and its founding philosophy is indeed innovative. With the master, the most astute individual on the continent, I have complete confidence in allowing my beloved daughter to study there. However, there is indeed a problem, a significant one at that. My dear father-in-law, have you ever contemplated a certain matter? Our Rong Rong has already undergone her martial soul awakening, and it is no exaggeration to say that this young girl is the strongest support-type soul master on the continent. With such a formidable talent by our side, why must we consider sending her away to assist outsiders, instead of allowing her to help Lei Qiang secure the championship in the Continental Soul Master competition? Why don't we assemble our own team and claim victory under the banner of the 9-treasure glazed tile school? Upon hearing this, a subtle change appeared on Ning Fengji's face, though he soon shook his head in resignation. I have pondered this issue as well, but our sect lacks suitable candidates for the competition. You are well aware that our sect is predominantly comprised of support-type soul masters. Even if there are a few combat-type soul masters, they have already surpassed the age limit for participation. Neither of the two great empires nor the Spirit Hall would permit their involvement. As for you, while your age is indeed sufficient, your strength is simply too formidable. Everyone on the continent knows you as the Dragon God Douluo. If you were to compete, it would turn the event into a farce. Ning Fengji's words conveyed a sense of helplessness, and Chun Long could discern his father-in-law's longing for the championship. After all, a good reputation is incredibly beneficial for a sect. No, my dear father-in-law, you are mistaken. We at the Nine Treasure Glazed Tile School can indeed find suitable soul masters to participate in the competition. Even if our sect lacks them, we can recruit talent. As long as we gather enough participants for the team event, we will have a chance, won't we? As for me, I can disguise myself and compete using only my second martial soul, limiting my power to that of a soul master. Won't that resolve any issues? I already have a comprehensive plan regarding the selection of candidates. Now, all I need is for you to give your approval, and I shall set this matter in motion immediately. With Chun Long's words, Ning Fengji's spirits were lifted. Perhaps this approach is indeed quite promising. However, as the implementation of this plan unfolded, Ning Fengji still harbored some doubts. Little dragon, can you truly restrain your strength to the level of a soul master? Will this not compromise the fairness of the competition? Upon hearing Ning Fengji's concerns, Chun Long nodded with unwavering confidence. Thus, the matter was settled. That very night, Ning Fengji decided to withdraw his beloved daughter from the Shrek 7 monsters and bring her into the ranks of the Nine Treasure Glazed Tile School's own team. As for the name, Chun Long casually designated it as the Nine Treasure Battle Team. The following morning, news concerning the Nine Treasure Battle Team spread throughout the entire sect. Observing the information posted on the bulletin board, the disciples within the sect exchanged bewildered glances. What? Our auxiliary sect dares to participate in the Continental Soul Master Tournament? This notion is utterly preposterous. Indeed, one cannot fathom the sect leader's thoughts, having just garnered immense prestige from the accomplishments of our esteemed predecessors. Would it not all be in vain should we face defeat in battle? A cacophony of dissent arose from the crowd, with all the sect disciples vehemently opposing the formation of a battle team. At that moment, a seemingly ordinary young man with long hair cascading down his back approached the bulletin board with measured steps. Who says our Nine Treasure Glazed Tile sect is incapable? With me, Chun, the championship of this Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament is assured. The onlookers turned towards the source of the voice, their expressions revealing a sense of unfamiliarity with the speaker. Who are you? Why have we never seen you before? In response to the inquiry, the young man smiled faintly and gestured towards the statue of Chun Long not far away. If you wish to know who I am, the Dragon God Douluo is my brother. The young man confidently proclaimed the name of the Dragon God Douluo, eliciting a wave of incredulity from those present. The Dragon God Douluo is your brother? Are you jesting? You two bear no resemblance whatsoever. You, with your unremarkable appearance, cannot possibly be related to the handsome Dragon God Douluo. A young girl with a ponytail was the first to voice her skepticism, igniting a fervent debate among the crowd, who collectively dismissed the notion that this seemingly ordinary, impoverished-looking individual could be the sibling of the renowned Dragon God Douluo. Observing their reactions, the youth, who identified himself as Chun, shook his head in resignation before leaping onto the high platform. At that moment, an aura coalesced around him, and a slender iron sword materialized in his left hand, accompanied by 4 circles of black soul rings. I am a level 43 Assault System Battle Soul Master. With the martial spirit of the 7-killing sword, I possess a talent as formidable as that of the Dragon God Douluo. Should anyone here doubt my capabilities, feel free to challenge me. If someone can defeat me, I shall obey their commands for a month and grant them 5 million gold coins. As he spoke, the young man casually tossed a purse aside, revealing 5 million gold coins before the astonished eyes of the gathered crowd. Despite the wealth of the Nine Treasure Glazed Tile sect disciples, 5 million was undoubtedly a substantial sum. At this spectacle, all present gaped in astonishment. Just then, a robust man emerged slowly from the crowd. You must be Chun. Your words hold weight. Should anyone among us manage to defeat you, they shall earn those gold soul coins, regardless of their level. In response to the inquiry, Chun nodded lightly. Indeed, as long as there exists someone capable of vanquishing me, regardless of whether they hold the title of a limit Douluo or are merely an ordinary soul master, this is the objective I have set for myself, and I wholeheartedly acknowledge it. As Chun's voice resonated, the robust young man instantly became invigorated. Very well, I, Thunder Tiger, shall engage in a contest with you today. Thunder Tiger, a formidable soul emperor at level 68 with the spirit of the Thunder Beast, unleashed a ferocious aura that erupted from within him, as 6 circles of soul rings, yellow, purple, and black, radiated brilliantly beneath his feet. At his appearance, the onlookers began to murmur once more. My heavens, it is indeed Thunder Tiger. His father was an esteemed soul Douluo at level 88. Had he not perished on the battlefield at Jialing Pass, he might have ascended to the ranks of a limit Douluo. It was said that after his father's demise, Thunder Tiger secluded himself in the back mountains for cultivation, and in merely 5 years, his soul power had astonishingly increased by 7 levels. Such talent is truly terrifying. With Thunder Tiger's emergence, public opinion swiftly tilted in his favor, gazing at the overwhelming aura emanating from this individual. Chun atop the platform shook his head in resignation. A level 68 soul emperor, is it? He appears competent, yet he alone may not suffice. Is there anyone among you who wishes to challenge me? I am prepared to engage with all who dare, if someone succeeds. The rewards shall not be divided equally, but rather distributed in proportion to their merit. Upon these words, the crowd's discussions grew even more fervent. At that moment, two more figures emerged from the throng. Hua Xiaoxue, a level 50 auxiliary soul king with the spirit of the seven treasures glazed tile pagoda, and Zhang Baibai, a level 61 battle soul king wielding the spirit of the fiery twin swords. Their soul rings exhibited an exemplary ratio. Observing this spectacle, the onlookers were filled with intrigue for the impending battle. However, just as the contest was about to commence, another voice resonated from afar. Excuse me, my good sir. I find myself rather destitute lately, and would greatly appreciate a loan to tide me over. Might I join this contest? Upon the utterance of this remark, the disciples of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school parted to clear a path towards the platform. In the next moment, a tipsy gentleman clutching a wine gourd staggered forward. His appearance elicited astonishment among the spectators. Are you not the so-called useless uncle who once guarded the sect's entrance? Did you not vanish 5 years ago? A young girl pointed at the uncle, who clearly took offense at the term useless. Hey, you little brat, stop calling me useless. I have a name, you know. I am by air, a formidable soul sage at level 72 with the spirit of the fire stick. The uncle introduced himself, and simultaneously, 7 soul rings manifested beneath him. Chun gazed at the radiance emanating from the man before him, his curiosity piqued by the peculiar figure of this elder. This fellow, an apparent rogue, astonishingly boasted a spirit manifestation of 1 yellow, 1 purple, and 5 black. In the realm of Douluo, who among those possessing such a remarkable combination was not deemed extraordinary, or perhaps even the recipient of some profound legacy? One could not fathom why such a being would be labeled as useless. Perhaps this predicament was closely tied to his rather unremarkable fire stick martial spirit. Chun held no reservations about the elder's arrival. It matters not. My words hold true at all times. Should anyone succeed in defeating me, regardless of their number, I shall not withhold a single coin of the 5 million gold soul coins. As he reiterated the terms of the reward, numerous young disciples began to weigh their options, with such formidable challengers stepping forward to contest against Chun Long of the Battle Soul Sect, and with the presence of the seemingly inept elder. The adage of 2 fists struggling against 4 hands rang true. Should one venture forth at this moment, the likelihood of claiming the 5 million gold soul coins appeared remarkably high. Consequently, a plethora of eager participants emerged from the crowd. Chun remained indifferent. Yet the elder was instantly incensed. You rascals, you exhibit not a shred of martial virtue. To gang up 4 against 1 is already a blatant act of bullying, especially when each of us surpasses his level. He bellowed, all of you retreat. Should anyone dare to approach again, I shall incapacitate them with my fire stick. With that, an overwhelming aura exclusive to a soul sage erupted from the elder. One young man, attempting to introduce himself, was immediately sent reeling by this formidable presence. Following this display, no one dared to approach the commotion any further. The elder's wrath was truly fearsome. Thus, 5 individuals ascended the high platform simultaneously, with Chun standing alone against 4 adversaries, their levels significantly superior to his. Such audacity was indeed commendable. Not far from the arena, Ning Fengji and the sword Douluo stood silently, their gazes fixed upon the young man named Chun. Unbeknownst to them, the disguise of the young dragon had proven quite successful. Not a single soul within the 9 treasure glazed tile sect had discerned the truth. Sir Uncle, it seems you shall gain notoriety today. Your other grandson is poised to astonish our sect. Hearing this, the sword Douluo could only manage a wry smile and a shake of his head. Alas, I cannot fathom how that lad has managed to suppress his strength to the rank of a soul master. Chapter 086, 1 against 4, the incredible elder within the venue. The truth of Chun Long being Chun, and Chun being Chun Long had come to the attention of the higher echelons of the 9 treasure glazed tile sect. Though they remained oblivious to the means by which the young man achieved this, it was evident that he posed no apparent issues. You lot, come at me together. I am pressed for time. In the center of the arena, Chun Long displayed an air of utter disdain as Lei, who was the first to charge forth. Young man, arrogance comes at a price. The 5th soul skill, Tiger Hunt. A cascade of blue lightning enveloped the surroundings, and a roar echoed throughout the arena as a robust figure transformed into a magnificent blue tiger, charging directly at Chun Long, revealing the overwhelming might of a powerful attack type soul master. In the face of such an onslaught, Chun Long remained steadfast, unmoved in his stance. As the first black soul ring blazed to life, the first soul skill, Sword's Edge, the 7 killing sword, guided by his will, pierced through the forehead of the fierce blue tiger in an instant. In the next moment, the ethereal blue tiger phantom shattered into a myriad of sparks, and the thunder tiger was sent hurtling backward. Astonishingly, Chun Long had countered the 5th soul skill with his first, even while being significantly outmatched in level. The formidable attack type soul master fell to the ground like a kite with severed strings, unable to rise again. Witnessing this scene, the expressions of the 3 observers turned grave. The Thunder Tiger was a paragon at the Soul Emperor level, capable of holding his own against even seasoned soul saints for several exchanges. Yet, against Chun Long, he was utterly defeated, despite the latter being merely his soul zone. How stubborn they are. Have I not already invited you all to join forces? Why approach one by one, as if you wish to enact a tale of the Calabash brothers rescuing their grandfather? Amidst their astonishment, Chun Long let out a gentle sigh, clasping his hands behind his back, awaiting a collective assault from his opponents. In that moment, the seemingly inept elder took on the role of captain. For the prize of 500,000 gold soul coins, do not hold back. You too. We must coordinate our efforts. The seventh soul skill. True body of the weapon spirit. In an instant, a black firewood stick appeared in the elder's grasp. Simultaneously, a radiant spectrum erupted above the platform. As a seven-layered treasure tower manifested in the hands of the young girl named Hua Xiaoxue. The seven treasures are renowned, the first for strength, the second for speed, and the third for soul. On the other side, the individual named Zhang Baibai unleashed his mightiest technique. The fifth soul skill, fire demon possession. In that moment, the twin fiery swords in his hands blazed with an even more dazzling brilliance, as all three adversaries unveiled their most formidable means of combat. After amplifying their powers, Chun Long gained a clearer understanding of the elder's true strength. When the true form of the martial soul was activated, the firewood stick revealed intricate and wondrous patterns, resonating with a faint dragon's roar. At that moment, a thought crossed Chun Long's mind. Perhaps the elder's martial soul had not always been as it appeared. Such a level of prowess was not something a mere brash youth like the Thunder Tiger could contend with. Thus, the now soul's own Chun Long was reluctant to engage in a direct confrontation with the amplified elder. At this juncture, neutralizing the strongest support was paramount. The fourth soul skill, sword chi condensation. To succeed, he must first hold back the elder, a soul saint of level 70. Thus, as soon as Chun Long made his entrance, he unleashed his most formidable fourth soul skill. In the next moment, 7 long swords danced chaotically upon the arena, with 6 of them aimed directly at the hapless uncle. Confronted with such an onslaught, the uncle stomped his foot forcefully against the ground, causing his sixth soul ring to illuminate. The sixth soul skill, rotation. This was a skill so simple in nature that it bordered on the mundane. The uncle's movements were devoid of any flourish, merely rotating upon the ground to fend off the 6 swords. At that juncture, Chun Long had already approached Zhang Baibai and Hua Xiaoxue, wielding the solitary remaining sword. Recognizing the significance of support, Zhang Baibai instinctively positioned himself in front. The fourth soul skill, Fire Dance Whirlwind. This technique mirrored that of the uncle, with the only distinction lying in their attributes. Witnessing this scene, Chun Long could not suppress a chuckle and remarked in a dispassionate tone, "Why do you all enjoy spinning so much? Very well, I shall join you." With that, Chun Long's feet landed upon a long sword, and with a flick of his fingers, he began to rotate alongside Zhang Baibai. 1 spin, 2 spins, 3 spins. Chun Long's speed intensified as he moved against the current of the whirlwind. By the 5th rotation, he had gathered enough information to completely unravel Zhang Baibai's fourth soul skill. The whirlwind now moved in opposition, causing Zhang Baibai to lose control of his body and be hurled out of the arena. At this moment, the sword in Chun Long's hand was poised against Hua Xiaoxue's neck. "Little girl, concede now, or I shall sever your throat." The glimmer of the long sword was starkly visible, and given that support-type soul masters typically lingered in the third line of battle, Hua Xiaoxue, being particularly timid, found her mental fortitude crumbling under Chun Long's menacing threat. "All right, I concede. Please, do not harm me." As she spoke, Hua Xiaoxue leapt down from the arena, retracting her 7 treasures glazed tile. Consequently, the enhancement bestowed upon the hapless uncle dissipated instantaneously, and the pressure exerted by the 6 swords escalated dramatically. In response, Chun Long was more than willing to stoke the flames further. He hurled the long sword in his grasp, its blade slicing through the air before converging with the other 6 companions. The moment the 7 swords united, the true might of Chun Long's fourth soul skill was fully unleashed. The overwhelming force shattered the uncle's 6th soul skill in an instant. At this critical juncture, the uncle hastily summoned all his strength. The 5th soul skill, explosion. Grasping his firewood stick tightly with both hands, he clashed directly against the 7 long swords. Almost immediately, the stick detonated, and a tremendous wave of soul power surged forth, driving back Chun Long's 7 swords. Observing this, Chun Long could not help but admire the uncle's resilience. With a decisive act, he self-destructed his own martial soul to gain the power to withstand attacks. Indeed, he is a courageous individual. Yet, with such a choice, what capital do you possess to continue fighting? Before Chun Long could finish his words, the scene before him left him utterly astonished. At that moment, after detonating his own martial soul, the older gentleman not only emerged unscathed, but also underwent a remarkable transformation. Golden light enveloped him, and the martial soul that had been obliterated earlier had returned. Moreover, upon closer inspection, there was an unmistakable flicker of dragon majesty emanating from the seemingly ordinary firewood stick. This spectacle thoroughly validated Chun Long's conjecture. He gently lowered his 7-kill sword and inquired softly of the seemingly useless elder. "Your martial soul is not merely a firewood stick. What is its true name?" Chapter 087. Unsealing. Future warriors, for how many years has it been since anyone asked me this question? Very well, allow me to reintroduce myself. I am by air. My martial soul is the Divine Dragon Staff, a level 72 powerful assault-type battle spirit. My spirit rings are 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black. In response to Chun Long's inquiry, the seemingly useless elder nonchalantly revealed his former identity. The Divine Dragon Staff is a martial soul imbued with the essence of a dragon, surpassing even the Panlong staff wielded by Qianjun and Jiangma by a significant margin. This martial soul possesses attributes akin to that of the Serpent Spear Douluo, embodying both beast and weapon forms. Such a martial soul undoubtedly stands at the pinnacle of the continent, demonstrating negligible disparity even when compared to top-tier weapon martial souls like the Haotian hammer and Seven Kills sword. Furthermore, soul masters possessing this martial soul inherently have the ability to suppress beasts and beast martial souls, easily overcoming levels when absorbing spirit rings. Thus, the elder once boasted a soul ring configuration more extravagant than Tang Sect's. However, this formidable figure had been reduced to a mere waste for over 20 years, a fate stemming from a trial he endured in his youth. After that ordeal, his talent and strength vanished, his soul rings devolved into the most inferior configuration, and his soul power level stagnated at 72. It is noteworthy that he was merely 23 years old at that time. These were the painful memories the elder preferred not to revisit, and the higher-ups of the Nine-Treasure Glazed Tile sect were aware of this history. Chun Long, observing the light in the elder's eyes, held a deep belief in his past glory. Faced with such an opponent, while he would not relinquish the pursuit of victory, he felt compelled to extend due respect. Elder Bai, I shall give it my all, I concede to you. As he spoke, Chun Long pointed forward, and seven swords soared through the air like meteors. At that moment, Bai Air, filled with fighting spirit, lifted the rather fragile firewood stick, colliding it with the seven swords. A thunderous roar erupted as the firewood stick shattered completely, blood gushed from the elder's mouth, and his body was streaked with gory wounds. Even so, his aura remained unyielding, as if he would never succumb. The battle has come to a conclusion, and Chun Long deeply bowed to the elder. At that moment, Sword Douluo and Ning Fengji arrived as well. Upon reaching the high platform, the leader of the Nine-Treasure Glazed Tile School took the initiative to pay his respects to the elder. I was unaware of your esteemed return and regret not welcoming you properly. Please do not take offense. Upon hearing Ning Fengji's words, the elder anxiously lifted his gaze, his eyes landing on Sword Douluo. Brother Chen Xine, you have indeed raised a remarkable grandson. His talent rivals my own. I dare say that even in my prime, I may not have been able to defeat him. As he spoke, the elder coughed up blood once more. Observing this, Sword Douluo grew concerned and immediately turned to Chun Long Chun. His voice faltered as he nearly revealed Chun Long's true name. Hearing this, Chun Long rushed over and placed a reddish-brown pill into the elder's mouth. Elder, what you just ingested is a blood recovery pill. Please rest for a moment, and you will soon regain your strength. Just as Bai Air was about to question the efficacy of the pill, a sudden warmth emanating from within him rendered him speechless. Subsequently, he moved aside to rest. Following the battle, Chun Long's new identity gained prominence within the Nine-Treasure Glazed Tile School. As night fell, within the grand hall of the school, Ning Fengji and his daughter, along with Swordbone Douluo, gathered. Chun Long, accompanied by Bai Air, strolled in, still retaining his identity as a level 43 soul master. At that moment, Ning Rongrong, having learned from her father that Chun Long was deceiving them under a false identity, approached him and pounded his body with her small, delicate fists. Chun Long, how can you be so shameless? You are clearly a titled Douluo-level powerhouse, yet choose to play the part of a pig to eat a tiger. I have never encountered anyone like you. The young girl pouted, her disdain for Chun Long evident in her tone. Meanwhile, Bai Air was utterly bewildered. He had just heard Ning Rongrong claim that Chun Long was a titled Douluo. Just as he was about to inquire further, Ning Fengji and the others descended from the high platform. Little dragon, I have ordered strict security measures within the sect. It is just us here. You may now recount the details of this matter. Hearing this, Chun Long nodded solemnly and retrieved a black box from his pocket. At that instant, Chun Chen's disguise faded, revealing his true form. His handsome visage bore a striking resemblance to Sword Douluo, exuding an aura of nobility that harmonized with the essence of the Nine-Treasure Glazed Tile School. You see, I consumed a substance known as the Infinite Pill, which allows me to suppress my realm at will for a certain period. Each pill retains its efficacy for 24 hours. During this time, as long as no one has transcended to the divine level, my true identity remains undetected. To restore one's strength, one merely needs to consume a pill known as the Xianhuang Dan. After receiving the explanation from Chun Long, Ning Fengji took the black box and scrutinized the two pills within. Despite his esteemed position as the leader of the Nine-Treasure Glazed Tile School, he found the situation utterly bewildering. Meanwhile, Bai Air, who was less informed than Ning Fengji and the others, felt a sense of relief. With the soul sect transforming into a titled Douluo, he suddenly felt less unjust in his previous sentiments. Once Chun Long finished explaining to his father-in-law, his gaze shifted to Bai Air. Uncle Bai, would you like to restore your strength? Perhaps I can assist you. Upon hearing this, Bai Air grasped Chun Long's hand tightly. What did you say? My strength can still be restored? Chun Long gently nodded in response. There is nothing that cannot be restored, provided that my father-in-law can provide me with a soul bone of at least 10,000 years in age. The Nine-Treasure Glazed Tile School will then gain a formidable new ally. Chun Long had previously discussed this matter with Ning Fengji. Thus he had already prepared the so-called 10,000-year soul bone. A blue light sparkled in his palm as a golden-armored earth dragon's left leg bone materialized in Chun Long's hand. Little dragon, this soul bone aligns perfectly with Elder Bai's attributes. It is a 30,000-year soul bone, which should suffice. After receiving the soul bone from Ning Fengji, Chun Long bowed respectfully to his father-in-law and said with a warm smile, certainly, it will be sufficient. A 10,000-year bone will achieve the desired effect. And with a 30,000-year bone, I shall grant everyone a miracle. With that, Chun Long focused his energy, and 9 soul rings shimmered beneath him. In addition, The ethereal image of the Chinese divine dragon manifested at that moment. Instantly, an immense pressure bent by Air's spine, forcing him to kneel. As he slowly lifted his head, he found himself gazing into the abyss-like eyes of the divine dragon. Chapter 088. Gathering at the Four Elements Academy. Is this an entity even more advanced than the radiant holy dragon? Air supported himself with his hands on the ground, feeling as though his bones might fracture under the overwhelming pressure that could take his life. However, on the other hand, this agony brought an unusual sensation, as if his meridians were undergoing a cleansing. The long-dormant dragon aura began to show signs of revival. Do not resist. Allow the power of the divine dragon to purify you. Chun Long's calm voice echoed through the room, sensing the changes within his body. Air complied with his instructions. The purification of his meridians was excruciating, and the uncle's expression shifted dramatically. There had been moments in the past when he nearly succumbed to despair, while Ning Fengji and the others looked on with palpable concern. However, due to the unyielding spirit that resided within him, each time he felt on the brink of surrender, the indomitable momentum enabled him to endure all suffering. Time passed slowly, with day and night alternating, as Ning Fengji and his companions kept vigil throughout the night. At the moment when a ray of sunlight illuminated the grand hall of the Douluo sect, Chun Long's cleansing of the useless elder finally reached completion. Immediately thereafter, the utterly worthless soul ring manifested itself. As Ning Fengji and the others approached to inquire about the situation, an unexpected scene unfolded before them. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive explosive sounds reverberated as the soul rings surrounding the useless elder shattered into fragments. Witnessing this spectacle, Ning Fengji and his companions were taken aback. It was unimaginable that soul rings, which had been absorbed for years, could explode in such a manner. Generally speaking, even at the moment of death, a soul master would not experience such an occurrence. In an instant, solemn expressions adorned the faces of the 3. Observing their reactions, Chun Long quickly gestured for them to remain calm. Do not be alarmed. The elder's body is unharmed. I have just utilized the divine dragon's primordial power within me to cleanse his body, simultaneously destroying the useless soul rings he bore. As a result, our elder can now absorb soul rings according to his own limits. According to my estimations, with his current physical strength, he can choose soul beasts of at least 40,000 years for each ring. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji and his companions were momentarily stunned, their bodies trembling at that moment. A 40,000-year soul ring would imply that Air could now absorb soul rings as if he were at the soul sage level. Thus, after completing the configuration of 7 new soul rings, it was entirely possible for him to elevate his soul power by several levels, potentially even reaching the rank of title Douluo. Chun Long discerned their thoughts and nodded gently. At this moment, Air was still immersed in comprehending his own body, while Chun Long briefly communicated with Ning Fengji and the others before departing from the grand hall of the Douluo sect. As he stepped out of the door, the illustrious dragon god Douluo transformed once more into that 34th level battle spirit master. Today marked the day he would leave the sect alongside Ning Rongrong, who had been waiting eagerly at the entrance. At the entrance of the Douluo sect, Ning Rongrong stood alongside a woman of unparalleled beauty, her bright eyes shimmering like moonlight, exuding a cool demeanor that seemed to repel anyone from approaching. Such beauty was truly beyond the capacity of words to describe. In comparison, though the little princess of the Douluo sect was equally lovely, her youth made the latter all the more captivating. Across the entirety of the sect, only Zhen Ni possessed such breathtaking beauty. Chun Long, accompanied by Lu Bu, emerged from the grand hall of the 9 Treasures glazed tile school. Upon seeing him, Ning Rongrong stormed over, her delicate fist striking his chest with a petulant thud. Just look at the time. How could you arrive so late? The sun climbed higher in the sky, nearly reaching 9 o'clock, leaving them an hour behind their agreed-upon rendezvous. How could Ning Rongrong's mood be anything but sour after waiting so long at the entrance of the 9 Treasures glazed tile school? Chun Long could only manage a wry smile in response. My apologies, Rongrong. I conversed with my father-in-law for the entire night, and I overslept this morning. Please don't be angry. Once we head out, I shall buy you whatever you desire. Shopping is a universal delight for young ladies, and even Ning Rongrong, the esteemed young mistress of the 9 Treasures glazed tile school, was no exception. Upon hearing Chun Long's promise to indulge her whims, her anger seemed to dissipate slightly. Very well, I shall temporarily forgive you. But remember, should there be a next time, no amount of money will quell my fury. With that, the young girl pouted cutely and swaggered towards the exit of the sect. Thus, the two set forth on their journey to the Heaven Do Empire. Their first destination was not Ning Rongrong's alma mater, the Shrek Academy, but rather the illustrious Four Elements Academy. Prior to their arrival, Chun Long had instructed Ning Fengji to contact Emperor Shui Yi in advance, publicly announcing a call to gather at the 4 great academies. Consequently, upon their arrival at the square in Heaven Do City, the students and faculty of the Four Elements Academy were already present, awaiting their arrival. Additionally, they were joined by the esteemed Duga Bo and his granddaughter, Duga Yan. In the center of the square, a grand platform had been erected, adorned with a conspicuous banner that read, Recruitment. The 9 Treasures, 7 monsters compete for the championship of the Advanced Soul Master Tournament. Upon seeing those words, the members of the Four Elements Academy began to murmur among themselves. A silver-haired man dressed in green was the first to step forward, unfurling a pair of wings of wind from his back as he ascended to the platform. Everyone, please quiet down and allow me, Feng Xiaotian, to say a few words. At his declaration, silence fell over the crowd. The figure on the stage was none other than Feng Xiaotian, the strongest of the Skywind Academy throughout the years, boasting the spirit of the Gale double-headed wolf. As one of the few innate full soul power possessors, and with a mutated martial spirit, Feng Xiaotian's fame was widespread within the Four Elements Academy. Simultaneously, his affection for Huo Wu was well known among all. Everyone was aware of the recent changes within the Nine Treasures Glazed Tile School, noting the sudden influx of numerous title Douluo-level powerhouses within their ranks. Even so, it cannot be claimed that their younger generation is equally formidable. Regardless of how the world may change, the Nine Treasure Glazed Tile School remains merely a support-type martial soul. Their strength will not reach extraordinary heights. It is more pragmatic to trust in oneself, to have faith in Feng Xiaotian, rather than to believe that the Nine Treasure Glazed Tile School will lead us to victory. Chapter 089, Declaration of War. Feng Xiaotian's choice. Feng Xiaotian boldly proclaimed his presence within the Nine Treasure Glazed Tile School, and this young man certainly had a clever strategy in mind. Upon witnessing this scene, the organizers were prepared to bring down the Four Elements Academy. However, at this moment, the esteemed Douluo, who had been entrusted by the Snowy Night Emperor to oversee the matter, had yet to voice his thoughts, leaving others reluctant to act. Although many staff members leaned towards the colossal Nine Treasure Glazed Tile School, they still had to consider the dignity of the Tiando royal family. Thus, despite their myriad of reservations, they could only allow Feng Xiaotian to promote himself from the elevated platform. The crowd surged with excitement, and Feng Xiaotian's name grew increasingly prominent among the masses. This attention-seeking individual had transformed the venue into his own stage. Among the throng, a striking girl clad in fitted attire with vibrant crimson hair stood out remarkably, in stark contrast to the fervor displayed by others towards Feng Xiaotian. This girl regarded him with disdain. What a show-off. Feng Xiaotian, get down from there. Her scornful voice echoed through the crowd, momentarily catching Feng Xiaotian off guard atop the platform. He then turned towards the fiery-haired girl below with a broad smile. Hey Huo Wu, can you spare me a little grace out here? When we return, you can punish me however you wish. As the first genius of the Four Elements Academy, Feng Xiaotian possessed the confidence to look down upon others. Yet, he held a particular apprehension towards Huo Wu, the stunning first genius of the Blazing Fire Academy. Upon hearing her words, he dared not linger a moment longer. Just as he prepared to step off the platform, a deep voice resonated from behind him. Xiaotian, why the hurry to leave? You just spoke at length about your travels and criticized our Nine Treasure Glazed Tile School. We deserve an explanation as well. With these words, Chun Long and Ning Rongrong ascended the platform alongside him. To be precise, he should be addressed as Chun, the powerful 35th level assault system soul master. Feng Xiaotian was unfamiliar with his identity, while he had heard of the illustrious dragon god Douluo. The young man before him, who appeared quite ordinary in both appearance and demeanor, did not warrant his attention as the first genius of the Shindao Academy. Thus, when Chun Long made his entrance, Feng Xiaotian displayed his arrogant nature. Oh, have the people of the Nine Treasure Glazed Tile School finally arrived? Who are you? I have never encountered you before. Upon hearing Feng Xiaotian's words, Chun Long gave a slight snort and then stamped his foot forcefully on the ground. Chun, a level 43 assault system battle spirit master of the Seven Kill Sword, is the captain of the Nine Treasure Glazed Tile School's team. The four black spirit rings suddenly illuminated, transforming the entire venue into a spectacle. The presence of four black spirit rings is a testament to a prodigious talent, a configuration that seems almost inhuman. In that moment, the spectators began to question Chun Long's identity, speculating that he might be a soul beast that had transformed into human form, as this was the only conceivable explanation for the extraordinary scene before them. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, the elderly Douluo, who had been quietly sipping tea in the corner, finally spoke. I have already examined this young man. He is not a soul beast that has transformed into human. He is indeed a genuine human being. Young man, your aura seems somewhat familiar. I have visited the Nine Treasure Glazed Tile School numerous times, yet I have never encountered a talent such as yours. When the poisoned Douluo inquired about his identity, Chun Long was not particularly surprised. After all, he had a relatively close relationship with Douluo coupled with the innate characteristics of his beast martial soul. It was not unexpected that some clues would be uncovered. However, Chun Long firmly believed that even Douluo could never truly discern his real identity. He merely felt a vague sense of familiarity. In response, Chun Long promptly bowed slightly towards Douluo. I have just returned to the Nine Treasure Glazed Tile School, so it is natural for you, Senior Douluo, to have no impression of me. However, if we speak of my elder brother, the dragon god Douluo Chun Long, you would surely be quite familiar with him. Upon hearing this, Douluo rose from his seat, his murky eyes scrutinizing Chun Long thoroughly for several moments before he sighed deeply. You two do not resemble each other, yet your aura and talent are indeed strikingly similar. There must be no mistake. Otherwise, with Ning Fengji's cautious nature, he would not have allowed you to bring his precious daughter to compete. As Chun Long proactively spoke of his identity, Feng Xiaotian, who was preparing to descend from the platform, instantly perked up. Being hailed as the foremost genius of the Shinkong Academy, the most promising candidate to break through to title Douluo in a century, he always held a competitive spirit towards formidable opponents. Standing before him was none other than the dragon god Douluo's younger brother, possessing a spirit power comparable to Feng Xiaotian's. Thus, he too harbored the desire to engage in a friendly contest. Ah, so you are the younger brother of the dragon god Douluo. No wonder you possess such a remarkable configuration. Then, Brother Chun, since you have arrived here, would you be interested in exchanging a few moves with me? I eagerly anticipate witnessing the brilliance of the seven-kill sword. Regarding Feng Xiaoyan's actions, Chun Long felt no surprise and was overjoyed within. He had been racking his brain on how to prompt Feng Xiaoyan to challenge him, yet unexpectedly, this fellow approached him of his own accord. Truly a case of finding what one seeks without effort. Since Brother Xiaoyan possesses such refined interest, I am more than willing to engage in a contest. However, I must mention that your recent remarks have significantly impacted the reputation of the nine-treasure glazed tile school. Should we compete, I hope we can incorporate some stakes into our battle. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Feng Xiaoyan's interest was piqued. Generally speaking, battles with rewards tend to incite a more fervent spirit. Very well, speak your terms. I shall agree to anything within my power. At this, Chun Long nodded slightly and gestured towards Ning Rongrong beside him. In the next moment, a paper contract was tossed into Feng Xiaoyan's hands. Brother Xiaoyan, I have here a contract wherein we can agree to a single strike challenge. If you withstand my attack, I shall personally approach my elder brother to petition for you to become his direct disciple. If not, you must join the battle team of the nine-treasure glazed tile school without any grievances. Would you be amenable to such an arrangement? Becoming the direct disciple of the unparalleled Douluo is an extraordinary opportunity for those in the spirit master realm. With such a mentor, one's future path would undoubtedly be splendid, enhancing both personal strength and fortune. Chapter 090, A Defeat in One Strike. The misfortune of Feng Xiaoyan Humph. What is there to fear? Our levels are equal. Even with your 4 10,000-year spirit rings, defeating me in one strike is no simple task. With a flourish of his pen, the captain of Shunfeng Academy signed the contract. Following this, only Chun Long and Feng Xiaoyan remained upon the high platform. Feng Xiaoyan, a level 44 assault system battle spirit master, wielding the spirit of the Gale two-headed wolf. Chun Long, a level 43 assault system battle spirit master, wielding the 7 kills sword. Both unleashed their spirits, with Chun Long's 4 circles of spirit rings undeniably drawing attention. As an opponent, Feng Xiaoyan, however, focused solely on the battle at hand, redirecting all his energy towards it. His gaze swept across the platform until it fell upon a beautiful girl with fiery red short hair, igniting his fighting spirit. Hu Wu, I shall prove my strength to you. With his 4th soul skill, Gale's 6 slashes, Feng Xiaoyan's foot struck the ground fiercely, causing azure wings to emerge from his back. Lifting him into the air, he spiraled in the sky, a phantom of the two-headed wolf materializing behind him. Simultaneously, sharp claws akin to those of a wolverine sprouted from his hands. As he prepared for his impending attack, he swept both hands forward, unleashing 6 azure blades of energy that surged towards Chun Long. In the face of such an assault, Chun Long appeared remarkably unperturbed, as if he had not regarded his opponent at all. A mere inconvenience to be brushed aside. With a light sigh, Chun Long pointed his finger toward the void ahead, causing the first spirit ring beneath his feet to illuminate. The first spirit ability, Sword of Radiance. In the next moment, a long sword pierced through the air, unleashing 6 azure blades that crashed down with tremendous force, the overwhelming sword intent sweeping toward Feng Xiaoyan. In an instant, the president of Shunfeng Academy felt a chill run down his spine as a tempest tousled his hair. By the time he regained his senses, he realized that the dual wings on his back had been severed, with the ethereal blue sword hovering perilously close to his nose. A mere step forward, and he would surely meet his demise here. With a single move, Chun Long had decisively achieved his objective, leaving everyone present in awe of the spectacle they had just witnessed. Brother Xiaoyan, you have lost. Chun Long's voice was as tranquil as water. At this moment, Feng Xiaoyan clenched his fists tightly, his gaze directed downward, where he met the extremely disdainful countenance of Hu Wu. A wave of frustration surged within him, especially upon overhearing other students whispering about him. Hey, do you think Feng Xiaoyan from Shunfeng is merely a facade, his reputation solely stemming from his academy? Isn't that obvious? Look, they are of the same realm. He was simply defeated by a first-tier spirit ability. It's no exaggeration. The mocking voices ignited a fierce anger within Feng Xiaoyan, just as Chun Long sheathed his sword. Their gazes intertwined once more, and in the next moment, Feng Xiaoyan clasped his hands and bowed deeply to Chun Long. Chun Long, I admit that I lost that battle without reservation. However, I humbly request an opportunity to prove myself. That was not my true strength. Chun Long understood the turmoil within Feng Xiaoyan. For so long, this captain of Shunfeng Academy had been heralded as a prodigy, and now, having suffered a singular defeat, his reputation had become a subject of ridicule. It was only natural for him to seek redemption. With a gentle smile, Chun Long shook his head and approached, patting Feng Xiaoyan on the shoulder. Brother Xiaoyan, the opinions of others are not as significant as you might think. Justice resides within the hearts of the people. The doubts you face are not due to a lack of opportunity to prove yourself, but rather because you have yet to attain absolute strength. By joining the Jiobao Lilizong battle team today, you will grow even stronger in the future. Chun Long's words struck a chord deep within Feng Xiaoyan. Suddenly enlightened by the truth, he lowered his stance even further. Captain Chun, I, Feng Xiaoyan, am willing to serve the Jiobao Lilizong battle team. As these words left his lips, the vice president of Shunfeng Academy, a rather disheveled man in his 50s, leaped out from the platform below. Feng Xiaoyan, now that you have joined the Nine Treasures Glazed Sects team, You shall henceforth sever all ties with the Shinkong Academy. In my capacity as the vice president, I hereby announce your expulsion from Shinkong Academy. Upon hearing these words, Feng Xiaoyan's expression darkened instantly. Vice President, what is the meaning of this? According to our academy's regulations, I possess the right to choose another team. You cannot expel me like this. His confusion was palpable, yet Chun Long, standing nearby, showed no surprise whatsoever. With the upcoming Senior Soul Master competition, Shinkong Academy needed to uphold its reputation within the Tiando Empire, where victory and renown were of equal importance. The fact that Feng Xiaoyan had been defeated by Chun Long in front of so many spectators was an irreparable blow to the academy's prestige. Thus, the vice president would undoubtedly choose to cut his losses. On the high platform, Feng Xiaoyan was ready to continue his defense, but Chun Long interrupted him, saying, Brother Xiaoyan, it is only natural for this fellow to expel you in the name of honor. Regardless of how eloquently you argue today, the outcome has already been sealed. It would be wiser to focus on enhancing your strength, so that you may astonish everyone in the future. Hearing Chun Long's counsel, Feng Xiaoyan's spirits lifted considerably. After this, Chun Long aimed to continue his recruitment, as he was far from satisfied with just Feng Xiaoyan. In his elemental academy, he had 2 more targets in mind. And since they had both appeared today, he was determined to recruit them as well. Now that Brother Xiaoyan has joined our 9 Treasures Glazed sect, only 2 spots remain. Where are the deans of Tianshui Academy and Qihua Academy? I wish to take my chosen students from your institutions today. As soon as Chun Long's words fell, 2 figures, one red and one blue, approached the high platform. These 2 were the deans of the respective academies, both possessing strength at the Soul Saint level. The dean of Qihua Academy was an elderly man, appearing quite advanced in age, while the dean of Tianshui Academy was a strikingly beautiful woman, seemingly in her 40s or 50s, with an aura suggesting she had recently ascended to the Soul Saint realm. Mr. Chun, may I inquire which students from our 2 academies have caught your eye? The beautiful woman from Tianshui Academy spoke first, her voice clear and enchanting, carrying a hint of allure. Any ordinary man would find himself entranced by her words, yet for Chun Long, it felt somewhat misplaced. Shui Binger and Huo Wu are the ones I seek. I hope the esteemed deans will consider my request favorably. Chun Long openly declared his intentions, causing the expressions of the 2 deans to darken. Chapter 091. The Assembly of the 9 Treasures Team. This is absolutely unacceptable. Shui Binger and Huo Wu are core members of our team. The 2 deans responded in unison to Chun Long's demands. At this moment, all eyes were drawn to the protagonists of this event, Huo Wu and Shui Binger. Both girls were quite perplexed by the situation. Suddenly, Huo Wu leaped out from the crowd, her fiery temperament evident as she pointed directly at Chun Long's nose, exclaiming, Chun, do not presume that your affiliation with the formidable Jiubao Liuli sect grants you the right to bully others. I shall not yield. Observing Huo Wu's resolute stance, Feng Xiaoyan promptly jumped down from the high platform. Huo Wu, what are you doing? What is wrong with the Jiubao Liuli sect's team? You witnessed their true colors when I was expelled from the academy. He leaned closer to Huo Wu, passionately persuading her, using his own expulsion as an example, which stirred something within her. Chun Long was quite pleased with Feng Xiaoyan's approach. In contrast to Huo Wu's outright rejection, Shui Binger appeared more composed. Among the crowd, the Tianshui Academy was already a stunning spectacle, with Shui Binger being the most radiant among them. Her waterfall-like blue hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her gem-like eyes sparkled like the stars in the ocean. Clad in a flowing blue gown, her graceful figure complemented by an elegant demeanor rendered her almost ethereal. As the saying goes, women understand women best. Even Ning Rongrong admired Shui Binger's beauty, though she felt no woman could surpass her own. Shui Binger stepped forward from the crowd, her captivating visage instantly capturing the attention of many. Simultaneously, her voice, gentle yet tinged with a hint of coolness, resonated, Captain Chun. Since you are here, it seems we are destined to leave with you. Let us be candid, simply provide us with a reason. It must be said that Shui Binger truly embodied both wisdom and beauty. She had been keenly observing during the confrontation between Chun Long and Feng Xiaoyan, realizing that someone like Chun Long would not engage without preparation. With her words, Chun Long could no longer conceal the truth. Ah, Miss Shui Binger, you are indeed astute. In that case, I shall not keep you in suspense. Saying this, Chun Long retrieved a gleaming golden token from his pocket. The radiant light flickered atop the platform, and upon seeing the intricate patterns on the token, the onlookers bowed in reverence. We pay our respects, Your Majesty. For those from the Tiando Empire, the golden token was synonymous with the esteemed Emperor Shuiyi. Encountering it was akin to meeting the Emperor himself. However, they were unaware that the token in Chun Long's possession was not that of Emperor Shuiyi, but rather a gift from the Phoenix Douluo. Nevertheless, for those outside the royal family, the distinction mattered little. After retrieving the token, Chun Long exhibited an exceedingly proud demeanor. Esteemed deans, are you now able to accept my directive? Upon hearing this, the deans of the 2 academies dared not utter a word further. Since His Majesty had already benefited, there was nothing left for them to say. Huo Wu and Shui Binger could withdraw from their academy's battle team and join the 9 Treasure Glazed Tile School's team. Upon receiving this response, Chun Long appeared quite satisfied. At present, the 9 Treasure Glazed Tile School had gathered 5 members, with only 2 spots remaining, for which he already had candidates in mind. The next moment, Chun Long's gaze fell upon the distant figure of Douluo. and a wicked smile graced his lips as he softly inquired, Senior Douluo, may I have a word with you? The Snow Knight Emperor wishes to convey some matters. Hearing Chun Long's words, Douluo moved ahead, closely followed by Chun Long and Lu Bu. In a short while, the trio arrived at the woods outside the city. Once there, Chun Long waved his hand at Lu Bu, while he followed Douluo into the depths of the dense forest. Suddenly, Douluo halted his steps, and his aged visage turned icy cold. With the gaze of Medusa activated, Douluo launched a surprise attack, unleashing a silvery beam toward Chun Long. In anticipation, Chun Long was already prepared. With his seventh soul skill, the true body of the martial spirit, 9 rings quietly appeared beneath his feet, accompanied by the ethereal image of the Huaxia divine dragon. The collision between the gaze of Medusa and the Huaxia divine dragon dissipated the energy contained within. Senior Douluo, you have indeed uncovered my presence, Chun Long remarked as his disguise gradually faded, restoring him to his true form. Observing this, Douluo let out a hearty laugh. Ha ha, I was right. The moment I first laid eyes on you, I felt a sense of familiarity and decided to test you. I never expected to be correct. Pondering Douluo's ability to discern his true identity, Chun Long inquired, Senior Douluo, I am curious about how you discovered me. Even my grandfather could not achieve this when I was at the 9-treasure glazed tile school. In response to Chun Long's question, Douluo puffed out his chest confidently and replied, it is normal for your grandfather not to notice, but I am different. Having lived near the Eye of Ice and Fire for so long, I am intimately familiar with its aura, though you attempted to disguise it. The icy and fiery essence surrounding you is indelible. Thus, I recognized you immediately. By the way, why is the dragon god Douluo not properly stationed at the 9-treasure glazed tile school, and instead seeking to dominate the Continental Soul Master competition? Douluo expressed his confusion, finding it quite peculiar that the dragon god Douluo would participate in the Soul Master contest. Naturally, Chun Long could not divulge the matter of the system's tasks, so he used his previous battle as an excuse. Subsequently, he recounted his battle with Qian Douluo, revealing that he had sustained severe injuries, allowing him to briefly unleash the power of a title Douluo, while for the remainder of the time, he was merely at the Soul Zone level. Life at the 9-treasure glazed tile school had proven exceedingly dull, prompting him to seek a breath of fresh air. Contemplating participation in the Continental Advanced Soul Master competition, this explanation was readily accepted by Douluo, who had no doubts regarding it. The formidable strength of Qian Douluo rendered it unsurprising that Chun Long had been injured in their confrontation. After a brief exchange, Douluo suddenly conceived an idea. Hey, your team must still have vacancies, right? Given our friendship, you must include my precious granddaughter as well. Having lived this long, I naturally wish to witness the moment she makes her name renowned across the world. Chapter 092, Former Friends. Today's rivals to think that a senior would ask for a favor. I shall certainly oblige you. Miss Douluo possesses remarkable talent. With proper nurturing, she could shine brilliantly in the competition. Upon hearing his request granted, Douluo embraced Chun Long, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Hee, still calling her Miss Douluo? Haven't I told you? That young lady will eventually join your household. From now on, let us call her Yin Yin. No need for such formality. Upon hearing Douluo's words, Chun Long was momentarily speechless and quickly shook his head. Senior, what era are we in? Arranged marriages are no longer in vogue. Miss Douluo has her own aspirations. How could I impose upon her? Let us not revisit this matter, he insisted. At the mention of this topic, the aged visage of Douluo changed instantly, followed by a cold snort. Humph, that little girl simply refuses to listen. What is so great about Tianong? They call him the foremost genius of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, but I see him as nothing more than a scoundrel, unworthy of comparison to someone like you. And his grandfather, whose eyes seem to be nearly at the top of his head. Let me be frank, I am at odds with that fellow. The debt from back then will eventually be repaid. In his words, Douluo's eyes burned with fury. It seemed evident that these two old men had once been embroiled in a fierce conflict, and from Douluo's current demeanor, the outcome was clearly apparent. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, renowned for its powerful beast martial soul, had its current leader, Yu Yuanjin, held in high regard across the continent. Not to mention ordinary title Douluos. Even his own grandfather, the Sword Douluo, would not dare to claim victory against that ancient dragon, given the disparity in levels. In contrast, prior to encountering Chun Long, Douluo had been labeled the weakest title Douluo. If the two were to engage in combat, the result would be all too predictable. However, times had changed. With Chun Long's assistance, Douluo had not only managed to suppress the poison within him, but was also on the verge of advancing to the 95th level, gaining a newfound understanding of his martial soul. When the fighting resumes, it cannot be claimed as a victory, yet it will undeniably be far more formidable than before. The humiliation felt by this senior is something that Chun Long can comprehend. Initially, he thought that the elder would be consumed by this matter, allowing the discussion of marrying off his granddaughter to be postponed. However, just as Chun Long exhaled a sigh of relief, the poisoned Douluo reappeared. Hey, you little brat, do you find me lacking in beauty? Upon hearing this, Chun Long was momentarily speechless. At that moment, he truly wished to avoid further conversation with Douluo. Thus, with a decisive stomp of his foot, he darted towards the distant forest. Elder Douluo, I suddenly remembered I have some matters to attend to, so I must take my leave for a while. Don't forget to bring Miss Douluo over tomorrow. As Chun Long's figure faded away, a note fluttered down from the sky, inscribed with the address for the team gathering. You two are now part of the same team. It should not be too difficult to foster some feelings. When I return, I shall ensure that Yin Yin captivates you, echoed the voice of Douluo Bo as his form also dissipated among the trees. The following morning, within the eastern courtyard of Heavendoe City, where the nine-treasure glazed tile school was assembling, the sun had just begun to rise, and Hu Wu and her companions had already arrived. Chun Long extended a warm welcome to them. The three exchanged glances, and Feng Xiaodian spoke first. Captain, we need 7 members to participate in the team event, but we currently have only 5. Where are the other 2? In response to the inquiry, Chun Long glanced at his watch and replied nonchalantly, do not fret, they should be arriving shortly. No sooner had he spoken than a clear voice rang out from a distance. Apologies for keeping you all waiting. All eyes turned towards the direction of the voice, revealing a striking young man clad in blue, adorned with a blue lightning tyrant dragon emblem on his shoulder. This individual was Yu Tianheng, one of the twin stars of the blue lightning tyrant dragon clan. His presence surprised everyone present, including Ning Rongrong. Hey, how did he get here? You never mentioned inviting him, she remarked, her eyes filled with curiosity. Chun Long playfully flicked at his smooth forehead in response. Yu Tianheng is a core member of the Royal Heavendoe team. Such matters must remain confidential. Otherwise, we would be publicly accused of poaching, which would not bode well with the Night Emperor either. As Yu Tianheng approached, Chun Long extended his hand. Welcome to the 9-treasure glazed tile school team. The 6th member of the team has arrived. They shook hands, and at that moment, a sudden whoosh echoed through the sky. In the next instant, a foul odor enveloped the entire courtyard as 2 dark green figures descended. Given their imposing presence, it was clear that Douluo Bo and his grandson had arrived. Before she could even find her footing, Douluo Yin spotted Yu Tianheng. Tianheng, what a delightful surprise to see you here, the young girl exclaimed with palpable excitement as she rushed towards him. However, upon witnessing this scene, Douluo Bo's expression remained dark and foreboding. His gaze was fixated on Chun Long, his heart brimming with discontent. Initially, he had hoped that this collaboration would serve to foster a bond between Chun Long and his beloved granddaughter. Now, with Yu Tianheng's arrival, it was evident that his cherished granddaughter would hardly pay Chun Long any heed. The esteemed Douluo's calculations had truly gone awry. Nonetheless, Douluo Bo found himself at a loss for words. After all, the team represented the Jiubao glazed sect, and the selection of its members was undoubtedly their prerogative. With the personnel assembled, the Jiubao glazed sect team was officially established. With only 3 days remaining until the competition, Chun Long distributed the latest training tasks. And under his rigorous tutelage, the team underwent stringent training. 3 days later, the Soul Master competition of the Tiando Empire commenced as scheduled, drawing dignitaries from all walks of life to Tiando City, including Emperor Shui Yi and Prince Shui Qinghe. The nobility occupied the highest viewing platform, granting them a clear view of the proceedings below. I hereby declare the event officially open. The Emperor's voice resonated throughout the venue. The inaugural battle will feature the Jiubao glazed sect team against the Shrek 7 monsters. Under the host's guidance, members from both sides made their way to the arena from different directions. As captain, Chun Long naturally took the lead, with team members arranged by strength, while Ning Rongrong, as a support-type Soul Master, positioned herself at the end of the line. On the opposing side, Chun Long was finally able to see the person he had longed to encounter. Leading the Shrek 7 monsters was Tang Sect, followed by his companions, Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, Tai Long, Jiang Zhu, and Jingling Chapter 093, Shrek 7 Monsters vs. Jiubao 7 Monsters. The once formidable Shrek 7 monsters had diminished by 2 members. Xiao Wu had sacrificed herself for Tang Sect, becoming a soul ring and soul bone under Chun Long's control. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong fought for her family and had now joined the Jiubao glazed sect team. Both teams ascended the platform, and Tang Sec's gaze fell upon Chun Long. The young man before him bore a visage both unfamiliar and oddly reminiscent. Despite having never met him, Tang Sect felt an inexplicable aversion towards this individual. Conversely, Chun Long maintained an air of indifference, seemingly unimpressed by Tang Sect. Their mutual disdain heightened the atmosphere within the venue. At this moment, it was Ning Rongrong who shattered the impasse. Third brother, everyone, I apologize. For the sake of my family and sect, I have no choice. Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Tang Sect shifted his gaze from Chun Long and looked at her, a warm smile gracing his face. Rongrong, there is no need for apologies. You have done nothing wrong. Fighting for your family is indeed a noble endeavor. As soon as Tang Sec's voice faded, Dai Mubai stepped forward slowly. Indeed, my dear sister, I am eagerly anticipating your performance. When the time comes for us to engage in battle, do not hold back. After their exchange, Ma Hongjun and the others stepped forward to encourage Ning Rongrong. When Oscar emerged, Chun Long could distinctly observe the hint of hesitation etched upon his handsome face. Ever since the announcement of Ning Rongrong's engagement to the 9-treasure glazed tile school, Oscar had been feeling a profound sadness. He had harbored hopes of one day fighting alongside the one he cherished, only to find himself standing on opposing sides today. A wave of conflicting emotions washed over him. As the reminiscing came to a close, Chun Long took the initiative to step forward, for black soul rings materializing beneath his feet. Chun, Level 44 Assault System Battle Soul Master, Martial Soul, 7 Killing Sword. The sight of the 4 soul rings left the onlookers momentarily stunned. On the high platform, Emperor Shui Yi hastily turned to Ning Fengji beside him, inquiring, Master Ning, when did such a young prodigy emerge from your sect? I have never heard you mention him before. With a warm smile, Ning Fengji replied, Your Majesty, this is the younger brother of the dragon god Douluo. He has been traveling abroad until recently, and just returned to the sect in time for the Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament. My brother and I decided to let him participate, hoping for some valuable experience. Upon learning this, Emperor Shui's expression grew complex. Not far away, the clear gaze of Shui Qinghe remained fixed on the 4 black soul rings, his handsome features tinged with confusion. Does that fellow truly have a brother? On the high platform, upon witnessing Chun Long's 4 soul rings, Tang Sec's azure eyes sparkled momentarily. He then took a step forward himself. Tang Sect, Level 71 Control System Battle Soul Saint, Martial Soul, Blue Silver Emperor. The 6 black and 1 red soul rings shone beneath his feet, the crimson light causing everyone present to rise in astonishment. What? A 7-ring soul saint, with a 100,000-year soul ring? What manner of prodigy is this? The crowd buzzed with excitement, each individual stunned by the brilliance of Tang Sec's soul rings. Just moments ago, they had believed Chun Long's soul rings and age to be astonishing enough. Now, Tang Sec's display was even more extraordinary. At under 20 years of age, possessing the cultivation of level 72, and with all his soul rings being black, he was a marvel beyond comprehension. On the battlefield, as the dark crimson soul ring manifested, the imposing aura of Chun Long was instantly subdued. Behind him, Feng Xiaotian and the others found themselves gasping under the weight of that overwhelming pressure, prompting them to swiftly release their own soul rings. Nearby, Lake shared in the astonishment. Oh, how remarkable it is that there exists someone with greater talent than mine in this world. However, it is a pity that even with a 100,000-year soul ring, you shall not be my equal. With that, Chun Long positioned the 7-killing sword at his side, feeling no surprise at Tang Sec's current display of power. After all, the sinister cultivation technique was indeed formidable, and given the immense cost Tang Sect had incurred, coupled with his status as a child of the Douluo Continent, it would truly be odd if he lacked such strength. With the host command, the inaugural match of the Senior Soul Master Competition of the Tiando Empire commenced. The first soul skill bind. As the battle horn sounded, Tang Sect struck the ground with one hand, causing the blue-silver grasp to instantly engulf the entire arena. This first soul skill, of 10,000-year caliber, is a rarity throughout the Douluo Continent. Facing such an assault, Chun Long showed no intention of attacking. Instead, he slightly raised his hand, and Feng Xiaotian and Ning Rongrong behind him understood his intent. Chun Long was aware that Tang Sec's blue-silver emperor possessed fire immunity. Thus it was unnecessary for Huo Wu to expend her efforts prematurely. Her explosive skills should be reserved for later. The current situation could be entrusted to Ning Rongrong and Feng Xiaotian. The 9 treasures are renowned, the first being strength, the second speed. The first 2 soul rings shimmered beneath Ning Rongrong's feet, and the radiant energy emitted by the 9-layered pagoda illuminated Feng Xiaotian alone. In the next moment, a pair of azure wings sprouted from Feng Xiaotian's back, propelling him into the sky. The 18 consecutive slashes of the Gale Wolf. Steel claws extended slowly from his fingertips as Feng Xiaotian danced through the air, unleashing 18 blades that swept directly towards the ground. With the full support of the 9 treasures glazed tower, this former captain of the Xinyang Academy could effortlessly employ his self-created ultimate technique. Swish, swish, swish. 16 consecutive slashes marked the ground, completely covering it with blue-silver grass. The clash of Soul Zone against Soul Sage, especially against a prodigious Soul Sage like Tang Sect, meant that despite Feng Xiaotian's self-created soul skills and the enhancement from the 9 treasures glazed tower, he could not sever Tang Sec's blue-silver emperor. However, with the addition of some clever tactics, perhaps the situation could shift. At that moment, Chun Long raised his second finger, prompting both Du Guyan and Yu Tianheng to step forward together. The third soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. The fourth soul skill, Scarlet Serpent Divine Palm. As their palms met, lightning and toxins fused, creating a subtle transformation between the two. At that moment, Ning Rongrong's third soul ring also illuminated. The 9 treasures are famed, the third being soul. This time, the brilliance shone upon Du Guyan and Yu Tianheng. As the amplification of soul power surged dramatically, the mutations of lightning and toxins became increasingly exaggerated. Ultimately, Yu Tianheng's lightning transformed into a deep black hue. In that moment, Du Guyan had fully infused her entire arsenal of poison into the tempestuous thunder. Chapter 94. Team Coordination. The Frenzied Tang Sect. The fusion soul skill, Black Thunder 10,000 Serpents, reached its zenith as Yu Tianheng and Du Guyan executed their combined technique, sending a black sphere of lightning crashing down onto the arena floor. With a thunderous roar, a massive crater was created, swiftly followed by an innumerable swarm of black serpents emerging from the depths of that pit. In an instant, the serpents lashed out, sinking their fangs into Tang Sec's blue-silver emperor. With a command from Du Guyan, the serpents that had latched onto the blue-silver emperor began their frenzied self-detonation. The arena was engulfed in a cacophony of explosions, as the black lightning wreaked havoc, overwhelming all of the blue-silver emperor. At that moment, the fusion skills employed by the 2 soul sects shattered the technique of Tang Sect, a formidable soul sage. Although entanglement was merely Tang Sec's first soul skill, the sheer power displayed by Yu Tianheng and Du Guyan was nothing short of astounding. Tang Sec's azure gaze fell upon Chun Long. Indeed, the nurturing methods of the 9 treasure glazed tile school for cultivating talent were remarkable. in merely a few days. They had managed to execute a soul fusion technique despite their opposing attributes, truly unexpected. Upon hearing Tang Sect's words, Chun Long let out a dismissive snort. There are many things you cannot fathom. Cease your probing and strike directly at me. My elder brother has already informed me about Xiao Wu. I believe that incident must have profoundly impacted you. At this revelation, Tang Sect's azure eyes transformed into a blood-red hue. Xiao Wu, none of those who harmed you shall live. Fourth soul skill, Blue Silver Prison. As Tang Sect became earnest, Chun Long felt a sense of gratification. At that moment, he too was eager to ascertain whether he could triumph over this chosen one of the realm while suppressing his strength to the soul sect level. Anticipation filled Chun Long's heart. Countless blue-silver emperors erupted from the ground, transforming the arena into a verdant expanse. In the next moment, the members of the Nine Treasure Glazed Tile School found themselves ensnared by the golden blue-silver emperor. No matter how they struggled, it seemed impossible to shatter the prison forged by the blue-silver emperor. Within the confines, Chun Long remained composed. Rong, coordinate with me to break this cage. Upon hearing Chun Long's command, the young girl immediately sprang into action. The Nine Treasures are renowned for their three virtues: strength, speed, and spirit. The three rings of soul power beneath her feet shone simultaneously, amplifying the strength of the entire team. Following this, Chun Long felt an inexhaustible surge of power. Facing the blue-silver prison once more, he regarded it with disdain. First soul skill, Sword of Light. The first soul ring beneath his feet shimmered quietly, as the ethereal blue sword circled around his body, causing the azure silver cage to shatter into two halves instantaneously. Following this, Chun Long pointed one hand skyward, and the blue sword split into 7. The fierce sword energy sliced through the cage behind, effortlessly dismantling Tang Sect's fourth soul skill, his most formidable control technique at this moment. Subsequently, to provoke the fury within Tang Sect, Chun Long taunted him with a derisive tone. Tang Sect of the Haotian sect. Is this all you are? How could such a worthless being possibly protect the one he cherishes? Upon hearing these words, Tang Sect's rationality crumbled instantly. He then stomped fiercely on the ground, unleashing a dark red aura. The domain of the God of Death and the blue-silver domain activated simultaneously, significantly diminishing the enhancements provided by the Nine Treasures Glazed Tower. Concurrently, the Shrek's 7 monsters experienced a substantial boost. At that moment, the probing between the two factions was deemed complete. A fierce battle was imminent, and neither side would hold back. This was the utmost respect for their opponent, a truth well understood by all involved. On the high platform, Crown Prince Xue Qinghe gazed at the nearly frenzied Tang Sect, perplexed as to why the captain of the Nine Treasures Glazed sect would go to such lengths to provoke him. What was he thinking? Their side was vastly outmatched. Yet he insisted on inciting the enemy to strike with lethal intent. Was he mad? Just as Xue Qinghe's thoughts concluded, the battle on the arena erupted. The fourth soul skill, White Tiger Meteor Shower. A purple soul ring illuminated beneath Dai Mubai's feet, as golden fists rained down like droplets. In the face of such an assault, Feng Xiaodian of the Nine Treasures Glazed sect took the brunt of the attack. Leave this to me. You all retreat, he declared. 18 consecutive slashes of the Gale Demon Wolf. 18 blades of energy traversed the sky, colliding forcefully with the golden fists above. This clash saw Dai Mubai and Feng Xiaodian engaged in an intense standoff. In comparison, Dai Mubai possessed slightly greater soul power, having reached level 47, while Feng Xiaodian was at level 44. However, bolstered by his self-created soul skills and the advantages of his martial soul, he regarded the 3-level power disparity with disdain. Therefore, when this individual faced the evil eye White Tiger, he exhibited no signs of panic, but rather a thrill of excitement. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing transformed into a violet shadow, darting towards the position of Ning Rongrong. The master had once stated that to establish an early advantage in team battles, one must swiftly eliminate the opposing support soul master. Thus, even against her dear sister, Zhu Zhuqing would show no mercy in the arena. This was the greatest respect she could offer to her beloved friend. This notion had long been contemplated by Chun Long. Directly assaulting Ning Rongrong, an extraordinarily powerful support spirit master, was not as easily achievable as one might presume. One must concede that the speed of the Netherworld Spirit Cat is truly remarkable, positioning it among the elite of agility-focused spirit masters. In the blink of an eye, Zhu Zhuqing had already arrived behind Ning Rongrong. Rongrong, you have let your guard down. Upon hearing her dear friend's icy voice, Ning Rongrong did not exhibit an ounce of panic. Instead, the young girl smiled and shook her head, the radiance of the Nine Treasure Glazed Tile Tower becoming even more resplendent. Fourth soul skill, Amplification. Just then, a similarly cold voice echoed from behind Ning Rongrong. Third soul skill, Emerald Lure Illusion Array. In the next moment, a green toxic mist rapidly spread out, and Ning Rongrong exchanged glances with her nearby companions, who all simultaneously placed a red pill in their mouths. De Guiyuan had inherited the exceptional talents of the poison Douluo, mastering the application of toxins to an extraordinary degree, further enhanced by Chun Long's rigorous training. Now, De Guiyuan was perfectly positioned to counter the agile spirit masters from Shrek, fulfilling the responsibilities of a control-type spirit master. As the green gas swiftly permeated the area, Zhu Zhuqing felt an ominous premonition arise within her. Aware that she could not charge through recklessly, she prepared to retreat at the utmost speed. Regrettably, the youngest girl among the 7 monsters found herself at a significant disadvantage in this situation. Chapter 095, 7 Killing Sword vs. Haotian Hammer. The 4th soul skill of the 9 Treasure, Glazed Tile Tower, can comprehensively amplify all attributes of a spirit master, including Douluo's poison attributes. Simultaneously, as the little girl unleashed her 3rd soul skill, a series of green lights illuminated from her left hand. The Netherworld Serpent's Spirit Bone skill, Toxic Multiplication, caused the toxicity to surge by 300 instantly, greatly enhancing Douluo's 3rd soul skill. Thus, even though Zhu Zhuqing had not been in direct contact with a substantial amount of toxins, the minuscule residue lingering on her mouth and nose was sufficient to cloud her mind and render her limbs uncoordinated. Thud! During her retreat, Zhu Zhuqing momentarily lost her footing, collapsing to the ground. Viewed from a certain angle, one could surmise that the little girl, owing to her physical advantages, must have felt a jolt of pain to her chest. Third brother, I believe I have been poisoned. The chilling voice resonated, catching Tang Sec's attention as he noticed the unfolding situation. He had not anticipated Zhu Zhuqing would succumb to poisoning so swiftly. It was well known to him that Douluo's strength was formidable, even if her 3rd soul skill was indeed potent. It seemed it would require a considerable duration to infiltrate a spirit master of equal rank. Presently, Douluo's displayed prowess had surpassed Tang Sec's expectations. Scanning the arena, Tang Sect also observed Oscar and others affected by the situation. Within the ranks of the Shrek Academy team, there are currently 2 support-type soul masters. In comparison to combat-type soul masters, their prowess is markedly inferior. Thus, when faced with a formidable adversary, Tang Sect, whose strength far surpasses that of his peers, becomes exceedingly vital. Typically, whenever he takes to the field, the outcome of the battle unfolds effortlessly. It is never as precarious as the present situation. Even Tang Sect himself did not anticipate that the 4-ring battle soul master from the Jobal Yili sect would possess the capacity to support him, a soul sage. This occurrence surprised Tang Sect somewhat, though it was merely a slight surprise. As a prodigy endowed with extraordinary power, he did not believe that he could be bested by a battle soul master with merely 4 soul rings. In the next moment, the soul guide device at Tang Sec's waist began to radiate light, and he promptly produced several jars of yellow wine. With a flourish, he evenly sprinkled the liquid across the ground, thereby obscuring much of the effect of the biling Mihuang formation. Everyone held their breath. Yellow wine has the ability to counteract toxins, and now was the time to rest and recuperate. Upon hearing Tang Sec's words, those affected hastily regulated their breathing to maintain a more alert state. On the other side, when Chun Long witnessed Tang Sec's actions, he smiled and shook his head. Tang Sect, I knew you would do this. Have you ever heard the phrase cleverness can lead to folly? Your recent actions did not save them. Rather, they have endangered them. Originally, the toxin merely caused their breathing to become erratic, but with your interference, the situation has transformed. As he spoke, Chun Long positioned his 7-kill sword beside him, seemingly with no intention to strike further. His gaze remained fixed on the stage as Tang Sect, influenced by his words, was also curious to see if the outcome would indeed align with Chun Long's predictions. The truth proved to be as Chun Long suggested. Tang Sec's earlier actions did not assist his companions, but instead truly compromised them. When the yellow wine was poured onto the ground, Douluo's serpent venom not only failed to diminish but began to mutate in a rather peculiar manner. After a series of transformations, a wisp of black mist emerged from the originally dark green toxic fog. Witnessing this, Tang Sect felt an unsettling sensation in his heart. Everyone quickly held their breath, ensuring that the toxin did not enter their bodies. Immediately, Tang Sect alerted his companions, but alas, it was too late. Chun Long's words were never without foundation. Since he spoke, he was indeed capable of manifesting his assertions. As everyone followed Tang Sec's advice and held their breath, the toxins within suddenly erupted with renewed ferocity. Consequently, the members of the Shrek team became disoriented, their faces turning a hue akin to that of eggplants. Gradually, the 2 support soul masters within the team fell one after another, followed by Talon, then Ma Hongjun, and ultimately Dai Mubai. This prince of the Star Luo Empire, endowed with formidable soul power and physical prowess, managed to resist for a brief moment, yet in the end, it was merely a fleeting interval. Thud! The series of collapsing figures weighed heavily on Tang Sec's heart. In that moment, the captain of the Shrek team was engulfed in self-reproach, believing that he was the cause of his comrades' misfortune. However, at his core, Tang Sect was a composed individual. His momentary guilt swiftly faded, and in the next heartbeat, his icy gaze fell upon Chun Long, his voice devoid of emotion, cold as ice. It seems I have unwittingly walked into your trap. Everything is under your control. Is it not? Hearing Tang Sec's words, Chun Long smiled and shook his head, a hint of mockery dancing across his otherwise